the grid. So the cars again off on their formation lap in what's still increasingly quite warm and clear conditions. Little wisps of cloud in the air, but still quite pleasant conditions out there. Not too hot out there, but at least the circuit is nice and warm and dry. It means that we're going to get hopefully another few more minutes of excellent Formula Ford action. Race length for this, 12 minutes as the other ones are big, because of course we've cut down a couple of minutes just so we could get to the end inside, of course, the Snetterton curfew because of some of the earlier red flags and stoppages that we had. And as they come around on the formation lap. So Bryn Kinch then has got quite a good chance here to see if he can actually pick himself up one of his best finishes in Formula 4, but of course he's got some very competitive and very fast drivers set to line up behind him, which is going to make it very difficult for him out there on track, but I'm sure that he will try and push as hard as he dares to get himself towards the front as quickly as possible. So this is going to be interesting to see how these there's a few fast drivers that are spread all around the pack. You've got Morgan Quinn starting in third, Elliot Brdzinski in fourth place after he finished on the podium. Lucas Romanek starts fifth, Jordan Kelly starts in P6 after winning race number 2. Brandon McCorkin starting in 8th, Chris Middlehurst in 9th, Tom Nippers is looking pretty fast too, he's back in 10th. And Nolan Orlai, after being disqualified from race 2, is right at the back in 11th, but again, he was someone who was up there in the top 5, challenging for at least a top 5, if not a podium position. So the cars make their way back towards the grid. And we'll see if Bryn Kinch can make the start that he needs in order to try and maintain pole position, if he can. So Charlie Mann, I imagine that it will probably be a decent getaway if either Morgan Quinn or Elliot Brdzinski can get a really strong start from the second row of the grid. They will certainly be up there to try and challenge the top 2 on the grid if they can, to get themselves up towards the first corner as quickly as possible. So just last couple of the cars getting into place at the back. Tom Nippers and Nolan Orlai getting set to go. And as the cars get into position, the green flag we waved at the back. And then once again, for the third and final time this weekend for the National Formula 4 Championship, we're set to go racing. Bryn Kinch on pole, Charlie Mann alongside him. Some of the faster guys towards the back. What will race 3 bring us here at Snetterton? Let's find out. Lights out. We're racing in Formula 4 to the final time this weekend. Strong start for the first couple of rows. Good start for Lucas Romanek from the third row. He's already beaten Elliot Brdzinski away, challenging Morgan Quinn for third place, looking up the inside in the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen, in towards turn 1 for the first time. And some of the faster guys just trying to pick their way through if they can. And all good, all clear so far. One of the, looks like possibly Elliot Brdzinski running wide a little bit there. In towards the hairpin for the first time, and it's going to be Charlie Mann that leads the way. He's beaten Bryn Kinch. I think he's back to 4th at the moment. One car running very slowly towards the back. That is 62. I think in this car, 2 cars have come together. It's 2 of the Team Dolan cars possibly that touched to come together. Nathan Yu and Jordan Kelly are slipping back a little bit. Wide for Charlie Mann over the exit of the left-hander at Palmer's. Now it's going to be Morgan Quinn as I suspected it would be. No, it's beats Lucas Romanek in fact. So Romanek from 5th on the grid in just a few corners has gone from 5th to 1st, making a lightning start from the inside the third row. It's a great getaway then from the Alton Park race winner, and how much he would love to end the weekend with a victory. I'm sure he's going to be trying his heart out to try and make it happen. And look at this, Charlie Mann's been almost attacked from all sides. He's got Elliot Brdzinski to his outside. He's got now Morgan Quinn, and also in there looks like that is going to be Brandon McCorkin in there too. Plus, you got Chris Middlehurst in there too, and Tom Nippers, and also I think Nolan Orlai has made a quick start too. So Charlie Mann has got the entire pack charging after him. Here goes Brdzinski to the inside line. Here comes Quinn. Now, careful, guys. You can't really go 2 or 3 abreast in towards the complex. Something's got to give here. Romanek is up the road and trying to escape, if he can. And as they turn in through Brundle and Nelson, it is going to be Romanek with the lead. Everyone else trying to be second. It's then the 62 of Brdzinski into second place. There's Orlai past Nippers, so he's made that move stick in car 52. Now they make their way towards the complex of Murray's now for the final time. Across the line they go. Romanek has the commanding lead then. Brdzinski in second place. It is now second place for Brdzinski, third for McCorkin. It's in McCorkin in third place now. So McCorkin's been a storming start through that final couple of corners to pick his way right the way up to third place. That's incredible. So it's now first, second, third. Everyone trying to be fourth now. Charlie Mann, a little bit of the cork in the bottle here, but trying his best to try and hold back the tide of Chris Middlehurst and Morgan Quinn, and also Nolan Orlyer in there as well. I don't seem to see your, either. We're missing a couple of the cars. Who are we missing in the order? We're missing Nathan Hughes carried on, but I don't see Jordan Kelly, and I don't see Bryn Kinch either. That's a shame. So both drivers seem to have dropped back with issues or just further back down the order with problems. I thought, of course, Nathan Hughes looked like he was caught up with Jordan Kelly. So Jordan Kelly might have come a cropper because of that. And Jordan Kelly and Bryn Kinch, I'm not quite sure what happened to him. I saw an Ammonite car running wide as Middlehurst tries to look up the inside of Mann in towards the complex. Couldn't quite make that stick. Towards the left-hander at Williams, still chasing after, so still the top three as they were then. Romanek, Brdzinski, McCorker, but Middlehurst knows he has to try and pick off Charlie Mann as quick as possible to try and get after the top three, which he does. He's on the outside line. Mann will try and defend it if he can. Here comes Morgan Quinn. Is he going to dare to make it three abreast? He might well do. And also there's no one Orleye. Can't make that stick, but Middlehurst has gone through. So has Quinn. Orleye watching on as well. Now up through the right-hander and into Murray's once again. So Romanek then charging away to try and take his first win of the weekend, his second of the season. So Oldfield cars first and third, a little wide over the curb there was Charlie Mann. So the threat from Nolan Orlyer and Tom Nippers. And now as they come on to the start of another lap now. So lap 3 now for this one. McCorkin sets the first proper flying lap, fastest lap of the race. And as they come back into the hairpin again, Orleye's got past Charlie Mann. Next on will be the man he's directly battling for the independence, essentially win. And that will be Tom Nippers. So he'll definitely want to try and stay ahead of him if he can. Otherwise, Nippers will have full advantage of that. Let's see if he can try and hold on to this. Into the hairpin they go, but Agostini, still Romanek, Brdzinski, McCorkin. So as they come up towards left-hander Hamilton, back in again. Romanek showing he's got some good pace here in these slightly warmer conditions. Come out of the infield section and back onto the short straight towards the complex once again. Let's see if there's anything left in the tank here for Charlie Mann to try and hold on to the position against his independent rival. And Brandon McCorkin now, even though it's slightly more relaxed for the top two, I have a feeling is being quite quickly caught by Chris Middlehurst. He was right on his tail as they came up through onto the back straight and then through Brundle and Nelson. So I think that Middlehurst looks to be setting up a move here possibly for third position, although he's got Morgan Quinn for company also, so maybe he might decide to have a go too. Cross the line they go to end lap number 3. And oh, that's Nathan Hughes' car that's come to a stop, I'm afraid. So unfortunately, Nathan Hughes has the race too. So 2 of the Team Dolan cars hitting problems in the early stages. And with Romanek still holding station, and Brdzinski looking at his last laps, he was about 2 and a bit tenths quicker. The gap is still 1.3 seconds out in front for Romanek. Romanek making the most of his race lead here with clear track in front of him. Down to the hairpin they come. And Brdzinski trying to close that gap in now. It's still Oldfield Motorsport from Ammonite from Oldfield Motorsport. The 2 Team Dolan cars in 4th and 5th keeping close. 6th now for Orleye, 7th for Nippers, who's got past Charlie Mann. So that'll be Tom Nippers hoping to try and pick up his second independence win of the weekend. But now McCorkin feels as though he's feeling a bit of the heat under the collar here, if possible. how much Brscc would like to get himself his second podium of the weekend after being disqualified from race 1 due to contact with Morgan Quinn, which saw Quinn's car off the road as a result and out of the race. It was up at the very section they're coming up to now. All eye ahead of Nippers. So, Romanek and Brscc just turning in there. Not sure if they touched a bit of the cement dust. Both those cars sort of twitching a bit as there's a lock-up from All Eye up the inside to try and defend from Nippers. Nippers had a good run through there. They'll twitch over here as he tries to get back on the power, exiting Nelson. Still tucked into the wheel tracks of the Anglian Motorsport cars. They swing through the bomb hole. 4 minutes to go. They're going to get, I think, maybe 2 more laps, I think, on this time around. So 2 more laps to decide who wins this final race. Is it going to be Romanek? Is it going to be Brscc potentially? Is it even going to be possibly even Middlehurst or McCorkin or Quinn if they can get themselves close enough in the next 2 laps? It's going to require Brscc to really close in. In fact, actually, last time by, Brscc was 0.8 of a second quicker than Romanek, and Middlehurst quicker still by another 0.2 to set the fastest lap of the race. So you know what? That was being speculative a little bit, but it could happen. It could definitely happen here. So Brsc's clawed in the gap that Romanek had. Middlehurst is bringing 3rd, 4th and 5th into the mix here. There's All Eye, who has managed to hold off Tom Nippers, and he in turn, Nippers, has pulled away by a couple of seconds from Charlie Mann. Now as they come down towards the hairpin at the end of the Agostini hairpin at the end of the straight, Brscc putting Romanek under pressure here, but I wonder if Brscc can force Romanek to start defending, it might well, at least after about 1/3 of the way through the last lap, it might well bring 3rd, 4th and 5th into play. We could have a real grandstand finish here to complete the National Formula Ford weekend. Romanek has the lead, but Brscc and everyone else certainly want it. But is Romanek going to hold on here? Was Brscc got something left here in reserve to try and pick his way past and try and force him into a mistake? He'll certainly try, but nothing's ever guaranteed or ever certain. Middlehurst is nowhere near it close enough to get any kind of a tow. He needs these 2 in front to really start battling hammer and tongs to close up pretty quickly. But his pace is looking pretty strong too. Of course, the 2021 champion trying to close that gap back in, but of course it's probably not helping the fact that Brsc's pushing hard. Romanek is probably responding to whatever pressure Brsc's putting on him with the fast pace he's showing. Through Coram, back into Murray's now, into what will be the second to last time. Start the last lap of the weekend for the National Formula Fords, and there is Brandon McCorkin pushing hard on the back of Chris Middlehurst. So of course there's been a change around in the last couple of laps between Middlehurst and McCorkin. The gap between the top 2 is only 0.35 of a second, and Romanek responded that time by as up the inside for 3rd place. That was McCorkin diving up the inside of Middlehurst into P3, into Ritchie's corner to take the final podium place away from Middlehurst. That's crucial for his championship chances, demoting Middlehurst down to 4th. Middlehurst tries to fight back on the outside line to get the undercut on the exit of the corner. Morgan Quinn's keeping a watching brief as rear gunner in P5. This is over 6th place between Nolan Allire and Tom Nippers. So down the back straight they go, and Brsc's quite close. Meanwhile, McCorkin's not safe in 3rd place. He's going defensive on the inside line to prevent an attack from Middlehurst, but Middlehurst can go down the outside if he's confident enough. Defensive line turns in, and still McCorkin is going to hold on to that 3rd position. But you just almost certain that Middlehurst will line him up down the back straight, possibly try and set him up for a pass, and likewise potentially for the race lead, because Brscc was right underneath the gearbox of Romanek going through Hamilton. If he stays there through Oggies and onto the Bentley straight out of the right-hander at Williams, there's a real chance that he could start to size him up for a last lap pass. And we saw Jordan Kelly make that move after we saw lots going on after Chris Middlehurst dropped out on the final lap. Thankfully, his car appears to be all okay. Meanwhile, Romanek is trying to go a bit more defensive to hold off Brscc. He's going to keep on pushing right to the end of the lap as Middlehurst does get back into 3rd place. So what I suspected might happen has happened. Middlehurst has reset up McCorkin for a pass down the back straight, which he's pulled off. It might well be a sprint to the flag for 3rd place, because the Morgan Quinn will watch on, but it's going to be McCorkin versus Middlehurst in that last lap drag race to the checkered flag. Meanwhile, Romanek is going to head round through Coram for the final time, with Brscc all on his tail through Murray's up towards the checkered flag. It could be a drag race for the win as well. At the final couple of corners, and McCorkin's very close on the gearbox. Could we get 2 Grand Slam finishes here? Up to the checkered flag, Lucas Romanek, is he going to take the victory side by side for the race win? And Romanek does hold on, but only just by a couple of tenths of a second. For third place is Middlehurst, only just ahead of McCorkin, and the gap between the two, well, it was 0.062 of a second between Romanek and Brscc at the line for the win. It was 0.137 between Middlehurst and McCorkin for third place, and Quinn was only another 2 tenths back from McCorkin in P5. There's Jordan Kelly, who has carried on in this. No, Nathan Yu actually, sorry. So Nathan Yu has carried on. Jordan Kelly was the one that we saw parked up earlier on, so excuse me for that. But Nathan Yu has had damage to that left side pod, has carried on to pick up 9th place. So whatever damage he has really severely hampered him. But for Nathan Yu, he manages to take the flag in 9th place. Of course, we lost, of course, Bryn Kinch and Jordan Kelly. Jordan Kelly, I'm not sure if he got tangled up with his teammate, because the two Team Dolan cars were together at that point in Wilson Hairpin. So I wonder if maybe there was a bit of a... well, let's not speculate too much, but I wonder if there was something that happened between the two of them. Anyway, Lucas Romanek, in the meantime, takes the race win. He takes victory for the 3rd National Formula Ford race of the weekend from Elliot Brscc in 2nd place. Chris Middlehurst in 3rd, Brandon McCorkin 4th. Then it's Morgan Quinn, Nolan Orlaya, Tom Nippers, Charlie Mann and Nathan Yu, who round off the top 9. And then, of course, it's Bryn Kinch and Jordan Kelly, who are the 2 cars that didn't make the flag. I'm sure they will be recovered shortly to get back to pit lane before we get our next race underway. So, top 3 will be down in Park Fairway very shortly. There, I think that's Jordan Kelly's car that is just crawling its way back from where it originally parked up. It's still at least drivable enough to get back into the Park Fairway, so the Dolan car can have a look at it. But let's have a chat to our top 3 from that final National Formula 4 race of the weekend. They're in Park Fairway now with Rob Lewis.
Well, you actually come across to us as the winning driver. Lucas Romanek is, well, he's got to do some personal training, just getting his car pushed into the scrutineering bay. They'll get it onto these 2 patches here and weigh it eventually, but I'll let him get his kit off before we get to interview him. We've also got our podium contenders behind us, so they're just busy doing a 3-point turn and getting their cars ready for the post-race scrutineering part of things. So we'll just let our winner get weighed up. He'll stand on the scales, and if the scrutineer looks happy with that, we can maybe talk to the driver. Lucas, take it away. Park him over there. It's just like that, he's being taken away again. So we'll follow our winner out just while the others get their checks done. Lucas, great result there. You've had a very good weekend. I've spoken to you twice already. Good podiums, but to finally come out on top must really be the icing on the cake.
Yeah, definitely put it on a tee there, really. Icing on the cake, definitely. Yeah, we just got a brilliant start and a good getaway. A little mistake under the bridge sort of allowed him to catch up a bit, but we knew what we were doing. And yeah, came away with a win, and all good from there, really.
It was with Jordan Kelly dropping out as well, and Chris Middlehurst having his issues earlier in the weekend. It's just a good bank of points for you, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we're here to do, really. Just try and rack up as many points as we can. Of course, wins are sweet, but points are better.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you get sorted out. Congratulations there on the win. We're going to our 2nd place driver, which is the American lad Elliot Brscc. Elliot, fantastic 2nd. Happy with that?
Yeah, for sure. I think got a poor start, but I think steadily we kind of reeled in Lucas, and I think towards the end, you know, we lost a couple minutes, which maybe it would have been different, but you know, that's how it is. I still think it was quite close towards the end, so yeah, I'm happy with it. Another podium is definitely good after yesterday.
Absolutely, and the key thing is it builds up those points towards the championship.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing we're focusing on is, you know, maybe take a little bit less risk, but make sure we're there the whole way through instead of, you know, maybe getting into an incident or, you know, something of the sorts. Something
a bit calamitous. You don't want to have the mistakes. You just need that consistency.
Yeah, and also big thank you to all the people that are supporting me. Doug Mockett, Team USA for the help last year, and yeah, just everyone involved at the whole team. So
Fantastic. Well, congratulations once again on a good result. I'm going to see if I can catch our third place driver, which is Chris Middlehurst. Now, someone who's used to be at the front. Certainly, your weekend started off very well. Bit of an issue in race 2, and you've come back strong in race 3.
Yeah, quite a tough race really. A lot going on the first couple laps really. Cars going off, and yeah, both teammates they took each other out, which is unfortunate. Then I got sort of held up for about a lap or so really by, I think it was Charlie Mann, just defending on the inside, just parking on the apex. So I had to sort of like, you know, buy my time and just kind of slingshot him, and I got him down the straight with ease really. But it just kind of, yeah, it put us quite far back then, and you're catching him, but I wasn't quite in the slipstream of Brscc ahead of me there. So yeah, a few more laps it would have been closer, I think. And then Brandon lunged me up the inside of turn 1, made a really good move. And then I didn't want to defend. I thought I've got enough gap here, but he slung it up the inside, and then I got past him again, of course. But yeah, I just want to go full steam ahead to try and catch them, but I couldn't quite in the end.
But in the end, still good points recovered after race 2.
Yeah, we started almost last in that race, and there was only sort of 11 cars in it, but still, you know, a fair few cars overtaken. We kept it on the track. That first lap, first corner, well, say the first corner, the hairpin, should I say, was just chaotic really. So I had to have me eyes in the back of my head really, and everywhere, just to try and sort of make sure no cars were going to hit into us, and just make sure we got, you know, first lap out of the way with it, and then try and hunt them down.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a good result, and good luck for the rest of the year. So that concludes the National Formula 4 Championship. Although we haven't had the big bulky numbers this weekend, the racing, as you'll agree, has been absolutely top-notch. I'll say it again, best junior single-seater formula in the country without a doubt. Well, good morning. From a lot drier but very blustery Snetterton race circuit, we certainly had very challenging conditions yesterday for the full bill, certainly, of MX-5 CityCar Cup and the SuperSport Endurance Trophy. As you can see behind me, the MX-5s are lining up for our first race of the day, which is the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. And I'm hoping the racing is as red hot as it was yesterday with the wet conditions. It's drier on the ground. Like I said, it's blustery. The weather forecast looks set fair, so we look set for some dry running today, certainly at least until 1 o'clock. So it's time to head to our man in the commentary box, Mr. Richard John Neal, to take you through the grid for our first race of the day.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to our live stream for day 2. We've got some great Mazda racing to get us underway. We're then going to have a little bit of a break after our first race of the day for the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series to get their qualifying. We won't be covering that, but we will be showing you some interviews that Rob and Jeremy, our cameraman, did yesterday down there in the paddock, which will tell you a little bit more about the background to things going on in the paddock and the racing this weekend. Then we've got the Mazda Super Cup back on track, followed by the CityCar Cup and the Mazda MX-5s that we're about to see will have their third race of the weekend. The other Mazda Championships had 2 races yesterday. The MX-5 Mark 1s only had the 1 race, and they're into race 2 now, and probably blessed with slightly better conditions than they would have had they had a second race during Saturday afternoon, excuse me. So the grid for this one is based on the finishing positions from yesterday. And Adam Sparrow starts on pole position. We've got a sort of sea of whitish cars on the front of the grid. Adam Sparrow taking pole position after his win yesterday. Jack Noller had a super race and he came through second, so he shares the front of the grid with Adam Sparrow. I'm just sorting out paperwork and getting ready for our first race of the day, which is 20 minutes. And here's the grid. Sparrow and Noller on the front row of the grid. Luke Pullen and Thomas Langford comprise row 2. Behind them we've got Steve Foden, who was maybe a little bit out of sorts yesterday, perhaps down to qualifying. Man who did very well yesterday, Levi Aisbett in the 13. Oliver Graham next up with Ted Bradbury in 5.53. Ted had an off and recovered, so 8th was a good recovery drive from him. Owen Mills on row 5 with Neil Chisnell. Behind them, former champion of the Clubmans, Harry Storer, and then top master Jason Greatrex, who dropped back in the later stages into the clutches of the driver we see on the next row. That's Tim Dorr. He was second in the Masters yesterday. Jack Moody, a welcome guest to racing this weekend. He's in car 544. Richard Wotton in 3 and William Chadwick in 88. 17th on the grid, so on to row 9 now. We've got Michael Green and Tom Mallet. Tom was racing without windscreen closing stages of yesterday. On the 10th race, Adam Craig and guest driver Bill Taylor. And they're followed on row 11 by 67, Clive Chisnell, who is the 3rd of our Masters in the race result yesterday, and alongside him Chris Malloy, another Master. We stay masterful, and it's Kevin Dengate on row 12 with Graham Rumsey, Ryan Margulis on row 13 with Jonathan Fieldsend. Then we have Simon Privet and Simon Browning, which I think completes the grid other than Tim Storer. There are the 2 Simons who started together, finished together, and we'll see whether they do the same again just to keep the Simon thing going. And Tim Storer, our only DNF. Yesterday's conditions, if you watch the stream back, were very testing, I have to say, during the later stages of the day. And it has to be said that driving standards were, I thought, exceptional. I don't think we had 1 safety car in all of the wet Mazda races. We had 3 during the 2-hour endurance for the SuperSport Endurance race, which was understandable. But the fact that these drivers got away with no red flags, I'm putting the curse of the commentator on the meeting, aren't I? But I just say great driving standards, good officiating yesterday as well. It's a difficult thing for the officials to juggle whether safety cars go out, whether we get red flags and so on and so forth. But, you know, they, as ever, managed a very difficult job superbly. So on to our second Mazda MX-5 race of the weekend. Adam Sparrow, the championship leader, did no harm at all yesterday to his championship chances by taking another win. Chatting to Steve Foden's dad this morning down the paddock was telling me that Steve, who's 3rd in the standings coming into the weekend, by virtue of a non-finish in the first round of the year, which was at Silverstone Grand Prix. Steve, I think, making a getting caught out a little bit by the conditions in qualifying. So things are a bit drier today. They'll be very well aware of what they need to do. So Steve is certainly one to watch from 5th place. Adam Sparrow is going to be one to watch as well, the championship leader, as is Jack Noller, who was quick yesterday. So too was Luke Pullen. What I'm getting around saying is you have to watch everybody, because that's the nature of Brscc Mazda racing. That's why the drivers come to it, to learn, to enjoy themselves once they've learned the craft of racing, and why they stay with it, many of them years on year. And, you know, they'll maybe drop back to Clubman. Some of the drivers have done, maybe step up to Super Cup. Many drivers, of course, use it as a stepping stone to other things. We've had quite a few graduates moving on to other areas of motorsport, which is fantastic as well. So 2 races effectively for the price of 1 here. We've got the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 overall standings. We'll keep an eye on the Masters. Jason Greytrex was up towards the overall front of the field yesterday. He's in the number 33 car. But as I said, went back into the clutches of Tim Dorr in the later stages of the race. So it'll be interesting to see how Jason's progress goes here. This grid, as we mentioned, based on the finishing positions from yesterday's race, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it was 12A, wasn't it, yesterday? This one is round 14. As we look at, let's get my program handy so that we can check out who is where and what. Coming up to the grid. This one, 20-minute race, and they have another one just before lunch. So the next race will be around about 20 to 12, which takes us up to lunch break. But it's Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow on the front row of the grid. Luke Pullen in the black and white 27 car is behind them on row 2, with Thomas Langford, who is in the white car with the blue trim and the blue cage, number 75, Thomas Langford. Steve Foden in white and gold is next up, and the Go For It Levi Aisbett car is on the outside of row 3. So they are the runners. So let's just have a quick look at whether the 5-second board is getting ready to go up. Marshall S on the starting gantry, getting ready to look at the order from the back of the field. The green flag will be waved as is normal at the back of the field, then we'll get the 5-second board, and if everybody in race control is happy with the start, or everybody lined up on the start, then we will go for 20 minutes of race action. Yesterday we were eaten into some of the race distances with some extra sighting laps. 5-second board, I can tell you, is being shown now, so race is imminent. There we got the shot of that from our camera down towards Rich's, and light is on. A longer hold than we had for much of yesterday. We saw some good starts from the outside yesterday. It looks like pole position is a little bit more handy here. Adam Sparrow got away well, and he's side by side with Jack Noller as they head down into Rich's for the first time. Noller's going to go for the sweep though around the outside, and will attempt, of course, to lead as they go into the Wilson hairpin, or towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. People still, like myself, referring to it by the old name as well. We'll come back to that in a minute, because it is Jack Noller leading from Adam Sparrow, with Luke Pullen in 3rd place. Everybody making a good, decent start, and I think very thankful for the conditions that are much, much better today, as we see the number 11 car, Ryan Margulis, who is I think a late entry. He's not on my original entry list, down towards the back of the field. And this is resumption of racing that we saw yesterday, and immediately we get some action as Adam Sparrow looks to the outside run. That might have been more popular yesterday in the wet, maybe a tad more grip wider yesterday, not the case today. A little bit of bundling going on midfield. Through the shot goes 45 Graham Rumsey, I had the pleasure of talking to this morning, and Graham keen to get racing for his 2nd race of the weekend. Long wait for these guys to get out on track, and some big sort-outs going on, including the 43 car there as well. So here we go with the race leaders coming onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. 77 is Steve Foden, looking to try and make up some ground. So we'll see what he can do. 75 there is Thomas Langford. Langford starting to put a bit of pressure on, but it's a good start from the outside of the front from Jack Noller. Maybe there is still a little bit of an advantage to starting off the front. It was a decent hookup by Adam Sparrow. Steve Foden up into 3rd place, so from 5th on the grid. And Foden, I think, is going to be there and challenging. So a couple of have Jack Moody, one of the guest drivers at the back of the field. So we've got some additions to the programme which I didn't pick up on yesterday, and it is the 27 car getting stuck in. Ted Bradbury joining the front group as well. So Ted Bradbury, who started down in 8th place, has been a regular on the podium, still chasing his first win. We'll fancy the dry conditions here. The teenager, I think the youngest driver in the championship. Here they come across the line to complete the first lap, and they'll go on to the first flyer, down towards Riches again. A couple of drivers break ranks. In those is Luke Pullen, who looks down the inside. Pullen won't get the momentum. Bradbury goes up into 3rd place. So they cross the line. Jack Noller being pushed back down the order a little bit. Sideways moment there for Jack Moody in the 544 car. Collected it up pretty well, but of course if you're going slightly sideways, you're not going forwards. So that will scrub a little bit of momentum off the car. Thankfully, all of them at the moment, we hold our breath as they go into the hairpin. Yep, all hang on. No straight ons as we had yesterday. There's Clive Chisnell in 67. Great liveries on some of these cars. If you're watching on the stream, do come to one of our race meetings and watch it on the stream afterwards as Ted Bradbury challenges now for 2nd position on the inside of Luke Pullen. Very neat. That was a textbook move, you have to say. Textbook sometimes can mean boring, but no, it's a good move as we watch Steve Foden still trying to get in the mix as well. Ted Bradbury is now up to P2. So Bradbury, the man chasing the race lead here, I wouldn't say looked out of sorts in the wet, but it caught quite a lot of drivers out, to be absolutely fair, as Adam Sparrow continues to lead this one. The pole position man getting back ahead of Jack Noller as they come onto the main straight again. The gap was 0.2 of a second after lap number 1. Jason Greatrex has made progress. He's up to 6th position from 12th on the grid, as now we've got retirement there. Can't eyeball who that is because I don't know the number. Again, Andy McEwen knows all these off by heart. I don't, unfortunately, not having commentated on the races for these all season. We'll try and pick up who the retirement is when they come round and complete things. But there was a challenge ongoing out on track. I've got a frozen screen at the minute. Okay, so unfreezes and we are back racing with Adam Sparrow out front. Now, where is Ted Bradbury? He is still there, not as close as he was earlier on in the lap. So Bradbury's still challenging hard. Luke Pullen is in 3rd. Steve Foden there in 33 is our top master, Jason Greatrex, who's really making super progress through the field. And Jason, one of those masters that you get in many other forms of motor racing. I made the point yesterday, one of those drivers who probably doesn't deserve to be in the masters category. He can really hold his own with the top runners as Ted Bradbury now takes over in lead position from Adam Sparrow. So Adam has now got to try and fight back to gain that 3rd victory of the season if he can do it. Ted Bradbury, I remind you, looking for his 1st win in the championship. The teenager, I said at Silverstone when we interviewed him for the first time that you'd need to make a note of the name because he's going to go further and further up the ladder, and just at 16 years of age coming into racing, could have maybe gone into junior formally. I think it's a smart move coming into Mazda's because he's learning a heck of a lot about rear-wheel drive car control, good close racing, and with seasoned, sensible, on the whole, mature drivers. It's a really good learning environment for a youngster, and for him to be the only one at his age doing that, he's making making the others miss a trick, I've got to say, and he's learning great racecraft here. So Adam Sparrow, the chaser. Luke Pullen still in 3rd place. We dipped down the order a little bit. Bill Taylor in the 144 car, one of our guest drivers, finished in 20th yesterday. So lower reaches of the top 20 all getting stuck in and having some good racing as we go back to the race lead, coming on to the Bentley straight once again. Not a huge amount to choose between the top 3, say top 4. Steve Foden a little bit off colour again. He's away in 5th place, but could still make this a quintet by the end of the race as they come down the straight in towards the Brundle-Nelson complex. Left-hander at Brundle, flick round to the right. Good overtaking opportunity. Yesterday we saw lots of drivers managing to hook the cars around the outside line and make up positions. There's 21, Chris Malloy, privateer entry rather than with one of the many teams that are racing here. And that's 144 of Bill Taylor having a look around the outside. It's going to give us an example of how you can still do it in the dry. Snetterton, it's one of the places there that if you hang the car around the outside, you can grab the inside for the second part of the Brundle-Nelson complex and then make up the position on the inside. But then you could get somebody coming and having a sweep at you on the outside. as the race leaders make their way through Murray's corner, the final corner on the lap, and we'll run up to the flag again. And it's going to be Ted Bradbury who will show, I think, as lap leader as they cross the line. So, yes, he does get a lap lead under his belt. Not that that counts for points or anything like that. Adam Sparrow, though, is trying to close in. Luke Pullen in third. Jack Noller still there in fourth. This is the point of the race. Sure, we're only 3 laps in, but we're very nearly at half distance. And sometimes you get the sort of frantic activity at the start of the race. Then it settles down for a little bit, and then the drivers start to get in their heads that maybe they're running out of laps and want to start putting their plans together. Steve Foden, I fancy, is maybe a little bit closer to the top 4 than he was on the previous lap, and if they all get embroiled with each other, Foden could come in here at last knockings and nick a podium, or very possibly a win. We'll see how that pans out. 6th position is Jason Greatorex. 7th position is Tom Langford, who started on the front row of the grid. And 8th place is Levi Aisbett, who really impressed us yesterday in the wet. And this looks like another good race for the Go For It livery car. And there he is at the back of this group, with Greatorex at the front of the group. Thomas Langford busy chasing him in blue and white. With Chisnall in the mix as well, as they head up towards Oggie's corner. But we rejoin the front runners who are making their way out of the infield section of circuit here on the 300 circuit. 300, of course, equates to just under 3 miles for a lap. It's a long lap for the drivers, and it gives the guys a good workout. I was talking to some rookie drivers here at the touring car meeting, saying that, yeah, there's an awful lot to learn here. But as a result, it's a good, challenging track, and many drivers do like it. Seasoned drivers like the layout as well, because it's basically not a boring track. It is flat, but it is plenty of corners and very challenging for people. Ted Bradbury runs a tad wide. Adam Sparrow maybe a little bit tidier there. Still Luke Pullen in third place. Steve Foden definitely beginning to reel them in now. And I think it's the top 3. Jack Noller a little bit adrift. Maybe Jack will be having a look at his mirrors at Steve Foden, the man who's won the most races so far this year. William Chadwick involved in chase here in the 88 car. He's chasing the 544 of Jack Moody. So those two having a good race. This is the battle for the lead, though. They pass the pit lane. They'll come up across the stripe now. And this is where you sometimes see the cars begin to break ranks and have a go. What is Adam Craig going to do? Thought he was going to have a look to the outside, but Ted Bradbury is grabbing the line that he wants. Bradbury at the moment doesn't look like a man under a lot of pressure. For the youngster, he seems to be able to soak this up superbly. Steve Foden is not superb, though, and just runs off. Far from happy. He was trying to make the lead battle a quintet, and that really is not happening at the moment. He's driving his socks off, as ever he does, Steve Foden. And 5th place points, you know, again, as we said yesterday, not going to be disaster for him, but he's used to being up the front. He's used to being on the top step of the podium, to be absolutely fair. So let's have a look at some other drivers. Harry Storer there in the 17. Round about midfield as the leaders come down into Agostini, the hairpin once again. Jack Noller is getting his skates on and starting to put the pressure now on Luke Pullen for third. So do we look at the battle first and second? Now look at Noller. He's come out there. That's not a challenge as such, but the build up to a challenge, because he's looking to get the wide line into that corner and maybe carry momentum around towards the Hamilton and Williams corners as we again just dip back. You've got Richard Wotton there being chased by Chris Malloy. Good battle of gaggle of cars all getting stuck in. 16th, 17th and 18th position, as you can see on the timing screen. And Kevin Dengate in the AB Motorsport 178 car. It's nice to have a chat with Ali Bray, a brief chat this morning with Ali, and Ali was one of many drivers, I think, concerned with the conditions yesterday, and absolutely nothing wrong with that. Ali's quote was, you know, sometimes you look at the conditions and think, well, I want to go home, we've got a family at home and we all want to go home safely, and we all echo that, which is a great sentiment for a driver to have. As we pass the Marshalls Post on the back straight, and the 37 car at the moment has the better. Tim Dorr has the better of this battle. Tim was second in the Masters. Have a quick look down and see where Tim is at the moment, with Kevin Dengate having a good go around the outside. So this battle for second place in the Masters class, the second position at the moment held by the yellow and green car of Tim Dorr, and Kevin Dengate in red is going to try and go for the burn up round the outside at Coram. That's brave in any formula, but these guys do know how to race with each other. They respect each other. And at the moment, second, third in the Masters stays as they are. So good battle. Dengate finally gets it done and ahead of Tim Dorr. So Dorr will no doubt try and fight back and get that second position back, but they're a long way down on Jason Greatorex. We've got, looks like track limits warnings going out for a driver, because I can only see one number on the display board, the laser display board we should probably call it, as number 3 car Richard Wotton. It's not a laser display board, is it? Those of you who are maybe avid listeners of I'm sorry I haven't a clue, will know the reference there. No, we haven't got any letters from Mrs. Trellis of North Wales. There is Steve Foden. Steve Foden is reeling them in again. So he's very clearly quick, Foden. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far as well, in 5th position. So Foden with a 2:21.585, and he just had that little off. So and offs are generally when a driver just goes over the edge or pushes things a little bit too far. But ultimately it means that Steve is really going for it. Here's second and third in the Masters. So it's Kevin Dengate at the moment from Tim Dorr. The back of the group, we've got the 144 car of Bill Taylor, one of our guest drivers, and they're all stuck in. And the two Masters could probably do without the other cars getting in the mix, and Tim Dorr will want to get back in front and try and get another P2. As I say, he's away from the leader of the Masters, as the race leader's back with us here. So coming through Nelson, Ted Bradbury is under massive pressure. Oh, and he's managing to lose Adam Sparrow a little bit through that corner. Again, we'll see Jack Noller hasn't been able to put a challenge into Luke Pullen, so much less place changes in the dry conditions than we had in the wet yesterday, with just under 6 minutes to go. So we're very nearly 3/4 of the way through our second race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5s, the Mark 1 Championship, the longest running championship of all of the Mazda titles that we run. Here's the Kevin Dengate, Tim Dorr battle again, and having a little moment off track goes Chris Malloy. He rejoins very well indeed in front of Bill Taylor, having lost a bit of momentum. Confirmation of Steve Foden's fastest lap is on screen. Second, third and fourth getting closer now, and Ted Bradbury, is this the time where we start to speculate about a first career win in car racing for Ted Bradbury? He's breaking the toe, he's getting away. Second, third and fourth are beginning to get embroiled in their own battle, and that will glue them together. Ted's got the opportunity here to break clear. Thomas Langford goes through. There is Neil Chisnell. Chisnell up ahead of Levi Aisbett, so they will continue their battle. And here are the leaders again, coming down into the hairpin. Ted Bradbury can pretty much at the moment, I would say, pick his line. I said earlier, he didn't look under huge pressure, to be perfectly honest. Good stuff there. Noller now, of course, back into third ahead of Luke Pullen. Missed that as they crossed the line. And Steve Foden has joined that group. Who fancies Steve Foden here for a podium? Fastest lap, and he's been picking them away bit by bit and closing in. Jack Noller is closing in on Adam Sparrow now for a potential nibble at second position. Noller, remember, second yesterday. Sparrow, yesterday's winner. And Ted Bradbury, who started 8th, is away and down the road. Foden closing in now on Luke Pullen, whose car may be going off a little bit. Oh, and off goes Tim Dorr, spinning away any hope of, I think, second position. Yeah, it is hope gone of second position in the Masters, because very clearly Kevin Dengate will be away and down the road. Well, whether Tim will be able to recover for third place in class or not remains to be seen. I've got a feeling that Chris Malloy, who we saw in the mud sprayed car earlier on, will now assume that third position in class. So back through goes Thomas Langford. Langford still up ahead of Jason Greatorex. The Stripey 24 of Ollie Graham, the Autotest TSW car. As now Ted Bradbury here. I think Ted Bradbury is being caught again. So here they come across the line. We've got 3 minutes 22 to go, probably 2 more laps. Black and white flags in evidence, just as a reminder to everybody not to impinge on track limits. And they cross the line again. Bradbury from Adam Sparrow, and Sparrow is closing in again. Not quite close enough to have a challenge. Jack Noller, as we see, when you get the camera angle at 90 degrees onto the side of the cars, you see the gap. Now as Steve Foden looking around the outside of Luke Pullen to try and get into 4th place. Is Foden going to manage that? Hasn't done it yet. He's going to flick back to the inside, but that's the wrong side of the track. It'll give him the outside at Palmer. Look at Luke Pullen giving each other room. This is good racing between the pair of them. Proper racing. One gets a nose in front, then the other returns the favour, and Foden is going to complete the move on the outside. You don't see that very often, and that was good stuff by Steve Foden. Great racing as well from Luke Pullen. The battle for the lead is on though, and Adam Sparrow is having a look around the outside. Again, this is brave stuff from Sparrow. Might potentially leave the door open for Jack Noller, and those guys, as we've said, battling with each other. There is a gap back to 4th and 5th at the minute, but that may get negated as Ted Bradbury will no doubt now have to go a little bit defensive. The gap that the leader had has been eked away, and Adam Sparrow has got his head down, maybe stopped looking in his mirror at Jack Noller, who was clearly challenging for 2nd position and has now got back on the case. And Sparrow, the championship leader, chasing Ted Bradbury, who will be maybe beginning to think about his first win, runs a little bit wide on the exit of Williams Corner now as they come down the straight once again. The long straight, almost a bit of respite here for the drivers after a busy lap, but of course they're absolutely focused on what they're doing. So too is Adam Sparrow, who looks to the outside run. We've already seen passes on the outside as they come into Brundle and Nelson. Can he do it? They're side by side. Bradbury's respecting him, and now Sparrow's got the inside run, but look at Jack Noller climbing up, and Bradbury runs wide. He will lose a bit of momentum, and Jack Noller, with all of his experience in sim racing, will read the racecraft here and pop the car up the inside. And Bradbury, who was on course, I thought, for his first win, finds himself down in 3rd position with 1 minute 11 on the clock. And suddenly in the closing stages, the race bursts into life as we predicted it would. But look at Bradbury. He's got back into the lead. Is he going to outbrake himself though at Murray's Corner? Adam Sparrow was in the lead. He's in the middle. He's the meat in the sandwich now as they go past the pit entrance. And we get a change of lead again as they come up towards the line. This is fantastic racing. It will be 1 more lap to go, 50 seconds on the clock. And as they cross the line, it's Bradbury on the inside, Jack Noller on the outside. And as predicted, Steve Foden has joined them in the 77 car. 3 becomes 4. Big sideways wobbly moment there for the 4th place car as they went into the turn. Now here we come. It's Bradbury back in front. He lost the lead. He was down to 3rd very briefly. 5-car pack for lead position. A little bit of a gap back to our leader of the Masters, Jason Greatrex. Up towards us comes the 17. There is Harry Storer in one of the many Go For It cars that makes his way around Riches, but the lead battle now, of course, is out of Palmer. And Foden goes out, looks at the outside run here. The inside is covered by Bradbury. It's also covered by Adam Sparrow. And what can Steve Foden do here as they head out of Agostini? Short straight, down to Oggies. Is there a gap on the inside? Sparrow's looking for it, and he's going to try and go. And has he got it now? Because the next turn they come up to is going to be the right-hander. Bradbury's on the grass, gets crossed up, dab on the brakes. Here comes Jack Noller down the inside. And round the outside of one of them goes Steve Foden into 3rd. Foden going through then, up into a potential podium position. Noller has now got the 27 of Luke Pullen all over the back of him. They've all got to take their chances, and do that they did as they come back towards us again. What a race we've had from initially the top 3. It became 4 and then it became 5. Foden back in 3rd. It's Adam Sparrow who's shown terrific racecraft here, who leads it from Ted Bradbury. Heading now down into Bombhold for the last time. There they go through that little dip out towards Coram. It's all going to be about how they make their way through Murray's Corner, I think, because there's no challenges going on at the moment. Bradbury, though, starting to build momentum. He's going to be looking for a gap on the inside, and he's got it. He muscles his way through. Bradbury back in front, but can he keep the momentum going? Steve Foden crucial for the championship there, side by side with Adam Sparrow. And Ted Bradbury's going to get his first win in the Gaz Shocks Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. Out goes the checker, Bradbury. Second position, Steve Foden just ahead of Adam Sparrow. Jack Noller, Luke Pullen in fifth. The Masters class win will go to Jason Greatrex in the 33 car. What a superb race. Tom Langford was next up from Levi Aisbet from 6th down to 8th, but again a good strong finish from him once again. Jack Moody came through for the next position, Ollie Graham wrapping up the top 10, but a little bit of Mazda history being made there with a maiden race win for Ted Bradbury, the youngster. I hope he's got a line ready for his first win, the teenager. Again, I said it at Silverstone when he was on the podium in his first meeting. I think it was his first car race actually he made it onto the podium. That, you know, you need to make a note of the name and remember it, even more so now he's taken that first win. And to my mind, when youngsters come in and win straight away, there is Steve Foden, who came through for a superb second position. Foden, I thought he was finished when he had that wide moment, but he fought back. Brilliant driving from him. Marshall's appreciating it, and the crowd here today. You just saw Clive Chisnell going through and waving, and every driver gets a little bit of applause. Such an English thing, isn't it? I think the biggest example of it is when you watch the racing at Thruxton, and every driver is applauded at the grandstand on the last corners, and I know everybody here at Snetterton today will wave and appreciate the driver's efforts. But Ted Bradbury, a maiden win. A little bit of history in the making there. That youngster is going to make waves in motorsport for sure. And can't wait to hear the interview with Rob Lewis. I think there's another race on now because Mark Werrell, the circuit commentator, is going to be nipping down and racing Rob. I think we'll have a commentator's race a little bit later on. I won't be in it because it will be a pit lane race. I think Mark Werrell's winning. Is Mark winning? Oh, no, actually, I think Rob's already down there. So, checkered flag being waved on the last of our runners, just coming up now. So, round 14 of the championship. 14 races it's taken Ted to get that win. That sounds negative of me saying it like that, but there's an actual plus point because that youngster has learned and learned and learned and takes his first win. There it is. Steve Foden comes through for second position and fastest lap. Cracking drive from Steve. And Jack Noller, who was up there at the front many times as well. So too was Adam Sparrow. And indeed Luke Pullen, who was part of that very entertaining quintet. Masters win for Jason Greatrex. He was next up. Here's confirmation of 11 to 20. Chisnell, Mills, Chadwick, Storer, Dengate, Chris Malloy, Michael Green, Richard Wotton, Tom Mallet 19th and Bill Taylor in 20th. 21st was Tim Dorr, who recovered well. Then Graham Rumsey from Clive Chisnell and Tim Storer. Ryan Margulis next up from Jonathan Fieldsend, Simon Privet and Simon Browning. Those two together still. Will they be later on? Adam Craig, no time, very sadly. And it's a long lap here, isn't it, at Snetterton for slowing down. But I can see we've got victorious cars making their way down pit lane, and Ted Bradbury will be collecting his thoughts. He's going to be put into position by Charlotte White, who applauds with the other pit lane officials and teams that are there. And I'm going to hand down now to Rob Lewis for our first winners interview today with a first-time winner. And that is Ted Bradbury. Over to you.
Well,
Rob.
Richard, that was absolutely outstanding Mazda MX-5 racing, and a very jubilant Ted Bradbury steps out the car. Ted, that was probably one of the best Mazda MX-5 races I've certainly seen. The top 5 covered by 0.7 seconds. First of all, your thoughts on that great win?
Yeah, it was a tough race. I got a good start. To be honest, I got into the lead and then I made a mistake on the last lap. I knew I had to get it back. I saw the gap in the last corner, I just went for it.
There's something about these Mazda MX-5s, isn't there?
Yeah, it's amazing. The way they handle is just amazing. Like, I went into the Fun Cup car and they're a lot easier to drive than these. Like, it's just proof that this grid has a lot of talent in it. So yeah.
Certainly some talented drivers there. I'll shake your hand. Congratulations on a great win. I'll let you get your kit off and go see your team. So that's our winner of the first race, Ted Bradbury. An outstanding drive there. Steve Foden is just being interviewed by circuit commentator
One more race to go, so.
Mark Werrell. So I'm going to hopefully grab a chat with Jack Noller.
What was? I don't know. I still don't know.
So I'll come to it. So I've actually got it. Ted Bradbury obviously first,
Yes.
Steve Foden second, Jack Noller third, Adam Sparrow fourth, Luke Pullen fifth.
What a race.
That was unreal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I sort of wished it would have been one lap less because that would have been a win, but what a race. What a race. That was so close. There was a lot of bumping towards the end as that was going on, but oh my word. You can see mine and Luke's cars are full of dirt from all of that, but oh, it was so close. Cutbacks. I mean, it's the damp. It's what do you be careful on? I had a good start, but at the end of lap 1, I was caught in the middle where there's a massive puddle. So I have to brake early and then the two of them go flying by. But it is what it is. I fought my way back up. I was like, just don't be the first one Foden catches. Just don't be the first one Foden catches. And then that was logical the way through. And then those last 2 laps were something else entirely. So
It was certainly some of the best racing you can ever come across. The fact the top 5 are covered by 0.7 seconds at the end.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. It was just, you could see it coming. Ted was sending it the last few corners each time, and it is what it is. Like and just try and get the cut back when they do. And Steve had a bit more momentum than Adam out of the last corner, so I pushed him, and by the looks of it, I got P3. I think his team thinks he got P3, but I'm going off of what you say, so I'm going to take that. So very, very close at the end. Oh my God.
I'm just going from the TSL timing sheet, so I'm just the messenger.
No, so if we go from the timing, we'll go from that. So fingers crossed that stands. I guess they might say something, but fingers crossed it stands, but not quite a win, but what a race. That must have been something else to watch.
Fantastic race there. Congratulations on a fine result. Brilliant Mazda MX. I mean, you can see the dirt on these cars. I'll just get Jeremy, our cameraman, to pan around. The dirt on these cars from where they've sort of been flying off everywhere. Now, where's Steve Foden disappeared to? I'm going to see if I can grab a word with Steve Foden. You are wanted indeed. Steve Foden, that was... If you wanted an advert for Mazda MX-5 racing, that was it, right?
Absolutely. That's, I think I've said this a couple of times on the podium before, that was the best race of the season so far. I think, credit to everybody for keeping it clean, and we've got one more race to go, so hopefully same again.
Well, the cars, I don't know about clean in terms of the cars needing a wipe down. There's a bit of dirt on them.
Yeah. I mean, obviously before the race we were like, how quickly is it going to dry? And thankfully it did dry quite quickly, and it made for a really exciting race. It was a little bit damp in a couple of places, but it just makes the entertainment even more enjoyable. The
one thing I noticed as well, especially with the tow, the long straights here at Snetterton, it's quite a blustery day. Does the tow become that much more effective?
Yeah. I mean, of all circuits, I think this is probably the towiest circuit of them all, particularly on the back straight. You need that good exit, and I was trying to do that when I was catching the pack of 4 in front, just trying to keep in their toe and just slowly catchy. And then once I caught them, it was just a case of, right, how can we go about this the best way and try and get the best result for the team.
Fantastic. And one more race today. Let's hope it's like this one, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say a big thanks to Dave. He's in Poland at the minute in Krakow. He's at UDC, and Rock Oil in Cheshire Riding School, and Rob Boston Racing as always for supporting the car.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a fine podium, Steve. Some fine racing. I've got to talk to Adam Sparrow. Adam, we've gone from the norm. We normally talk to all the podium and get everything in. The fact the top 5 were covered by 0.7 seconds, we had to talk to all 5 of you. How was that race for you?
It was good, although I would prefer a little bit more room to be left. I'm alongside and then I get pushed onto the grass. Isn't great, but there we go. That's racing, I guess. But yeah, pace was really good. I made a couple of mistakes and managed to close back up to the back. So, but yeah. There was some good racing in there, and there wasn't much between us.
Well, 0.7 seconds covering the top 5. I think what it's done is produced a great advert that Mark 1 Mazda MX-5's racing ain't going nowhere yet.
Yeah, it is a great advert. It's so close at the front, so many talented drivers. I also like to say massive thank you BC Cars Motorsport, the Cars Mint, and all the support from Portco GB.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the fine results, and more of the same later on. Now I'm hoping to find our 5th driver in that gag. There he is. Search all around the places and you come across 5 MX-5 drivers. It's trying to herd them together. That's the problem. It's like herding sheep. we decided to interview the top 5 purely because that was one of the most entertaining Mazda races you could probably have. The 5 of you were covered by 0.7 seconds. From your point of view, Luke, how was that?
Oh, it was mental. It was just probably as hectic in the car as it looked on the stream. Yeah, just massive fighting the whole time pretty much. I remember early stages of the race, we sort of broke away as a top 3, and then obviously Steve got involved later on, and I think so, yeah, Ted, Steve, me, Adam and Jack, and it was just super hard racing, loads and loads of fun, and difficult to navigate some parts of the track where it's a little bit wet offline as well, which just added to it.
I think what it's done as well with the tow really coming into effect with the high winds just proved that Mazda MX-5 racing isn't going anywhere yet. Certainly not the Mark ones.
Not the Mark ones. Yeah, I think there's been a couple rounds this year that have been like a little bit of a procession at times, but yeah, you get races like this, and I think we're going to get a lot more of these this season. Like you rightly say, I think single mate championships, Mark 1 MX-5s here to stay, because that was heaps of fun. I'm 5th and it feels like I got 3rd, just buzzing off a bit.
Fantastic. Well, you didn't quite get the result today, but you've got one more race later on. Still a great result, 5th place, and hopefully aim for the podium later.
That's the dream. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Right, it's time to hand back to Richard John Neal. Now, we've heard from 5 ecstatic drivers. 5 can't quite go into 3. Richard's going to talk to you about the rest of our programming today while we've got the qualifying session out on circuit for the C1s.
Well done, Rob. Top job. Podium and a half from Rob Lewis down there in Victory Lane. And yeah, let's tell you a little bit about the rest of the day. We've still got more racing to come, so we'll see you later. No, I'm joking. It's all right, we'll do a full rundown. A little bit of a break from us in terms of live coverage, because we've got the Silverlake C1 Endurance qualifying, which is going out. We have a little bit later on the 3rd race of the weekend after qualifying for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. So if you don't want to watch Rob doing interviews, and we perfectly understand that, you can switch off and go and get a cup of tea. But be back with us at 25 to 11 for the Super Cup race. That's when we'll be back racing again. And Brscc have been sticklers for the timing. So if you join us then, you shouldn't miss anything. We've then got the CityCar Cup Championship race for the Peugeot, Igos and C1s. And that will be on track around about 10 past 11. And we wrap things up for the morning with the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. So the guys that we've just interviewed will be going back to the paddock to clean the mud off, wipe down bruised egos if there are any, think about drinking champagne, the top 5 who did such a great race there, basically get ready for the last non-endurance race of the day, and that will kick off at 11:40. We then go into a lunch break, and we'll be back this afternoon at 1 o'clock with our 5-hour Silverlake C1 Endurance Series race. They're coming out for qualifying, but we thought rather than show you the qualifying, we'd get a little bit deeper into the paddock and give you some background interviews, which Rob was compiling for us yesterday. So great pleasure to introduce these interviews. Hope you find them useful, and we'll see you for some live racing once again in a few minutes' time.
Okay, so here with Rob Welsh, who of course I normally help cover the C1 Series, and you're here with the C1 Series this weekend, yes. But it's also the return of Raw Motorsport. First of all, what is Raw Motorsport?
Raw Motorsport is actually my motorsport preparation business, which is actually my real job. And yeah, build, prepare race cars, do all that kind of usual fun stuff, and do a bit of racing as well.
Well, speaking of doing a bit of racing, so obviously we're here on a Saturday morning. You're here a day early because you're racing in the SuperSport Endurance later. Tell us a bit about how this came about.
Just something to do today. Literally, we got BPC, we've got loads of cars out in the C1, and I was speaking to Josh and Jack a couple of weeks ago. I was saying, what are you doing with that Fiesta that we had to go in at Silverstone at Club Sport? I don't know, sat in the workshop. I was like, will it do SuperSport? Because they're on Saturday and we can have a bit of a race. So we just decided to do some SuperSport with it. I don't know what class it's in, and we're massively underprepared, but we're just going to have a lot of fun.
And that's what it's all about. And I've got to speak as a fellow Ford nut. You're probably one of your first times out racing in a Ford. How was that?
Well, it's been a typical Ford. To be fair, every time I've got in it, it has broken, which has been great. So to be fair, it didn't break the first time, but I only got 2 laps. It started raining. And then yesterday on my second go, I did 3 laps and it cut out, and we spent about 5 hours last night trying to chase it all down, which was a bad earth. So I hate cars again now, which is good.
Fantastic start, as you mean to go on, Rob. Right, let's talk C1s this weekend. 35 cars on the grid for Sunday. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, really looking forward to it again. C1s at Snetterton, it's a track that shouldn't really work. It's you know, a couple of big straights, and some straights in the middle, and you think, oh, you know, it's got to be a power circuit surely, but it does really work as a circuit for them. It's really technical, it's fast, it's technical, and the cars really respond to it very well. There's a good amount of room, so the racing is normally very good, and just love the circuit. Good facilities, garages, everything we need. Good host, Rob Lewis, the guy who does a good commentary spiel.
Never heard of him.
No, so no, it's just really good fun. Looking forward to it a lot.
Fantastic. Well, have fun today, Rob, and we'll catch you on the live stream later.
Thanks, Rob. Good luck. Cheers.
Thanks, dude. And I've popped down to Pure Track Racing, who are out in the Megan this weekend. Guys, you're earning the beer money effectively for the team this weekend, because where are the owners?
Well, they're gallivanting off on holiday. They're in Tenerife as we speak, sitting by the pool, drinking pina coladas.
Sending us pictures with beer in hand and on the sun lounges and visiting various places where it's sunny. So yeah, we're getting the updates of their holiday and we're giving them updates of working here. So yeah.
Now, you could be really cruel and send them back pictures of some broken car parts. Nothing to do with the car, but really put them on edge, right?
No, we wouldn't do that because it might be seal our fate this weekend. But no, we're hoping for a good weekend this weekend. We had a reasonable, good testing session yesterday morning. So.
Yeah, no real issues. So we're really looking forward to just having a reliable car getting us around for 2 hours. So far, so good.
What's the game plan with that? Because obviously a 2-hour race, it's a very... I mean, Jason, you've raced sprint races, you've raced for years. You're probably one of the most well-known faces in club motorsport, in particular with the Ford side of things. But what's the mindset change involved with endurance racing?
Basically, you've just got to have a bit of a plan before you go out for the 2 hours. We've obviously got to get the fuel stops right. We've got 2 pit stops, so we've said if there's a safety car in my first hour stint, we'll come in, get our some fuel on board, go back out, and then when it's Graham, we do the driver change after an hour. Graham goes out, and then we'll come back in for a fuel change at some point in that hour, just to stop the car up for when another safety car comes in.
Yep. And absolutely making sure we make the most of the 3 minutes. We actually get out within a 3-minute window each time, which I think we've got nailed now. So we're happy about that. We've actually managed to get the fueling, the churns working in such a way that we can actually get them 20 litres in 30 seconds, which is very handy. So
and that is genuinely part of the game in endurance racing. A lot of what happens out on track is nullified by the work in the pit stops.
Yeah, completely. It was, I think it was the first race actually at Snetterton, first time out. We had to do a 3rd pit stop, and that lost us a place because of it. It was just an unscheduled because the back end was slippy, because some CV grease had slipped out onto the back tyres, which wasn't great. Hopefully we won't repeat that today, but yeah, that one stop made all the difference. So if we can just do 2 stops, make it work really well, be quick, efficient, we'll be up there.
Fantastic. Well, good luck, guys, and good luck in the race later. We'll catch you on the live stream.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I've actually grabbed a mechanic from the WRC developments team. This is Finley. He's actually also involved in a CityCar Cup. He goes to the university that runs one of the City Cup cars. You've got a bit of a busy weekend this weekend, Finn, because you're running this BMW Compact for Adam Reed and David Drinkwater, and you're also running the 318 WRC developments car.
Yeah, so I'm running this car, the WRC developments car, helping with the uni as well, and maybe them as well, just 2 other needs a hand. But yeah, a lot of cars, but yeah, should be a good weekend, and yeah.
It's a great race weekend on a BRSCC package, though. Lots of varied racing.
Yeah, there's a lot of action this weekend. A lot of MX-5s as well.
Yeah.
There's the Mark 1s, I think Mark 3s, is it? Yeah, I was having a look at them as well. Might have a look at having a go in one. Very good grids, good action, and great driving.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get this car to scrutineer, and obviously it's a bit of a hectic morning here on a Saturday, so we'll let you crack on.
Yeah. Thank you, Rob. See you in a bit.
Cheers. And I've managed to grab Paul Hinson, who is probably, I'm going to put this as simple as possible, one of the most entertaining drivers in the SuperSport endurance field. Certainly, whenever we see you, the car's sideways on the limit. The battle you had with Andy Mollison at Silverstone was fantastic. How's your season gone so far?
To be honest, it's gone much better than expected. You know, SuperSport's a competitive series. We've got 3 class wins, 2 fastest laps, Unfortunately, Andy Mollison beat me by 0.02 seconds with the fastest lap at Silverstone, but it's going really well. Car's reliable and just seems to be getting faster and faster. So yeah, looking forward to hopefully a bit of rain today because I've not tested it in the rain yet. So it'll be nice to get out there and see how tail end happy it is in the rain.
So if the rain does come, what's the game plan?
Probably soften it up a little bit. We've got some full wets as well, so if it really nails it down, we'll put them on. If not, we've got some intermediate dry tyres as well, which we'll stick on. But it's just trying to sort of keep off that racing line, try and find some sticky tarmac, as sticky as wet tarmac can be, and yeah, just send it as usual.
Send it as usual. I love that, Paul. I mean, tell us a bit about the car itself. Is it developed from an original Compact Cup car?
Yeah, so I built the car in 2012 after finishing the MR2 Championship, and had that as a Compact Cup spec 1.9 up until about 2020, and then decided to turn it to a 3 litre. So I put an M54 engine in, and yeah, that's pretty much it. It's been developed over the last 2 years. We've put fiberglass stuff on, bigger wheels, bigger tyres, and I think we've got it to a place now where now it's got its wings and its aero. It's pretty much there. But it was Robin Welsh that helped me to build it as well from Raw Motorsport. He sort of put the engine in and got it initially on its way, and I developed it on since then. Yeah, he's does the BMW side of things pretty well, does Robin Welsh? He does, and actually he's in Club Monet. He's come to have a go at me this weekend, so I'm looking forward to having a battle with him. I think he's got a Fiesta ST240, so that should be a good scrap actually, hopefully.
Well, it's Mazda time with a absolutely packed schedule this weekend for the Mazdas. I had to come down and chat to Ali Bray. Ali, how's your weekend gone so far? You had testing yesterday.
Yeah, it's gone really well. We had a lot of pace here last year, so sort of want to start off where we finished off last year. Turned up yesterday with the car exactly how it was last year, and it felt nothing like it did. So yeah, had to work at it. Bit off the pace this morning, in the morning, and by the time it came to the afternoon sessions, it came together, and yeah, hopefully we can lay it down this morning and see what we got.
What changed though if you're running with the same setup? Was it the condition of the track or maybe different tyres?
Yeah, different set of tyres. The track was very green yesterday, and this place does change a fair bit. But the championship's so competitive, like everyone's just pushing and pushing and pushing, and we just seem to get quicker every year. I mean, Aidan's got pace to burn, I'm sure, and yeah, it's all just sort of follow the leader and try and keep up where everyone's changing every single meeting.
So now you're all set up and ready to go. Game plan for this weekend?
Pole it and win all 3 races. That's the aim.
I have a feeling if I ask any driver that I'm just going to get that same answer.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, if you don't have that attitude, you've already lost. So no, I mean, the team and Mike Comber have done a fantastic job with the car. So we'll keep chipping away at it. Got a lot of support here. This is our local round, and no, looking forward to getting stuck in like usual.
Fantastic. Well, good to chat to you, Ali, and good luck in the Clapham North Mazda Super Cup Championship.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day. Thanks.
So here we have the Alex Jones Mazda Super Cup car, and I'm with the man himself, Alex Jones. Alex, how's the weekend so far? How was testing?
It wasn't the best of test days. Just trying to get back up to speed, and I was gradually getting better, and then mechanical failure in the last session wasn't great, but aiming to get through that and crack on with the weekend.
What was the mechanical failure?
Unfortunately I had a diff go.
Not the ideal place to have a diff go, particularly on the Snet 300 circuit.
I know, but lucky enough it happened just before it happened leading up to Oggies, so at probably the corner where you're going at the least amount of speed, so that was okay.
Well, you've had, let's call that a bit of good luck it mixed in with a bit of bad luck. Game plan going into the races this weekend?
So the game plan's to try and get as much forward as I can. Ideally, I'd like to be aiming along with the class battles with my teammates, but dependable on the weather, if we have a clean quali while dry, hopefully I can get in amongst it.
And just get stuck in.
Yeah.
So, plan for when the rain comes.
Stay on the black stuff.
All best laid plans, I'm sure, go out the window as soon as the wet stuff drops.
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you prepare. You'll be heading out for qualifying soon, but thanks for chatting to us, Alex.
Thank you.
And I've managed to pop into the awning of James Cossins, who's also getting ready to head out in the Clapham North MX-5 Super Cup. James, first of all, how's your season gone so far?
It's been a bit hit and miss. Beginning of the year was okay. Got a couple of good podiums. We've been consistent on the podiums. I'm just struggling to get the win. The biggest issue is, to be honest, it's me. I just not as consistent as I used to be at the minute. But yeah, I think just need to get my elbows out a bit more and just. Qualifying, actually, that's the thing where I'm lacking a little bit. I tend to be qualifying a lot further down on the grid, and then I'm spending the whole race driving up to where I should have qualified, and by that point, time's done, and start all over again for the next race. So my goal is to qualify a bit better, and hopefully I can start where I should have, and perhaps go for the win.
So game plan for this weekend is all on that qualifying session.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Although going around Snetterton, it's quite easy to overtake around here. Lots of opportunities. The wind's picking up as well, so towing opportunity in these cars, as we all know, is pretty unreal. So I think as long as I'm in with, maybe the top 5 or so, got a good chance of winning. And obviously, hopefully, I can stay as close to Aiden as much as possible.
Absolutely. Now, you say the wind's picking up, but it's also bringing with it some dark clouds in the distance. So if the wet stuff does decide to descend upon the circuit, what's your thoughts?
We like that. We like the wet here. Hills Motorsport loves the wet. We always go pretty good in the wet. I guess we just sort of close our eyes and turn and see what happens. But we always tend to go quite quick in the wet. So if the rain does come, bring it on. I'm looking forward to that.
I'll be seeing you doing some rain dances in the paddock.
Yeah, that's it. I'll be doing some twirls and I'll give you a high five if it works.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you crack on and prepare. I'm pretty sure they're about to call you up soon, but good luck today, James Cossins. Right, we've just avoided the queue for scrutineering going on, and I've popped in to see Amy Watts into immaculate PWR cars, ready to go in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Your dad's just in the background checking tyres, getting ready to go for qualifying. How's your weekend gone so far? You did test yesterday.
Yeah, it's going well. I mean, this is still quite new to me, I suppose, but getting to grips with the car, which is nice. Testing went well, managed to keep it on the track, which is lovely. But yeah, I'm feeling good. Don't know what the weather's saying. It'd be nice to have had a bit of wet testing yesterday, but the gods said no. But yeah, I'm feeling good.
What is the plan if the wet stuff does come?
Don't crash it. Don't crash it. We had a chat last night and we spoke about it, going to grab it by the scruff of the neck. So I don't quite know what that means, but it's in my head. I'm going to grab it by the scruff of the neck.
Fantastic. And the season so far, it's obviously been your first year in the Super Cup. It's a very competitive class. How's it gone so far for you?
I think everything's relative to how you drive. I mean, we'd all love to be at the front of the grid, and it has been a bit of like a culture shock coming into this series because it is really hard. I mean, they say it's one of the hardest club championships you can do, and we knew I was going to jump in the deep end because I'm completely new to rear-wheel drive, and the guys have been doing this for like 10 years. Most of them have done the Mark 1 series. So to begin with, I had to brace myself to not be doing that well. And so now I'm just looking at my personal times and if I'm coming further and further up the grid each time, which I am, which is nice. So I'm looking forward to this race to see if I've improved.
Fantastic. And obviously that's the game plan for today, is just look for that constant improvement.
Absolutely. I'm trying to mark myself against some other drivers and just basically picking ones further up the grid each time to try and keep up with them. But yeah, no, I'm feeling good. It'd be great to be sort of midfield. That'd be lovely this weekend. I'll see how we get on.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you prepare. I'm pretty sure they'll be calling you guys up for qualifying soon, but good luck in the races this weekend.
Thank you very much. See you guys later.
Right, we've descended down to the Parc Ferme area. The Gas Shocks Mazda Mark 1s have just been out on track. I'm here with Matt Fletcher. How was that qualifying session?
Yeah, couldn't ask for much more than that. It was really unknown. We all thought it was going to rain. We held out as long as possible, which meant that we lost a load of place getting out there. So we were sort of right behind the pack, but we made, being such a long circuit, it's quite nice because you can leave a bit of a gap and actually get. Well, I mean, I had clean air the whole time, so I couldn't have asked for much more than that. Naturally a tow would have helped a bit, but the fact that I got there without one is pretty encouraging. So yeah, very happy with that going into the races later.
Fantastic. I'll let you crack onto the weighbridge and maybe have a chat with you later on the live stream. Thanks, Matt.
So.
Another Mazda MX-5 driver here, the Mark. Well, these are great to race, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. Such good fun. So light and nimble, no power, so it's not like anyone can run away with it.
Yeah, we'll try not to get in the way. This car's frantically being moved for the weighbridge. How was that qualifying session for you?
Oh, that was absolutely mega. We finally got to the bottom of the engine issues, which was bogging me down all year. And it's an absolute rocket ship. Really fun to drive.
So what's the game plan going into this weekend?
Well, I'm sat right behind Matt on the grid, so if I'm quicker than him, pass him and drive away. If not, sit behind him, see where his weaknesses are and exploit it on the last lap.
That sounds like a good game plan to me. Any contingency plans if the wet stuff drops?
I love the wet anyway, so I have no issues. I'll be fast in that.
Fantastic. I'll let you crack onto the weighbridge. Have good fun today, and hopefully we'll catch you on the live stream later. And we've popped down and managed to grab Alan Hawkins in the back of the massive queue of cars in Parc Fermé for the Mark 1 MX-5s. Alan, how was that qualifying session for you?
It wasn't too bad. I didn't do any testing yesterday, so it was all learn on the job today in qualifying. But we got on the 4th row of the grid, so I'm happy with that. I mean, we've had trouble with the car the last 2 meetings handling-wise, but it's a lot better now. So, I mean, the last lap I was half second a lap quicker than I was, but I made a mistake on one of the bends. So, yeah, we lost all that half second.
And Snet 300, because of the size of the circuit, if you do make a mistake, it does cost you.
It does cost you a lot, yeah. One mistake on one bend you can lose a second in that lap. So, you know, you've got to get it right around here. It is a fast track.
Tell us a bit about, I love the livery on this car with all the puzzle pieces. Tell us a bit about why you're carrying this livery.
Well, the original reason I was carrying the livery, because for the last 30 years in different motorsports, I wanted to do this livery because I think it looks great. And also now we've done it, like sort of last couple of years, it is a sign of autism as well. And they use it as a logo, the jigsaw puzzle pieces, and my granddaughter's on the low scale of autism, so I'd like to support them, you know, any way I can. Sort of, you know, if one of the charities want to get in touch with me, they can, and sort of any racing we do next year, then we'll put their stickers on the car.
Fantastic, great, a great tribute actually. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's it's good. I love it. It's the most colourful car on the grid.
It certainly is that. Well, good luck, Alan, in the racing this weekend. Hopefully, we'll get to talk to you on the live stream.
Yeah, well, hopefully, yeah, later on.
Fantastic. Thanks, Alan.
Cheers.
And I've managed to grab Mike Close of Close Racing. Mike, you're running several cars in the MX-5s this weekend. How's your weekend gone so far?
It's been interesting. So we've got the 3 cars, and just a lot of mechanical failures yesterday and issues. So we're up until about 3 in the morning. Mechanics are a bit tired now, but it was worth it because the lad is, my front runner rather, has put it on second. So, and there's only 1/10 between him and pole position. So we're really happy with that.
What's the contingency plan when the wet stuff comes? It's due to fall.
You've never met our driver, have you? He likes the wet stuff. He's hoping.
He does.
He's hoping for it. So if it comes, that's fine by me.
Fantastic. And how's the season overall gone for you guys so far?
Yeah, we've had a bit of a blip in the middle. So the Brands Hatch was obviously a highlight for us, our first win. We had a little bit of a blip around Anglesey with, like I say, with Jordan, the front runner. But he's managed to claw back enough points to stay in the contention at the minute, and the lads around him in the championship, some of them aren't here this weekend, so that's doing us a favour. We need to make the most of that and get as much points out of this as we can.
Okay, I've managed to grab a chat with Andrew Dyer, who's just been out qualifying in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Andrew, how was that for you?
Yeah, not bad. Bit weird jumping in back in a city car. Been racing the Audi in quite a few different series. So speed difference and trying to get used to just everything. Just about carrying speed rather than using all of the power. So yeah, good fun. Still enjoy racing them. Still mega fun cars to drive. Just awesome.
It's quite a hefty grid this weekend, and it's a testament to the series.
Yeah, it's really good to the series. Obviously we've got Student Motorsport boys in it as well, who I'm racing with Brscc. So yeah, hoping to get some good results for them as well.
Game plan for this weekend when the wet stuff comes?
Don't fall off.
Keep it on the black stuff.
That's the only game plan. I haven't really had a full wet race in one of these like ever since so can't remember to drive one in the wet. So we'll see.
Just watch and hope.
Watch and hope.
Okay, I've managed to bump into Richard Jepp down here. He's not got his Rock Tie T cap on that you normally see in the paddocks. But Richard, how was that qualifying session?
Yeah, it was okay. We got the freshly built rear end on the car after Anglesey, so I was getting to grips with that a little bit. A bit of a shakedown for that. It's a little bit down on power, as I always seem to say. But yeah, it was all right. I'm not sure where I came. Didn't have a pit board out, so it was not much information for me. But yeah, it felt all right.
Okay. Season so far, how's it gone for you? Because you've had some pretty good results.
Yeah, we've been racking up the good results. Yeah, the last race at Anglesey was a bit disappointing for us, but overall we've been doing pretty well. Quite a strong point position at the top of the championship for the Student Motorsport Challenge. So yeah, really happy with that, and how the team's doing as well at Northbrook College. So yeah, really happy with that.
Awesome. Now the clouds are looming. What happens for you when the rain comes?
Well, luckily I've got quite a bit of wet experience from when I used to do go-karting. So yeah, I don't mind it, to be honest. I really don't mind it. So it's, I know a lot of these people here haven't really raced in the rain, so it'll be a bit sketchy, but I'm sure we'll be doing all right.
Fantastic. Thank you for talking to us, Richard. Good luck today.
Thank you.
And I've managed to grab Amelia Vincent for a chat. New circuit for you, new series this year for you. Predominantly you've been racing at Castle Combe. How does that qualifying session go?
Could be better, but then could be a lot worse. So yeah, lots of improvement to do. We're going to be looking over GoPro footage and things. So
it's a very competitive series, the CityCar Cup, and it's a lot to get to grips with.
There's some very, very good drivers here. Very good drivers, and yeah, how you drive these cars is a lot different to how you would think. So yeah, it's just trying to get in, settle down, and just kind of get on with it, really.
Fantastic. And a new circuit for you at Snetterton. Have you actually raced here at all before?
No. I've been a mechanic here, so I know the paddock. I just don't know that bit. So yeah, no, it's we're learning it. We're trying to take it all in. There's a lot to take in. Yeah.
Now you've just finished qualifying, and it's starting to spit with rain. What's your thoughts when the rain comes?
Good news. I like the rain. Yeah, no, yeah, should be fun.
It's a great leveler, isn't it, to be fair?
It is, yeah. So, yeah, a bit of wet stuff on the floor would make things interesting, wouldn't it?
And is it 2 or 3 races this weekend? What's your sort of thoughts there? Any sort of game plan, or just constantly improve?
No real game plan, just improvement, you know, trying to get better each time, each lap, yeah, so.
Right, Liam Browning, back in the series. You're perennial front runner or hard charger in this series over the past few years. How was that qualifying session for you?
Shocking, to say the least. Yeah, we've run at the front with the Bliss lads for 2 seasons, the first 2 seasons. This car, we've got an engine issue somewhere, it's just dying. Even me and Hayden were trying to work together, trying to push ourselves forward, it just wasn't working. Literally, in the tight, wouldn't even catch him, and I'm flashing him like, can you ease off? And he said, I'm actually easing off. So there's clearly something going on, and it's getting worse. So back to the drawing board, but we should be, yeah. And the race is different, isn't it? Let's try and move forward, work together a few lads, and just punch some holes, right?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's very competitive racing in the CityCar Cup. It's all about sort of the momentum in these cars as much as overall pace. So is it quite tricky to sort of master, especially when the rain starts coming?
No, they're pretty stable, to be fair. We've got a lot wider tyre than the Enduro, so they handle it pretty well, being a semi-slick. You might have to soften them slightly, but I mean, you just run them pretty much as they are, just soften them off on the back. and he should be all right. But yeah, once we sort this engine issue, I think we'll be there, because the car feels great in the bends. I mean, I'm catching everyone in the bends, including Hayden, but in the straight he's just off, so yeah. Well, then.
See how it goes for the races. What's the plan for the rest of the season?
We've got some other bits going on in the background, so we're going to do some of the M3 bits and bobs with SuperSport Endurance, I hope, at some point. And then this continue for the rest of the season. We're going to get a new engine. We've already got one, but it's not here yet. So we're going to have one built, and hopefully it'll make it a bit better so I can actually get these Student Cups again from Anglesey, but yeah, we'll see.
I think I found a gaggle, a herd, I don't know what you call a cluster of Bitcoin racing drivers. We've just had the qualifying session finished. How was qualifying for you guys?
Very short for me. We had a bit of an issue with scrutineering at the last minute. So we managed to get here and I just had time to do 2 laps. So it's not looking too good for me at the moment. My colleagues, I think, had a better time.
Yeah, Snetterton's not been the best to us this weekend so far. So the focus is just bring the cars home. Grip for me personally was really variable out there. Some corners they were good, and then the other ones I get a tank slapper in when the next lap. So yeah, still trying to find my way here. Yeah.
It's a very tricky circuit, the 300, because you've got the tight twisting infield section and then the bigger. So it's a kind of a lot to get your head round in a weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always the slow corners for me. That's where I really struggle, but we'll get faster and faster as the weekend goes on.
And just get developing that car a bit more.
That's the one. That's the one.
Fantastic. And what about yourself? I mean, qualifying now, are you happy?
No, not really. I just can't seem to string a lap together. I can't get the hairpins right. I'm no good at this track. So I don't think I've qualified very well today.
So I've come to Bitcoin Racing and I've got 3 very, very, very depressed drivers.
Unless it's a double bluff, of course.
We'll see what we can do in the race.
See what we do in the race. So if I'm interviewing on the live stream later and you guys finish 1, 2 and 3, you'll be happy, yeah?
Definitely.
We'll be bouncing. It'd be a miracle, frankly, wouldn't it, after this morning? Yeah. And yesterday's roll, we did roll the car yesterday as well, so that was another issue in testing. So it's been a fascinating 24 hours.
You got the bad luck out of the way, what can I say?
I like your approach.
Yeah. Fantastic, I'll let you guys crack on. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Nice one.
Okay, we've wandered down to the Silverlake team for the first of our Silverlake C1 interviews this weekend. Alan Preble and Greg Rose, car 558. First of all, Alan, Silverlake here again, 35 cars on the grid, you must be thrilled.
Yeah, great turnout again. Wish there was a little few more to make it a little bit more interesting, but we've still got a good grid at 35, so looking forward to tomorrow's qualifying.
And as for testing yesterday, Greg, as we see Mike Chapman and George Davis in car 458 wandering up behind us. So testing yesterday went well for both cars. You've worked very hard on them since Donington.
Yeah, we had to play a bit with the setup. They weren't that good in the morning, but it turned out good in the afternoon. So it's they're going really well, both cars.
I've asked this question a lot, especially amongst the other championships. What's the contingency plan for the wet stuff?
Go faster than everyone else.
I thought you'd say that.
No, you just gotta find the grip in the there is a wet line to be had, which is offline. We just stick with that.
Absolutely, those BMWs are really loud. They've just got a bit of noise testing going on behind us. Chappers, car 458. George, your teammate. We'll talk about him in a minute. We love him really, but. You went really well. You're a very consistent driver. You had some great pace at Alton Park as well. What's your plan into this weekend?
Yeah, hopefully we can just keep it clean and get a good qualifying pace and get away from the pack is the idea, and keep a nice clean race and try and bring it home and have a bit of good luck this time, man. We've had a lot of bad luck this year with both cars, to be fair. But yeah, closer to that podium is what we're aiming for, definitely.
And you've got a certain young charger next to us here in George Davis. George, you're obviously wearing the Motorsport UK Academy. You've been quite busy in the past few weeks to do with that. How did you get on?
Yeah, so first found out I was nominated as Young Driver of the Year for 2023. So they sent us to Y-Zone in the middle of July to give us a run at and see how we did. And we ended up doing really well. Didn't win it, sadly, but definitely kept up with the guys.
Absolutely. And following on from Donington, where you put the car third on the grid in an impressive field, same plan this weekend?
Yeah, hopefully to get a few steps better. I won that illustrious pole position. I haven't had one yet, so I want to push towards that. The car feels good. It felt really good yesterday, so hopefully can bolt on a new set of tyres and see how we get on.
And the other thing that people may not realise this weekend, you're racing against your dad.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. The first time ever racing against my dad, my sister in the other car as well, so it'll be good to see how they get on, and I'll be cheering them on from the sidelines, so yeah, it's quite exciting.
So if you do beat him, you won't be grounded or anything?
I hope not.
Fantastic. I've got to come back to Alan quickly. I mean, obviously it's tough times for everyone, cost of living crisis, but Silverlake's role in particular with the C1 Series in keeping the costs down as well, it's quite important, isn't it?
Well, that's what we're all about. That's why we got involved in the series too. You know, it's a great camaraderie, great community. You know, we're here to try and support the racers and, you know, market Silverlake, of course, and, you know, do as best as we can for Robin and his team.
Okay, I've managed to find Scott Evans of Sandown Motorsport. The colourful cars are back this weekend in the Silverlake C1 Series. How's the weekend gone so far?
Really well, actually. We got one car on the way. This one's done. We'll go and get it weighed and scrutineered in a minute. Good little afternoon test session yesterday for our new lady driver. So, yeah, it's not gone too bad. Prep went well. Car's been repaired. They look great. So, we're quite happy, to be honest.
A happy team boss means a good flowing team, right?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the big boss is sharing the car with his wife in that one this weekend. I'm just the monkey that runs it all for him. So
the man holding the spanners, not
pretty much. Luckily, I get to hand it over to Chip when I arrive at circuit. As soon as kind of we're in race mode as such, Chip takes over the spanners for me. That takes over for the team manager, so I get to concentrate on driving.
And when the wet stuff falls, what's the game plan?
Flat out, pretty much.
Keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah, try our hardest. Quite like the wet, so I'm all right. Karen did all right in the wet yesterday. She quite enjoys it. So yeah, hopefully it should be all right. First wet race we've done in these. We've been quite lucky, had dry. So yeah, it should be good fun.
And the plan for the rest of the season for Sandown Motorsport, because you're planning on bringing a fleet to the next round at Brands, certainly.
Yeah, the current, hopefully these ones will be all right for Brands. We're currently building.
Partially reverse grid, which means that our race 2 winner from earlier on, Jordan Kelly, will be starting back in 6th. The top 6 have been reversed for this one. So that means that on pole position, I think for the first time in his Formula 4 career, is Bryn Kinch, who starts on pole for Charlie Mann, who's our top independent on the grid in 2nd place alongside. Morgan Quinn, Elliot Brscc then make up row 2 for Lucas Romanek and Jordan Kelly on the 3rd row of the grid. Of course, race 2 winner, his first National Formula 4 win. It's then 7th place for Nathan Yu, his teammate at Team Dolan, Brandon McCorkin, who came out in 8th position. And it's Chris Middlehurst, who sadly retired from that race after a problem on the final lap, which put him out, which sadly he starts 9th alongside Tom Nippers in 10th, and Nolan Alleye will start in 11th place on the grid towards the back, because looking at the result from race number 2, car 52, which is Nolan Alleye, was dubbed to be responsible for the collision between himself and Brandon McCorkin, and he was disqualified from the result, which means he will start his 3rd race from the very back of the grid. So the cars again off on their formation lap in what's still increasingly quite warm and clear conditions. Little wisps of cloud in the air, but still quite pleasant conditions out there. Not too hot out there, but at least the circuit is nice and warm and dry. It means that we're going to get hopefully another few more minutes of excellent Formula 4 action. Race length for this, 12 minutes as the other ones have been, because of course we've cut down a couple of minutes just so we could get to the end inside, of course, the Snetterton curfew, because of some of the earlier red flags and stoppages that we had. And as they come around on the formation lap. So Bryn Kinch then has got quite a good chance here to see if he can actually pick himself up one of his best finishes in Formula 4, but of course he's got some very competitive and very fast drivers set to line up behind him, which is going to make it very difficult for him out there on track, but I'm sure that he will try and push as hard as he dares to get himself towards the front as quickly as possible. So this is going to be interesting to see how there's a few fast drivers that are spread all around the pack. You've got You've got Morgan Quinn starting in 3rd, Elliot Brdzinski in 4th place after he finished on the podium. Lucas Romanek starts 5th, Jordan Kelly starts in P6 after winning race number 2. Brandon McCorkin starting in 8th, Chris Middlehurst in 9th, Tom Nippers is looking pretty fast too, he's back in 10th. And Nolan Orlai, after being disqualified from race 2, is right at the back in 11th, but again, he was someone who was up there in the top 5, challenging for at least a top 5, if not a podium position. So the cars make their way back towards the grid. See if Bryn Kinch can make the start that he needs in order to try and maintain pole position. If he can. And so Charlie Mann, I imagine that it will probably be a decent getaway. If either Morgan Quinn or Elliot Brdzinski can get a really strong start from the second row of the grid, they will certainly be up there to try and challenge the top 2 on the grid if they can, to get themselves up towards the first corner as quickly as possible. So just last couple of the cars getting into place at the back. Tom Nippers and Nolan Orlai getting set to go. And as the cars get into position, the green flag we waved at the back. And then once again for the 3rd and final time this weekend for the National Formula 4 Championship, we're set to go racing. Bryn Kinch on pole, Charlie Mann alongside him. Some of the faster guys towards the back. What will race 3 bring us here at Snetterton? Let's find out. Lights out. We're racing in Formula 4 to the final time this weekend. Strong start for the first couple of rows. Good start for Lucas Romanek from the 3rd row. He's already beaten Elliot Brdzinski away, challenging Morgan Quinn for 3rd place, looking up the inside in the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen, in towards turn 1 for the first time. And some of the faster guys just trying to pick their way through if they can. And all good, all clear so far. One of the looks like possibly Elliot Brdzinski running wide a little bit there, in towards the hairpin for the first time, and it's going to be Charlie Mann that leads the way. He's beaten Bryn Kinch. I think he's back to 4th at the moment. One car running very slowly towards the back. That is 62. I think in this car, 2 cars have come together. It's 2 of the Team Dolan cars possibly the touch to come together. Nathan Yu and Jordan Kelly are slipping back a little bit. Wide for Charlie Mann over the exit of the left-hander at Palmer's. Now it's going to be Morgan Quinn, as I suspected it would be. No, it's beats Lucas Romanek, in fact. So Romanek from 5th on the grid in just a few corners has gone from 5th to 1st, making a lightning start from the inside of the 3rd row. It's a great getaway then from the Alton Park race winner, and how much he would love to end the weekend with a victory. I'm sure he's going to be trying his heart out to try and make it happen. And look at this, Charlie Mann's been almost attacked from all sides. He's got Elliot Brdzinski to his outside. He's got now Morgan Quinn, and also in there looks like that is going to be Brandon McCorkin in there too. Plus, you've got Chris Middlehurst in there too, and Tom Nippers, and also I think Nolan Orlai has made a quick start too. So Charlie Mann has got the entire pack charging after him. Here goes Brdzinski to the inside line. Here comes Quinn. Now, careful, guys. You can't really go 2 or 3 abreast in towards the complex. Something's got to give here. Romanek is up the road and trying to escape, if he can. And as they turn in through Brundle and Nelson, it is going to be Romanek with the lead. Everyone else trying to be second. It's then the 62 of Brdzinski into 2nd place. There's Orlai past Nippers, so that he's made that move stick in car 52. Now they make their way towards the complex of Murray's now for the final time. Across the line they go. Romanek has the commanding lead then. Brdzinski in 2nd place. It is now second place for Brdzinski, 3rd for McCorkin. It's McCorkin in 3rd place now. So McCorkin's made a storming start through that final couple of corners to pick his way right the way up to 3rd place. That's incredible. So it's now 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Everyone trying to be 4th now. Charlie Mann, a little bit of the cork in the bottle here, but trying his best there to try and hold back the tide of Chris Middlehurst and Morgan Quinn, and also Nolan Orlai in there as well. I don't seem to see your either. We're missing a couple of the cars. Who are we missing in the order? We're missing Nathan Hughes carried on, but I don't see Jordan Kelly, and I don't see Bryn Kinch either. That's a shame. So both drivers seem to have dropped back with issues or just further back down the order of problems. I thought, of course, Nathan Hughes looked like he was caught up with Jordan Kelly, so Jordan Kelly might have come a cropper because of that. And Jordan Kelly, and that's from Bryn Kinch. I'm not quite sure what happened to him. I saw an Ammonite car running wide as Middlehurst tries to look up the inside of Mann in towards the complex. Couldn't quite make that stick. towards the left-hand, but Williams still chasing after, so still the top 3 as they were then. Romanek, Brdzinski, McCorker, but Middlehurst knows he has to try and pick off Charlie Mann as quick as possible to try and get after the top 3, which he does. He's on the outside line. Mann will try and defend it if he can. Here comes Morgan Quinn. Is he going to dare to make it 3 abreast? He might well do. And also there's no one all eye. Can't make that stick, but Middlehurst has gone through. So has Quinn. All eye watching on as well. Now up through the right-hander into Murray's once again. So Romanek then charging away to try and take his first win of the weekend, his second of the season. So Oldfield Cars first and third, a little wide over the curb there was Charlie Mann. So the threat from Nolan Allire and Tom Nippers. And now as they come on to the start of another lap now. So lap 3 now for this one. McCorkin sets the first proper flying lap, fastest lap of the race. And as they come back into the hairpin again, All Eyes got past Charlie Mann. Next on will be the man he's directly battling for the Independence essentially win. And that will be Tom Nippers. So he'll definitely want to try and stay ahead of him if he can. Otherwise Nippers will have full advantage of that. Let's see if he can try and hold on to this. Into the hairpin they go, but Agostini, still Romanek, Brdzinski, McCorkin. So as they come up towards left-hander Hamilton, back in again. Romanek showing he's got some good pace here in these slightly warmer conditions. Come out of the infield section and back onto the short straight towards the complex once again. Let's see if there's anything left in the tank here for Charlie Mann to try and hold on to the position against his independent rival. And Brandon McCorkin now, even though it's slightly more relaxed for the top 2, I have a feeling is being quite quickly caught by Chris Middlehurst stage. He was right on his tail as they came up through onto the back straight and then through Brundle and Nelson. So I think that Middlehurst looks to be setting up a move here possibly for 3rd position, although he's got Morgan Quinn for company also, so maybe he might decide to have a go too. Cross the line they go to end lap number 3. And oh, that's Nathan Yu's car that's come to a stop, I'm afraid. So unfortunately, Nathan Yu has the race too. So 2 of the Team Dolan cars hitting problems in the early stages. And with Romanek still holding station, and Brdzinski looking at his last laps, he was about 2 and a bit tenths quicker. The gap is still 1.3 seconds out in front for Romanek. Romanek making the most of his race lead here with clear track in front of him. Down into the hairpin they come. And Brdzinski trying to close that gap in now. It's still Oldfield Motorsport from Ammonite from Oldfield Motorsport. The 2 Team Dolan cars in 4th and 5th keeping close. 6th now for All Eye, 7th for Nippers, who's got past Charlie Mann. So that will be Tom Nippers hoping to try and pick up his 2nd Independence win of the weekend. But now McCorkin feels as though he's feeling a bit of the heat under the collar here, if possible. How much Brdzinski would like to get himself his 2nd podium of the weekend after being disqualified from race 1 due to contact with Morgan Quinn, which saw Quinn's car off the road as a result and out of the race. That was up at the very section they're coming up to now. All Eye ahead of Nippers. So Romanek and Brdzinski just turning in there. Not sure if they touched a bit of the cement dust. Both those cars sort of twitching a bit. There's a lock-up from All Eye up the inside to try and defend from Nippers. Nippers had a good run through there. Little twitch over here as he tries to get back on the power. Exiting Nelson, still tucked into the wheel tracks of the Ammonite Motorsport cars. They swing through the bomb hole. 4 minutes to go. They're going to get, I think, maybe 2 more laps, I think, on this time around. So 2 more laps to decide who wins this final race. Is it going to be Romanek? Is it going to be Brdzinski potentially? Is it even going to be possibly even Middlehurst or McCorkin or Quinn if they can get themselves close enough in the next 2 laps? It's going to require Brscc to really close in. In fact, actually, last time by, Brscc was 0.8 of a second quicker than Romanek, and Middlehurst quicker still by another 0.2 to set the fastest lap of the race. So you know what? That was being speculative a little bit, but it could happen. It could definitely happen here. So Brsc's clawed in the gap that Romanek had. Middlehurst is bringing 3rd, 4th and 5th into the mix here. There's Orlaya, who has managed to hold off Tom Nippers, and he in turn, Nippers, has pulled away by a couple of seconds from Charlie Mann. Now as they come down towards the hairpin at the end of the Agostini hairpin at the end of the straight, Brscc putting Romanek under pressure here, but I wonder if Brscc can force Romanek to start defending, it might well, at least after about a third of the way through the last lap, it might well bring 3rd, 4th and 5th into play. We could have a real grandstand finish here to complete the National Formula Ford weekend. Romanek has the lead, but Brscc and everyone else certainly want it. But is Romanek going to hold on here? Which Brscc got something left here in reserve to try and pick his way past and try and force him into a mistake. He'll certainly try, but nothing's ever guaranteed or ever certain. Middlehurst is nowhere near it close enough to get any kind of a tow. He needs these two in front to really start battling hammer and tongs to close up pretty quickly. But his pace is looking pretty strong too. Of course, the 2021 champion trying to close that gap back in, but of course it's probably not helping the fact that Brsc's pushing hard. Romanek is probably responding to whatever pressure Brsc's putting on him with the fast pace he's showing. Through Coram, back into Murray's now, into what will be the second to last time. Start the last lap of the weekend for the National Formula Fords, and there is Brandon McCorkin pushing hard on the back of Chris Middlehurst. So of course there's been a change around in the last couple of laps between Middlehurst and McCorkin. The gap between the top two is only 0.35 of a second, and Romanek responded that time by as up the inside for 3rd place. That was McCorkin diving up the inside of Middlehurst into P3, into Ritchie's corner to take the final podium place away from Middlehurst. That's crucial for his championship chances, demoting Middlehurst down to 4th. Middlehurst tries to fight back on the outside line to get the undercut on the exit of the corner. Morgan Quinn's keeping a watching brief as rear gunner in P5. This is over 6th place between Nolan Orlaya and Tom Nippers. So down the back straight they go, and Brsc's quite close. Meanwhile, McCorkin's not safe in 3rd place. He's going defensive on the inside line to prevent an attack from Middlehurst, but Middlehurst can go down the outside if he's confident enough. Defensive line turns in, and still McCorkin is going to hold on to that 3rd position. But you're just almost certain that Middlehurst will line him up down the back straight, possibly try and set him up for a pass, and likewise potentially for the race lead, because Brscc was right underneath the gearbox of Romanek going through Hamilton. If he stays there through Oggies and onto the Bentley straight out of the right-hander at Williams, there's a real chance that he could start to size him up for a last lap pass. And we saw Jordan Kelly make that move after we saw lots going on after Chris Middlehurst dropped out on the final lap. Thankfully his car appears to be all okay. Meanwhile Romanek is trying to go a bit more defensive to hold off Brscc. He's going to keep on pushing right to the end of a lap as Middlehurst does get back into 3rd place. So what I suspected might happen has happened. Middlehurst has reset up McCorkin for a pass down the back straight, which he's pulled off. It might well be a sprint to the flag for 3rd place, because the Morgan Quinn will watch on, but it's going to be McCorkin versus Middlehurst in that last lap drag race to the checkered flag. Meanwhile, Romanek is going to head round through Coram for the final time, with Brscc all on his tail through Murray's and up towards the checkered flag. It could be a drag race for the win as well. At the final couple of corners, and McCorkin's very close on the gearbox. Could we get 2 grandstand finishes here? Up to the checkered flag. Lucas Romanek, is he going to take the victory side by side for the race win? And Romanek does hold on, but only just by a couple of tenths of a second. For 3rd place is Middlehurst, only just ahead of McCorkin. And the gap between the two, well, it was 0.062 of a second between Romanek and Brscc at the line for the win. It was 0.137 between Middlehurst and McCorkin for 3rd place. And Quinn was only another 2 tenths back from McCorkin in P5. There's Jordan Kelly, who has carried on in this. No, Nathan Ewe, actually, sorry. So Nathan Ewe has carried on. Jordan Kelly was the one that we saw parked up earlier on, so excuse me for that. But Nathan Ewe has had damage to that left side pod, has carried on to pick up 9th place. So whatever damage he has really severely hampered him. But for Nathan Ewe, he manages to take the flag in 9th place. Of course, we lost, of course, Bryn Kinch and Jordan Kelly. Jordan Kelly, I'm not sure if he got tangled up with his teammate, because the two Team Dolan cars were together at that point in Wilson Hairpin. So I wonder if maybe there was a bit of a, well, let's not speculate too much, but I wonder if there was something that happened between the two of them. Anyway, Lucas Romanek, in the meantime, takes the race win. He takes victory for the third National Formula Ford race of the weekend from Elliot Brdzinski in second place. Chris Middlehurst in third, Brandon McCork in fourth. Then it's Morgan Quinn, Nolan Orlyer, Tom Nippers, Charlie Mann and Nathan Yu who round off the top 9. And then, of course, it's Bryn Kinch and Jordan Kelly, who are the 2 cars that didn't make the flag. I'm sure they will be recovered shortly to get back to pit lane before we get our next race underway. So, top 3 will be down in Park Fairway very shortly. There, I think that's Jordan Kelly's car that is just crawling its way back from where it originally parked up. It's still at least drivable enough to get back into the Park Fairway, so the Durden car can have a look at it. But let's have a chat to our top 3 from that final National Formula 4 race of the weekend. They're in Park Fairway now with Rob Lewis.
Well, you actually come across to us as the winning driver. Lucas Romanek is, well, he's got to do some personal training, just getting his car pushed into the scrutineering bay. They'll get it onto these 2 patches here and weigh it eventually, but I'll let him get his kit off before we get to interview him. We've also got our podium contenders behind us, so they're just busy doing a 3-point turn and getting their cars ready for the post-race scrutineering part of things. So we'll just let our winner get weighed up. He'll stand on the scales, and if the scrutineer looks happy with that, we can maybe talk to the driver.
Lucas, take it away. Park him over there.
It's just like that, he's being taken away again. So we'll follow our winner out just while the others get their checks done. Lucas, great result there. You've had a very good weekend. I've spoken to you twice already. Good podiums, but to finally come out on top must really be the icing on the cake.
Yeah, definitely put it on a tee there, really. Icing on the cake, definitely. Yeah, we just got a brilliant start and a good getaway. A little mistake under the bridge sort of allowed him to catch up a bit, but we knew what we were doing. And yeah, came away with a win and all good from there, really.
It was with Jordan Kelly dropping out as well, and Chris Middlehurst having his issues earlier in the weekend. It's just a good bank of points for you, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we're here to do, really. Just try and rack up as many points as we can. Of course, wins are sweet, but points are better.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you get sorted out. Congratulations there on the win. We're going to our second place driver, which is the American lad Elliot Brdzinski. Elliot, fantastic second. Happy with that?
Yeah, for sure. I think got a poor start, but I think steadily we kind of reeled in Lucas, and I think towards the end, you know, we lost a couple minutes, which maybe it would have been different, but you know, that's how it is. I still think it was quite close towards the end, so yeah, I'm happy with it. Another podium is definitely good after yesterday.
Absolutely, and the key thing is it builds up those points towards the championship.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing we're focusing on is, you know, maybe take a little bit less risk, but make sure we're there the whole way through instead of, you know, maybe getting into an incident or, you know, something of the sorts.
Something a bit calamitous. You don't want to have the mistakes. You just need that consistency.
Yeah, and also big thank you to all the people that are supporting me, Doug Mockett, Team USA for the help last year, and yeah, just everyone involved at the whole team. So
fantastic. Well, congratulations once again on a good result. I'm going to see if I can catch our third place driver, which is Chris Middlehurst. Now, someone who's used to be at the front. Certainly your weekend started off very well. Bit of an issue in race 2, and you've come back strong in race 3.
Yeah, quite a tough race really. A lot going on the first couple laps really. Cars going off, and yeah, both teammates they took each other out, which is unfortunate. Then I got sort of held up for about a lap or so really by, I think it was Charlie Mann, just defending on the inside, just parking on the apex. So I had to sort of like, you know, buy my time and just kind of slingshot him, and I got him down the straight with ease really. But it just kind of, yeah, it put us quite far back then, and you're catching him, but I wasn't quite in the slipstream of Brdzinski ahead of me there. So, yeah, a few more laps it would have been closer, I think. And then Brandon lunged me up the inside of turn 1, made a really good move. And then I didn't want to defend. I thought I've got enough gap here, but he slung it up the inside. And then I got past him again, of course. But, yeah, I just want to go full steam ahead to try and catch them, but I couldn't quite in the end.
but in the end, still good points recovered after race 2.
Yeah, we started almost last in that race, and there was only sort of 11 cars in it, but still, you know, a fair few cars overtaken. We kept it on the track. That first lap, first corner, well, say the first corner, the hairpin, should I say, was just chaotic, really. So had to have me eyes in the back of my head, really, and everywhere, just to try and sort of make sure no cars were going to hit into us, and just make sure we got, you know, first lap out of the way with it, and then try and hunt them down.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a good result, and good luck for the rest of the year. So that concludes the National Formula 4 Championship. Although we haven't had the big bulky numbers this weekend, the racing, as you'll agree, has been absolutely top-notch. I'll say it again, best junior single-seater formula in the country, without a doubt. Well, welcome back to Snetterton, where the qualifying session is just wrapping up for the Silverlake C1 Series. It's been quite interesting. As I last checked the timing screens before heading up to the Parc Fermé area, it was Trojan on pole by about 0.3 of a second, putting in a 38.5, a 2-minute 38.5. So they are looking favourites to be certainly on the front row for the 5-hour race later on. We've got some fantastic action still to come from the Mazdas, from the CityCar Cup, and of course the 5-hour race to round up our Brscc race weekend. And just to add insult to injury, you know, we kind of put the kibosh on it when I spoke about it being dry but blustery earlier. If we look over in the distance, it's heading straight towards us. We've got rain on the way. It's time to head up to the commentary box, and Richard John Neal, who's sat in the dry, and hopefully we'll have some fantastic racing like we did in the Mazda Mark-1s this morning. Richard.
Thanks very much, Rob. Glad to see you got long trousers on now. He's joined the adults. Well done, mate. And yeah, usually the black cloud is what follows me around, as my missus would say. And funny enough, it is actually in the direction that Rob and Jeremy, the cameraman, pointed the camera around. Yeah, we're still green at the moment on track with the C1s, who Rob described. We've got about 5 seconds to go. Student Motorsport have eked out the pole position advantage by just over a second over Emax Motorsport, with Trojan Motorsport's 41 car in 3rd place and Silverlake 2 in 4th position. Quite a lot of cars to make their way around the 3-mile circuit and then get into Parc Fermé, so we do have a little bit of time before we get into our first race of the post-qualifying session. I was going to say afternoon, but we're not quite into afternoon yet. And as Rob mentioned, we've got 3 races to come. We've got another Gaz Shock's Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship race. That will be our last race before lunch. Brscc CityCar Cup with Nankang Tyres will be kicking off after the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship, sponsored by our very good friends at Clapham North MOT. So those races to come. Cars are in the holding area, but obviously we've got the massed ranks of the C1s to sort out. Let's have a look at the timing screen, and we actually run out of space on my timing screen with over 30 cars on it. So we've got a very, very busy 5-hour C1 race, and I hope that you'll join us for that, if not dip in and out over the course of the 5-hour race that we've got for you coming up this afternoon. So beginning to turn our attention to Brscc Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, sponsored by Clapham North MOT. We've got the partially reversed grill. Oh, rain on the camera. There we go, the black cloud. That's not the direction I was expecting the rain to come from, to be perfectly honest, but a little bit on our camera there, and things are darkening up. And it was the Super Cup cars yesterday that had the biggest issue, I suppose, with the weather, because it got worse and worse during the afternoon, and probably hit its height during the Super Cup race, for which we had a safety car towards the end, and then finished off with a one-lap dash. The organisers, race officials, managed to get the cars clear in time to give us a one-lap dash. Some of the drivers said that maybe we should have finished under the safety car, but the organisers are always on hiding to nothing, aren't they? If you finish under a safety car, they'll say, we wanted a lap. And then some drivers obviously would have said, yeah, safety car would have been. It was a lot of spray. I think it's a nice idea. It worked out well because all the cars got home safe. And race 2 yesterday wound up with a second win of the weekend for the championship leader, Aidan Hills. Aidan hasn't had things all his own way so far this weekend, because pole position for race 1 in qualifying yesterday morning went to championship rival and second in the championship, Patrick Fletcher. The Mazda Super Cup have a slightly different qualifying system to the other Mazda championships, in that the race 2 pole position is based on a driver's second fastest lap from the qualifying session, and the second fastest driver was James Cossins, Aidan's teammate. I think Aidan started down in 8th for the second race. He was 3rd on the grid for the first race. But nonetheless, he had a very good start, managed to come through, beating his teammate Cossins into second position. Patrick Fletcher 3rd, Fraser Fenwick in 4th place, and then Will Blackwell Chambers. Behind Will was Oliver Allwood, and then Ali Bray. That was our second race of the day. The second race of the day for the Super Cup cars, determining our grid for the upcoming race, which sees partial reverse. It was the top 7 that get reversed. So Sam Heading will start on pole position with Tom Griffiths alongside. And I was chatting to Tom. Happy birthday for yesterday, Tom. We do get some information through on social media. In the old days, when you were circuit commentator, we'd get a plethora of paperwork coming through, and driver information forms which the circuits used to send out, and press releases from championships. I think probably people didn't realise that Andy wasn't here this weekend, so Andy McEwen, very much oracle in terms of Mazda championships over the years, so apologies if I'm short on some information for you this weekend, but we've gleaned what we can, and had a little bit of information through from some drivers. Oh, there's the wipe on the lens. That's what we need to see. All good and dandy down there at Bomball, ready to get going again. Totally lost the thread of what I was saying. Okay, yeah, we're heading towards actually looking for a grid which we can give you for the Super Cup cars, and I was just going to go through the result of the second race actually, and but my phone, such as these things, are a little bit slow. That's why I always prefer paper. Having looked for Super Cup, I've now gone into Mazda Clubman, which was ridiculous. Here we go, Super Cup race 2 result, and eventually it will load. Here we are. So yeah, Sam Heading and Tom Griffiths will start on the front, top 7 reverse from race 2 to give us our grid for this morning's next race. Third on the grid will be Oliver Allwood, then Will Blackwell Chambers. James Cossins, who was 3rd in race 2, will start 4th on the grid. 5th, no he won't, he's 5th on the grid. James Cossins, 6th Patrick Fletcher, and 7th Aidan Hills. And I was saying, where was I? I was talking about Tom Griffiths, who starts on the front row and is the birthday boy yesterday. So many happy returns to Tom. He was wielding a fair old bit of cake, I've got to say, in the paddock this morning, and hopefully he'll enjoy that once racing is done. This is their race of the day, isn't it? So after that he can unwind a little bit. Griffiths Senior, I think, is going to be helping out Team Brit in the C1 race, so it might be a good opportunity for Rob, during a quiet moment, if we have one, I'm sure we will over 5 hours, nip down and have a word with Griffiths Senior. And we were talking about days gone by when they ran the TJ racing in the G20 Ginetta Juniors, and never realised before, but we were at a lot of early meetings together when I was covering other championships, and watching. I was actually doing PR for other championships and watching the likes of the Ginetta G20s when Henry Surtees was racing, and dear old John would he amazed me. I don't know what age he would have been then, but you know, he was an age and used to get involved spannering Henry's car and crawling around underneath. I remember having a conversation with Bobby Thompson, who was himself probably only around about 11 or 12 at the time, and karting Hoddesdon and the likes back then, and pointing out John Surtees and saying, "Do you know who that is, Bobby?" And no, I said, "Well, he's the equivalent at the time of Schumacher and Rossi, i.e. rolled into one, i.e. world champion on 2 wheels and world champion on 4." And he looked and he said, "What, that old guy?" I don't know if Bobby Bobster remembers that or not, but it's the sort of thing, obviously, that you don't forget. But that was obviously a learning day for Bobby Thompson. And sadly, he's pulled out, hasn't he, of the touring cars, which is a major pity for Bob's. It does get Michael Crease back in, which is, you know, some bad news is very often balanced out by good news. Bad for Bobby, great for the fans that Creasy's back in, and we look forward to seeing 777 back on the racetrack. I hope that Bobby Thompson can get in. Without doubt, I think the fastest of the unrecognised drivers. That's unfair. He is recognised, but he deserves better things. Bobby Thompson. Someone needs to pick him up and get him in a car, and he is without a doubt a potential champion. In my mind, and I'm not just saying that because I know the family. He's a very, very quick driver. But anyway, that's touring cars. That's for another day. And off at a complete tangent, really, talking about Tom Griffiths, who celebrated his birthday yesterday, and hopefully will celebrate the rest of the weekend as well. So, Tom's dad also saying that he was going to take the blame for Tom having a straight-on moment in yesterday's race too, with the camera of the car, the way he'd set it up, and he thinks if he'd done it differently, it might not happen. And he said not to mention it on the commentary, but to me it's one of those things that, you know, people take decisions, and sometimes they work, sometimes maybe they don't. We never know, and it's not a silly thing that Griffith Senior did at all. And Tom drove well. I say he came to 6th place, so there was clearly a lot right with the car and with Tom's driving to get him onto the front row for our upcoming race. So a little bit clearing up, I think, to do with C1s before we do go racing. Sam Heading lines up alongside. He's in the 57 car. That's black and pink. He's had a sort of difficult season, Sam Heading. Started off the year at Silverstone, had a DNF in race number 1. He's had a DNF in race number 1 on Anglesey as well, but managed to get up onto the podium there. So best 2 results of the season, races 2 and 3 in Wales, with a 3rd in race 2 and a 2nd in race 3. So very clearly a driver that is capable of getting into the front of the championship runners on his own without being aided by reverse grid, but equally in reverse grid races is capable of having that staying power to stay up there with the fast runners. It was Ali Bray that won the reverse grid race last time out on Anglesey. Sam Heading in 2nd place, and Patrick Fletcher coming through for 3rd, having won the first 2 races on Anglesey. So that's the way races in North Wales panned out last time. Other reverse grid race wins, Aidan Hills has won 2 of them, because he won the reverse grid race at Silverstone, had a hat-trick there, was 2nd at Brands Hatch race 3. The race was won by James Blake Baldwin, and the reverse grid race at Croft was back with Aidan Hills again. So what that tells you is that we've got a lot of drivers, as you will have already seen this weekend, very much capable of coming through the field and dicing and holding their own and getting stuck in. So as we look at the cars on the grid, Sam Heading is in the dark gunmetal grey car with pink trim. Tom Griffiths in blue with the yellow headlights. Then we've got Oliver Allwood in white with the yellow through purple stripes on the back. I do love that livery, it's a super looking car. Next up is Will Blackwell Chambers, who is in white, and following that we've got, it's James Cossins, isn't it, in the black and white car. Someone said zebra stripes once. It would be a pretty strange zebra if they were regimented stripes like that, but you get what they're talking about. Then Patrick Fletcher, who is in black, Aidan Hills in his normal blue at the front, orange stripe, black at the rear. So the graphic is is with me now. So Alex Stott next up, another of the Hills Motorsport teams. Wilbur Tiley, who was top rookie in the previous race with Robert Way, Clubman we should say. And then row 6, Tom Selden and Nick Rutter. Camel Kelsey on row 7 with the championship sponsor, Clapham North MOT's George Grant. Row 8, Max Merritt and Christopher Richardson. And then down behind them on row 9, we have Alex Jones, who's one of the interviews that Rob did for us at the start of our coverage, and another interviewee as well, Amy Watts. Eliza Seville was next. She is on row 10 next to Alistair Dendy, one of our pro masters. And then Christopher Ginn and Bruce Robinson in car number 90, who was out in the endurance race yesterday as well, acquitted himself very well. Row 12, Liz Walton and Matt Shears. That's 1981, the two cars there on row 12. Move back to row 13, Will Powell and Ali Bray. Ali with a lot of work to do, but it's dry, or drier, so hopefully he'll be able to come through. And we'll also be looking for the same from Scott Wright and certainly Lee Britton, who lines up in 28th position on the grid. Row 15, Fraser Fennick, 263. Again, a driver that's capable of coming through the field. And Josh Morris in car number 21. 31st on the grid, another driver on 31st is Joe Wiggin. He's capable of coming through the order. And don't be surprised if Adam Blair does the same, or indeed Martin Tolley. So we've got some very quick drivers at the back who had issues yesterday and started off the back of the grid. The bad news is that the lead cars have got wipers on. The bad news is as well, we've got rain on the side window of our commentary box here. So I don't quite know what the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup drivers have done to upset the weather gods here this weekend at Snetterton, but it seems to be we're going to have another wet and slippery race. So do I say again that we haven't had a safety car yet in the Mazdas? Well, yeah, I probably shouldn't say that, but the driving standards, the amount of races we've had already, actually if we have one now, it's still going to be only one safety car out of goodness knows how many races. So the driving standards have been excellent, the officiating has been superb as well, and we are getting ready for third race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. Championship leader is Aidan Hills. He starts on row 3 on the inside. Patrick Fletcher starts on, Aidan is on row 4. Patrick Fletcher is on row 3 with the man 4th in the championship, and that is James Cousins. Tom Griffiths, 3rd in the championship, starts P2 alongside Sam Heading, who is in the dark grey car, and they are going down into Rich's Corner and exploring the slippery surface for the first time in this last race of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. And this is the race where I mentioned yesterday, when you've got a 3-race weekend, you have to be maybe a little bit circumspect over the first couple of races, because those races, all races count for points. Races 1 and 2 will also count for grid positions. Actually, race 1 doesn't, does it, in Super Cup? It's qualifying. Race 2 certainly does. So you've got to keep the car in one bit. You can maybe take a few more risks in race 3. Certainly not from a championship points point of view, but maybe from the fact that you're not worried about where you're going to start on the next race. There might be grid penalties carried forward, but other than that, we don't know. All the drivers here with their 1 lap, I'm assuming it's 1 lap that they get. We had 2 laps yesterday because it was absolutely teeming down. You can see from the camera lens things not getting any better at the moment. I've had a funny thought, which I'll come on to in a minute. So the car's really trying to find the dry lines, and this is why we use the term reconnaissance lap in many cases, because they're out there, they're looking, more so than when it's dry, they're looking to see where there might be a drier patch or maybe a little bit more grip, and it's very, very difficult for the cars to spot that. 2 Hills Motorsport cars go through, so on the back straight. This race is, as ever, a 20-minute race for the Super Cup boys and girls. Good to see the fair sex represented in the championship with Amy Watts and Eliza Seville. It was Eliza who got the better of the two of them in race number 1, and great that gender is not an issue in these championships. It's wonderful to, and we hope wonderful to see girls racing. We hope that many more come and join in. They do create a lot of interest in the paddock. The likes of Lydia Walmsley races JCWs. That Lydia is the one who gets an awful lot of interest in the paddock, and of course the aim of Motorsport UK is to generate interest for getting more girls into racing and more girls into the industry. Back to the front though, Sam Heading and Tom Griffiths. This is going to be fascinating. Are we going to get? We saw in the first Mazda Mark-1 race that in the dry conditions, it was for me the best start I think that we'd seen off of inside front row pole position. Now we're getting wet again. Is that going to throw the advantage over to Tom Griffiths to get a start? I didn't talk with him about that this morning when we was in paddock. I only had about half an hour to go around the paddock, but it's nice to go. Oh, hang on, there's something I don't recognise over there in the distance. It's blue sky. Well, that's encouraging. Let's hope that the blue sky does prevail a little bit more for the C1s. The C1 race, if it's raining, will be 6 hours, won't it, instead of 5? I am joking, but right, let's get ready for Super Cup action. Runners and riders making their way into grid positions, and we look forward to 20 minutes, their final race of the weekend, and it is Sam Heading leading them onto the grid. Has Sam gone a little bit too far? He's got the nose of the car over there. I'm not quite sure where the grid line is there. The officials will be on that on it like a bonnet if that is the case. Tom Griffiths is visibly a little bit further back. Look at the nose of Griffiths' car. Look at the front wheel of the pole position car of Sam Heading. Oh, he's moving back. He's heard me. I think the marshals have done their job to get him back as well. That saved him a penalty. Great work by our start line marshals, who have to be over absolutely everything. Someone the other day, I can't remember where I was moaning that they'd overdone the box, and Marshall put me in the box. Well, you know, look for the line, sort it out yourselves. Don't blame marshals. They are absolutely superb, our marshals. And we've just seen there that Sam Heading was just gesticulated to, moved back, and he's in a sound position now. Glad I spotted that anyway. 5 second board going out. We're going to be looking for the light on the gantry and ready for our first start post-qualifying. Red lights are on, relatively short, and again it is a good hookup from the second row, and from 4th position on the grid, Will Blackwell Chambers gets an absolute stonker, and it's Blackwell Chambers, the reigning champion in the #1 car, with Tom Griffiths in blue right behind him, and they lead as they go into Riches. Right the way around the outside goes Patrick Fletcher, who is looking for P2 at the expense of Tom Griffiths. Aidan Hill's getting stuck in on the outside run as well. That's where they think the grip is. I think they're probably right, as they now go down to what used to be called Montreal. And I was going to say, look at the view. It's difficult, isn't it, to see. That's how wet things are. We do have the blue sky over the far side. Let's see if we get any straight-ons at Montreal. I don't think we do. All good stuff. Great driving standards again from everybody concerned. There is Christian Dan, the privateer, but it's Will Blackwell Chambers that leads them. We have got a car off, going out of shot as they come down into Agostini for the first time. It's a good lead for the #1 car with the Downforce radio livery on the side. They sponsor our Clubman's Championship, of course. Super start by Blackwell Chambers from the outside. We said the grip was there, but he was back on row 2. Absolutely mega start from him. So through Agostini, making a good outside run there was Matthew Fletcher. I beg your pardon, that's the wrong championship. Was Josh Morris in the 21 car. And it's Will Blackwell Chambers out front. Downforce on one side, Clapham North on t'other. And uses a nice wide line as they come out of Williams, and then down onto the Bentley straight for the first time, and everybody sorting themselves out, finding their own space. Couple of little battles going on green there, as the Christopher Robinson car goes over the Christopher Richardson goes over the grass, manages to recover, and the race leaders, we've lost the leader. Will Blackwell Chambers goes over the grass. So Blackwell Chambers, if he's going to straight line this, difficult to see through the Merc, rejoins. Well, doesn't gain an advantage, and I think we'll lose momentum on the rejoin. We've got Tom Griffiths losing a little bit of ground there as well in blue. You can see how tricky conditions are. We've had a bit of a downpour. I can tell you that looking across to the far side of the track, we do have blue skies. But things have changed now, and it's Aidan Hills up into second place, and Patrick Fletcher, who inherits the lead. Whereabouts did Will Blackwell Chambers end up as Fletcher goes a little bit wide, and Aidan Hills doesn't need a second opportunity to nip through? The answer to Blackwell Chambers' question is that he is in third, James Cossins in fourth place, and then Oliver Allwood in fifth position as they come up across the line. So from seventh position in this reverse grid race, Aidan Hills makes it up into the race lead. He's looking for another hat-trick, but Patrick Fletcher will take the battle to him. The top two in the championship, P1 and P2 in our reverse grid race. Blackwell Chambers far from finished as well in car number one as they round riches for the second time. Aidan Hills, the white crash helmet of Aidan Hills, totally unpretentious as well, isn't it? Having a plain white crash helmet, fair play to him. Just lets his racing do the talking for him, as many of the other drivers in the championship do as well. And he had a 0.4 of a second lead as he went across the line at the end of lap number one. Now, it's all too easy for cars to go off, as we've seen happen with leaders in the wet many times this weekend. Hills, though, is stretching that advantage at the moment. Fletcher looks for the grip on the outside, leaves the door open for Will Blackwell Chambers to maybe make a move into second place. There is Tom Griffiths down towards the back of the lead group, but still with the lead group significantly. 111 in the mix is Adam Blair coming through. Adam Blair was right at the back. He's the car on the left-hand side of the trio that you're looking coming out of Agostini, heading down towards Oggie's corner, the left-hander. Blackwell Chambers now up ahead of Fletcher, so Blackwell Chambers does consolidate second position, head of Patrick Fletcher, and now making the move is James Cossins going through as well. Cossins, remember, fourth in the championship, Fletcher second. The points gap could close down between those two. Fletcher had a really good start, and at the moment dropping back, probably feeling his way around the circuit, learning where the grip is, and all that learning could come into play a little bit later on. Don't think that he's finished. This could be something of a mind game for him. Then we've got Ali Bray in the mix as well. Bray has come through very well. Where did Ali Bray start? He was way down the order, wasn't he? Ali Bray was one of the non-finishers from race 2. So he's come through from the non-finishers group at the back, and he's on the leaders already. Incredible stuff from Bray. Hills, though, the leader. What's the gap going to be this time? We get more drivers having moments on the grass. I'd have got a bit more straight on than that, to be perfectly honest, but I think the guys may be looking for perhaps a safer path to the racetrack as George Grant goes through in the Clapham North MOT car. Aidan Hill's still there, though, from Will Blackwell Chambers in second place. Patrick Fletcher now beginning to perhaps fall into the clutches of Oliver Allwood, who is still there in fifth, and Ollie getting up to speed a little. And Will Blackwell Chambers sets the fastest lap, but that's momentarily following Darren Hills, and then Ali Bray goes across the line, and Bray now gets the man on the mission is the car in fourth place, the number 14 of Ali Bray's, chasing the black and white car of James Cossins. He's the fastest car on track, out of the blocks, and is going to be looking from the back of the grid. Remember, we had a fantastic race from Jordan Pimley yesterday coming through, and this is pretty much what Jordan did. Oh dear, off track goes Adam Blair. I predicted big things for Adam in this one. He finds himself beached. You can see the green light flashing on the marshal's post just beyond there, telling the drivers that if they can't see the incident, that at that point they are clear and past the incident that sits there. What you can't see clearly here is Aidan Hills, the race leader. Will Blackwell Chambers is closing up. The camera lens tells you that conditions are getting worse, but things are getting better for Ali Bray because he made the move down the inside of James Cossins, who got a little bit of opposite lock there as he went around Agostini, trying to get the power down out of the corner. Keeps it all going in the right direction. He was not out of control at all, but it is Hills still there. That is Alex Stott in the 88, dicing it out with Tom Griffiths. Griffiths is 8th, Alex Stott in 7th place. So through Hamilton Corner down towards Williams, and then back onto the straight. Stott looking fairly clear at the moment. Hills did actually get the gap out from 0.4 of a second to 0.9, and going along there is that hand aloft in that car. safety car. Okay, safety car deployed, I think, for Adam Blair, who has a wheel in the gravel, and that's, again, a good call with our second safety car of the weekend for the Super Cup cars. With Adam Blair's car, it's gone off. The potential is another could go off and go into that, damage 2 cars, so that will be rescued. Here comes the safety car ready to pick up our race leader. So safety car will pick them up at the end of the pit lane. And a little bit of respite for the drivers. Again, a little bit of a chance for them to do some more reconnaissance around the track and maybe pick up where there might be a tad more grip here or there, which they can use once the restart gets underway. So, now yesterday we were talking about names of rescue vehicles. It's the telehandler is what they call the little forklifty type thing that comes out and rescues the vehicle, or snatch vehicle, we can give the more colloquial term for it. And there is the safety car, Adam Blair. It's a shame for Blair. I really did like the idea. He really needs to stick with this, because Adam Blair will be one of the front runners in this championship very, very soon, without a doubt, for sure. Adam dropping down the timing screen, so as a non-finisher will disappear out. Fastest lap of the race still with Ali Bray, who's in 3rd place. Normally in a dry race, Ali, I don't know how far he'd have got up the field in a dry race, to be perfectly honest, but would it have been 3rd? Possibly. And we probably would have welcomed a safety car to close gaps up, but he made all that progress in the opening laps and finds himself 3rd. So from the back of the grid, again, it's something we probably shouldn't keep saying it, but it really is the hallmark of Mazda racing here, and the good guys can come through from the back. They can show their talent and give us some great racing. There goes the telehandler to deal with Adam Blair's car. Meanwhile, it is Aidan Hills that looks to try and keep the heat in his tyres, try and get the excess moisture out as well. Meanwhile, I always think of Thunderbirds, man. I used to have those at Rockingham, Thunderbirds. Here we go. So Adam is obviously out safe and well, but just that one wheel caught in the dirt, and that stopped him going any further. So we will see that done. Back with the leaders. Will Blackwell chap. I mean, whoever's at the front of a Super Cup race, rubs one's hands together with anticipation, don't you? Because you've got Hills, Blackwell Chambers, Bray, Cossins, Allwood, Fletcher. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So the rescue very, very well underway. And timing-wise, we're actually into half distance now. So the yellow flag situation, safety cars, has kind of taken us from maybe about a quarter to just past half distance, and it's calmed things down, but it will set us up for a little bit of a showdown as we go into the last bit of the race. Going through the other positions, Alex Stott is here. We're looking at number 13, which is Tom Selden in the Luke Herbert Racing prepared car. So Luke Herbert also running Patrick Fletcher, of course, as well as Lee Britton. So what you find in Mazda racing is that the front end of the grid is not dominated by any one team. You've got lots of different teams there. So it's not like the Red Bull Championship, which some of you may be wanting to have a look at a little bit later on. It is very much a multi-championship, and the technical regulations and the way that the championship is policed means that everybody gets a fair crack with the whip. Saw Max Merritt. I think Max is the only alliterative driver in this one, isn't he, Max Merritt? Let's have a quick look. George Grant could have been, but we've got a soft G, haven't we, for that one? Okay, so there is Adam Blair's car, driver who, apologies for repeating myself from yesterday, first met when he was racing in Formula First back in the day. That was Brscc initiative as well. I wonder what happened to Shirley Smythe, the championship coordinator back in the day. I wonder if Shirley's still around. Very popular lady, and there is talk of Formula First making not a comeback per se, but a few of the old chassis being dug out and raced again. I personally hated the things. They looked awful. They were for someone that was into Formula Ford back in the day, they looked nothing like a Formula Ford car. They were used for racing schools. Google them if you haven't seen them before. And they had the most horrendous looking rear end on them. And I suppose they were cheaper than Formula Ford, but it never lasted. It did 4 or 5 seasons, and why racing schools had them, I don't know. Because if you're a punter looking at, you want to go in a proper race car, not one that looks like it's got a malformed back end, which they did. Sorry to all you guys who are resurrecting cars, but that's just a personal opinion on the design of those things. Didn't like them at all. I think they were possibly an MCD initiative, John Webb initiative, which Brscc ran. And we had some good racing. We had some decent drivers coming through. Danny Watts came through it. Mark McLaughlin, who runs the is it Hart GT? Runs a G team anyway. GT team. Does Mark McLaughlin. He was a front runner in the championship as well. Ben Edwards raced in it. That's one of the good things to come out of it. The F1 commentator. Local guy to here actually, Ben. Lovely fella. Absolutely brilliant. Remember him coming and helping me. I think the first time I commentated here, and we had a particularly long delay, and he came up and had a chat with us, and just absolutely lovely guy, and a pleasure to work with him in later years as well. Cars making their way down from Palmer corner. This is Agostini. First clear look we've had at Agostini in this race. And car number 20, Christopher Ginn, the Manchex car. .5:48 to go on the clock. This is sort of heading towards maybe a 2-lap dash. We had a 1-lap dash yesterday, which, as we said, was some people like as a Marmite decision, really, you have to say, but I thought it was a good decision because we did get that final lap of racing, and it was done safely as well, which was good despite the conditions. I think things have calmed down, so the safety car, as well as being used here to clear Adam Blair's car, it's also given the weather a chance to abate a little bit, which is quite handy. 96, Christopher Richardson in the Vehicle Works car. And Aidan Hills. Now remember, in yesterday's restart, which was the second race of the weekend for these cars, Aidan Hills absolutely nailed it. We're just looking at Nick Rutter going through in the orange 99 car. And Aidan will be looking to do the same again. Was it Patrick Fletcher second at that point? Yes, there is. Safety car lights are out, so we are getting ready to go racing here. And this is the point. Watch Aidan Hills in the blue and orange car, and when he decides to go, is it going to be when he gets around the corner? Will he floor it? Will he have a good lead? There's a little bit maybe tail happy from Aidan there, perhaps not as perfect as yesterday's restart, and we'll see how it all pans out for them as they head up across the line. And 4 minutes to go, so I reckon maybe 2 more laps of racing to go. Will Blackwell Chambers goes to the inside. Aidan Hills is where he thinks the grip is, and it's Ali Bray who will go up into second position and will challenge for the lead. Bray is the fastest man, or was the fastest man on track before the safety car, and he gives notice of intent very much, but so too does Blackwell Chambers, who is coming back at him, and the number 1 car, the defending champion, goes up the inside. James Cozzins getting into the mix as well in the grey and white car, but he's going to be on the wrong side for Palmer. You can make the pass on the outside in the dry and indeed in the wet. There is the 50 car, which had problems earlier on. It's Lee Britton trying to go through, but Aidan Hills has held his nerve again. You can see right on the ragged edge, a little flick of the car as he comes out of Palmer. Blackwell Chambers back into second. This is good news for Hills, because Ali Bray, I think, was going to be the biggest danger. Bray going tight on the inside run here. Can he get the car stopped? He does. A little bit of a love tap on the back. Love tap, baby, on the back from number 1, Will Blackwell Chambers, the defending champion. And it is so close between these. They go up to Hamilton corner, the right-hander. Then it's the left. Oggies is the next one. And it's Bray back ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers, who's going to have a go. Chambers, I think, has backed off after that little bit of contact. Squirrely moment there for Christopher Ginn in that wonderfully liveried number 20 car. Ginn busy dicing himself, but we inevitably have to go back to the race leaders, Blackwell Chambers, and we've got a car off. Is that George Grant that's gone off in the 69 car? And we've also got another one that was off with George as Ollie Allwood tries to close down on James Cozzins. Hope they both get going. We could do without another safety car. Still plenty of standing water here, which is going to be an issue. Green flags waved to say that all is well following the yellow flag zone, which was back of shot. That's been cleared now, and that is Kamal Kelsey in the club class. Remember, we've got 6 drivers to talk to on the podium. Kamal probably won't be on the podium, as with 2 minutes 18 on the clock going. It is Aidan Hills leading at the moment from Ali Bray in second. Bray trying to close in. Will Blackwell Chambers in third. James Cozzins followed by Ollie Allwood. It's getting close for the lead now, and Ali Bray's going to have a look on the inside run here. Bray looking to try and repeat what he did on Anglesey, taking the win in the reverse grid race. He hasn't benefited from that, remember. Started from the back. Aidan Hills is covering the inside here. Very wise stuff from Aidan. Drifts out wide. Bray, I think, maybe gets a slightly better run out of the corner, and it's going to be about the run along centre straight and onto the last lap here of the final Super Cup race of the weekend. Here they come. Rooster tail of spray out of the cars as they cross the line. And what has happened to Hills? He has lost out, because going across the line and into the race lead is Ali Bray. Will Blackwell Chambers has now got the fast outside line, and the Downforce Radio logo shows in second position, and Darren Hills, the race leader from the start, is down into third place. And Ali Bray, after all his trials and tribulations this weekend, has come through and leads this one past the point where he straight lined off yesterday after a little bit of a tap. It must be said, he was helped off the circuit yesterday, and he now has the lead, and Will Blackwell Chambers right behind him. We know that Will Blackwell Chambers can get past him if he tries, as we have a brief look at Amy Watts in the 108 car having a very good race. But Bray has got a little bit of space between himself and Blackwell Chambers now. Aidan Hills a wee bit further back in third. This is a long lap though, and the complexion of the race can change. Cozzins all over the back of his teammate. Then it's Ollie Allwood. Patrick Fletcher coming back into play as well in the 29. So let's see what Fletcher can do as they head up to Hamilton, which is the left-hander. I think I've been referring to it as Oggies accidentally. I apologise for that if I've confused everybody. And there is Blackwell Chambers in the number 1 car. Momentarily out of shot was Ali Bray. I thought for a moment we might have lost him, but Bray has been superb here. He's come right the way from the back, not the very back of the grid, but the back group of non-finishers from race 2. So no benefit in the reverse grid draw for Bray, just dedication, perseverance and very skillful driving in the wet to come through. He made up a lot of places in the early laps, then it was a case of just picking people off one by one. As we look at the 2 Hills Motorsport teammates, James Cozzins in 4th place. They'll still be in strong championship positions, but coming into the complex for the last time, it is Will Blackwell Chambers giving chase, but he's a good 3 or 4 lengths behind Ali Bray at the moment, and it's the AB Motorsport boss who I think is going to take the win here, barring any major dramas going through Corham and Murray's the final corner. Well, it's easy to say that, but we have seen cars straight lining and going off and losing control, but we've got some very, very competent, fast and experienced drivers at the head of the field. Look at the spray out of Bray's car. He's well clear. He's not under any big pressure here. He probably knows he's got the fastest setup and car on the track. He's driving it superbly too and successfully negotiates Murray's. Blackwell Chambers closes up a little bit under braking. Aidan Hills is in third. He'll be disappointed to have a podium after leading for so long as they come up towards the checkered flag, which is readied now for Ali Bray on home circuit. Takes the win from Will Blackwell Chambers in P2. Third position goes to Aidan Hills. James Cozzins next up from Ollie Allwood. Patrick Fletcher in 6th position. Alex Stott next up from Tom Griffiths, who wound up in 8th place. It was Fraser Fennick next up from Joe Wiggin, rounding up our top 10. And of course for Rob, for podiums, we need to look at our club drivers. Wilbur Tiley in car number 17 wins the club class. Second in club class goes to Max Merritt, so we get an alliterative podium, which is good. And third position in club, definitely a go-to interview, assuming you've got this right, is, oh, hang on, just a quick change. Yeah, first club, oh no, change. So Wilbur Tiley first in club. Second was club and master, number 99, Nick Rutter. Third club driver, I'm just double checking this, is, I think, Eliza Seville in the Brian Chandler car. So get that checked out. Charlotte will double check for you, Rob, but the possibility that we get to talk to Eliza, I'm not sure if she's had a podium interview before, but I think possibly third in club class. So plenty to take away from that race. A great race in difficult conditions. What a difficult weekend it's been for them. I gave you the top 10 as they crossed the line. There they are, confirmation at the base of the screen of Ali Bray's fastest lap as well. Bray's first win. 2 wins this weekend for Aidan Hills and a third in the final. Ali Bray taking that third race victory from Blackwell Chambers. Hills, Cossins, Allwood, Fletcher, Stott, etc. 11th was Wilbur Tiley, who wins the category for the clubman, from Tom Selden, Chris Richardson, Nick Rutter and Josh Morris. Lee Britton next up from Martin Tolley, and then Eliza Seville ahead of Robert Way there. Robert, of course, always on the podium. Alexander Jones next. Kamal Kelsey recovered well to finish ahead of Amy Watts, Christopher Ginn. George Grant recovered too in car number 69. Then it was Scott Wright, Max Merritt, Bruce Robinson and Matt Shears completing our finishers. Issues, sadly, for Liz Walton, Will Powell, Adam Blair, Sam Heading and Alistair Dendy. Wow. The good thing about having Rob in pit lane is I get a little bit of a breather after some exciting race commentary. We've got some cars already, I think pit laners, making their way up towards the Parc Ferme and scrutineering area. There is Ollie Allwood. But yeah, good stuff. Hats off to all of our Mazda races. Still got another Mazda race to come, of course, which is the Mark 1s. That is after the third CityCar Cup Championship race, which we've got coming up in a moment. Ali Bray and Patrick Fletcher are there. A mixed weekend for Ali. car 14th, 7th in the first race of the weekend. DNF in race number 2, or non-classified, and then coming through as a winner again, Ali, and sort of making a habit of reverse grid race wins, but that was on speed, not gifted, as we said, as he makes his way down pit lane and ultimately to victory lane. So let's go down to Rob. Hopefully we'll get Ali to have a chance to get his crash hat off as well before, so we can see his face as we have a chat to him. But great race once again. Down to you, Rob.
Well, I think you could kind of tell that the Ali Bray Motorsport team are rather happy with that result. A little blip of the throttle just to celebrate, and Ali's going to get out of the car. Ali, I'm going to start calling you the Rainmaster.
I do like it wet.
Just a bit. Talk us through that race.
Oh, it was awesome. We had great pace in the wet yesterday. Unfortunately, it turns out that I'm one of the only front boys that don't have a heated windscreen or a heater. So we came off in the lead yesterday just because I couldn't see. And cheers, mate. Thank you. And yeah, today I could see, and we carried on. It was brilliant. Can't say thank you enough to all the AB Motorsport team. Mike Comber MCR, he's at home today because it's his son's birthday. So happy birthday to Joey. Mike does most of the work on this car, and it is just something else in the wet. It really is. Also, while I've got a quick moment, 2 stallers from the Brscc Championship, Paul Bateman and Marcus Bailey, have been really ill recently, and want to give them a big shout out, and that's for you boys.
Ali, that's very kind, mate. I mean, to move on to a great win after yesterday, you had a few trials and tribulations, but just a great feeling.
Yeah, it was awesome. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did.
Oh, we certainly did, Ali. Congratulations, well done.
Cheers,
a
mate.
Jubilant winner in Ali Bray. Let's see if we can grab a word with Will Blackwell Chambers, who's disappearing from me. Come on over.
Hello.
Hello, Will. A great race from yourself. That was a brilliant start.
Yeah, sadly a lack of talent to finish the lap. Came under the bridge, locked the fronts and went straight on, which then put us back to P3, so it was a recovery drive from there. Fairly happy with the result. We've had a pretty tough weekend, so it's nice to bring one home for Rob Boston Racing, Hydra Racing, Clapham North. So yeah, really happy with it overall. But yeah, Ali's incredibly quick, amazing drive from the back, and yeah, happy.
It's a testament to the drivers in this series that you're all able to keep it on the black stuff with those showers that were absolutely chucking it down.
Well, not quite all. We did have a safety car, but
well, maybe the odd one.
No, it's incredibly difficult. I mean, we all thought it was going to be dry, so I think most people on dry tyres as well, which makes it even more tricky. And then the heavens opened, so yeah, keeping it on the track, hard work.
Yeah, and just to change things, the sun's out now, but we've got more rain coming.
Oh, it's fine. I'm out in the C1 Endurance race for 5 hours after this, so I get to drive a small shoebox around in the rain, so it should be good.
Looking forward to it?
Never done it before. I've done 6 laps. What could go wrong?
Get it done. Enjoy it, Will. Fantastic result there. Cheers. And a great podium for Will Blackwell-Chambers. Now Aidan Hills, 2 fantastic results yesterday.
Yeah.
Back on the podium today. You must be thrilled with your weekend.
I'm over the moon, to be fair. 3 podiums is always a nice weekend, especially with 2 wins involved in that. When you get to the lead of a race, you always think you're going to win it, but to be honest, I was hanging on, and from the good day we had yesterday, I just didn't want to ruin it. So I probably had a little bit more pace than I was showing. I just wanted to get to the finish. But fair play to Ali. What a drive, eh?
It was a fantastic.
What a drive, yeah. From 26th or 27th.
To hero moments this weekend.
Yeah, honestly, when I saw him in the mirror, I just thought fair play, you know, like I pretty much at the safety car knew he was going to win the race. I just wanted to try and come second. But third will do, you know, it's good points for the championship. Thanks to Q Technology, thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport that worked tirelessly to keep us where we are. And got to say hello to my sister because she's been begging me for a shout out all year.
Fantastic.
One more, my girlfriend's birthday's on Tuesday, so happy birthday to her.
Oh, well, happy birthday to her for then, and a great mix of results for you this weekend, Aidan. Fantastic. We'll see you at the next one.
Thank you.
Okay, that rounds out the podium there. I think Wilbur Tiley, who won the Masters category in that, has had to take off down to the podium. So I'll hand back to Richard John Neal. The sun is out, but I do promise you, Richard, there's more rain coming. It's time for the grid for the next race.
Thank you very much to Rob. Good to hear from our top 3 drivers there to see off the Super Cup runners. And yeah, good weekend for them again. Decent weekend for Aidan Hills with 2 wins. Super drive from Ali Bray, one that we'll cherish and remember. And of course, have the opportunity to watch back. If you're watching on the live stream, you'll know that there are opportunities to do that. And I'd recommend, if you didn't see yesterday's racing, to have a look at Jordan Pimney's win as well in the Downforce Radio Clubman's Cup, which was absolutely brilliant as well. Talking of great racing yesterday, we always serve it up with Brscc. Do come to the club meetings if you can. So have a look at the fixture list. You can. I make no apology for keep saying it was no better thing than to come to the track. You can still have the live stream on if you want. If you're at a track where you can't see half the circuit, then live stream is a good thing to sort of help you guide around there. But watch it back when you get home. It's a great experience to enjoy the racing at the circuit, see the cars, meet the drivers. Most of the drivers will if you've got young ones, they'll let them sit in the cars. So if you have just stumbled across us today, thanks for joining us and take the opportunity to come to the track. And I was chatting to one of our marshals earlier on. He was saying, you know, unless people come to the track, they can't get involved in the sport. And there are lots of different ways that you can get involved, because there's our time team TSL, there are race officials, there are marshals, there are engineers, there are caterers, there are so many people. It's a huge industry and so many opportunities for people to get involved. Or you can do what I did for many years and just be a spectator. And a lot of people are saying, why didn't you stay a spectator, Richard? That would have been better for the world in general, and I fully appreciate that. But do come along, get involved as a spectator or a marshal or a competitor. When you come along, of course, you can also get to follow your own favourite drivers. And I'm guessing the one thing we haven't really done with live streaming yet is getting to building characters that people see again and again. Because take for example the Mazdas. This is, I think, their only visit to Snetterton this year. CityCar Cup's on its second one, and we're coming to that in a minute. What you can't do is build a sort of regular fan base apart from local championships. Like I used to have the champion of brands in Formula Ford, champion of Snetterton here, and you'd see those drivers regularly. When I was a regular spectator at Brands Hatch, you'd really enjoy watching all the racing, but you'd look forward to seeing the regular drivers in championship at Brands, and you would ultimately pick your favourites to watch and cheer on and hope that they would win, or in my case, do a little bit better, because I never tended to pick winning drivers. But now with live streaming, of course, you can watch stuff back and cheer your favourites on after the event. After the second event for the CityCar Cup, we had a second win of the weekend for Stuart Bliss. It was Elliot Lettis, the championship leader, who qualified on pole position for the championship. This championship now in its third season. Nick Grinderod, I think, might be in the paddock today. There was I was asking for information. I didn't get any, but asking for information about Duncan Stone, but managed to look at his Facebook feed last night. Duncan started the weekend badly with a blown engine and managed to get a new one in, didn't qualify, and then came through the field in the first race and then carried on that progression, made it up to 9th place in race 2, and that means that he starts on the front row of the grid, incredibly, for this one. So he's gone from blown engine to being on pole position, albeit with a change around. Now we've got in fact got a change of grid, because I thought it was going to be him on pole, but in actual fact, so I've called that wrong. We've actually got the 88 car on pole position with 23 alongside. So it looks like we've got Richard Snuggs in red. So I'm going to have to update my grid. In fact, we'll give you the grid now on screen. Richard Snuggs with Joe Moss on the front row. Joe is in red, Richard in the blue 88 car. Row 2, Stuart Bliss and Richard Jepp. Richard, the Student Motorsport Challenge front runner. Liam Browning in the Student Motorsport car as well, with Andrew Dyer next up. Row 4, Duncan Stone and Jack Wheeler. So, yeah, Duncan didn't get on pole position. Elliot Lettis next up from Christopher Mackenzie. And following them on row 6, it's Amelia Vincent and Hayden Payne. Both of those drivers, again, part of the Student Motorsport Challenge, where we get colleges and schools involved in supporting the racing. Alex Foden on row 7 with Andrew Payne in car number 14. And we go back to row 8, David Williams, one of our guest drivers this weekend, with Harvey Blake Jones, one of the Novice Championship competitors, followed by Dominic Fletcher and Benjamin Bastow in car number 99. That's row 9. 10th row, Peter Bauer and John Nicholson in car number 20. And then we go back to row 11, which sees Jason Dean and Bob Bannister. Bob in car number 64, Jason in 42. 12th row, problems yesterday for Arthur Simondet, the Frenchman, in his Student Motorsport car, also novice driver. Alistair Mearing alongside him. Prem Ginder, the Novice Championship leader coming into the weekend, had a DNF yesterday, as did Bradley Porter and Luis Torres in the 210 car, which was showing signs in the paddock this morning of significant repair. Hopefully will take to the track. So it's Snuggs and Moss on the front row of the grid. With Stuart Bliss next up. He is 3rd on the grid, and then Richard Jepp in 4th position. Now this is a championship in its own right. The inaugural champion Nick Grindrod, and I went completely off at a tangent, won it in 2021 ahead of Richard Bliss and Duncan Stone, who starts, I think it was back on row 4. Richard Bliss, last year's champion, from Andrew Dyer, who was out in one of the student cars, and Stuart Bliss 3rd. Student Motorsport Challenge last year won by Met Motorsport, who have rebranded this year to Team Northbrook Racing, which is the old team name for the Shoreham by Sea based outfit. East Surrey College 2nd, Oxford Brooks were 3rd last year. Student Motorsport standings coming in to this weekend. Team Northbrook Racing leading by some margin from Barrack Sport and East Surrey College in 3rd. And in the overall championship, it is Elliot Lettis that leads from Stuart Bliss and Christopher Mackenzie, who is in the Bitcoin car in 3rd place in the championship, but he finished 10th in yesterday's race, so we'll start a little bit further back. In fact, I was looking at the race 2 result rather than, sorry, the race 1 result rather than race 2, hence the confusion. And if we shuffle the papers around, we should find, there we go, the amended, oh no, it was the race 7 result, wasn't it? Okay, Stuart Bliss, Jack Wheeler, Stuart Bliss, Jack Wheeler, Stuart Bliss, Jack Wheeler. Okay, there we are. Overall championship, we've done novice championship headed by Prem Ginder from Arthur Simondet, who's done one less event, so impressive stuff from Arthur climbing up the order. And Luis Torres, who's had a torrid weekend, he's on 197 points, so Jason Dean would have made some inroads to that from 4th position in the novice championship. All of those classes to consider as we get ready to go racing. We've got the Student Cup as well, the Student Motorsport Challenge, supported by Melanie and Pete Edwards from the Motorsports School. A big thank you to them for their support of the championship this weekend. 3 colleges missing: Coleg Gwent, Barrack Sport GSR. Barrack Sport are here, but one of their cars isn't. The James Smith car should be out next time. And the other team missing is Coleg Menai. The 2 Welsh teams missing due to a schedule clash. But we do have Barrack Sport with Andy Dyer, last year's championship runner-up, in the mix. QE Motorsport, which is Queen Ethelburger's collegiate, and that team crewed by young people of school age rather than college age, which is a great USP for them. West Sussex, there is a West Sussex team. West Suffolk College with Hayden Payne racing. Barrack Sport, with James Smith mentioned, not here. Jack Wheeler is at the controls of the East Surrey College car. Team Northbrook Racing, run by driven by Richard Jepp, who is the championship leader at the moment for the student teams, and Liam Browning in the Boston College car, number 91, and the final Student Motorsport entrant, Wiltshire College and University Centre, Amelia Vincent, who herself is an ex-Castle Combe racer, has raced in various things, but more significantly, and how appropriate, is a Wiltshire College graduate. So great to have somebody that's moved on out of the college to go into their racing. So really good stuff from them. Right, paper aplenty here, but not the piece of paper that I need going into our penultimate non-endurance race of the day. We're finished with some of these now. I need that one for later on, and we'll flick over. Okay, here is the one we need. As the cars continue on their green flag lap. Now, it is bright. Rob was saying there's more rain on the way. The window tells me that it's not raining as much. 5-second board being proffered at the moment, or readied we should say, as Richard Snuggs in blue makes his way around that final turn and getting ready to take the start of this partial reverse grid race. Joe Moss will line up alongside. Stuart Bliss, double winner. You would be pretty brave to bet against him. There is Amelia Vincent that we were talking about in the Wiltshire College, a graduate herself, and really neat. For her, it must be great to drive the car. It's a great opportunity, but also an opportunity for her to give back to the college a little bit of racing expertise, knowledge as well. So it's Richard Snuggs in blue, Joe Moss alongside in red, and then Stuart Bliss in orange and grey. He's on the inside of row 2. And then the mainly yellow and black car of Richard Jepp, and Richard the leading student runner in this one on the partially reversed grid. So we're looking forward to our start. The last few cars just coming into line. The normal start procedure about to be completed. Wipers working on the front of the cars, and they'll have conditions not too dissimilar to yesterday for these guys. Hence the requirement, the non-requirement to have an extra green flag lap. This race, incidentally, 15 minutes for the CityCar Cup Championship, and we are very much, there's the 5-second board being proffered. So we look for the lights, and the light is on. Fairly long hold actually this time, and the power goes down, and again, do we see good traction from the outside of the grid? I've got to say it's probably one of the most even starts I've seen in damp conditions over the course of the day so far, and Richard Snuggs and Joe Moss pretty equal as they head down towards Rich's for the first time. And it is Moss that pops his nose in front as they go into Rich's. He's the red car at the head of the field. The rest of them playing a little bit of a sort out at the moment. The clock is underway, and we are Brscc, Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship racing. There's a schmozzle at turn number 1. 3 cars off, 1 half gyrating. Meanwhile, at the front, Stuart Bliss looking on the outside line to try and get up from his 3rd position and dice it out for the lead. We'll go back to what was going on at turn 1. They've all recovered. That's a very good recovery from our 3 drivers at the back of the field. Having said that, is that the 210 car that is going to pull up? We'll come back to that, but at the moment it is Joe Moss in red, who was leading this one, but I think has now been passed on the outside. So Moss, in fact, down to third place, and we've had quite a few different place changes. So the reverse grid, it doesn't last long sometimes in these, particularly in tricky conditions. You've maybe got a driver that hasn't got the expertise of having raced the cars. As we look at 101, Peter Bauer going around the outside. There in number 11 is Andrew Dyer, up ahead of Moss now. So it's Dyer, the student racer, making his seasonal debut this weekend in the Brscc 11 car, the Oxford-based team. Harry O'Donoghue, the team principal from there. And Andrew Dyer could find himself working his way up towards the front of the field. Having said that, though, we've got a pass on there by Elliot Lettis in the black and gold livery car, making progress up through the field as well. The 57, the black and green car, that's Jack Wheeler, 2 second places so far this weekend. And obviously the reverse grid race putting him a little bit further back in the East Surrey College car. So he's got a fair amount of work to do to try and come up through the order. 63 is Duncan Stone, the driver I was talking with. This is Duncan's anniversary, or anniversary weekend. I think it was the anniversary yesterday, and he was busy changing an engine, so he knows how to treat his lady, doesn't he? Fair play to him. Happy anniversary to you both. Many congratulations, and let's see if Duncan can maybe get that car a little bit further up the order. It was running very well in the wet yesterday. To Richard Snuggs on the first lap. I've blocked my timing screen. We won't know yet, will we? Because he is they're not across the line to have completed the first lap. But the blue car seems to have disappeared down the order for the moment as the race leader rounds Coram. Stuart Bliss has been very much at home so far this weekend, and he's got Andrew Dyer for company. So it is Bliss from Dyer. Joe Moss in third position. Okay, Richard Snuggs is down there behind the 21 car at the moment. So Christopher McKenzie up ahead of the pole position man at the moment as Stuart Bliss crosses the line. He's going to be able to make it a hat-trick. The only two drivers have won in the championship this year, Elliot Lettis and Stuart Bliss. And this has by far been Bliss's best weekend of the season. It's the Viking Van Breakers 63 car of Duncan Stone, 6th place at the moment, so he's got to try and close in on Richard Jett. Elliot Lettis is now into third place. Elliot, if I remember correctly yesterday, didn't he get into the lead and then the result went back a lap, so he's going to be keen to put that right as Joe Moss runs a tad wide there. Lots of sorting out going on back down the order. Student challenge at the moment led by Andrew Dyer. Top novice is Joe Moss. Second in the students is Richard Jett. Third in the students is Jack Wheeler. And a problem there for John Nicholson in the 310 car, the Team B Racing, is that I would say is, yeah, relative safety. Just seeing where the cars are going. He's behind the barrier as they make their way down from Montreal into Palmer. There is Richard Snuggs. I bigged up Richard quite a lot yesterday. His results were certainly heading in the right direction as we watched Duncan Stone coming under pressure from Jack Wheeler. Duncan, a front runner in the championship back in 2021, was third behind Richard Bliss and Nick Grindrod. Nick going, of course, into Super Cup for Mazda Super Cup for 2022, but having a big accident at Brands Hatch, which has taken him out of it. Nice little move there by Christopher McKenzie on the inside of Jack Wheeler. And Wheeler finding himself much more in the thick of the action here. I'm sure he would have preferred being up with the very sharp end of things, but as he goes down the straight, he's definitely in more of a race in this one, as it's Bliss now from Elliot Lettis in second position. So we've had a change of second place, and Elliot Lettis will try and close down on the race leader. It's still Andrew Dyer in third, so some familiar names there. Still good stuff from Joe Moss, the top novice in 23, having a good run. What's Moss done so far this year? It's actually only his second meeting. He was here at Snetterton at the start of the season, had 3 top 10 finishes, so shouldn't really be surprised to see him there. Best result was 8th, and Moss at the moment is sort of looking for, you know, much better than that, as Stuart Bliss Gets it all a little bit sideways, a bit of drift as he came out of Murray's. We're heading down now into the second third of this race. There is the top rookie or top novice in the red car up ahead of 65, Richard Jepp. Jepp running second in the Student Motorsport Challenge class at the moment. Of course, we'll be vying for overall honours, one assumes, as the season continues with the likes of Andrew Dyer. Leaders heading down into Richie's once again. The gap, 0.7 of a second. Well, actually, just a shade under 8, actually, between Stuart Bliss and Elliot Lettis, with Andrew Dyer third. Joe Moss is in 4th place from Richard Jepp. Duncan Stone still in 6th. Christopher McKenzie is in 7th in the Bitcoin car. Jack Wheeler 8th. 9th position is Liam Browning, another one of the student cars. We're seeing more and more. If you go back and compare, remember doing a lovely interview with JP, the challenge organiser, student challenge organiser last year. And if you go back and look at the results from last year's meeting and see how things have progressed, we've got more student cars nearer the front of the grid, and more cars period actually on the grid in the first place as we get a challenge on here. So Moss having a race here with Richard Jepp. Jepp in the orange and blue car, and this is a challenge by the red car from, actually a challenge from the 5th place car, Jepp, to try and get 4th position from Joe Moss. And I think he's got it. He's got his nose in front now as they head down towards Oggies. Oggies, the left-hander, before they go right once again. Sorry, Oggies is the right-hander, and then it's Williams at the end of the straight as the cars begin to really sort of sort themselves out now, with half distance pretty much approaching. We're looking at the 73 car, which is Andrew Payne. Andrew up ahead of Jason Dean. Bit of a wide run there, a spin sadly for Jason Dean in the one of the Bitcoin team cars. Pretty impressive outfit in the paddock when you see them all lined up. Prem Ginde is one of those. Is Prem still racing at the moment as well? Let's have a quick look and see where Prem is. Yeah, the answer is he's down in 24th place. So Simon Day is, I think, second novice at the moment, so he's going to cut Prem's championship lead once again in this race. So that'll be 2 races on bounce that he's done that. So things are going to close up in the novice championships. Duncan Stone's still there at the moment. Actually down behind the 21. Here is Stuart Bliss though. So Bliss still the race leader. He's getting the habit of drifting. He went a lot further there as he went around Murray's, and there's a drift on there. Is there some fluid or something down, or is it just really, really tricky? Andrew Dyer does the same thing. Richard Jepp goes through in 4th, so Moss is now down to 5th from the previous lap. Then it's Christopher McKenzie and Duncan Stone down behind him. Duncan was out of position from where we saw him earlier on. Andrew Payne finds life a bit of a pain as he has a moment, manages to rejoin quite quickly in the 73 car, but will lose a few positions very sadly. So Dyer goes out of shot. He's in 3rd place. There is Richard Jepp. So the Student Motorsport Challenge at present with Brscc Sport. Andy Dyer taking over the seat this weekend for the first time. Great to see him back in the championship, second in the Cup last year. Things closing up with this group. Duncan Stone having a look at the inside run here of Christopher McKenzie. Can't quite get it done. McKenzie is busy chasing Joe Moss at the moment. That's for 5th, 6th and 7th and 8th position, because we've got Jack Wheeler at the back there. When you realise that you've got Jack Wheeler in 8th position, Liam Browning in 9th, Richard Snug in 10th. We've got quality drivers all the way through the top 10, all of them in my book capable of taking wins, certainly podiums. And that's how competitive the championship is, despite the fact that some of them have been gapped quite largely here because they've developed into their own little battles around the track. Jack Moss, though, doing a decent job. There is the East Surrey College Motorsport name emblazoned proudly on the 57 car. He's going to have a look as they head up towards Hamilton on the inside line. Hamilton, the left-hander. We don't see how that one plays out. And making the move now is Elliot Lettis, goes through into the lead. Brand new leader, Elliot Lettis now looking to get back. This is the championship leader. He'd won all but one race coming into this weekend. He's had 2 wins ceded to Stuart Bliss over the course of this weekend. Now, barring a stoppage on this lap, where the result would go back, I think this is looking like Elliot Lettis maintaining his, what is now a 100% record of wins at each meeting, even though it's only perhaps going to be the one this weekend. He's ahead. He's got 3 minutes 42 on the clock, so we're looking at probably 2 more minutes racing to go. And Elliot Lettis has just calmly picked them off one by one from a good way, not a good way back on the grid, but 3 or 4 rows back on the grid. And it's been a good, assured drive. He's known what he's doing. He's got the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, as well. Here comes Christopher McKenzie, still putting Joe Moss under pressure. Jack Wheeler is a little bit further back, and then Duncan Stone in the 63s lost a little bit of the early momentum that he had. Let's see if we get the drifters putting on a gig for us coming out of the final corner. I've got to say, that time Stuart Bliss looked a lot more controlled. That was a lot more refined. It seems like now he's not under pressure, that he's not drifting as much, and one wonders whether it was the pressure from the new leader, Elliot Lettis, who will show on the timing tower as leader now as they cross the line. So 2 minutes 38 left. The lap time's here 3 minutes, so that means we are now onto the last lap of the race. Andrew Dyer is third, with Richard Jett potentially third and fourth being the battle for the Student Motorsport Challenge win. But at the moment, I don't think Jep is quite close enough to Andrew Dyer, who's clearly getting to grips with the car. Joe Moss has now been passed by Christopher McKenzie. And in fact, you can see on Moss's car, we don't get too many rear shots of it, but the red car had the yellow square with the black cross, which indicates that he is a new driver to motorsport. And I'll tell you what, he's acquitting himself extremely well here in his second meeting of the season. There he is in the 23, now coming under pressure from Jack Wheeler in the 57. Jack now looking for 6th place, but Elliot Lettis is the race leader. Was 1.2 seconds clear as they crossed the line. That has been extended a little bit there over Stuart Bliss. Stuart second in the championship, may have closed up a little bit this weekend. Christopher McKenzie's probably lost a little bit of ground. Richard Jett may have maybe closed in as Jack Wheeler makes a move. He's going to have a look down the inside. Has he got enough grip? He has. That was again lovely clean racing from the pair of them. That's how you do it. Loads of space between the two cars. The gap was there. Clearly the momentum was there for Wheeler to go through on the inside, which he did, makes up a position. Meanwhile, we cast our eyes up to the front of the field again, and the race leader, Elliot Lettis, continues to pace. Look at the lead that he's building now. It's almost as if Stuart Bliss has resigned himself to second place. He really is on his own. These two are the top two, though, in the Student Challenge. There is the chaser, Richard Jett, 4th in the overall championship, but with the 65 car, the leader of the Student Motorsport Challenge on the books. But we've got Andrew Dyer in the 11 car, which is the Brscc car, some 60 points behind coming into this weekend. Is going to start nibbling away at that championship lead with the remaining rounds. Having said that, Jep is closing in again, but I don't think close enough to mount an attack. He'll close up under braking. The 11 car will start to sprint away. Citroën v Peugeot. Nice little battle here for the Student Challenge. I'll tell you what, the gap is actually staying together, so we may well have a photo finish between those two. Lettis, though, rounds Coram for the last time, and he's going to, I think, finally get his win this weekend. He's built a huge gap over Stuart Bliss. Comes into Murray's for the last time. Very neat, very tidy, very confident as well. It was surely only going to be a matter of time before he got into the lead, which he did. Stuart Bliss in second position. Lettis the winner. Here's the battle, though, for the Student Motorsport Challenge, and virtually being pushed around the corner is Andrew Dyer from Richard Jett, who dearly would love to get the win. The overall win goes to Elliot Lettis. Look for Stuart Bliss, who will take second position. Here comes Elliot across the line. Stuart Bliss second was 4.91 seconds down. It is Andrew Dyer who takes the Student Motorsport Challenge win and third position overall, ahead of Richard Jett. 5th position, reclaiming it, was Christopher McKenzie in the Bitcoin car, Jack Wheeler in 7th, then Joe Moss in 8th place, Duncan Stone in 9th, Richard Snuggs was in 9th place, and Liam Browning wrapping up the top 10. Jack Wheeler getting the Student Motorsport podium 3rd place. So overall it was Lettice, Bliss and Dyer, and Student Motorsport, Dyer, Jep and Wheeler. Don't think we'll get a chance to talk to the novice winner, but the novice winner was Joe Moss, and second in the novice class was I was going to say Seaman Day, but he wasn't. It was, I think, car number 72, which of course is Hayden Payne. But there is Elliot Lettice, the Peugeot 107, again proving to be the class of the got back where he wanted to be here, having dominated the season thus far. He'd only been beaten once coming into the weekend. That was Snetterton, his Achilles heel, one wonders. He lost a race here. Well, was second in the third race of the day, or third race of the weekend in their opener earlier on in the season. And 2 seconds, was it 2 seconds? Or a third, a second and a first in this weekend's racing. But to wind up, to carry the momentum of a race win is great for him, as across the line goes Jason Dean in the Bitcoin car. Jason running down in 23rd position, and I think the only other car we might have been expecting to come across the line was Alistair Mearing, but possibly in the pits at the end of the last lap. So that completes, I think, our runners, and a big thank you to everyone involved in the Nankang Tyre Brscc CityCar Cup Championship, and also to everyone involved in the Student Motorsport Challenge for keeping us up to date with information coming into the event and throughout the event as well. If you are watching this and you're involved in a local college or institution of higher learning and you want to get involved with Student Motorsport, JP Latham is the man to talk to. Just search it on social media, you'll find it. Get involved, because the more the merrier. It's a wonderful initiative, and it is growing. I don't think it'll be too long before we see an entire grid of student motorsport cars on there. Here's the result for you. Lettice from Bliss and Dyer, Richard Jep fourth from Mackenzie, Wheeler, Moss, Stone, Snuggs and Browning wrapping up the top 10. Elliot Lettice gaining the fastest lap on lap 4 of the 5, the penultimate lap. 11th goes to David Williams from Benjamin Bastow and Hayden Payne. Dominic Fletcher ahead of Arthur Simonday and Peter Bauer. Bob Bannister 17th from Emilia Vincent. Then Bradley Porter and Harvey Blake-Jones in 20th. Andrew Payne 21st from Premginder. Then it was Jason Dean. Alistair Mearing did make it across the line, 24 car. Non-finishes for Alex Foden. And as we saw, 310 John Nicholson. So safe travels home for everybody in the Nankang Tyres CityCar Cup. We look forward to seeing them on a Brscc meeting very, very soon indeed. And hopefully some of them will stick around. I think some of the drivers will be in the Silverlake C1 5-hour endurance race, so we'll probably see those guys on track a little bit later on. And of course, during that race, they may well get the chance to be interviewed by the man who's waiting for the leading car to pull up in pit lane. That is our very own Rob Lewis.
And Elliot Lettice steps out the car ecstatic after that win. A fantastic move to take the lead from Stuart Bliss with Andrew Dyer in third. We'll just wait for him to get his helmet off and give us his thoughts on that rather wet race, although the track does look to be drying up slightly. Elliot, fantastic win. You were just on the cusp of the podium yesterday, yes. So this must be very satisfying to get that win today.
It certainly is, yeah. From P9 as well, yeah, I can't complain. Brilliant, well, dreadful conditions out there. They're always changing. Every corner is different. But we went for a risk with the setup, and must have paid off. So, yeah, really good race.
Do you want to tell us what that risk of the setup was?
No. No.
Cards close to your chest, I get that. Yeah. But a good way to sort of get back on that top step.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now we move forward to Brands Hatch. Hopefully we can continue. Hopefully a bit of better weather this time. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, a bit warmer.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a superb win there, Elliot. Now, it's probably not the best thing to be doing to the car while it's in parc fermé. You get your suit dirty, but a fantastic second place there. The conditions a bit tricky. What happened on the when Elliot took the lead?
I've got just before the we went out, just got the guys to spanner check the car, and the one of the threads stripped on the subframe. I mean, I have time to change it, so it's in there, but with hopes and dreams. And about halfway through the race, I think it's come loose, and the car started pulling to the left under braking. So every time you get down the straight, hit the brakes, it was just left, and then so when Elliot put a move on me, I was sort of sitting duck, and then the car got out of shape, and that was that, and it was just a case of holding second, really.
But all in all, you've had a fantastic weekend, a good bank of points.
Yeah, good weekend. Need to buy some new tyres if it's going to rain again, because I see everyone's put new tyres on and gone a bit quicker, so I have to stock them for next time. But it's a good result for the championship. Keep Elliot on his toes, and yeah, great result.
And heading to Brands Hatch, what's the sort of, well, get the subframe fixed for starters?
Yeah, new subframe. I haven't been to Brands since 2005, so we'll see what happens.
Every day's a new day.
Yeah, every day. More rain, that's what we need.
Bit more rain. Well, fantastic. Congratulations on a brilliant second place. Andrew Dyer has just got the bonnet open on his C1. He's just making sure that everything's in there with Richard Jepp. Have you checked the oil, made sure everything's tickety-boo? I think there is. What's the issue? You're just checking out. Let's have a look.
Just got the adjustable engine mount on the go.
Yeah, that's fine. That'll pass an MOT. Absolutely fine. Andrew, third place, great result. Back on the podium and the win in the Student Challenge.
Yeah, pleased with that. Like, unfortunate, I had a bit of a mechanical, but held it there, and yeah, no, really pleased with that.
With that snapping like it does, what does that mainly affect inside the car?
I just had to hold it in gear, every gear. So trying to drive, just hold it in gear and steer and correct slides is just a bit hard work. When I was on the back of Stu, I thought, oh, we got this, and then it started to just, when he picked up the pace, I just couldn't go with him. And then I had a bit of a moment with Elliot behind me. I thought, I don't want to get involved in their championship battle either, so the last thing I want to do is take one of them out, and then it just looks bad on me as well, doesn't it?
No, that's fair enough. But you've had a fantastic weekend so far. Are you planning to do more rounds?
Yeah. Hopefully do the rest of the season with the Paddock boys. So should be good.
Fantastic, superb podium there, and congratulations on the Student Motorsport Challenge win. So that rounds out our podium and the Student Motorsport winner there in Andrew Dyer for the CityCar Cup. I believe the next cars we've got out on circuit just forming up.
Did we lose Rob? A little bit premature there, Rob, but yeah, back with myself, Richard John Neal, in the commentary box with Ted Bradbury starting on pole position from Steve Foden. Jack Noller lines up in third on the grid, then Adam Sparrow. So this is the third race of the weekend for the Mark 1 Mazdas, the Gaz Shocks Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship race, and it was Ted Bradbury who recovered well from his penalty in race number 1 for track limits, 5-second penalty for track limits, and that put him down 8th on the grid and came through very well. So Bradbury starts on pole position. Steve Foden is alongside, the winningest driver in the championship this year, then Jack Noller and championship leader Adam Sparrow. Row 3, Luke Pullen and Jason Greatrex, who leads the Masters Championship and continued to a masterly performance this weekend, it must be said. Tom Langford next up from Levi Aisbett. Then we move back to row 5, which sees Jack Moody and Ollie Graham. Neil Chisnell next up with Owen Mills. 13th and 14th on the grid. Behind them, we'll see, first of all, the 88 car of William Chadwick with Harry Storer alongside, and then the 8th row, 178, Kevin Dengate, who had a cracking race in race number 2, not with Chris Malloy, who lines up alongside him. We'll come to who he raced with earlier on, later on in the grid. Michael Green and Richard Wootton are next up, treble 2 and number 3. Tom Mallet in 550 opens up row 10 for us, and alongside him is Bill Taylor, our guest driver. Jack Moody, the other guest driver, by the way, in this grid. I mentioned Kevin Dengate, and he was racing so well with Tim Dorr, who was the 4th master home in the second race of the weekend, and he lines up next to Graham Rumsey. Then it's Clive Chisnell and Tim Storer. 13th row, 11 and 53, Ryan Margulis in car number 11, Jonathan Fieldsen in 53, and then they're followed by Simon Privet in the 26 car, Simon Browning, and non-finisher from race number 2, Adam Craig, with a fair amount of work to do. Ryan Margulis actually at the back of the grid. Sorry, I called him a little bit early in error. So that's the way they line up for our third and final race of the weekend. And in fact, it brings us to the close of our non-endurance racing here. So this one for the Mark 1's 20-minute race. And the teenager who bagged his first win first ever race win in race number 1. We interviewed him with his crash helmet on. We'll try and get his crash helmet off for the next one, so you can see what he looks like and remember the face as well as the name going forward. He was absolutely delighted. It was a fine drive, very well earned, and long overdue probably for Ted Bradbury, but confidence-wise, not a bad thing to wait for race 14 in your career to get that. I think they might have a job stopping him, to be perfectly honest now, but we will see how that goes. Right, sort some paperwork out, Richard, before we get into the final race mode. Yesterday I was quite nicely organised. I've got to say a big thank you to everybody at TSL for helping me out with paperwork over the course of the weekend. It looks like, I know what I've done, I've put the bit of paper away. As we finish with various formulae, we tend to do away with the paperwork, and that means that sometimes the wrong bit gets folded away in the wrong place. This is when we need to go back to the old days when the missus used to come with me and sort out all the paperwork, but those days are very sadly gone. So Mazda MX-5 Championship is next up. What normally happens is I find the bit of paper I'm looking for right at the end of the day, which is not particularly handy. Right, so there's our Mazda MX-5 stuff. It probably all went away with the Super Cup ones, didn't it? So let's go into the Super Cup folder and have a quick look here. Many of the Mazda racers may well stay with us, of course, for the C1 action. We do get a little bit of a lunch break after this one to give everyone a chance to sort of refresh themselves. Most importantly, of course, for the marshals to have a break, and final fettling will go on for the upcoming race for the C1s, their 5-hour endurance race. So Bradbury, Foden and Noller on pole position for this one. Fifth on the grid, Luke Pullen. Jason Greatrex, the top master. Jason, in terms of the masters, you'd be silly to bet against him in this one because he's really in a class by himself. He's up with the leaders. He was the next car down on the lead quintet that were battling in the first race that we saw earlier on this morning. And he'll be hoping to maybe join those. He does very frequently race with the front runners, but let's have a look at the front of the grid. So Ted Bradbury, the teenager with his first win under his belt from race 2, alongside him the driver who's done the most winning so far this year, Steve Foden. Steve, though, not championship leader on top points scored because the points very generous for Mazdas, 100 points for the win, extra point for fastest lap, but Steve, unlike the other drivers in and around him at the top of the championship, had a DNF the first meeting, first race of the season. Since then it was win, 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 and probably a few more to add in as well. And he is in the white and gold car on the outside of the front. You get the feeling that, like Elliot Lettis before, in the race before, the weekend is starting to sort for Steve Foden. We'll see whether that prophecy comes true. The 5-second board is out, the red lights are on, and out pretty quickly again, and Foden makes a beautiful start from the outside of the front row, and maybe accentuated a little bit by Ted Bradbury's lack of experience at starting cars. Can't drive on the road yet, remember, Ted Bradbury. Meanwhile, up into second position goes Jack Noller, who had a very good start indeed from third place on the grid. So it looks like inside and outside was a good place to start from, and all of our Gas Shocks runners are away and making a good clean start of it. Bradbury is down in fourth place. It was Jason Greatrex in red and white who is in third place. Bradbury runs wide. He's got a lot of catching up to do as Ted Bradbury now. Fifth position as they exit the hairpin for the first time. The entire field making their way neatly and tidily around. 991 Simon Privet at the back of the grid, engaged in battle as ever with Simon Browning. Simon says, let's race together over the course of this one. But what's the French for déjà vu? And I'm talking about déjà vu to things happening earlier on in the season. Steve Foden is at the front, and he's going to be a very, very difficult man to dislodge here. Wipers on as spray gets kicked up. I look over to my weather vane, which is the window at the side of the comms box, and all is okay there. Tim Dorr has got places to make up. Remember, they start this race where they finished race 2. So Tim Dorr is down the order in terms of the Masters class, having finished 4th behind Chris Malloy and Kevin Dengate. That's the battle that he will want to get involved with. Oliver Graham makes the move and is ahead of Ted Bradbury. Down behind them, it's Thomas Langford in the white car with the blue cage as they go onto the Bentley Straight for the first time. Again, super driving standards thus far from everybody in the championship. Levi Aisbett looks like he's lost ground in this one, but now we get Adam Sparrow looking to try and start to make his way through the order. Here is the race leader though, Steve Foden. Foden leads from Jack Noller, no pressure at all. I said about outright podium, didn't I, for Jason Greatorex, and he is there with Ted Bradbury now up into 4th. So Bradbury with Oliver Graham right behind him in the blue stripy car. Thomas Langford next up. Another super performance by Jason Greatorex. Apart from the first race of the season, has been Masters class winner on every occasion. It looks like he's going to do that because he's got no other Masters near him at all. Ted Bradbury does well there, gets the car checked up, avoids running into the back. Of course, doesn't want to damage the front of his car or get a penalty or anything like that. Trying to manage the line that he gets out of Murray's corner as well, along centre straight and across the line. The end of the first lap. So it's Foden from Noller. Greatorex is next up. 1.4 is the gap. Ted Bradbury now having a look for 3rd place. This is the main focus. The Red Line Racing entry leaves the gap on the inside. Ted Bradbury will slowly but surely try and pick his way through. Guys in the paddock telling me about, look at that, I said slowly but surely. But an assured nip through on the inside. Oliver Graham's going to try and go through as well, but Jason Greatorex will hold position. Luke Pullen further back than we would expect to see him, and he's dicing with Neil Chisnell there at the moment. Pullen in 10th position as they went across the line. Chisnell was 8th, so Chisnell's lost a little bit of ground, and Bradbury, was there a bit of a coming together there as they come out of Palmer and down the dip towards Agostini. You can see we've got one of the older drivers being in the Masters Championship in the red fronted car, dicing with the blue, bronze and white of Ted Bradbury, and then down behind them Adam Sparrow, the championship leader, must not be discounted as well. So Sparrow in the mix as well. First and second, uncharacteristically away on their own and separated a fair amount of space. Let's see what Sparrow can do about the 33 car. So Greatorex, does he defend? Does he attack? The answer is he has a little nibble at Ted Bradbury. This is going into Oggie's corner, the right-hander. Graham going through on the inside of Sparrow. Sparrow's lost out to Ollie Graham. This is not looking like the happiest of races at the moment. Down behind them still, Thomas Langford is there. Luke Pullen at the head of this quartet. The back of the quartet is the number 3 car of Richard Wotton. Not far away from his best finish of the season, race 1 on Anglesey, 6th place for him. As the cars, there was a brief flash of yellow there. I think someone maybe got crossed up and the marshals decided to put the light on but switched it off very quickly. As Bradbury continues in 3rd place. This is the 4-car battle for 4th position. Greatorex there at the moment. Sparrow and Graham trading places. This is racing by definition, and I'll draw your attention to other racing where you see cars overtake, but you don't see repasses, and you do get that in Mazda racing. It lends itself to it. The organisation and specifications lend themselves to passes and repasses, and we're seeing that here with the likes of Oliver Graham and Adam Sparrow, who have done that at least once anyway on camera, if not more off camera as well. Pullen goes through. Steve Foden ticks off the lap with the fastest lap, the first flying lap of the race here. Now when he's first across the line, you look at the timing screen, you look maybe for other drivers to improve on it, and then you get the idea of how the race is going to unfold. Nobody has bettered Steve Foden's lap, so it was a lead lap and it was the fastest lead lap, so he's pulling away from Jack Noller in P2. Noller's going to get fed up with being the bridesmaid in these races for sure. Ted Bradbury in 3rd. The gap between Noller and Bradbury was 3.85 seconds, so Noller's got a really good advantage as the gaggle headed by Bill Taylor come down towards us. On the inside is Owen Mills. Back of the group, Graham Rumsey in the 45 car trying to get in the mix as well. Jason Greatrex coming under pressure here from Adam Sparrow. Sparrow's got the inside run. Is he far enough up to take the position? Greatrex gives him space, makes the turn in quite tight for Adam Sparrow there. So giving him room, but not enough to give him the space to unlock the wheel and get the car out of the corner. That was really intelligent driving from Jason Greatrex there in the red line 33. Frustrating for Sparrow. Obviously feels he's going to be quicker than the Master, but can't get past at the moment. And well, Ted Bradbury of course has passed Sparrow earlier on as we head back to Bill Taylor in 144, 20th position at the moment, and coming under pressure from a driver making progress, it has to be said. That's Owen Mills in the number 20. The two of them at the end of the last lap were separated by 3 or 4 other cars. So Steve Foden, I did wonder whether I was going to come away from this weekend without having the opportunity to say Steve Foden was leading the race, but he's put all that to rights here. Jack Noller in second position. There is Ted Bradbury in P3. Jason Greatrex still in 4th position from Adam Sparrow. Let's see what Sparrow, the championship leader, can do. Again, we raised the point that drivers will bear in mind that the points drop only by 2 points per place here. So he's losing at the moment. Sparrow's losing 10 points, well 11 points with the fastest lap on the race leader. But you know, that's better than a DNF. So if he can make another 2 points up by overtaking Jason Greatrex, he will do so. And I think by the end of the race, that's going to be done. Well, he's got Oliver Graham coming up and in the mix as well. Steve Foden on the drying track improves the fastest lap of the race again, a 2:41.095. Around about 10th quicker than his chasers. Ted Bradbury still in 3rd. And now finally up into 4th place goes Adam Sparrow, with still leading his class Jason Greatrex, but he'd much rather be on the overall podium. Ollie Graham going through as well. Thomas Langford was having a little dive there in white and blue to the inside. It was Oliver Graham now who becomes the pursuant of the 33 car. We'll see whether Oliver can make up that space or not. A little bit further back, Neil Chisnell up ahead of Harry Storer. Storer in 10th, Chisnell in 9th position at the moment, and then in 11th place we've got William Chadwick. So just about half distance in this one, with actually 10.50, nearly half distance, not quite, as Oliver Graham now tees up the outside run. Having said that, we've now lost Adam Sparrow again, down behind Jason Greatrex. So Sparrow now with the attentions of Oliver Graham, and has got to try and get himself back ahead of Jason Greatrex, who's a dogged campaigner here. He's, remember, leading his class, but he's thinking about overall championship points. He's coming into Hamilton now, so he will turn right into, into Oggie's corner. I keep getting those two corners muddled up. Oggie's corner is the one before Williams, which is where they join the straight, as we see Owen Mills dicing out here with Kevin Dengate. So Kevin Dengate's still running, I think, in no, I was going to say second position in class, but Tim Dorr has come through and he's second in class. So Kevin Dengate has lost ground. He's actually 4th at the moment, behind Chris Malloy in the Masters category. The race leaders are doing well, but not really giving us anything to focus on at the moment. Ted Bradbury has a little bit of a moment over the curbs, and we go back, and Adam Sparrow has once again got ahead of Jason Greatrex, but also ahead of him is a big gap before he can close down on and maybe engage in battle on the other cars. William Chadwick working hard and makes a move, but again gets past the ebbs and flows of this circuit, working well for Mazda Racing this weekend. Sparrow back into 4th place, wants to try and break the toe here, and if he made a little mistake which allowed the 33 car to get back in. Foden improving again, as you can see, as he crosses the line. The timing graphic comes up and he's getting quicker and quicker lap after lap. The race leader, Steve Foden, looking for a 9th win of the season. Is that going to continue to match Aidan Hills? I think it probably does in Super Cup. Love to see Foden up in Super Cup in next season if he could grab the championship. Likewise with current championship leader Adam Sparrow. That would be super to see. car's difficult to get to grips with, as we heard from many of the people before in this one. Now, Sparrow is beginning to break away from this group, but the dynamic has changed. And I suppose to all intents and purposes, it looks like Jason Greatrex may be holding everybody up. There's the 29 car of Adam Craig, who's working his way through from the back of the field. And Craig has done well. He's made it up into 16th place at the moment. So good to see Adam working well. The other Adam Sparrow, is getting away from this battle at the moment. And, well, Steve Foden goes through shot. And busy chasing him down. Chasing Jason Greatrex down at the moment is Harry Storer in the 17, a big one, 27 car of Luke Pullen involved. Behind Luke is Harry Storer, or was on the end of the last lap, as the 33 car goes through. And it's Oliver Graham who's dropped back from 6th place at the end of the last lap behind these two. So Jason Greatrex, heading what was a quartet, is now pretty much sorted out, and we've got Tom Langford at the back of the group in the 75 car. And that all at the moment looking a little bit settled with 17 minutes on the clock. The lead gap, Steve Foden to Jack Noller, is 3.086 seconds. Still in 3rd place is Ted Bradbury. There is Ted going through shot, so 1st, 2nd and 3rd, fair space between them. Gap back to 4th position with Adam Sparrow, back again with a gap to Jason Greatrex, and then Oliver Graham getting a little bit closer here to Luke Pullen in the 27 car. That might be the main focus of interest as we have a little look at our race leader, Steve Foden, who, well, I said earlier on, is this the race where he gets to put things right? And it looked as if things were heading that way with what he achieved in race number 2. So the overnight has done Foden good, and the break between the two races, Luke Pullen goes on the dirt and will get it back on, but he's going to lose out here to Thomas Langford, who nips up the inside. Momentum lost there with a little moment coming out of Murray's the final corner. That's a shame for Luke Pullen, because again, more championship points lost for the driver 5th in the championship standings coming in. Owen Mills 6th in the championship, and he's not scoring particularly well in this one. A couple of laps down, having had problems earlier on. Ted Bradbury closing in on Jack Noller now, so we might have a 2nd place battle on our hands as we approach the final quarter of our last sprint race of the weekend, if we can call it that. And Ollie Graham now having a nibble at Jason Greatrex, who's been super at defending and attacking back, and he goes to the outside. They're coming down to the left-hander at Palmer. We'll see the cars emerge from there in the background very shortly. Meanwhile, though, we flick our attention, rightly so, to the battle for 2nd place, and it's Ted Bradbury looking around the outside of Jack Noller, but Noller rightly holds on to his advantage on the inside, defends that inside line, and it's going to make Bradbury work hard and try and go right the way around the outside. Bradbury, for his part, is going to try and tee up an inside into the right-hander, the next right-hander, which they're coming up to at Oggies. He's not going to do that, actually. He's going out wide and going for the racing line to maybe get enough momentum to poke his nose up on the inside. Yeah, it was Bill Taylor, was it, going off? But we go back to the battle for 2nd position, and Bradbury couldn't quite get close enough. I thought he was going for the run out of Oggies and through into Williams, but it wasn't to be the case. So now it's about maybe doing a little bit of bump drafting, not bump drafting because they don't bump, drafting, we'll just call it, without the bump, down the back straight and into Brundle and Nelson. Brundle the first part, Nelson the second. Here we come with 2nd and 3rd. Jack Noller having to get defensive here. Bradbury will be looking so many different places to pass here at Snetterton. Bradbury, you can see, had his head down there. Wonder what he was looking at. That might be one for Rob to ask in pit lane if he remains on the podium here. That is Ted Bradbury out of Bombhole down towards Coram once again. Fascinating stuff for 2nd. Quick reminder though, we've got our race leader here, which is Steve Foden. Steve having 5th in race number 1 and 2nd position in race number 2. And Ted Bradbury, was there contact between the two, because Noller goes straight on. Bradbury goes sideways, collects it up, he recovers it, and recovers it relatively well, but that is the chance of second position gone and very possibly a podium, because coming back into it now is Adam Sparrow. So our attention maybe turns from Noller and Bradbury to Sparrow and Bradbury, with Bradbury at the head. He has seemed the quicker of the two cars, and Adam Sparrow is very well fired up about that and goes right to the outside. I'm wondering if there's an issue with Bradbury's car, and that's why he was looking down, and there was certainly an issue there as he goes across the track, clouts into the side of Sparrow. That, I think, will be a little word with the clerk of the course, because Sparrow, we saw as he came along the straight, had initially a touch of grass, but he sorted that out, and I thought he had the full car widths on the tarmac, and Bradbury went across on him, maybe wasn't aware he was there. I think he'll be remorseful about that. Ultimately, it's not down to me to say. I've probably called it totally wrong. It's down to the class. Richard Wootton going through in the number 3 car. And I'm sad because that's robbed us of a battle for second position. Jack Noller, I think perhaps, depending on something we didn't see going into Murray's Corner, is deservedly in P2. And Bradbury crossed the line in 3rd. Whether that's changed or not, I don't know. Jason Greatorex still top master and running well. There is Harry Storer, who's got himself onto the back of this battle. There is Bradbury immediately ahead of him. So Storer and Bradbury engaged in a little bit of a battle. And Thomas Langford now having his turn to try and deal with top master Jason Greatorex, who was 6th as they crossed the line. Langford trying to close down on him. Tim Dorr still 2nd in the Masters. Malloy is is in 3rd place. Greatorex has been very entertaining to watch. He was fast off the start, and then he's had to do a huge amount of defending. Harry Storer in the 17 starts to try and close in on Ted Bradbury, so probably the sight he wasn't expecting to see in this late stage of the race. 1:47 on the clock. They're coming round through Bombhole. We might be able to squeeze one more lap out of this. Just going to have a quick look across to the box. Checkered flag not being readied at the moment, so I think they will get another lap out of it. Jack Noller in a very Billy No Mate's second position at the moment. Round the outside goes the 13 machine of Harry Storer. So Harry Storer back into the clutches here of Tim Dorr. So Tim Dorr 2nd in the Masters. Both the 1st and 2nd Masters getting involved in the mix with the regular championship drivers, and Storer has a little bit of an issue there. He's dropped back, hasn't he, from his position. Remember, he was trying to have a nibble at Ted Bradbury, who's got himself right back into the thick of things, Bradbury, and he's now trying to close down on Jason Greatorex as Steve Foden crosses the line. 58 seconds to go, and on to the last lap of the race. Is that penalty board going out on the pit lane? I can see 5-second penalty being hung out, so I'm not, again, quite sure. Okay, Ted Bradbury 5-second penalty, and also Tim Dorr. So that's going to push Tim down the order in the Masters, but Bradbury, for squeezing the championship leader onto the grass, might have to have a little chat with the clerk. And as I say, I think he'll be remorseful when he sees it, but there is the Ali Bray Motorsport 553 car with the 5-second penalty doled out. And does that get applied? Yes, it does. So he's back down behind Jason Greatorex. Now, 10 seconds to go on the clock, and our race leader negotiates Agostini for the last time. Steve Foden really has not put a wheel wrong. This is why the man wins so many races in the championship. Superb effort from him. Bradbury now racing against the clock as much as anything else. He'll want to try and pick off another position. And sad that he's finished his race-winning meeting in that way. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that comeback for Brands Hatch, no doubt. All guns blazing and completely fired up as Oliver Graham comes under attack from Greatorex. Greatorex in turn trying to fend off Bradbury. I don't think Greatorex will know that Bradbury's got a penalty. He might have seen it as they crossed the line last time around. Remember, Tim Dorr's got the penalty as well. Dorr with the penalty is, believe it or not, still in 2nd position in the Masters, ahead of Chris Malloy. Only just though, so he'll need to try and defend that. He's got track position and a bit of time and a tiny little bit more. Few seconds in hand as well. Race leader though into the bomb hole for the last time, just going out of shot. Jack Noller in 2nd position. We're looking at Oliver Graham in the 24 car, who is, I think, going to get a podium here with Jason Greatorex in 4th place, and actually not that far behind the podium. But here is Steve Foden, who is going to, you know, what characterises Steve Foden, apart from the race wins that he's had, is that for him it was a frustrating qualifying day, and he pulled it back and he got better in race 2, and then he got better in race 3, and winds up his weekend with a race win as he heads up towards the checkered flag. Foden takes the win, a trademark meeting, confirmation of the penalty for Tim Dorr, 5 seconds. There is Foden, though, who takes the win. 2nd position will go to Jack Noller from Oliver Graham, with Jason Greatorex in 4th. Jason just shy of the podium after the issues that we have with Adam Sparrow and Ted, which was a shame to lose Adam Sparrow off of a potential podium place as well. So it was Foden on, Ted Bradbury off the circuit as well. That 5-second penalty is academic now. He was, as I say, looking down. We're not going to get to interview him now, are we? Because he's not on the podium. But he is finished. So it's Foden, Noller, Graham, Greatorex, Storer, then Adam Sparrow, Thomas Langford, Chadwick in 8th position, Neil Chisnell in 9th. The top 10 wrapped up by Richard Wotton, who had a good drive, and then Adam Craig from the back of the grid into 11th. Super stuff from Adam Craig. Well done, Adam. And Levi Aisbett in 12th place, ahead of 13th. Trouble 2, Michael Green came across the line to claim that. Do we have to think about class winners? No, we don't, do we? In Masters will be acknowledged in social media and publicity, but I don't think with a presentation down in our pit lane. So it's just going to be Steve Foden, Jack Noller and Oliver Graham. I think Oliver Graham will perhaps be the most surprised of the 3 drivers to have, I'm going to say, earned a podium, because he has earned it. I think the word inherited is a little bit unkind sometimes, but he earned it. He raced well and was getting stuck in and vying for places. So it's a deserved podium for him, a deserved win for Steve Foden, who takes the win as the checker is waved on the drivers coming through. Ted Bradbury still hasn't come through, actually. He's really given up the ghost, I think. Possibly pitted. But the rest of the drivers, as we say, coming through. And did Steve Foden keep the fastest lap? Ted Bradbury had fastest lap, actually, at 2:39. So Foden's fastest lap got surpassed. But whether that gets taken away with track limits or not remains to be seen. Was it the track limit lap is the problem? I guess there might be some organisational administration to go through to work out whether that was the case. But it might be a handy extra point at the end of the year, potentially, for Ted Bradbury, as last car goes across the line to take the checkered flag. And Steve Foden will be looking forward to a word with Rob in Victory Lane to celebrate his first win of the season, maintaining his 100% record of winning at each round. Foden, Miller, Graham, Greatorex, Storer, Sparrow, Langford, Chadwick, Chisnell and Wotton. Your top 10 from Ted Bradbury. No, not from Ted Bradbury. Fastest lap, Ted Bradbury. Get your brain in gear, Neil, for goodness sake. Fastest lap, Ted Bradbury. 11th goes to Adam Craig from Levi Aisbett. Michael Green in 13th from Chris Malloy. Got as far as 13th as they crossed the line. 14th, Chris Malloy. 15th, Tom Mallett. 16th, Tim Dorr from Bill Taylor and Kevin Dengate. Graham Rumsey in 19th place and Tim Storer in 20th from Ryan Margulis and Simon Privet. Ted Bradbury ultimately in 23rd place with Jonathan Fields in 24th. The final finisher was Simon Browning, Clive Chisnell, Jack Moody, Luke Pullen and Owen Mills, all having an issue. A what? Issue, bless you. And bless the winner. Great stuff from Steve Foden, who is down there in Victory Lane and waiting to talk to Rob. Or not, as the case may be.
I've had to go chasing, unfortunately. Steve Foden's had to rush over to his team, still with his helmet and kit on. He's just given everyone the congratulations for a well-earned victory there. Steve, go on, get your kit off quick as you can. These racing drivers. A fantastic win there. It was a shame we did have the contact that ended up with Ted Bradbury and Adam Sparrow going off the road behind. It was a good battle for the podium. But ultimately, our winner here today is this man, Steve Foden. Fantastic victory in race 3. How was it out there?
Very treacherous. I think, you know, we said in assembly before the race that was going to be a case of who doesn't fall off and who's going to win it. Unfortunately, I had a very good start from P2 and managed to build a gap by the time we got to the back straight, and then it was just head down, don't make a mistake, you know, quali lap after quali lap, don't do anything stupid and just maintain the gap.
And obviously you've almost built up to this point this weekend. You've had a lot of victories. It's just all points in the bag, nice and consistent.
Absolutely. I think at this stage of the championship it's all about just bagging those points, as you say. I think we were quite unfortunate on in Saturday's race where we kind of just got it a little bit wrong on setup, and you know, 5th place. I shouldn't really be unhappy with 5th place, but it's the worst result of the season. So to be back in winning ways at the end of this week, and I think that's a great way to end the weekend.
Certainly is a fantastic way to end the weekend. Congratulations there, Steve. Now Jack Noller in 2nd place is just being grabbed by circuit commentators. So I'm going to see if I can talk to our 3rd place man, Oliver Graham. Oliver! Nice to talk to you this weekend. A lovely 3rd place. There's a result of a bit of a contact further up the road, but you'll take that, won't you?
Yeah, it's turned into this sort of results, made this weekend a little bit better. It was we were sort of expecting average results. We didn't have the best qualifying in the dry, but we sort of nailed the wet setup on the car, and I think in these conditions it's just all about not doing anything silly and keeping it on the island, and all at the same time like pushing it to the limits. And I mean, like, these boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch, so it's quite difficult conditions.
Very difficult conditions. I can actually see the track is drying up. So was it getting better as the race went on?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, various corners started to dry. You could carry a bit more speed. It's just who's daring enough to try it first. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Really happy with a 3rd place. Didn't expect that this weekend at all. So
fantastic. Congratulations on a superb overall podium there. Just before we speak to Jack Noller, I actually want to speak to this man here, Mr. Greatrix, who's with Charlotte, our Brscc coordinator, but he actually wins the Masters class. So Jason, if I can just speak to you on the live stream, fantastic Masters win. You've had a good weekend, haven't you?
Not too bad. The wet on the first race sort of hit us. We didn't have the right setup on. Ended up with a 12th from 5th on the grid, which wasn't too good. Then we started 12th in the 2nd and got up to 6th, which was good in the dry. And then we put a tidy setup for the wet then and managed to sort of keep position, and other people were falling off around us.
Fantastic, and just keep banking those points towards the Masters Championship.
Yeah, it's not so much the Masters. We're still heading towards the proper championship, like sort of thing. I think we're on drop, still in 4th place, so close on 3rd. So we'll keep chipping away and trying to get good results.
Keep chipping away and come back fighting fit.
Damn right.
Fantastic. Congratulations there, Jason. So that's our Masters victor there. And finally, Jack Noller. You've survived another one.
Survived another one.
Not as close as it was in the earlier race today, but still a fantastic result with 2nd.
Yeah, really good. A bit quieter this one, as well. Not much can get more busy than that 2nd one, but made it through, got a good start, just plodded away bit by bit. Felt when I settled in, slowly started to catch Steve as it stopped raining, and then it came again, and it was all over the place. Ted was obviously faster than me, catching, and then just spotting it on the slick pit of the track on the inside. I managed to just a little tap there, and I had to cut the corner on the inside, just managed to get stopped on the grass and then continue, and then from that point on I'm not catching Steve, so take it nice and easy, 2 laps to go, massive gap, just consolidate 2nd, and 3 out of 3 podiums, not a too bad weekend, really good results.
3 out of 3 podiums, more importantly, points in the bag.
Yeah, definitely. It's a shame I think the championship's relatively run what it is, because I wasn't there at Anglesey because of work opportunities, and then start of the season being as difficult as it was car trouble, but she's running fine now, she's running good now, and great team behind me to go for it and everything.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fine set of results this weekend. And that concludes the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. The only race we indeed have left is a small matter of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. They're out for their 5-hour race, but Before that, we're going over to a lunch break, so we're going to sign off for the moment. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some interviews on a real awesome stuff playing in the background, but come back here for just before 1 o'clock or around 5 to 1. We're going to be getting ready for the start of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series 5-hour race here. We go through till 6 o'clock tonight. Don't go away.
We are getting set for our final race of the day. It's the first of the weekend for the National Formula 4 Championship here at Snetterton. Had their qualifying on this morning, and here's how the grid lines up. It's 2021 champion Chris Middlehurst who starts on pole position alongside Irishman Jordan Kelly, so an all Team Dolan front row, alongside Lucas Romanek in row 2, who won one of the races at Alton Park at the season opener, which we'll tell you about in a second. He's alongside Morgan Quinn for Team Dolan. Elliot Brscc, one of last year's Team USA scholarship drivers at the festival. He's having a full season with Ammonite Motorsport and starts 5th. His American teammate Nolan and Olayer, who starts in P6. Then it's Brandon McCorkin, who also won a race at Alton Park, who starts in 7th place, alongside one of our top independents, Tom Nippers. It's Charlie Mann making his debut this weekend as one of our rookies this season, and also in the independents class from Bryn Kinch. Another newcomer to the grid this season, also Nathan Yu, who is also the 4th driver for Team Dolan, and he starts in 11th on the grid. He's all the way from Canada. So the first race of the season for the National Formula Fords. It was also actually some pretty good action. It was at one point we had the top 6 fighting all together at the front of the field. It was very, very close indeed. Lots of competitive action, as Formula Ford always tends to be. Admittedly, not as many cars as we'd usually find in National Formula Fords, but there are certainly more in the pipeline to come along, I'm sure, as the season goes on. But some very competitive drivers and cars along the way from start to finish in this grid also, as we get ready for our first race of the season, first race of the weekend here at Snetterton. It should be hopefully quite a good spectacle to round off today's action. We've had quite a bit different action. We had the BMWs earlier on this morning. We had the long 4-hour Fun Cup race with that very close conclusion. We had also the excellent 500 Owners Association Club with their wonderful old school single seaters, and of course that very competitive race we saw for the Audi TTs too. So the cars making their way around onto the grid. And it is Lucas Romanek who leads the way in the points, but just by a handful from Brandon McCorkin, because it was, as I say, a win apiece for the 2 Oldfield Motorsport drivers, something I know which pleased James Oldfield no end, given he's got 2 very competitive drivers in his car. There is a 3rd driver which is, I'm sure, set to be appearing throughout the season as well. He has got a 3-car effort this season, and his 3rd car, I'm certain, is on its way at some point in the season. But it's Brandon McCorkin. It's actually Brandon McCorkin, in fact, actually leads the championship. My apologies. Brandon McCorkin leads the way with 63 points from Lucas Romanek with 59. Elliot Brscc then comes next. He's tied on 3rd with 44 with Morgan Quinn. Nolan Olayer I'm sure I've pronounced that wrong slightly, but Nolan Alaya is into 5th position. Jordan Kelly's in 6th in points. Lucas Blakely, who made a cameo at Alton Park, he's of course last year's F1 esports champion. He's currently 7th in points there. And Chris Middlehurst, who had a bit of a non-finish in race 1, battled back up to get himself a 3rd place in race 2, and so he now starts on pole position. He's the black car with the orange nose. Also the blue car in the mix there too is in front of him is Jordan Kelly, who also made his Formula 4 debut at the Formula Ford Festival last year. We'll see how he gets on then. So the red's rising as we get our final race of Saturday here at Snetterton, all set to get underway. The red lights are on, and the first race of the weekend for the National Formula 4 Championship goes a cracking start from pole for Chris Middlehurst. Minimum wheel spin, and away he goes like a whippet out of a greyhound track. Down towards Ritchie's for the first time. He defends for a fast starting Lucas Romanek down towards the right. No, from Brandon McCorkin, I think that is. No, Lucas Romanek, it is Lucas Romanek, in towards the right-hander at Ritchie's. Really great getaway from Romanek from row 2 of the grid. Down towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time, and it's Middlehurst who leads. It's Kelly going round the outside to try and hold on to 2nd place with Romanek, but he can't quite do it. And so as they come out of the right-hander and down the short straight towards Palmer's for the first time, it is going to be the 2021 national champion at the circuit where he clinched the championship. Back in front once again. So as the sun starts to set and the shadows start to lengthen here at Snetterton for our first Formula 4 race of the weekend, there's jostles aplenty here. We've got quite a competitive front-running pack here already, as Alton Park proved. Now they come up through. Let's come out of the Agostini hairpin. Now up towards the right-hander at Williams. We've got top 6 trying to pull away already, and another pair trying to close up 2. That's Nolan Alaya ahead of Tom Nippers. Now they're making their way down towards the complex for the first time. So already you can see, looks like that's possibly Romanek trying to line up Jordan Kelly for a move here. And looks like Kelly's got the inside lines to try and pick himself past Romanek if he can. And the young Irishman squeezes his way through to 2nd place then. So it is Chris Middlehurst who leads it, Jordan Kelly 2nd, Lucas Romanek in 3rd, Morgan Quinn in 4th position, and Brandon McCorkin 5th. I think that's Elliot Brdzinski starting from the who started from the second or 3rd row of the grid, and he's now up there too, trying to pick his way past if he can. So as they come out of the left-hander at Murray's and up towards the timing line to end the first lap, it is going to be Middlehurst who'll lead them across then. Kelly, Romanek, Quinn, McCorkin, Brdzinski. That's your top 6, already covered just by 1.4 seconds. The next couple of cars trying to chase after them is then Nolan Alaya and Tom Nippers in 7th and 8th, and it's Charlie Mann from Bryn Kinch and Nathan Yu rounding out the field. And dive up the inside there, that was Morgan Quinn under threat from Brandon McCorkin, the young Northern Irishman. And he'll be hoping to make a bit of an impact if he can up through the order. It's only a short 15-minute race, so you have to get your skates on if you want to get yourself towards the front. Up into the hairpin, all still line astern at the moment. No change in position so far. And now as they come through and onto the short straight towards the left-hander Hamilton's, one car running wide on the exit there. There's a bit of dust being kicked up, but it seems to survive to fight another day. And they now make their way on towards the back straight for the 2nd time now. You can see that McCorkin are coming under big pressure from Elliot Brdzinski. Got a bit of bodywork there flapping on the left-hand side pod, but it shouldn't affect him too much as he darts out. Tries to put the Ammonite Motorsport Ray alongside McCorkin. And Middlehurst just controlling the race at the moment in the lead, but he's got the sight of the 3 cars behind him battling. 2 of his teammates from Team Dolan, Jordan Kelly and Morgan Quinn, sandwiching Lucas Romanek. I'm sure that Dolan would love to get themselves a victory to properly kick off their 2023 campaign. And I have to say, all credits to Team Dolan, in fact, because they, those who remember, for Team Dolan had unfortunately, on the way back from Anglesey last year for the National Formula Ford rounds, they learned that the workshop next to their, or the fact that the workshop next to theirs had an unfortunate fire. So because of that, it was and that unfortunately meant that they had lost quite a lot of equipment and lost some of their cars as well. But thankfully, thanks to the generosity and the support of the Formula Ford and Motorsport Paddock around them, they managed to get themselves back on their feet into a new workshop. And I'm really pleased to see that they've still got 4 really wonderful looking cars here. In fact, I think one car that Chris Middlehurst, I know, was working quite hard to help build himself. So he's got like almost a nicely self-built car. I think that's a Van Diemen LA10 he's got, which is a 2010 developed chassis by the looks of it. So as they come out of the left-hander at Palmer's, still pretty close to the mix here. Down towards the hairpin. Kelly's just tailing his teammate here and was playing rear gunner a little bit. Corkin's down to 6th position, so he has lost out. And also you can see here the 2 cars that are trying to chase after them, which is Nolan Allire and Tom Nippers, are not that far away either. They're just keeping themselves in a watching brief here, just keeping themselves pretty close, seeing if there's an opportunity for them to try and squeeze into the mix as well. So let's see what they've got. So out of the right-hander at Williams, trying to close in a couple of cars towards the back. We've got there Charlie Mann, who has come through the world of junior tin top racing and got himself into single-seaters. First proper year in single-seaters now, one of our rookies in the field. And as he makes his way down towards trying to chase after the rest of the pack, he will hopefully have a chance to squeeze his way through shortly. So still between Allire and Nippers battling over 7th and 8th position, but still Middlehurst who has the advantage now as they come back into the complex. And it's the great thing about Formula Ford. Plenty of competition up and down the order, and a very close league group as it sits right now. Down towards the complex now, looking up the inside against Jordan Kelly. That's a good move as he got in with the slipstream, diving up the inside in towards Ritchie's, and Jordan Kelly then, the young Irishman, gets past the 2021 champion and into the lead here at Snetterton. That was a bold move from him. So move complete. Now let's see if Lucas Romanek and co have got a chance to have a go at putting the pressure onto Chris Middlehurst here. Chris trying to just slot in behind him here. So as it was, still Middlehurst, Kelly, Romanek, Quinn, Brscc, and then McCorkin. That's the top 6. There's still Nolan Allire and Tom Nippers in close proximity as well. Tom Nippers with some good pace. There he is, car 189. Did have some engine troubles they had to try and fix before the race weekend, but thankfully they did manage to get them sorted, and they are here and on track. But good to see Jordan Kelly, who's I don't know if I should maybe sort of, I don't want to say team up too much, because of course he's a great young talent, but seems to be picking up the mantle of where the likes of Niall Murray left off, particularly when it comes to young Irish talents behind the wheel of a single-seater. And that's exactly, I'm sure that Niall Murray, of course, is still a favourite within the team, but so is Chris Middlehurst, and he's now powering his way through to try and retake the lead here at Snetterton. He does so, darting out to the slipstream and back through in front. So, line astern comes the pack out of Brundle and Nelson, and Kelly's still going to keep pushing on to reclaim that position if he can. Just got past half distance. There's Brandon McCorkin almost dropping off the back of the top 5, but trying to keep in contention. Of course, back at Alton Park, they were very much nose to tail for pretty much the entire weekend in both races, whereas the two Alton cars are a bit more spread out in this first race. And Kelly now, as he did last lap, has got himself right underneath the gearbox of Chris Middlehurst as they come down the pit straight, back towards Ritchie. He's going to try and dart out, but the cars behind him are also trying to spread out. You've got Romanek, Quinn and Brscc arguing over 5th position. Here comes Brscc darting up the inside, and Quinn throws the block into Ritchie's corner. Not on your life, sunshine, Elliot. You're going to try and get past me? Go a long way round. Look at Brendan McCorkin. Just arrives on the back of the 3 cars, scrapping over 3rd. He might get into the pits and benefit from that too. Looks round the outside of Brscc, can't make it stick. And so they make their way now back down towards the left-hander at Palmer. And let's see if any more imminent position changes are afoot. There is Middlehurst still being followed by Jordan Kelly in his wheel tracks. They're starting to pair off now. You've got battle for 1st, battle for 3rd, battle for 5th, and McCorkin making a huge dive up the inside to make that stick. Big lock up. He almost tangles with the left rear of Brsc's car. But thankfully, they managed to keep it clean, and also pairing off as well as the battle for 7th place. You've got Nippers, who's got past Nolan Allire. So plenty of action wherever you look in the front-running group of National Formula Fords. Just as they come through Williams now, there's another chance for Jordan Kelly to get in that slipstream. Of course, these cars have no slick tyres, no aerodynamic aid. It's all down to mechanical grip, and it has been a wonderful, almost a perfect single-seater proving ground for over 50 years in Formula Ford. And they say the lessons you learn in Formula Ford are absolutely invaluable, and they can really carry you through all the way into the higher ranks when you start to dial in aerodynamic grip on top of that as well. It's really good to see some great young talents who are taking up Formula Ford and really just showcasing what they can do. And you see that Tom Nippers giving the signal to Nolan Orlai, look, don't fight me, push me, let's go, let's catch the top 6 in front. They're scrapping amongst each other, we can get involved in that, but you need to work with me. So Tom Nippers giving that signal to Nolan, and hopefully Nolan will oblige and not keep on battling and arguing over the position. So otherwise all they're going to do is slow each other up and lose the time to this lot, who are all starting to get grouped together now. And I think it looks like Middlehurst and Kelly are almost working together here whilst also battling for position. He's just hovering around. You see him just lurking on the gearbox of Middlehurst. You almost lost him in sight because he was that closely tucked underneath him. And he wasn't able to make it through. So back into Wilson hairpin. Nose to tail. It's still Middlehurst from Kelly, then Romanek and Quinn, Brscc and McCorkin. And then Nippers and Orlai trying to be part of this as well. Top 8 are covered by 3.4 seconds. Basically 3.5 seconds covers the top 8. And it was just as close as this, if not a little bit closer at Alton Park. And that was between the top 6. So just showing what a really competitive field we've got this year in National Formula Ford. Into the hairpin. Again, I'd like to think this will all compact together a little bit more going forwards. Here's a couple more cars in the mix. You've got Charlie Mann here in 9th position. Nathan Yu has made it up to P10, the young debutant from Canada. And 11th place, you can see Bryn Kinch also, who's doing his 2nd full season of National Formula Ford. And just still developing and learning at his own pace from his teammates and getting quicker and quicker as the season goes on with every lap he drives as he goes through. Let's see if he's got anything left in the tank here. So 3.5 minutes to go. Top 6, top 8 are all on the same straight together. That's how close it really is. And now as they come back in towards Brundle and Nelson now for another time. Now on lap 6. Make their way through. Fastest lap of the race held by Elliot Brscc, 2 minutes 0.710. But lap times very evenly matched. There's only about roughly less than a second in between it in terms of lap times. And actually, Nippers and Orlai then working together was working for them to catch the cars that are battling over 5th and 6th positions, because their last lap times were about half a second, at least 4 or 5 tenths quicker than the 2 cars immediately in front of them. So that's certainly working out for them. Brscc lowers the fastest lap time to 2 minutes 0.554 as Kelly continues to push. And I wonder now if the fact that Kelly's all over the back of Middlehurst is also benefiting both Romanek and Morgan Quinn, because they might start to get in the mix here. Quinn was darting out to have a look on the inside of Romanek, but couldn't quite make that one stick. But Brscc now tries to shove his nose under the gearbox of Morgan Quinn if he can under braking. Not literally, you understand, but of course getting pretty close in terms of trying to make a move. And actually the fastest lap of the race was taken in a quick succession by a couple of cars. It was first by Romanek, then Quinn, then Brscc in the blink of an eye. It was that close between them, and it was Brscc that picked it up with a 2 minutes 0.554. But the 3 cars behind the 2 leaders lapping quicker and all setting personal bests. As there goes Nolan Orlai diving up the inside to make the move to repass Tom Nippers. I wonder if he's kind of thought, right, you asked me to go with you, but we can't quite catch them too much. Let me lead. See if you can push me along and try and get back to these guys. There's still this and one more lap to go, and there might still be a change here. I wonder if there's possibly a bit of a temporary truce between Middlehurst and Kelly, and then they'll start to go for it on this last lap and a half, because they know that if they do fight, it also brings Romanek into the mix, and Quinn, and Brscc, and McCorkin, and potentially Nippers and Orlai in there as well. So here they go. It's side by side for the lead. Around the outside looks Jordan Kelly. There's Lucas Romanek looming around the outside. Round the outside into Brundle. Great move from Jordan Kelly to sweep past Chris Middlehurst into the lead. He goes sideways in front of the pack. He spins. Round goes Jordan Kelly. Ran 2-1 on the exit of Nelson. Round goes the Irishman. And he's right towards the back of that leading group. Oh, absolute disaster for Jordan Kelly. And I imagine that Chris Middlehurst had to really back off that, because he was so surprised seeing Jordan Kelly with that huge spin. it's only going to benefit now. And the key thing also, now that Jordan Kelly's had that spin, he's lost. Chris Middlehurst has lost his rear gunner. He has some support now, I guess, from Morgan Quinn, but the immediate car behind him is Lucas Romanek, and he will sense blood in the water. He will sense an opportunity here to try and close in and get his second National Formula 4 win of the season. Oh, poor Jordan Kelly. He's pulled off the road. Now, I'm not sure if he damaged something on the curb or simply made the car stall or whatever it was, but poor Jordan Kelly. He was on such a good result. I'm sure certainly he'll battle his way back through in race number 2, but that's a real shame. I think many of us were looking forward to seeing him at least challenge for the win, if not beyond the podium, but he'll be back. He'll have another chance in race number 2 tomorrow. He'll get another crack at possibly getting himself in the mix at the front. So now it leaves Middlehurst in the lead, with Romanek in second place and Morgan Quinn in third. Still also keeping a watching brief, Elliot Brzezicki and Lucas Romanek. And now they come down towards the Agostini hairpin on the final lap. The clock is about to tick down to 0 any second now. So it's now, the time has now elapsed. So checker flag this time by. And Middlehurst came across the line 0.4 of a second ahead of Romanek. And Romanek looks as though he's relatively close enough to possibly make a challenge going onto the back straight, onto the Bentley straight here. There's Charlie Mann, who's running a slightly lonely 8th position now, that Jordan Kelly has sadly gone by the wayside. Now then, can Romanek here possibly get even remotely close enough to try and challenge, if not exiting Rundle Nelson, at least to try and set something up for the run to the checkered flag? There's a possible also move being sized up here for third, as Quinn's having to go from side to side to defend from both Brzezicki and also McCorkin. They go into the complex, all three of them together. Is there a bit of a touch there? I think there was. Off the road goes the 88 of Morgan Quinn. I think there was a touch between Quinn and Brzezicki, and off goes the Irishman. So sadly, Team Dolan down 2 cars before the finish, I'm afraid. Also a chance to look up the inside there for, that was All-Eye on the inside of Tom Nippers. But they now make their way through up towards the complex of the final. So it looks like we've also seen Brzezicki's gone off the road or dropped a position. But either way, up to the checkered flag. It will be a lights to flag victory for the 2021 National Formula 4 champion. Takes his first win of the season. 3 winners for 3 different races. It is Middlehurst who wins. It's Romanek in second place. And through all of that, Brandon McCorkin gets up onto the podium. So it's a double Oldfield Motorsport podium in second and third. 4th goes to Elliot Brzezicki in the end. He dropped behind McCorkin. And then it's going to be 5th position for Tom Nipper, 6th for Noah All-Eye. And on the runs to the flags, Nathan Yu versus Bryn McKinch, because Charlie Mann's gone across the line in 7th place. And for 8th and 9th, it might be side by side. Who gets it in the end? Nathan Yu gets across the line. And Bryn McKinch found some pace on that last lap. And he crosses the line with the gap being only about just under 0.2 of a second between the two of them. So some excellent front-running battling of the National Formula Fords. Unfortunately, we had a couple of the cars that dropped out towards the end. And that's quite unfortunate for both Morgan Quinn and Jordan Kelly. But they'll be back tomorrow. They'll be back towards they'll have to start towards the back of the grid. But they'll be back tomorrow to try and battle their way back through the order in order to score themselves some key championship points, if they can. So, last race of the day is complete. Here's the provisional result. Chris Middlehurst takes the victory by 0.4 of a second from Lucas Romanek in P2. Brandon McCorkin, after the last lap skirmish in front of him, picks up P3. Elliot Brzezicki drops to 4th and off the podium from Nolan All-Eye, and Tom Nippers, who wins the independence race from Charlie Mann, and then Nathan Yu and Bryn Kench. And we very sadly lost Morgan Quinn and Jordan Kelly, who are in great positions to pick up some strong points, particularly Jordan Kelly, I figure, with a potential run onto the podium, if not challenging Middlehurst for the victory. Well, I'm sure that before we start off, I'm sure that Rob will sign back up to me just before we head off. But for the final time in a second, we're going to hand over to Rob Lewis to have our final set of top 3 interviews here today at Snetterton to round off Saturday. Let's head down to Rob and see what he's got from our race winner Chris Middlehurst and the top 3 from our first National Formula Ford race of the weekend.
I don't know about you, Scott, but I absolutely love and adore Formula Ford racing. There is nothing better in terms of single-seaters than mechanical grip, no aero, no slicks, just proper treaded tyres and good hard racing. And that race proved it. We may not have had the massive numbers there, but that battle at the front was so good, coupled with the late heartbreak of what happened to Jordan Kelly. So I'm hoping we can actually get a chat with our driver here, Chris Middlehurst. He's just busy getting weighted and in the car, and he's got to get his helmet off yet. We can just get him to quickly sort himself out. We'll see if we can grab a little chat with him. They always make it look so good when they get out of these cars. Never a mistake there. I'll wait for him to get his helmet off and get everything sorted. Sorry, Chris.
No problem.
This is the bit that takes a while. It's getting all the equipment off, isn't it? Chris, you can't beat Formula Ford racing. Good old-fashioned Formula Ford racing. That was a fantastic win. Hectic at the front. How do you feel?
Yeah, great to win the race there, and good battle with Jordan, my teammate, but he fell off. It was before the bomb hole on the right after the left under the bridge. He sort of got on the dirt and just span round. So luckily I missed him, to be fair, but yeah, great battle, very close, and it's hard to get away here because of the back straight. Wherever you sort of gain in the infield, you just drafted up to you know, in the straight, so that gap diminishes, and then of course you got to try and, you know, keep it clean and try and get good runs onto the start-finish straight. So it's quite tricky, but yeah, I managed the race well, I think.
So what's the tactics going into tomorrow? Because you know you've effectively got 5 cars that are hot on your heels.
Yeah, so we lost some points at Oulton Park, so it's important to try and get as many wins as possible, really. So yeah, just try and win both races. That's the only real goal, to be fair. Obviously, Jordan's my teammate's pretty quick also, sorry. But we're trying to obviously, you know, work together and not crash into each other and try to get away, I suppose. If we can get out front and get in the lead, then we can battle towards the end like we were then. But obviously he fell off, so it didn't quite work out, but up until that point it was going quite well, really.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there that he fell off towards the end, but going for the rest of the season, it's just one eye on that championship.
Absolutely, yeah, we won it in 2021 and want to win it again for Team Dolan, so car feels great. Just a case of yeah, having some luck on our side, really. Obviously Oulton Park, we had the drive shaft failure, the first race, so that really messes up a little bit, but yeah, just gotta keep going now. And
Well, welcome back to Snetterton for what proves to be the final race of the weekend on this Brscc summer race day. No, I wasn't kidding you, despite all the rain, this is a summer race day. We've got the Silverlake C1 Series ready for the 5-hour endurance race, and what a front row pairing we've got. Trojan Motorsport versus Emax Motorsport, back again fighting fit. Car number 421 on the second row behind them, and Silverlake have got both cars in the top 6 ready to go. And what about WRC Developments? Could they be the dark horses in this 5-hour endurance? It's time to find out as we grid these cars up ready for the 5-hour race, and there's quite a well-known touring car driver amongst the ranks as well. It's time to join the commentary box and our man in there, Richard John Neal, who's going to take us through the grid for this final race of the weekend, the 5-hour enduro.
Thank you very much indeed, Rob. Welcome everybody to the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, the 5th race of the 2023 season. What a great lineup we've got for you, and wonderful for me to be involved. This was actually, I think, the scene of the first time that I co-commentated with Scott Woodwis on the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series last year when Hardcore Model Makers took the win. I think on that occasion we were, was it a 4-hour race? We got 5 hours for you, so we're going to have to pace things a little bit. As we look on screen, I've got to say, this is the most optimistic I've felt all day weather-wise, because we've got a little bit of cloud cover. No idea what type of clouds those are. That's a discussion I was having with someone else a while ago. But the key bit is what's there in between, which is blue sky. So they say the sun shines on the righteous, so these guys and girls on the grid must be exactly that. Here's the grid. Row 1, Trojan Motorsport and Emax Motorsport. Trojan Motorsport also doubling their chances of a good weekend with Silverlake 2. Then it's WRC Development's 318 car and 558 Silverlake Racing on row 3. Row 4, Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly and Red Sky Racing qualifying well in 8th in the 527 car. Row 5, BPC Motorsport and DFTS. On the 6th row, we've got Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly, again Liquid Molly, and our winners at Snet last year, Hardcore Model Makers in 415. Row 7, MLP Developments, and 410, which is the signature RV powered by BPC. On the 8th row, we've got JTR and Emax Motorsport 445. Row 9, Melbourne Racing 589, AASP Motorsport on the outside of row 9 in car number 462. 10th row, OPCPR and Abbott Racing Motorsport, Abbott in the 331 machine. And then on row 11 behind them, CSC Racing, FDL Packaging and Sandown Motorsport with Elite, one of the interviews that Rob did in sections during our breaks earlier on. Scuderia Polo Rosso in 310 are next up with Brimstone Racing 338 alongside, and then H2H in car 386, 437 in 26 on the grid is BPC Motorsport. They're followed by Jenny Tools Racing, which is 567, AASP in car 320. Favourite number of mine on the grid is there. Row 15, Team Brit in 419. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to Team Brit and about them a little bit later on. Emax Motorsport 430, complete row 15. Row 16, Piston Broke Racing and Sandown Motorsports 354 car, and row 17, Jam First in 579 and BGD Motorsport 484. 18th row on their lonesome, BPC Motorsport. Again, on my grid and against my timing sheet, Emax 445 I don't have on my list, so Rob can maybe, hang on, here we go, Murno McLeod and Max Finn 445. For some reason I had them down as a different number coming in, so that is good. And they, of course, front runners from previous events this year, which will, I was going to launch into that now, but do you know what? I've got 5 hours to fill, so I can let the commentary breathe. Or who was it that used to say, you let the commentary breathe, Richard, was a line from somebody, and it will come back to me who it was on a TV commentary, but I still shouted and hollered and did it very quickly at that time. I think it was a Sky Sports one, but again, we'll maybe talk a little bit more about that as the race unfolds, and try and keep you in the picture of who's doing what in terms of pit stops and strategy and so on and so forth as the race goes on. Thank you to TSL for printing out the times for me, really, really helpful. Our friends at TSL, they are just that, they're wonderful people, and you know, we don't have printed paper as a thing of the past these days, so I appreciate them giving me a printout of the grids and times of all the races today. Super people, do a brilliant job, absolutely brilliant job. So Trojan Motorsport on pole, it's the 319 car, it's yellow as you look at it. I won't go on who we're looking at the moment on screen, but the car shared between Adam Willis, Austin Monday and Charlie Bingham. We will know who's in the cars once we get the cars coming through pit lane. They'll have the tag set so that we know who's in there. Emax Motorsport lineup alongside, and all of these are names, you know, I've got to be honest, I dip in and out of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series well, because obviously I work on a lot of other championships as well, but the likes of Trojan, Emax, Silverlake, WRC Developments, Jelly Snake Racing, Brscc, they are always up at the sharp end all of the time. Talking of Emax Motorsport, second on the grid in the 346 car, Jake and James Little with Stuart Radcliffe, and of course those guys double winners this year, Alt Park and the last outing at Donington. And again, we'll give a little bit more background on that. Third on the grid, Chris Freeman and Jonathan Mundy, Michael Chapman and George Davis in the 458 car. Was that the one I passed on the road this morning? Probably not. We'll try and remember who that was a little bit later on. They're fourth on the grid. Fifth is WRC Developments and CB Auto Services. And that car with Matt Mills, James Paulton, David Drinkwater, who we saw yesterday in the SuperSport Endurance race, and then Alan Preble and Greg Rose in the 558 Silverlake racing car. the Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly, Chris Parks and Alistair May with James Cannings, and Red Sky Racing, some good friends of mine from the old Clio days, Jonathan and David and Rachel Shepherd. Great to see them really well up there in 8th place, and with an asterisk against the name because they had sometimes disallowed for track limits. Track limits apply here. George Grant, always good to see George racing. He's in the BPC Motorsport 409 car with Will Blackwell Chambers of I was going to say Ginetta fame. Where do I get Ginetta from? Mazda fame, of course, and Sean Birch in that car. Following them, David Meenan with George Grant. Sean Birch is on the next line down with James Hazelhurst and Sean Doherty. And then 11th, Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly, Sandro Proietti and Oscar Proietti. And then the car I've already mentioned a couple of times, the winner when I made my debut on the championship, John Ardis and Mike Graham in the Article Model Makers 415 car. None can be discounted because you don't know how the race is going to pan out over the 5 hours. They are looking absolutely glorious. This is one of the best bits to start because you've got all of these cars that look wonderful, they look fantastic, they're shiny, they're very well maintained. We haven't had a clash or a safety car yet. This is one of the things that you need to come to the racing for. By all means, enjoy the streams, but please come and watch and enjoy one of these races. Have a wander around the circuit, enjoy all the facilities. And we are underway with the Trojan Motorsport 319 making the running as they head down into Rich's Corner for the first time. The fellow team car slotting into second position. So a good, decent start. Now, many things you can do. You can have little lotteries, sweepstakes, and goodness only knows what you want to do over the different time spans of this, an hour long into the race, or maybe at various times or at the end. You can also have little bets as to when the first safety car is going to be, and I mean that in the nicest way. I'm not being flippant about saying when's the first safety car going to come out. We do it at touring cars, we do it at the very top level of national motorsport, and you know, hopefully it'll be fun. Hopefully no one will get hurt, but if there's a stranded car, we'll have a safety car, and all bets are on for that. But look at that, the two Team Trojan Motorsport cars are away. The green trim tells us that it's 319. I've got to try and work out how I remember that. And the 421 Trojan car in second place with the other trim. I've just been delivered. Thank you very much. Do I owe you for that? Can I get you something in return for that? Thank you very much indeed. A coffee being brought for me. You could join me on the mic if you want. That would be punishment, wouldn't it? Thank you ever so much. Coffee brought up for me. So I will be slurping at various times during this. 5-hour race. We probably need to talk to you a little bit about what's gone on over the course of the season so far. Oh, bless you. Thank you very much. And it is, yeah, so blue for the second one, 421. And again, trying to work out a word correlation. Maybe Rob from pit lane might want to chip in with that at some point as to how he remembers them. He probably just remembers them, period, and that's it. 410 car going through shot. That's John Whitehouse and Steve Ruston, signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport, and that's the Golf liveried car. Now, I hadn't clocked in terms of touring car driver. I certainly didn't get that far. Didn't get that far down the list. So again, maybe we've had an update to the it's the Ron Johnson car was the one I saw this morning, and thinking how nice and old school it was, driving to a racetrack and seeing a car arrive on an open trailer, and that probably only enthuses people of a certain age. So you know, yet again, aging myself by that very fact. But lovely to see the OPC PR machine on the open trailer coming up to the track this morning. I think it was around about 7:30 when I arrived at the track. It's so good to see that. While Rob was doing the intro, I was just running through the entry list and seeing about additions, and I need to change 343 to 445, don't I? So let me just do that very quickly. And okay, Rob and Sid Smith out there in BPC, is that who we're alluding to? Great to see Rob and Sid there. Sid, of course, very much a Brscc pilot. Rob, a great supporter of the club as well. And we'll see what sort of progress those guys make. We've already had the first lap done. We'll sit away and look at the flying laps in a minute, but we're looking across track at 462, which is the Mark Barrand, Ian Gorringe, Scott Parks and Matthew Mandipira AASP Motorsport car. Getting stuck in, having a dice with Gareth Humphries and Megan Purchase, BBC Motorsport. But Trojan Motorsport, look at the gap they're pulling out already. It's 5 hours, lads. Take it easy. Quick sip of coffee, which might be a mistake because coffees lend to wee breaks, don't they? And at the moment, we haven't got a standing commentator for me if I do that. So if there's radio silence for a minute or so, you know why. Quick look down the order. One of the Sandown Motorsport cars, very easy to pick out there. 589 continues to make its way round. Stuart Melling and Dan Boardman, the Melbourne Racing, a nice mash-up of the names. I can't remember what the official word is for that. Not a regular enough watcher of Countdown to know what word that is. Someone will probably tell me as we look at the 346 car. Emax Motorsport started in second place, and just looking across my timing screen, we don't have the information at the moment as to who the drivers are, so let me see if that's on the old version. So I'm going to revert to old version on my screen, and Rob can correct me if needs be. No, we don't have the driver of car, so Rob probably is going to have to keep me in the picture on those and keep me on the straight and narrow, and I don't have a list of starting drivers either. We do have bold names on the timing sheets from qualifying this morning, which may indicate the starting driver or the quicker driver. Rob Smith being quicker than Sid Smith, if that was the case. Great to see the likes of Jason Tarling in the JTR car with Conor Grady and David Pearce in that car as well. So nice to see Conor Grady out. And Conor, apologies for not coming over and having a chat, but obviously being in the comms box, time has been a little bit limited. But Conor Grady raced in Ginetta Juniors and the G5 Challenge, and great to see him out racing, the youngster from Smallfield. Unsurprisingly, the flying lap, best lap, goes to the race leader, the 319 car of Adam Willis, Austin Monday and Charlie Bingham. Now, race format, of course, is absolutely key to these, so it may be that you dip in and out of the stream, and you're very welcome to do that, and we'll try and keep you updated on who is where. I've got a set of mental notes to try and remember to see who's where after an hour and how many stops they've had, and kind of jot that down, so hopefully I'll remember to do that. Maybe I can get a prompt from Rob on that, or maybe Barry, our race director, our TV coverage director. Ultimately getting around to talking about what the race format is today, and got a challenge on actually going back there for 3rd and 4th place, so it looks like WRC Motorsport getting stuck in and having a look. That is the nearest to being multicoloured out of those cars, who I thought was going to make a play for 3rd position but didn't quite do it. Let's get the format out of the way, and then I can gibber on relentlessly, as I have been all day, a little bit more. 5-hour race. It's the second longest event we've had this year. Obviously the longest is the Silverstone 24 hours, which again everybody enjoyed. Disappointed to have missed it, but was on touring car package duties that weekend, but kept a keen eye on the time. It was quite funny actually, because everyone kept saying, why do you keep looking at your phone? I was looking at the Silverstone 24 hours, where of course Trojan Motorsport 421 took the win, with Austin Monday, who is in the lead car here at the moment, Chris Freeman, Charlie Bingham and Jonathan Monday taking the win at Silverstone 24 hours. This event is actually the second longest we've had thus far. I'm not quite sure on the duration of the other ones because I haven't checked the regulations, but this 5 hours is the next longest one. Our opener at Snet earlier on in the year was 4 hours, and then we had the Alton Park 3.5 hours race, which was the second event of the year, and Donington Park GP at a 3-hour race. Those of you who loved your Citroën 2CV racing back in the day will know that this is a sort of almost natural development of it, and great that we now have this series rather than one big race over the course of the year. And people want to do it. People, you know, find this a very easy way of coming and doing some cost-effective motor racing, and it's one of the options that, you know, I've got an 18-year-old son who is still studying, and we were saying about trying to get him involved in the Student Motorsport Challenge in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, but this is another area where he could come in and you know, race. I hesitate to call it entry level. I mean, it can be, but look at the drivers that you've got. So much experience on track, and a lot of that experience rubs off on drivers when you come into this. But it's affordable. We spoke to a couple of teams about getting my son Taylor into one of the races for this. We've got to go through the other steps, of course, getting his ARDS course sorted out and his kit. But this is cost effective, and to share a car, that has its own risks in terms of if a car is dinged or breaks down before your go, what happens to your money, and that's something you probably have to think through and talk through with the team. It's still the green machine at the moment, or the yellow green machine. Adam Willis, Austin Monday and Charlie Bingham out front. And again, I'm diverting as we get a move on by the 451 car. Max Walsh, Chris Brown, Darren Hart and Martin Brown in the MLP Developments machine making up a place there. They've had two good solid races so far this year. They were 21st at Donington Park, a healthier 10th position at Snetterton in their, 18th position at Snetterton in their first race of the season. I need to change the label on my little graphic here, so bear with me while I do that. And also while we grab a little bit of coffee as well, we've 10 minutes into the race. Now, we mentioned that it is a 5-hour race, and you probably know that if you're tuning in already. So what is the score with regard to driver changes? And the answer is that there have to be 3 driver changes in the course of a race. So the maximum number of drivers you'll see entered is 4. For example, the 462 car, Ian Gorringe, Mark Barron, Scott Parks and Matthew Mandapira. So the minimum of 3 driver changes. Within the driver change, obviously you might need to change tyres, a little bit of splash and dash as well. Rob will keep us up to speed with that as we get through the course of the 5 hours. But that's the minimum. You can do more. Many of the teams will probably legislate for more, and again we'll try and get some insider information on that for you as the race progresses. What's the maximum time that a driver can do? Now, we're in a 5-hour race, and I think the smallest entry we've got is 2 driver entries, likes of Michael Chapman and George Davis in 458, James Cunniff and David Scotting in 513, for example. So would they do 2.5 hours each? And there's a regulation, if you check the technical regs out, it tells us that the maximum a driver can do is 2 hours and 10 minutes. So that is on the rate. That's how it pans out. That doesn't stack up with a 5-minute race, does it? Because that would be 4 hours 20. So I'm going to have to go back into the regulations. 434 getting stuck in here. That is the Sandro and Oscar Proietti car, having a look to make up a little bit of ground. Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly dropped a place on the 4th lap. We're into lap 4 already. Goodness me, that has gone quick. With Hardcore Model Makers up into 9th place on the grid. And this is where I start trying to scour the original list and see where they qualified. I should have put quali on the sheet. Didn't really have time after qualifying to do that with the other racing that was going on. 495, Team Jelly Snake Racing. James Calling, Alistair May and Christopher Parks. Again, we'll try and get a handle on who is in each respective car a little bit later. I wonder if I need to be running full screen to get that info. Let's have a quick look at tracking. No, we don't get that. And okay, so on the statistics we've got, it tells us that it's Chris Freeman in 421, and now he's in bold, but Austin Monday is driving the 319 car and he's not in bold. So on the timing screen there we are not quite getting the information that I thought we might get in terms of who's driving the car. So, oh, I've just gone back to a Mazda timing screen, so we'll reload and we will see. Just have a quick scroll around, see if we can see anything else going on there. We can't. Let's have a look at preferences. Do we want vehicle information? No, we don't. Show sectors? No. Let's have a look, see if we get a bit more info. We do get more teams on screen, which is rather nice to have a look at. We don't get the cars, so let's have a look at No, I think that's what we're going to get. So driver-wise, I think we'll just have to rely on Rob. We'll talk about the teams. Oh, going back to the issue about the two drivers, the penny's just dropped with me, of course. With two drivers, you've still got to do 3 driver changes, and it means that the stint maximum is 2 hours 10 minutes. So that is the way that works. We haven't got any action from pit lane going on at the moment. We have got some race action going on with the hardcore model makers there, 415, the red car busy challenging the Bacon Racing with Liquid Montage, the Proietti team for 8th and 9th position. So a good race going on between those two, and they'll be mindful, the model makers, of the fact that they did win. I think probably a surprise, but it was you know what? It was a very, very good win indeed. Jelly Snake Racing down behind them. Meanwhile, it's almost like formation, the yellow arrows, isn't it? Is there an equivalent of the red arrows in yellow? I'm not sure. The yellow fellas probably would be the nearest thing that we get. Jerry Seinfeld's B movie, I think, was where we got that from originally. 434, Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly, still coming under pressure from hardcore model makers. Silverlake Racing and Jelly Snake Racing getting involved as well. And the thing that surprised me when I first saw this racing is the fact that there is some... I'm not allowed to use the word robust because I got told off by a hospitality man at Brands Hatch for using robust. He didn't like it, and the more I thought about it, I kind of agreed with that. We've got the pit lane open board being shown now. I'm guessing that's because we're at 15 minutes. So over on the pit wall, pit and the word open in green is shown. Not allowed to pit under safety car, of course, under these. As the cars make their way down the Bentley straight once again. Nicely panned out at the moment. We'll just flick over and have a look at tracking. We're probably 15 minutes in, and I reckon another 10 minutes in and we'll start getting the leaders getting into a bit of traffic, because pit stop windows open and some of the drivers might want to get their stops out of the way, particularly if they're in traffic at the moment. So if we were to look at where we are, good group of traffic coming out of Bombhole and through Coram and so on and so forth, that you might want to get out of that traffic. What you've got to do though is alert your team to the fact that you're going to do it. So that's maybe one of the tricky things, but you'll have a team manager and a strategist looking at it. What amazed me on the 24-hour race was we had a fantastic team covering it, and I've got to refer to last year's 24-hour race, which I was a part of, and it was one of the most diverse in terms of experience and age teams that we've had on commentary, with the likes of young Jack Werrell with us. We had Tom Oliphant's brother, Jack Oliphant, working with us. He's done a lot of sim commentary, so a lot of youth. And there's our first port of call to the pit road, which is the 445 car of Murdo McLeod and Max Finn. Comes in, will angle the car at 45 degrees. Jeremy Lintott, our cameraman, will have to do a little bit of walking to get there and have a look and see what's going on, which he will do. That's quite a significant stop, because the Max Finn and Murdo McLeod 5th at here at Snetterton in the opening event of the season. Now I've got to look for 343 elsewhere in my little records. Okay, not a lot else done so far this year. 46 at Donington Park, evidently. So a little bit of a way down as place changes start to happen further down the grid, as the 426 car, Sean Birch, Sean Doherty and James Hazelhurst popping down the inside of David Price and Connor Grady. That's going to, sorry, Dave Pearce, sorry. David Pearce in 350. It would have been perfect if David Pearce had been in 320 for any oval drivers here. Actually, I'm in East Anglia, so they'd probably boo me. Dave was a Southern stock car driver back in the day, very successful, double world champion. So 310 car without screen. James Matthews, Graham Wilkins, Scuderia Polo Rosso without the screen. Again, that is one where we should probably get the story, and to aid the airflow, the the back screens taken out as well. When did that happen? Have I missed something, or did they start that way? Did they have a little bit of a problem? Front running team, those guys. And as I always mention on the commentary, Graham, son of the legendary race commentator Andrew Wilkins. Andrew, a terrific guy to work with, absolutely lovely man. Wonderful to see him at Silverstone last year. One of my favourite commentators of all time. You shouldn't have favourites, but just a lovely tone, lovely manner, informative, relaxed, you know, listening out on the grass on a Sunday afternoon. The perfect gentleman to listen to on air. Sorry I mentioned, well, I don't apologise for saying it. Lovely guy, and I'm sure Graham doesn't mind me mentioning that every time we, for the first time in a race day, see the 310 car of the Scuderia Toro Rosso team. Had a good start to the year as well, those two, with 10th here at Snetterton, 17th at Alton Park. 434 is in the pit lane. That is the Bacon Racing with liquid moly car, the Proiettis. Now, a two-car team, we might see an early driver change. It looks as if that's the case, because Proietti 1 looks like he might be changing over with Proietti 2. Then again, maybe not. Okay, unless the change has happened and we weren't party to it. It's a very neat car and makes its way out. You can see a number of C1 officials that are there. The tag is set on the end of the pit lane. Again, if you've not seen this before, this racing before, the tag is supposed to tell us who's in the car, but it doesn't look like I've got my tablet set up correctly, or maybe I should be on computer, perhaps, rather than on tablet, but there should normally be a little tag telling us who's in the car. Interestingly as well is that pit stops don't appear to be showing on the, oh yes they are, there we go, they're at the bottom, so I needed to scroll down. So we have got pit stops, we haven't got the driver information. Maybe that's not going to matter too much, because again, if somebody significant is getting into a car, then Rob will sort of keep us up to speed with that over the course of the race. So we're looking at the 430 car, that's Rick Porter, Tim Rowbottom and Martin Jeffs coming under a little bit of pressure. Two Trojan cars still leading. We're looking at the group of cars running in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment. Silverlake, WRC Developments, Emax and MLP Developments. The two team cars here are nearly 8 seconds clear on the last lap of the chasing group. Look at the gap that they are building. This is, even though this is a game of strategy, I need to come back to my strategy point in a minute. And I was talking about, we've got black and white flags already. Is that track limits already going out? That's is that a general warning? It'll be a warning at this stage and then manifest itself into a penalty later. But we're only 20 minutes into this race. And already black and white, you can see the black and white flag there, just right of centre of shot. So 346 looks to make the move from 4th position to 3rd. It doesn't happen. WRC Developments in the mix as well. In 6th position, it's 451 MLP Developments. 18th, their best result so far this season, which was our first race of the year. Time, I think, to go down and get a little bit of an update from Rob for the first time.
Well, you would have seen on the live stream the Scuderia Polo Rosso car is actually circulating without a windscreen or a tailgate. I've got Frank Claydon in the pit lane with us, who was in the car when said incident happened during qualifying. What happened?
So I just got it wrong at the end of the straight, going down under the bridge. Just got it wrong, lost the back end, didn't correct it well enough, got on the grass. And then on the grass, just as the front end of the car came round, wheels dug in. Slowest roll ever. It was only half a roll, landed on its roof, slow motion, but just enough to pop the screen. And unfortunately, despite everyone's efforts up the pit lane, we couldn't get a screen. No one seemed to have one spare. So quick chat with the scrutineers, the clerk of the course, the senior clerk of the course, chat with Robin, and the solution was to take the screen out completely and run without the rear screen.
Have you had to run with extra weight to compensate?
Yeah, we've got a bucket load of extra lead on the car, extra ballast, because we don't know what it's going to do. Obviously, we've got the weight of the screens to counter, and also we don't know what the difference in the aero is going to be. So, yeah, loads of extra lead on the car.
Have you taken a toothbrush with you to clean all the bugs out of your teeth once you're done?
I think we'll need something. It's going to be visors down for the duration, and hope it doesn't rain, I think.
I mean, planning ahead, so, myself and Robin were particularly quite heartbroken at the 24 hours you guys had. It's your first event back after that, and normally you guys are bang on the pace.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I guess it's one of those things, but at the same time you can't help but kind of think about what you'd have done differently and that sort of thing. So we got, obviously, after the 24 with the engine issues, we've got a new engine in the car now, and was hoping it was going to give us a good run this weekend. But James is out there doing what he can with a bit of extra weight and a bit of a difference in the driving conditions, and the team did a great job helping us out, getting the car sorted, and see what we can make of it.
No worries. We'll let you crack on with your race for the moment, but thanks for chatting to us, Frank.
Cheers, mate.
Right, though, that's the story behind Scuderia Polo Rosso with no windscreen and tailgate on the car at the moment. You heard it from the man himself. Luckily, he's okay, and the car is continuing in this race. And for now, back to Richard.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, that's why we have Rob Lewis down there in pit lane for us, because he knows everybody in the paddock. We could do with a clone of him, really, so he could commentate as well and do that. But mate, we'll look at that. You never know, AI might be able to come up with an alternative or separate Rob. 310 that we were just talking about, I was looking on the timing screen and saying that, you know, they're normally on the pace. Qualified 24th, just lost a place on the last lap. They were up into 14th place, but now running in 15th position. So, you know, that is none too shabby. James Matthews at the wheel of the, and I'm going to give it a new name now. I don't know whether this is going to stick and whether the team will thank me for it. But how about Scuderia Rosso, in deference to the gentle rollover they were talking about. There is the car. Wonderful direction picking up on that with the 375 car of Rob and Sid Smith, the BPC Motorsport car. Rob, of course, a renowned sports car racer, father and son team. Team twin, Brian Jones would have called it, bless him. And the Sid Smith, of course, now racing in GB4 and learning the ropes in single-seaters after working his way through the Fiesta Junior ranks. And he's a quick pilot and a lovely guy. What a lovely family they are. Always a joy to interview on the podium. And let's hope we get the chance to do that with you guys at the Brscc again very, very soon. Super people. The windscreen-less look always sort of reminds me of, again, apologies, people tell me off for banging on about short oval racing, but I know there are a few drivers with a short oval background on there. And they, back in the day, would have all looked a little bit like that. It looks like we're Wednesday night down at Eastbourne Stadium at the moment. But it's the safest way of doing it, and the key thing is the organisers have, you know, legislated with the weight, as you heard Rob say, to allow that car to get out there, and to equalise the fact that they've lost weight from the screens and a little bit of ballast in to sort them out and to get them on par with everybody else. This is wonderful stuff from Trojan Motorsport. I've got to say, what's the gap now? They're going to cross the line. Here they come. Cross the line now, and oh, it helps if I've got the screen scrolled in the right place. And so 1 and 2 go across the line. Third position on the previous lap was Silverlake 2, which is car 458. We will see where that is. Has that gone across the line yet? Yeah, the answer is 12 seconds now, to the detriment of Trojan Motorsport, with Emax Motorsport 346 still running in 4th position. I'm wondering whether we're going to see too many changes from those guys at the front. Red Sky Racing are in 6th position behind WRC Developments. Red Sky moving up to 6th from 8th on the grid. So good movers for the early doors of this. I can't believe we've had half an hour already. Where has that gone? That it really has gone. Make no mistake about it. That's gone very quickly indeed. But it's the 421 car now that started 3rd on the grid. Oh, and okay, the team racing or formation driving is it's not synchronised swimming, is it? Because they should both swim if they're doing that, and they didn't. As we look at 421, Jonathan Munday and Chris Freeman. Jonathan, part of the Silverstone 24-hour Trojan Motorsport winning team. We've only got 2 of the top 6 cars in this one. We've got the 346 Emax Motorsport car, which is currently running in 4th position, and that took 4th place in the 24 hours. The nature of the 24 hours, of course, is that you will get lots of guest drivers in. I think there was a very unfortunate clash on dates where there were a lot of other events on that weekend this year, and there's a good entry. Don't get me wrong, but you know, you'd probably maybe expect even more. So Trojan 421, which is the blue liveried car, is the one out front at the moment, from 3rd on the grid, and now having a little bit of a lead. That was a shame. That I was enjoying watching those two cars go around because it's so neat and it just looks so planned, where you've got the two cars working together, and at some point obviously it was going to go, but it was just an absolute joy to watch those. And what we have to do now, of course, is enjoy the timing tower and see the tidiness of Trojan 1 and 2 on the timing tower, with Silverlake next up. 458, Michael Chapman and George Davis, two names that you could play with if you wanted to go off at tangents. I will say that George Davis should be number 3. George Davis. Again, those of you of a certain age will know about George Davis, who was banged up in protests back in the day. Actually, quite big ones, weren't they, at the time? But I think would seem like pretty paltry at the moment. And Michael Chapman was the name of a really decent singer-songwriter who did a great album called Fully Qualified Survivor. Let's go down to pit lane again. Rob has some more news for us.
We're getting this done quite early in the piece. I've popped down to see my friend at Emax Motorsport, Mr. Glenn Finn, to talk through mainly tactics. We'll get the tactics out of the way. Max pitted quite early. Was that tactical?
Yeah, we just thought if there's a safety car, then we get one under our belt, and then they all close up again. So yeah, we're running 5 cars as well this weekend, so we don't want them all in the pits at the same time. So yeah, definitely tactical, get them out of the way.
Little senior and junior back together this weekend. They're up at the front as per usual. What's the sort of strategy to try and counteract the Trojan threat?
The Trojan threat's always really significant. I think that overall they're slightly quicker than us, lap by lap, so we've got to try and pull something out of the bag to counteract their speed. So getting Jake and James in second half, which they're good battlers, so if it does come down to the wire like it did the last race, if it rains, if we have a turn, then hopefully we might be able to stick it to them the last half an hour of the race. So for us, the race is all about the last half an hour, not the first half an hour.
I'm sure you've got the little black book ready of the possible scenarios.
It's ready.
Right, and secondly, he's got himself a new T-shirt made for this weekend. I don't know if you recognise this chap on the front there. Glenn Finn, quite the fan, and it's written on the back as well. There we go, #1 fan of the Rob Lewis fan club. What can I say? I've got some lovely people here in the pit lane at C1s. For now, back to Richard John Deal.
Rob Lewis, quite right too. Well done. Absolutely. Oh no, my favourite number's off 320. He's stranded. This is going to be the first safety car. It's going to come around about half an hour into the race by the look of it, unless he can get going. That's a shame. Love that T-shirt, by the way. I don't want one of those T-shirts. Wheels come off. Okay, 3 wheels on my wagon. Thank you, Barry, for 320. The car driven by Leon Barron, Samuel Barron, Georgia Barron and Gary Parks. So that will be a recovery and a safety car. Now, let me just have a quick look at our tracking. Cars pretty much spread all the way around the circuit. The 319 car closing in on 421 at the moment, and just going past the 320 car. So we'll go back to classification, and Trojan 1 and 2, safety car board being shown. I'm guessing that, by the way, because I can't actually see whether it's written on there, and the camera's the other side to where we are. I think that might have been Jeremy doing that down there in pit lane. He's all over the place. There's confirmation of the safety car. The LEDs, when they came in last year, some of the I've got to say that the some of the cars that, there's the wheel. Thankfully, it's the wheel without Michael McIntyre. Those of you who that is some dreadful program, isn't it? If you've seen it, my wife loves that program, and I have to endure it sometimes. Goodness me. So 3:20, yeah, that's out of the race. The great thing about 5 hours is that there is time to sort it. Here comes for 4. Scott Evans, Hadley, Rossiter, and Darren Unwin, one of the 2 Sandown Motorsport development cars. They're going to have more out next time. They've got husband and wife Karen and Hadley Rossiter in car 354. So Hadley, I think I'm right in saying, Rob, if you are listening, swapping between the 2 cars. And is that the boss man that Scott Evans was talking about? Scott Evans, incidentally, very kindly, many of the drivers that we'll see, and as we do these live streams more and commentate and meet more drivers, and you can't meet and talk to everyone at race meeting, tend to hook up on social media, and it was really good. I didn't get a chance to talk to Scott at the first event we did, but subsequent to that we were at Thruxton for a touring car event, and Scott came up and introduced himself and had been at the 24 hours, and we had a bit of a chinwag, and we're talking about our oval racing backgrounds, and Scott races down at Tongham, 4 Marks, which is a little dirt oval adjacent to one of the heritage railways. It's a really picturesque track. And he's very kindly offered me a run in his race car around there, which I'm not quite sure he knows what he's let himself in for when we are able to get that sorted out. But I would dearly love to do it, and greatly appreciate the offer that he has made to do that. And it seems to be a perk of being a commentator. You remember David Addison commentating on the Mini Medias and Sevens, and he's got this great affiliation with them as having driven one of the cars as well. I won't say raced, because David did just drive it and not race it, but and it'll probably be the same with me, to be absolutely honest. But okay, so there's a question for Rob on Sandown Motorsport, and I think Hadley's therefore the team boss. 320 car about to be loaded away. Whether that is fixable and they can get them out and get some run, because the great thing again about endurance races is that if something's repairable, then you can, if you've got the spares, get the thing back out on track and use it as a testing exercise, or maybe try and achieve your best result. If we look at the Sandown Motorsport car, just by way of an example, has only done 354 cars, done the one event thus far, with 38th place. So you might want to come back and try and just get something better on the board for the new season. Similarly, likes of the AASP Motorsport machine. 3 finishes I've got jotted down here. I haven't got all of the Silverstone 24-hour ones, so forgive me for not including those if we miss those out. Don't please send me email messaging complaining. 58th, 31st and 37th in the 3 events that they've done so far. So again, you've got this idea that you might want to get the car out and improve. And of course, while the safety car's out, you are losing time, but not necessarily that much time. So there is the opportunity to get back on. Now, in terms of lead lap, where are we now on safety cars? We've got Trojan Motorsport. Oh, I think we've got a little bit of time to go down to the pits again while we're on the safety car. So let's hear it from Rob Lewis and see if he's autographed the T-shirt first of all.
I haven't autographed the T-shirt yet, Richard, don't worry. I've got Gary Parks, who was due to jump into the AASP car that's stranded down at the bottom. Was there any indication at all that there was an issue?
He came past and he was bipping his horn as he came past here, so we're not sure whether there was an issue that started just after the pit lane or where before, so we assumed that there was vibration and he was letting us know, and he's managed to limp it back just before the pit entrance, but sadly he's not been able to get back.
What's the plan now? Are you going to try and repair and get the car back out or park it?
Yeah, no, we'll get the car back, assess what's up with it. Hopefully it's not sheared hub or anything like that, and we'll be able to new wheel on, double check everything, and then get the car back out there.
Well, that's the thing, it's running one of the new alloy wheels, so it can't have been potentially a fatigue failure in the wheel. So could it be something to do with the bottom ball joint, anything like that?
It may well be, yeah, it may well be a ball joint, or like we say, if something's come loose and the hub's failed or something, it may well be a bearing or something like that. So we'll have a look and just assess. We've got plenty of time to get it back out there, so we'll do our very best.
Commiserations, Gary. The car was looking quite quick out there.
It was, yeah, doing well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, yes, unfortunately, issues for the AASP team early, but hopefully they can get it on the high ab as soon as possible, get it back to the pits and get it back out in the race. And it's getting a bit dark out there, Richard. I don't know if you can see it out of your commentary box, but have we got more rain coming?
I think we may well have, Rob. Thank you very much for that, and great. Thanks for Gary for spending the time as well. The dark clouds still looks blue over in the distance from here. Let's just look behind us. It's coming in from all directions at different times of the day, isn't it, the bad weather? I think we're all right, and I think we'll be absolutely fine and dandy, to be perfectly honest. But great, again, what I was saying about getting the car sorted out and getting back out and doing a few more laps, giving everybody value for money, which is what you can do. Because if you've got a team made up of 3 or 4 paying drivers coming in from different sources, that's what I would be looking for if I was, getting my son into one of these drives. Get the car back out there, give him some track time. Absolutely brilliant. The guys want to be on track anyway. That's what it's about. That's what they're trying to get sorted out. Now, we are still behind the safety car, as you can see, and it hasn't picked up the race winner. So the race winner. Whoops. Was I talking scripts? No, definitely not. Let's go to tracking and have a look. Tracking doesn't really tell me anything. We've got lots of different groups around the circuit, so we'll go back to classification. This may well put us a little bit out of kilter. We're just looking at 579. Michelle Pavey and Darryl Wheeler in the Jam First car. Be interested to know what the Jam First bit is. Is that something to do with scones? Little question for Rob to maybe sort out. Safety car lights still on. 40 minutes into the race. I've got to say, having never done a 5-hour race on my own before, was thinking that it was going to be not difficult. We all commentate and talk for a living, but it's gone a heck of a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be honest. And we've still got plenty to tell you and plenty to talk about once we get into some of the front runners having their go. Of course, whilst the pit lane's on, you're not allowed to make one of your mandatory stops. So if we get towards the end and there's an incident, then there's a slight chance that somebody might not be able to take their mandatory stop. So you've got to bear all that in mind. And apologies if we tell you that at every race, but it's worth sort of putting into the mix for these guys to, to think about and strategy-wise. And strategy is an absolutely key point. Proietti's back out. First outing of the season, I think, in the series for the Proiettis, who I remember racing in Auto Italia. I think that was my first glimpse of them. We've got the lights out on the safety car, so we're getting ready to go racing once again. So leading the round is the 431 car, which is OPC PR 22nd place. And I think that was the first car that had been lapped, so they've got a fair amount of work to do. So it's dragged them back from the cars that were back. So 431 will lead them away again. Again, that's the machine that I saw this morning. We'll come back to that a little bit later on, but I think we can go once again down to Rob Lewis in pit lane.
Well, just as the race restarts, I managed to grab normally Quattro Formaggio driver Christopher Parks. You're in a different car this weekend.
Yeah, we're in the 495 Jelly Snake car this weekend, which is great fun. Bit of a late surprise for everyone, really. But yeah, great car, great weekend, and we qualified 7th, so really, really happy with that.
Still on the pace as usual then?
Well, we're there or thereabouts, so we're happy, very happy.
What made the change with the team?
It was just timing. Ali had got a few bits and pieces to sort out, and we weren't sure whether he was going to be available, and it just turned out that way that he became available, so all perfect.
Sort of new team, but everything stays the same in terms of pace.
Oh yeah, same as always, and to be fair, Jelly Snake looked after us so well. They're on the ball, they're just fantastic, really, really good.
Now the raindrops are coming, and we both know from watching the Donington Park round when the rain started falling, the Quattro Formaggio car was very quick in the race. Is the Jelly Snake car going to be the same?
Well, I hope so. I mean, we did make one small mistake in the rain, which we never checked the tyre pressures before we went out, so we went round with very high tyre pressures, made it a little bit twitchy at the end, but Ali did a fantastic job, kept it on the black stuff, and it was just brilliant. So yeah, fingers crossed if it rains here, it just adds to the fun, doesn't it?
Absolutely it does. Thank you for chatting to us, Christopher. Right, we'll line up some more interviews for you, Richard John Neal, getting more stories up and down the pit lane. For now, back to you.
Well done, mate. Thanks very much. Lovely to hear from Chris Parks. And I did wonder about Quattro Formaggio, so really good. Guess what? It's safety car time. 527 this time, the victim. It's almost like they timed it. We'll have a little segment with this. There's a script, isn't there? We'll have a quick chat with Rob down in pit lane, and then we'll go off very sadly, that is Red Sky Ray. I'm gutted because I love those guys from the Clio days. Really, really lovely people. And they're all through the paddock, but sometimes you sort of pick up on the people that you know. But gutted to see that car in the gravel. A DNS in the first race. It's just rotten luck they have had here at Snetterton this year. But there is the safety car, which I inadvertently at Rockingham one year called the pastry car. I'm not sure why. I think that was we've had coffee delivered up here, but I think we might have been after pastries back in the day. And it stuck actually, not the pastry, but the term. Makes its way onto track. Who is it going to pick up this time? Yeah, it's the same car because there's a gap in the traffic. So it's all the hard work since, well, a lap of hard work since the previous safety car. So it was just after half an hour that we had the first one. I guess the next bet, if you are betting or playing bingo, is how many we're going to have. So there's the 527 car. I'm absolutely gutted for them. One would hope that is going to be able to rejoin the race. But the 527 car qualified real well. It was 8th on the grid and winds up in the gravel and also facing the wrong way. So it's clearly a gyration that's happened. And has it gone over? Because the roof looks a little bit dented. Again, we don't know what. I personally, again, apologies for not knowing every detail of every car, but it looks like, I'm guessing if it would have gone over, it might have had broken screen as well, but I don't really know in the 527 car. But we've got signals that Rob is again working hard with Jeremy down there in pit lane, and I think we can have another little visit down there, another chat. So over to you, Rob.
Yeah, I think David was just checking his phone to see if the cricket's got underway in Manchester. I kid, but it's good to see David Meenan back in the paddock here in his hybrid tune kit, but not with the hybrid tune team this weekend.
Yeah, we're out with BPC and Clapham North are running the cars, so myself and Will Blackwell Chambers and George Grant run 409. We qualified 9th. We're out there now, I think we're running like 24th, but the safety car has just been deployed and unfortunately came in the middle of the pack, so we've just lost a lap with the safety car, so we're hoping the clerk's going to wave us all through and pick up the leaders and neutralise the race again. It'll be quite good.
Yeah, I think that second safety car there, I've just heard in my earpiece is a car that's rolled several times, so they've had to get the safety car out quite quick.
I hope he's okay.
I think so. I haven't seen anything yet, but keep our fingers crossed. Overall, the car, I mean, George and Will have been out flat out of the weekend, and you've been able to keep your feet up while the Mazda races have been going on. So, are you feeling a bit fresher?
Yeah, it's. I've only had 2-3 laps on Friday morning, and then it's just been Will and George just been getting their eye into the C1. It's a bit of a challenge for them, jump between front wheel and rear wheel drive and different driving styles. So we've just been chipping away at that, really.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you'll want to say something to the camera with the hybrid team watching from home, I'm sure.
Yeah, thanks to all the hybrid are sponsoring me for this weekend as well, so for all your tuning needs, heading down to Hybrid Tune.
Absolutely, it's about time they got the C1 back out, don't you think?
Yeah, we were hoping to be out this weekend, but just with all the other mini activity and stuff, it's just too much, but we will be out this year. I think we'll be back here in October. Hopefully we'll have two, maybe 3 cars out if we can manage it. So we've got a new one in build, so let's see.
Fantastic. Look forward to seeing it and good to chat to you. Thanks. Back to Richard for now. I'll go and grab some more interviews while this safety car's out.
Oh, brilliant, mate. Super job. Thank you very much. Good to hear from David Meenan. Hybrid Tuner. Look at that very quick recovery. And novice cross on the back, which explains, everybody has the odd incident. You can have somebody, like we've got some quick drivers in that team, setting the 8th position qualifying times. It looks like, so am I right in saying, therefore, that talking to David Meenan, change of numbers from the original entry, so they're in the 409 car, and Gareth Humphries and Megan Purchase now in the 437. And I want to know, question here, is Megan Purchase related to Ray? So there's one for you if you are listening down there, Rob. And answers on a postcard if you know what I'm talking about with Ray Purchase. Okay, so here we go. I know one of our cameramen will, because we've discussed it many times. Although he won't be listening, he'll be probably listening to Mark Werrell on the circuit commentary. Through goes the car without the Scuderia Polo Rosso car, Rolo Rosso car, with the lack of windscreen, doing a super job, we've got to say. Now, is that car going to stay there, or is it going to be able to be extricated back in towards the pit lane to restart, or will it start on its own volition and maybe get round for a pit stop and perhaps get out again after a little shakedown check just to make sure everything's all right and empty the gravel out. I wonder how often they have to replenish the gravel traps. So it's been towed out of the gravel. The gravel traps certainly do their jobs. I was watching some footage the other day of a classic Formula Ford race, not a current classic Formula Ford race, but a Formula Ford race from back in the day at Silverstone, when they had the chicane at Woodcote and catch fencing, and just wasn't that, I mean, at the time we probably didn't think of it as being an idea, good, bad or otherwise, but what a horrendous sort of idea catch fencing was back in the day, but to try and catch cars as they got progressively faster, and then you end up with the driver sort of wired in that. So although we moan about gravel traps a lot of the time, by and large do their job superbly well, and I wonder how often they have to be filled up, and where the aggregates come from, whether there's a contractor that provides the aggregates for those. Recovery vehicle is coming back, so that will get back to coming to pick up the car, so it doesn't look like that car can move. So that's another job for Rob, isn't it? Find out what's broken on the car after the excursion into the gravel. And this time the safety car having picked up our race leaders, the blue tinge to Jonathan Munday, Chris Freeman, Silverlake, Big Bud Trojan Motorsport 421, ahead of the 319 car. So that little moment off track earlier on has sort of been negated now by the second safety car. It was probably negated by the first one, if truth be told. There is 589 at the back of this group, Stuart Melling and Dan Boardman. 7th place at Alton Park for those guys. So, you know, again, wherever you look in right the way through the field, drivers capable of getting up, and teams, because it is a team sport, this one, capable of getting up into the top 10 and challenging for major honours. However, our director gives us a shot here which has got some spots of rain on the camera. So is this preparation for the next safety car, I wonder? Whether we're starting to get that. We've got some on the comms box window as well. And Rob was prophesying that, wasn't he, earlier on, saying that things were looking a little bit dark in the distance. I think things are brighter. It's going to be maybe a little bit of a spit and spot, and that'll be it. I don't like that phrase. I should stop using it, but I guess it kind of gives you the idea. 320 car is back out on track. That's just gone down and passed on its own, and we might see that on camera a little bit later on. So very quick recovery for the car that we heard Gary Park saying they wanted to get back out, and they have done so. Most of the repairs as well have been done under safety car. I think it was one lap of non-safety car. So 320 won't have lost that much time. It is still in last place. Okay, 5 laps adrift. So yeah, all right. So lost a bit of time, but probably is going to overtake Red Sky Racing in terms of the overall result. 35th. There is the hammock kit being applied to the 527 car. Very swift at lifting off, and you see how reasonably well balanced it is as well to get it onto the low loader and back to the paddock, which I think you can do at the back of the infield section to get into the rear, which is what we used to use for Parc Fermé for the British Truck Racing Championship here, with all the noise and smoke, and thankfully we don't have noise, smoke and oil from the trucks. Good few spectators enjoying the action today. Some people enjoying some race view parking in their cars, others braving it out and just watching the action on the side. And a good thing if you live locally or in the vicinity to get a season ticket. It's how I got into racing originally, watching down at Brands Hatch, which was my local circuit, and I still remember the feeling seeing the racing tarmac for the first time. It's difficult to describe it, but so exciting seeing racing cars going around on track. I've actually got that buzz this year when I went to a test day at Brands Hatch, the first racing day of the year, which wasn't even a race day, and just being there and seeing cars on track just still gives that same buzz, which is great. And if you're a season ticket holder, which you can do here, courtesy of MSV, you can enjoy all sorts of different racing. Probably pick and choose your meetings as well. Just sit back out in the open air, nice bit of, well, I hesitate to say fresh air, but sit out in the air, watch the racing, enjoy it, and then of course watch it back on the stream later, or watch the highlights if you want to. So there's the Red Sky Racing car. Disappointment, one of our top 10 runners in qualifying being towed away. We hope that car will be back out. The shepherds will not be watching their flocks by night. They'll be watching the car in the garage for sure, and we hope that we're going to see the 527 car back and banish the Snetterton Gremlins and get a race finish under their belt. If they can sort the car out, we hope that they do. So back with the race leaders. Since the start, it's been Trojan Motorsport. Qualified 1 and 3, it was interesting to hear from Emax Motorsport earlier on. They were worried about pace of Trojan Motorsport, but put that into context, still qualified second. So Emax are very capable, certainly qualifying wise, and therefore you would say strategy wise have taken the battle to the two Trojan cars. So it's Trojan first and second, Emax in third, gap negated. If they've got a slower driver in the car at the moment, then most of that stint's going to be eaten up by safety car. There goes the Red Sky Racing machine. We'll come back into pit lane. Silverlake 2 still in fourth, so the top guys from qualifying all still there in those positions. Fifth in qualifying was WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. They are still fifth. Sixth place now, Hardcore Model Makers. They've made really great progress over the opening laps. Last year's one of last year's winners here at Snetterton, and they're up into sixth position from 12th on the grid. John Ardis and Mike Graham again impressing me, and let's hope that they can get up amongst the Trojans and Emaxes and Silverlakes of this world. That would be fantastic to see. Seventh position at the moment, AASP, and that of course one of the guys that we were hearing from, the 462 car earlier on, Scott Parks, Mark Barrand, Ian Gorringe and Matthew Mandipira. Following them, Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly 495, and Chris Parks we heard from. I did wonder where Quattro Formaggio was this weekend, to be perfectly honest. And it's not. I think this is the first event I've done. It's the first C1 event I've done without them on the grid. And talk of that always makes me think of pizza. So we've had pastry cart, we've had pizza, we've had coffee. We're doing quite well here. I always remember commentating at Brands Hatch on Legends cars and going into the box, and a guy called Robbie Murphy was the commentator for the sort of main part of the day. And a couple of teams used to bring up, I don't know how he did it, but teams used to bring up bottles of wine or bits of hamper and cake and everything else. I've never had that. Probably never been good enough, to be perfectly honest. But Robin used to probably charm the birds out of the trees and get all sorts of things brought over to him. It reminded me of the cricket commentators actually back in the test match commentators who would get cakes and sample them on there. Tim Harvey does that, by the way, on touring cars. He used to have a regular feature called Cake Club on a Saturday, where members of public would be sympathetic to Tim's cause and bring 10-inch Victoria sponges or various other culinary delights that would probably grace the Great British Bake Off, and bring those in, and Tim and various other touring car luminaries would taste them. Again, not something that I managed to get invited to as we look at 513. James Cunniff and David Scotting in the CSC Racing FDL packaging car. Again, always up there near the front, those guys. Top Sandown Motorsport car at the moment, the 4444 in 16th position. Sandown Motorsport with Elite Environmental, and definitely need to make it down to Tongan one day and watch those guys race down there, so we'll swap notes on. I've had a couple of weekends freed up, so I'm definitely going to go down and watch some autograss racing down there at Tongan. Maybe they'll let us come and film. There's a conversation that we could have. There's the 434 car, the Proietis, very much in the mix. One of the first drivers to come into the pit lane. At the moment, we've only had, according to my timing screen, 3 pit stops, one of which was the Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly we were just talking about, the 434 car, the second car, Emax Motorsport 445, and Jam First 579. Don't forget, Rob, we've got the challenge on. We need to find out what the meaning is of Jam First, assuming it is not too rude, but I'm assuming something to do with scones. Maybe we've got a West Country team involved there. We'll wait and see. That's a great shot, isn't it, when you see the crop in the background. This is a wonderful shot as well, just coming downhill from... It makes you wonder how it took the circuit owners so long to realise what they could do with the infield here. Most of the racing circuits in a traditional sense, of course, like Thruxton, Silverstone and the like, and indeed Snetterton, based on old airfields. The history of many circuits, of course, being that it was the perimeter roads that we used. But we had this vast green space in the middle that wasn't used for quite a few years. And this infield section now has been with us for a good few seasons, but it makes you... I can barely remember now racing on the 200 circuit, other than to say... Actually, I remember an occasion where I think we were on air, and Ben Edwards, who lives local to here, was on a live mic and said, yeah, the racing's often very boring here. And I remember it being picked up on a forum, so it couldn't have been too much longer after 2000. But it's true, the 200 circuit, as we now know it, more or less, the old circuit was pretty boring, but it's really livened it up, and the MSV team have done absolute wonders for British motor racing. To make things change. We are heading down towards the, believe it or not, we've had an hour's racing already. I cannot believe this virtually, so I'm going to have to write down our positions at the end of the first hour. So we need a blank bit of paper, and we're under safety car, so they shouldn't change too much. 1 hour, 4, 2, 1, 3, 1, 9, 3, 4, 6, 4, 5, 8. 318 and 415 article model makers into, so they're our top 6, and this is like a little mini lap chart for me just to watch the progress. None of those cars having had pit stops so far, so we're a fifth of the way into the race. Remember, regulations tell us that you have to have 3 driver changes, so there are going to be at least 3 mandatory stops for each team, and no stint for one driver. If you've got 2 driver outfit, no stints can be more than 2 hours 10 minutes. Lights are out on the safety car. We're getting ready to go. Silverlake C1 Endurance Series racing once again as we enter our second hour now. And how about that for timing? That worked out real well, didn't it? The safety car is in exactly on the hour. The green flag is waved and we are racing again. And it's the 2 Student Motorsport cars that lead away. It looks like we might have a challenge for 3rd position. Silverlake 2 having a little nibble at the Emax Motorsport car for 3rd place. In fact, it's close as well with the WRC developments, with CB Auto Services car having a look as well. Now, ultimately, all my anticipation and excitement comes to naught, because they're all, of course, very well aware that we've got 4 hours to go and plenty of time to overtake and maybe make some passes in pit lane. But what the safety car has done is allowed the Red Sky Racing machine to get back to pit lane. And I tell you what, let's have a quick look. We'll come back to times at Scuderia Polo Rosso in 13th place on the lead lap, looking like decidedly a little bit second hand without the windscreen, but it's at the back of this group coming down from Palmer now. They are in with a shout. If that car continues to handle like it's doing, they could be doing well. Let me have a quick look. 13th place, Polo Rosso. And we'll just whiz across. Best lap of the race so far, 2 minute 42.571. A little way away from the leaders, granted, but do you know what? They're exactly where their lap times placed them, to be honest. But I reckon they've got another 3, 4 or 5 places in them, because they're an experienced car, experienced crew, and they may well make their way up the order as we look at 3, 4, 6. The James and Jake Little Stuart Ratcliffe car fending off for the moment 4, 5, 8. Michael Chapman and George Davis in Silverlake 2. Green flags being shown all the way around the circuit, and the drivers won't need reminding that they are back racing, to be perfectly honest, but it just tells everyone that everything is clear, that nothing's happened in front of them. And it's Trojan Blue who remain out in front. The frustrating thing for them, I guess, with safety cars, you don't mind a safety car if you're a lap in front, but when you've got a lead of about 18 seconds, we were in that kind of bracket before the safety car interventions that we've had, and I've lost count of how many you've had now. Is it 2 or 3? Every time it gets negated, it's the effort you've put the car through, the tyres through, the brakes through and everything else that could count against you in the later stages, because you then have to re-employ the effort to get back. Now the Proietti is coming under pressure here from Scuderia Polo Rosso, so let's see whether we're going to see a change for 12th place. BBC Motorsport under pressure from them. Meanwhile, little look back to the race leader. Where was 319? Was that out front? Let's have a look and see if we can spot, because I'm pretty sure I only saw one of the Trojan cars going through, so maybe they have pitted or it was out of shot. Again, I only saw one flash through on the run there. There we go. Goodness me, I spotted something correct. There's the first this weekend. So 319 in for the first pit stop. We've got drivers out of the car and the first refuelling stop for Trojan Motorsport. A little nod to the camera, I think, from our man who's out. Apologies again for not being able to identify who that is, but Rob will be able to tell us. And we'll hopefully be on the scene and get some news, if it's a driver change, on who that is. Now, Scuderia Polo Rosso dropping back at the moment from the Proietti car. Visor down. I love Rob's comment about the toothbrush and the flies on the tooth. That is absolutely spot on. Great visual comment to make. That's why Rob's down there for us today. Really works well with the team. What a find he has been for Brscc and our live coverage over the last year. Absolute pleasure to work with him. There is the 319 car. You can see being pushed back from that 45-degree angle. That is for safety. They're back away. It was a good stop. I'm not sure if you call it a splash and dash. I don't know how much fuel they've put in, but that car will be checked in down the end. What's going to be interesting to see is where 319 car drops and whether it loses a lap or not. Probably crucial to try not to lose a lap. This is the lead group, so they won't have lost a lap because remember the leaders were squished together with the safety car. So this car has done a stop and got out on the lead lap. So if there's another safety car now, he'll get back on the end of the trail with that stop under his belt. So this is the lead car with one stop under his belt at the moment. And at present, the 319 car, oops, messed my timing screen up, has he dropped off the order? Let's go back down. It was a long stop, wasn't it? So he's had one stop and still on the lead lap, 21 laps. Let me just check that out. Okay, he is, but he's right at the back of the field, which is up the that's right. So first proper stop for the 319 car, and it means that we've got the 421 from third place, and this is where we get into, I don't know what we call it, it's sort of a hazy part of the race really, once you've started to get drivers coming in and you don't get a picture until the sort of last half an hour of where people are. And the 375 car here, it looks like it's making a bit of progress. 375 and 558. Polo Rosso up to 11th. Now, of course, they'll have gone up one place because of 319's pit stop. Hardcore model makers, I think, were in 5th. MLP Developments and ASP demoting them. So Hardcore in 6th where they were last time we checked on them, but they should have been 5th by virtue of 319 stop. But they'll come back. There is the Sandown Motorsport 444 car with 410 of John Whitehouse, Steve Ruston, the signature RV powered by BBC Motorsport machine. And we look at very nearly had our top three in shot there. We're looking at second and third now, which is Emax Motorsport and WRC Developments. MLP Developments are next up. So Silverlake 2, 458. Has that been in the pits as well? Let's have a quick look down. Yes, it has. Silverlake 2 is on the black line, so they've had a pit stop as well. So yeah, we've lost them. That was the other position that we made up. There is Scuderia Polo Rosso, still busy chasing hard, trying to get on terms with 375. BPC Motorsport, Rob and Sid Smith. As I say, wherever you look, no slouches at all in these cars. I'm sort of rooting for the one without the windscreen at the moment. I shouldn't do. I don't have favourites, but you kind of pick it out and you say, right, the car's had a little bit of bad luck, so we wish them well and hope that their misfortune is going to get turned around. We hope the car doesn't get turned around, literally. So the Jake and James Little Stewart Ratcliffe car still in second position. MLP Developments goes through. Little excursion onto the grass for the hardcore model makers there. You can afford the odd little mistake. Might cost them a place here. And the car that's chasing them is the, I think, Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly. Still got the 421 car out front. Still got a battle after over an hour between second and third place, which is great to see. And then fourth is sort of on its own, and this is the scrap for fifth position. 462 and 415. 415, the Hardcore Model Makers, 462, AASP Motorsport. Across the line we go again. 346 takes over the lead now, so that means that we've got Trojan Motorsport making their second car stop, so it looks like they're pretty well drilled. The first car's out, make sure it's okay, and then get the second car in. And as we get more and more cars into the pits, we'll have more of a picture about how things are panning out after that first mandatory stop. There may be more than 3, but we expect you have to have at least 3 driver changes over the course of the race. Now let's see whether 415 can make any inroads here, Hardcore Model Makers. There is the erstwhile leader, Jonathan Munday and Chris Freeman's car in pit lane. Fuel going in. You can see driver has to exit the car for safety reasons. All good common sense, of course. The regulation churns. Look how smart that car is. Why would you not want to come and see these cars in the flesh or in the tin? Because they're C1s, sure. But they are absolutely immaculate. The love and care and attention to detail that goes into these. As we switch from the Sublime to the car without the glass, the Polo Rosso car did look sublime before the roll, and it looks great on track. It's poetry motion, I've got to say, actually, out on circuit. But why would you not want to come and see these cars in the flesh? And as well as watching them race, I always advise people coming to a race meeting for the first time, sure, come and enjoy it, enjoy the racing, enjoy the spectacle, listen to the circuit commentation, enjoy it. I'll come back to this point in a minute because I think we've got more from Rob. Let's go down and have a chat with Rob Lewis down there in pit lane again. What do you got for us, Rob?
To answer your question from earlier, Megan Purchase isn't a relation to Ray Purchase, so that's that answered. I've just grabbed a very sweaty David Drinkwater as he's just stepped out of the Car 318 WRC Developments machine. David, how was that first stint?
Yeah, it was really good, I think. Front train was kind of working together. I think the Trojan cars had gone, but myself, the Emax car, and I think George in the Silverlake. We had a bit of a tussle a couple of times, but I think we settled down into a kind of nice rhythm. So I think it went well.
I did see the Silverlake car come in with a few number plate lights hanging out, a bit of bump drafting going on.
Yeah, we had a bit of both on that, him on me on him, and I think the Emax car as well. Everyone got involved because we were trying not to fight too much because obviously we know the Trojan cars were going to pull away, so, you know, yes, you want position, but it's too early in the race to be fighting too much.
But you're almost trying to work together to match their pace.
Yeah, that was. I think that was how it settled down. Thankfully, I think everyone got the idea after a few laps. So, yeah, it was. But it was good. Good. I think hour in the end or whatever it worked out as with the safety cars. But it was good.
And another fairly busy weekend for you as well as doing these C1s. You're out in SuperSport Endurance as well.
Yeah, that was fun yesterday. Completely different conditions. It was torrential rain, as you know. And it was more like keeping the car on the track yesterday than today. It's lovely out there.
So what's the strategy for the rest of the race then? You've got Andy Mollison out in the car?
No, Andy's not with us this weekend. We've got Matt Mills in the car now, and then James Polton will go in, and then I'll probably finish with whatever time's left.
Fantastic. I'll let you get refreshed and maybe get yourself a shower ready for the final stint, David. Thank you. Right, I'm actually going to head back down to Red Sky Racing to get some more news on that car. But now back to Richard John Neal.
Brilliant stuff. Rob, thanks ever so much. Really, Rob working so hard for us down there in the pit lane, and really greatly appreciated. Absolutely superb stuff. And even getting the answer to the rhetorical Ray Purchase question. Those of you who've watched Toast of London will know what I'm talking about. Maybe Michelle knew that as well, but we'll see. Great series if you've not seen it, Toast of London. Very funny, very wacky series. It's a bit old now. The last series wasn't so good, but have a look. That's the sort of comment that I would have made with Scott here, and he would have just rolled his eyes at me, to be perfectly honest. He probably will when he watches this back. I'm sure he will. Anyway, back to the race, and at the moment it's MLP Developments 451 who assume the lead, with pit stops starting to ensue, and Max Walsh, Chris Brown, Darren Hart and Martin Brown in the 451 car, and leading this one from Emax 346. So Emax, so all of these cars at the sharp end of things, not having had pit stops so far. Emax were leading on the previous tour, but MLP Developments have taken over, so get their slot at the front of the stack. A bit of contact there, 415. That might attract the attention of the clerk of the course on the back of 567, beg your pardon, the Jenny Tools racing car. Getting a bit of hardcore model maker bumping there as they went through. Probably inadvertent, but again, the clerk, whether it's inadvertent or not, we'll look at that. We're just having a quick look here. Our top 3 have gone through. This is 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place. So it's all a little bit keen. 495, Jelly Snake Racing in 5th position. The yellow car, one of the machines peeling off into pit lane and getting ready to have their first stop. We're now sort of getting stops sort of peppered down the grid. The top person on one stop so far is, I think, BPC Motorsport car 375, which is coming in now, so that will actually drop further down the order, won't it? So we'll wait till that one comes back out on track. There is the 375 car. Rob and Sid Smith. See if we can pick up who it is that's out of the car or maybe going in. Again, absolutely immaculate. Why is it every time I say immaculate car, we go to the one without the windscreen? That's quite funny. 465 at the head of this group. Jelly Snake Racing still there. Frantic Wave tells me that Rob Lewis has once again been weaving some magic up down in pit lane, so let's go down to Rob once again.
You would have seen the incident involving the Red Sky Racing car at turn 1. Well, I've got Jonathan down here from the team. Jonathan, how is the car? How is everything?
Well, first of all, David is absolutely fine, so that's the most important thing. The car actually doesn't look that badly damaged. I think it sort of fell over into the gravel rather than a proper, real high-speed roll. So I think we've got a little bit of damage to the roof, but to get her out again, I think we just need 4 new wheels on it, 2 wing mirrors, and with a bit of luck, we'll be out and running again.
Bit of spit and polish.
That's the one, and then a lot of work for me in the before the next race.
It's a bit of a shame, really, because the past couple of rounds you guys have had some top 10 pace consistently, very, very fast.
Yeah, the pace is there. We just need to try and keep it intact for an entire race. But yeah, there you go.
It's unfortunate, but it's good fun, this racing.
It's absolutely marvellous. Yeah, the atmosphere in the paddock is great. Everybody's very cooperative and helpful, and the racing is such fun. It's so close. It's great.
Well, it's good that obviously that David's okay, but kind of get the car back out, finish the race, and then go rebuild for the rest of the year.
Yeah, a bit of a rethink then as to what we do, whether it's a reshell or whether it's a patch this one up and see if it's good enough for the rest of the season. Time will tell.
But the main thing is David's okay. Thank you for chatting to us. Cheers. Okay, so good news there on that front. I'll go and see if I can find some more interviews for you, Richard.
Well done, Rob. Top stuff. Great to hear. Isn't it? Good news. David Shepherd's okay. Nice to hear from Jonathan. I would say super people, and it looks like they might even get a little bit of lappery as well, stick the new wheels on it and wing mirrors and get it back out. I love the way it's so casual, because any other form of racing, you go and watch touring cars and someone will, I've got a little ding on the car, and they retire. Well, here, windscreens come out, cars roll over, they just stick them back on 4 wheels, get them low loaded back to the paddock and get them back out again. It's another reason why you should come and watch this racing, because they don't use the smallest excuse to conk out. They get back, they're here because they want to be on track, they want to be racing. A little bit of a setback maybe, but they'll get out and race, and okay, they know they're not going to win, but they might be able to stick a decent lap time. Sometimes a slightly deranged car might be able to go a little bit quicker. That used to happen in various circles as well. As we go back with Emax Motorsport, now 346 at the head of the field, ahead of AASP. So the gap, 4.7 seconds. The 346 car qualified second on the grid. So making the most of being out front at the moment, and making the most of the fact that there are not safety car incidents going on track. How many cars have we got on the lead lap now? 18, so it's gone down from 20 odd to 18, as we have 3 hours 42 remaining on the clock at the moment. And again, Scuderia Polo Rosso, the back of this group, trying to close down. They've actually got up to 6th place now by virtue of not having had that stop. So if nothing else, you're getting noticed by staying on track. We go back a little bit further. Sandown Motorsport, here's the 10th place car coming round, the treble 4, coming under a little bit of pressure from the Signature RV team machine. So nice to see Sandown up into the top 10. Again, several cars have had pit stops, but it gives us a chance to shine a little bit of a light on some of the other cars who may well hold on to position again depending on strategy. And around about an hour ago I was getting into talking about my first experience of the 24-hour race and the team that we had put together by the Brscc for that event. And where I'm coming to is that we, as I mentioned earlier on, had a good mixture of older people on the commentary team and presenting team. Here in the front is the MLP Developments car, which I think was up front racing earlier on. 451, qualified 13th. Mike Walsh, Chris and Martin Brown and Darren Hart in that car. Always fascinates me watching the refuelling as we go back to Sandown Motorsport. And again, going back to the 24-hour team, the main man in the box was Paul Truswell that day, and Paul has this reputation of being a hugely respected commentator, but also strategist in terms of endurance races, and his services are used by a great number of sports car teams to analyse races as they're going on, think about strategies that you can employ over the course of the races, and absolutely fascinating to learn from him. I'd heard him many times because he was assistant to Brian Jones in the days at Brands Hatch when I used to be a season ticket holder, and I'd heard him as the Sandown Motorsport car comes into pit lane. There is the Melbourne racing car, that is in as well. Stuart Melling and Dan Boardman. Door shut. Can lose a little bit of race time if other cars are coming into pit road and it's the wrong time. But in comes the Scott Evans team car. He 444 comes out. Have a bit of a splash and dash as well, I think, here. I wonder if we'll see any tyre changes over the course of this one. You can see other team members. You've got the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series officials who keep an eye on all of the technical side of it to make sure that none of the regulations are impinged, and if there are, then there'll be some sort of penalty, whether it be a drive-through or otherwise, as the 589 car. It was a quick stop, wasn't it, for Stuart Melling and Dan Boardman, coming out very quickly, and that places the car 589 29th place at the moment, so tail end of things, but having had a stop. Also having had a stop is the 319 machine. Let's have a look and see where things are in terms of Trojan Motorsport. Actually quite a way down on the one stops, but of course what might have happened is 319 car might have had more done, so maybe more fuel going on board, possibly driver change as well, probably more fuel, I would hesitate to say at this point, or be tempted to say. Here is the 319 again. Let's have a quick look and see what sort of lap times they're doing. Fastest lap of the race with that car still. About 3 seconds away from where they were at the start of the race, but lapping in the 242s, which is probably around about, I would say, the 8th or 9th quickest car on circuit at the moment, the Trojan Motorsport car. So having that initial pace, got them up to the front. They felt confident after the safety cars to come in and get those first stops out of the way, and not losing a lap at that point, so good strategy from them. Meanwhile, the 444 car driver sees the belts being tightened up. There's the other Sandown Motorsport car, which has the reverse livery, 354, the Hadley and Karen Rossiter car shed with Adam Taylor from Sandown Motorsport. 354 having qualified in 33rd position out of the 35. Meanwhile, the teammates will pop along pit lane, will check in at the end, so you'll see a little stop at the end. We saw that at the start of the race where a driver pings the electronic gadget which tells the race officials who's gone in the car. I do say other rounds we had the names on the end of the screen, so I've either lost that or I've got the wrong screen on, or we haven't got it at this round, but hopefully it's not spoiling your enjoyment too much not having the information. There's a pretty speedy move, the Proietti car 434 Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly popping itself up the inside of 426, which is the Sean Birch, Sean Doherty and James Hazelhurst car. Charles and Lionel Abbott into pit lane. First time we've had a look at that, isn't it, over the course of the race. Again, another great livery. maybe come back to the point I was saying about racing, and if you are watching this on stream, or somebody's making a recommendation after watching this to come and watch racing for the first time, it's a really good idea to not just treat it like a race meeting, but treat it like a motor show as well, and go away, or a racing car show, go away, look at the paddock, go and look at the cars, talk to the drivers. That's effectively what you're getting. You're getting a full day's entertainment on track, but also you get the opportunity to look at the cars close quarters. You can't do that at things like Grand Prix. You generally can't do it at things like World Endurance Championship, but all the club races that you see put on by us at the British Racing and Sports Car Club, you have the opportunity to, you're not just seeing a set of races, you're getting to see the opportunity to see the cars up as well. So my recommendation is, treat it like that. I'm probably saying something totally useless because most of you watching this are going to be into the racing anyway, but bring people along and tell them it's a race meeting and it's a bit of a car show as well, so that they can see what's going on. The other thing, of course, you see is to, and this could be a bit controversial, so you do see some pretty good machinery in the car parks as well. Not that we want people sort of scouting around the car parks because I think you're nicking things, but you can look at some great machinery because generally people that go and watch motor racing have decent fast cars as well. 410 and 513 engaging in a little bit of battle here. The John Whitehouse, Steve Ruston car up ahead of James Cunniff and Dave Scotting. Meanwhile, the 320 machine that we saw stranded on track earlier on comes in, I think, for the first scheduled stop. And probably a driver... Is that door shut? There's a big gap there, isn't there? Not at the back, so I'm guessing that is okay. 462. Emax Motorsport 346 still leading. No pit stops to their credit so far for the drivers who qualified in P2. Now remember, that car is the most successful team on the grid this year. Third in the opening round here at Snetterton, the winner of the Alton Park round, fourth at Silverstone 24 Hours, and last time out at Donington Park. So Emax Motorsport, is that the right strategy? Keep it out there, delay the pit stop until you really, really have to do it. Someone who hasn't delayed the pit stop is the car I passed on the A11 this morning, Ron Johnson, William Hodgson and Tom Ingram. Who we get it? How good is it to have Ting? How did I miss Tingram's name on the entry list? I wish I'd known he was here. I could have gone and give him some stick, but absolutely brilliant to see Ting with us, getting a little bit of race rust away from himself, ready for Croft Circuit next week. Wish you well at Croft next week, Ting. Someone's got to take the battle to Ash Sutton. Let's hope that the second half of the season does develop into a battle. Love Ash Sutton, of course, great character, super driver, but you just don't want anyone driver running away with anything. But good to see Ting there. That car was 18th in the last event at Donington Park. So we'll see how they develop over the rest of the course of the race. Nearly an hour and a half gone, which is, as I say, gone very, very quickly indeed. Emax Motorsport leading 3.8 seconds. I mean, how balmy is that? 3.8 seconds after an hour and a half between two cars who have not pitted. Only another 2 seconds back to Brimstone Racing now, 338. And that is Jeremy Crook, Keith Farrant and Alec Livesley. Alec, who was got to give a shout out to for supporting my karting evening back in February. Might be doing another one, maybe next summer when it's a bit warmer. We were very, very lucky with the weather in February this year with that, and they've got up to third place. And I think Esther Crick here. Sorry, I haven't caught up with Esther. I don't think she's watching the live stream, but Esther was sort of responsible for getting me involved with the Brscc a couple of years ago. As we look at the JTR 450. So Esther will be pleased to see the Brimstone Racing car up into third place ahead of Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly. So they're doing well. Hardcore model makers seem to be sort of levelling out, regardless of whether people are pitted or not, around about 6th place. They haven't had a stop yet, but they will drop back on the stops. Maybe if they get this strategy right, they might be able to sort of level up in 6th position as we get much, much nearer to the end of the day's racing. 431 back out. The Johnson Hodgson Tom Ingram car. .409 sweeps out of the pit lane as well. Gareth Humphries and Megan Purchase. Sorry, I think I called her Michelle earlier on. Apologies for that, Megan Purchase. And thank you for indulging the question, Megan, earlier on. Sandown Motorsport car approaches very deep into the hairpin, goes the 409 car. Now, is it Gareth or Megan at the wheel? It allowed the 320 machine to go through. That was the, remember back hour and a half ago, the first car to encounter problems. Another girl aboard that car at certain times during the race, Georgia Barron. So we've got lots of female representation in the grid, which is wonderful to see. Be nice to pick up on Team Brit as well at some point. 419, Angie Silva Vidgama, Paul Fullick, Asher Silva, and Gabriela Jilkovai. And it'd be nice if we can, I'm sure Rob's on the case with that anyway, because we did mention it earlier on. He may or may not have heard. It's very, very difficult for Rob to pick up on everything. Quite frankly, he's doing a superb job picking up on what he has so far. Let's see what the 320 car can do. When I see a plain car like that grey, I always think, you know what, here we are on a live stream. Probably thousands of people are going to see this car at some point in the stream and in the future. And, you know, you could get your company name on there and get seen by all these people on the stream in wonderful coverage. I mean, this is super shots that we're seeing. So if you're thinking about getting involved, well, actually, if you're not thinking about getting involved in racing, you want to promote a business, a little bit of money goes a long way for these people, and it goes even further for you getting involved as a company, seeing your name on there, getting involved in the partying that we have at the track on a Saturday night, the camaraderie. Forget what anybody else says. Motor racing is a people business. It's all about having a great time at the racetrack. That's why I'm still doing it after 40 odd years. And if it wasn't for the people, if you don't like the people, you walk away. It's as simple as that. You go and do something else. And they're a super bunch. So plain car, sponsorship available. Go and get involved. Go and talk to those people. They may not be your folk, but go and have the conversation. Get your name on the side of a car. Get involved. Have some fun. There's a good thing to do. And if you know someone who needs a hobby, get them to do that. Good thing to do. They'll thank you for it. Hour and a half done. So this is good. It's been a good race. The little bit of dark cloud over on the far side there. Different shots that we get show you weather coming in from different parts of the track. Comes the Sandown Motorsport car being chased by 409. George Grant, Will Blackwell Chambers, David Meenan. Stuart Ratcliffe looking to... Now, is that a takeover here for Stuart Ratcliffe? Is he going to about to get in the car? I'm guessing he is, otherwise he'd be maybe taking his crash helmet off, Stuart Ratcliffe. This is the 346 Emax Motorsport car, which was the leader. So, race leader, it's one of the littles, presumably, that has vacated. Look how dexterous that is, grabbing the filler cap. Stuart Ratcliffe there, I think, just on fire duty. Is he going to get back in the car? We've got somebody else in already with belts being done up, so Stuart Ratcliffe probably going on a little bit later on. I guess in terms of pit stop strategy, if you're the driver getting out of the car and you're fully suited up, it could then be your job to go around the car and supervise the fueling, because you have to have someone there in the flameproof overalls and kit to be able to do that. So, there's Mark Werrell, the circuit commentator. We've got Tony Coles on circuit comms as well this weekend. Lovely to hear from Tony, former school teacher, and Marshall as well. And a lovely guy. Both Mark and Tony, super people to work with. Always enjoy their company and also enjoy their commentaries as well, and been a pleasure to work with them over the years. As the erstwhile lead car 346 comes out, we will get a handle on where that is in relation to the likes of the erstwhile leaders Trojan Motorsport. We'll come back to that because we've got a little bit more pit action going on down here right now. 484. The trio of Davises. George Davis, Richard Davis and Brianny Davis in the car. One wonders if it's the same George Davis in the other car. It might be something that Rob might be able to pick up on, whether we've got drivers in 2 cars, which we do have in some. And it may be that the entry's wrong, because I have had to make a couple of changes to the entry list that we've got here as well over the course of the day so far. You can believe how much writing we've got on here. Writing is still very much not. So yeah, George Davis in the 458 car as well, and the other Davis car was, I'm wondering whether it is the same, because we've got BGD Motorsport car in Silverlake 2. We'll let Rob sort that one. There's a great shot from Jeremy Lintott, our cameraman, of the burgeoning clouds that we've got over there, and of course it's not just Jeremy that gets the shot, it's our director Barry Welch who manages to pick out the dramatic shots for us, and that tells us that we might have some rain. It won't affect things too long, it won't make the race longer, because we of course are limited to 5 hours. If conditions went very, very bad and pear-shaped, then we might sort of suspend the race for a little bit. But I hope it doesn't, because I don't want anybody on the banks getting particularly soaked in horrible conditions, and equally Rob and the teams who have done an awful lot of work as well. So there is the 346 car. Let's have a quick look and see where that has balanced out after the first stop. At the moment, the top stopper is the Bacon Racing with Liquimolly car, 434. Sandro and Oscar Prietti. I should always try and say that without the accent, because it's so pretentious, isn't it, otherwise? And they are, at the moment, they've got 3 cars between themselves and 445 Emax Motorsport, who started, let me have a quick look, 17th on the grid, Murdo McLeod and Max Finn. So they're sneaking up the order, aren't they? There was that a sort of bona fide proper stop there by the 415 car, 445 car, or not? Down behind them, 458 Silverlake 2 have 1 stop. They're in 12th. 13th place is Trojan Motorsport. So Trojan Motorsport and Silverlake 2, I think with comparable stops, have come out 12th and 13th. Silverlake 2 ahead as we get the 415 car, the Hardcore Model Makers car heading down pit lane. That's another front runner having had its first go. First stop, we should say. First go in the pits. And there is 572. James Stoner and Sunil Panika. Piston Brake Racing. You have to be careful how you say that on air. Clever name, often used in pub quizzes. Now 310, whereabouts is 310 at the moment? Scuderia Polo Rosso in 6th place. I will stop doing that. Scuderia Polo Rosso in 6th place. Lost a couple of places on that last lap. And we'll wait for Hardcore Model Makers to come back on the timing screen as well. And see, having a quick look down, we've got 1-2 stopper, which was jammed first. The rest of them all on 1 stops. And probably an hour and a half in, I guess that's really about right. So if you've got 3 stops, you've got an hour and a half, 3 hours, 4.5 hours. If you were being a sort of literal person in terms of splitting the times up equally, so we would have expected, you know, in that case, on average, most of the drivers to have completed their first stop so far. James Cunniff, David Scotting's CSC Racing FDL packaging car in pit lane. Still plenty of action out on track with 434 chasing 558. This is actually a 1-stopper chasing a non-stopper so far, and the battle is for 5th position on track. So are we going to see Prietti go through on the inside? Has a little look there, and it's important to get past, because any extra ground that you can gain, of course, may well count when a safety car comes out, or indeed at the end of the day. Let's see whether Prietti can make it past. Jelly Snake Racing car goes through as well. Currently in 3rd place, the yellow 494 car. And then the 434 is now up ahead. So Proietti, the top single stopper, but again, we don't know the context of the stop. As 513 will make his way out, James Cunliffe, David Scotting. We hope a quick turnaround for them. That will make its way down pit lane. Dob in to tell the officials who is in the car, which we check to make sure that every driver has had a go. Just having a quick look at times. Trojan Motorsport still with the fastest lap of 2 minutes 39.067. Most of the last laps, the times around about a second or two by and large away from that, to be perfectly honest. Here's the 434 again, the 558 car, Silverlake Racing on the last lap having been passed. So Baker Racing with Liquid Moly having a good run of things at the moment. The Proiettis, first outing of the season. I'm not sure about the 24-hour, so I didn't quite factor those in. So many cars in there. You know, you've got best part of 100 cars racing at Silverstone and 35 racing here, and many of them necessarily aren't regulars. So the Silverlake 558 car trying to get back on terms with the Proiettis. I was going back to talking about them earlier on, wasn't I? And saying about the, remember them, Sandro Proietti racing in Auto Italia, which was the sort of moulded championship for all sorts of various Italian cars that might have raced on token packages or otherwise. And vaguely remember, I think Alan Hawkins was racing in that, actually, if I remember correctly. That might be the first time I met Alan, and I think it was here when he was in Auto Italia. I remember having a conversation about some photos I'd taken of him a few years prior, and apparently it was on a short track, and he said, oh, it's the only time I ever raced there. I'm not sure whether I gave him the pictures or not, but we'll scan them and bung them up on Facebook for him at some point. 3:20 remaining on the clock. So there is our pole position man from this morning, or pole position car we should say, the Trojan Motorsport Adam Willis, Austin Monday, Charlie Bingham car, which suffered a little moment, didn't it, in the early stages of the race. They were running in formation, the two Trojan Motorsport cars, and then that came undone. They came back together when we had the first safety car. Actually, it was the second safety car that brought them back together, certainly on screen. And Trojan Motorsport running pretty well at the moment, in the 421 car running in 12th place, and 319 in 15th. So there is a little bit of a gap between the two. Between 12th and 15th on the timing screen, we have, yeah, two non-stoppers. So in actual fact, in terms of stops, they are actually still together. Here's our shot through Bomb Hole, where our cameraman picks up the cars coming down from the main straight. The camera's sort of positioned so you can see the cars coming down the Bentley straight, and then on the exit of the complex, and then across through Bomb Hole and into Corham. From Corham we come to this corner, which is Murray's, named after the late great Murray Walker, and then to another great, Ayrton Senna, and Senna straight here. One of our lady drivers ready to get in. That's the 354 car, so that means that must be Karen Rossiter getting ready to take over 354, which is Sandown Motorsport, actually running in 13th place. So Sandown Motorsport, one of the two cars that I mentioned that's between the two Trojan Motorsport cars, so yet to make a stop. So we'll drop down the order a little bit, but good consistent stuff. And you know, you can be a newbie in the series and not get that high, because you might have slower laps or problems or issues or whatever, but I think to get up to 13th, make the most of the other drivers having their stops. Good performance from Sandown Motorsport so far, and long may that continue. Quick look down the order. Red Sky Racing still in the pits. I say still, I didn't mean that in a derogatory way. They're obviously effecting repairs, and hopefully we'll be able to get that Red Sky Racing car, which, as we surmised, had a roll. David Shepherd was okay. They love their racing, that family. As I say, getting up to Clio Cup must have been, it was great for us to be able to watch them and enjoy watching them racing. As the 354 car, Karen, that's it's a bit of pressure, isn't it, for Karen Rossiter having a camera shoved. I'm surprised that they haven't decided to do the interview as well. At the moment, she's just watching the refuel and looking ready to get into the car. So they're going to send Karen out actually with the full tank. So it'll be a heavier car, which I'm guessing might make the job a little bit more difficult for her. They're thinking maybe to have the lighter car later in the race with a faster driver. So maybe that's the strategy, but I'm told husband and wife both rookies here. There is Rob with umbrella hat in hand as well as phone. Give us a wave, Rob. Oh, if he's looking on the stream, that'll come in about 30 seconds time. But he's just keeping watching brief at the moment. Okay, on to the second churn. Fill her up. So we've got 2 churns there. I think they are regulation churns. There seem to be bigger ones as well as smaller ones. So Rob will maybe be able to tell us whether there are 2 different sizes that you can use in terms of those. Cost of that's gone up a bit, hasn't it, the last few years? So that is loaded. Again, you can see Brscc race officials just checking that all is safe and well. See, this is where health and safety is a dreadful thing, isn't it? Pain in the neck. But at a racetrack, when you're refueling, yeah, that's when you need the health and safety. We admire that. There's the other Sandown Motorsport car. Little flick there, was very nearly flicked out of the way. But we'll carry on. Here we go with the driver change. Into the car gets Karen Rossiter in the Sandown Motorsport car. Belts to be done up. Karen looks a bit pensive, maybe rightly so, but she's going to have a great time out there on circuit for sure in the 354. Very much a team sport, as you can see. Getting the driver in, secure, comfortable, everybody making sure that all is well. More team members as well, all okay, thumbs up, get ready to push back. So we've had refueling, we've had belt attended to, we've got the car being pushed back onto the apron here, ready to rejoin the racetrack. There's so much for everybody. This is what I was saying about getting involved. If you want to come to a racetrack, come to these meetings, because there are teams that do not necessarily need help, but you can get involved. And there are other people as well who are doing things like making tea, making sure everybody's refreshed, and they're equally as important at having it just as great a time as the people involved. So plenty of opportunities to do that. Sister car of the 354 car we've seen just leave pit lane is out on track and is the meat in the sandwich at the moment, chasing the Team Brit car, which we wanted to have a look at. Nice to see Team Brit 419. Let's just check on their progress. 10th place at the moment, Team Brit. Haven't had a pit stop, so again, getting up into the top 10, that's the sort of thing that can make a good headline. You know, one stage in the race we managed to get into the top 10. Absolutely brilliant. That's what they want to do out of a team of 35. A grand thing to do. As we look at 462 now, the Mark Barrand, Ian Gorringe, Scott Parks and Matthew Mandipira even, apologies. Team Brit, if you didn't know, the organisation for helping, inspiring people facing physical, psychological challenges by demonstrating what can be achieved in life. And that team, didn't unfortunately get the chance to talk to them this morning, but saw them heading off to, I think, for breakfast, and looked like they were enjoying the day, I've got to say, and we'll maybe get a chance to talk about their challenges and how they're getting on in the course of this, over the course of the meeting. So Team Brit, really good to see them out on circuit. Asher Silver, part of their team. Lives with adult autism and ADHD, diagnosis last year, and now supported by Brscc, a specialist company and professional services company in the financial industry, and Ash are doing a super job of raising awareness of ADHD and the fact that you can manage it. I'll tell you who else is very high profile, and I hope I'm not getting this out of turn, but I'm pretty sure Jack Buttel is the same in British touring cars. I'm guessing, you know, perhaps like autism, there's a spectrum or a scale, and Jack had issues with that, and he's overcome those with racing, so it can be extremely therapeutic. And Jack Buttel, I tell you what, he's one very, very good race driver, made his way up through Formula Ford on the Toka package, now in with touring cars, and it's about him trying to make his progress in the Jack Sears Trophy and improve on his performances, and you know, there's always someone to race within British Touring Car Championship, so that was a diversion away from Team Brit. So interesting, hopefully, to tell you a little bit about Team Brit's efforts here. And Asher Silver, maybe we'll have a little chat with her a bit later on, which will be good to do. Sandown Motorsport attracting a fair bit of attention at the moment in 444. Pink on one side, blue on the other. If they get a third, they're talking about other cars. The other one for me has got to be Battenberg colour, because that's very nearly Battenberg, isn't it? Battenberg, I think, is yellow almond on the outside. We're on cakes again. I apologise if this is making you hungry. Battenberg, yellow on the outside, pink and yellow squares. Scott, if you're listening, the next two have got to be Battenberg reversed. And then, if you do, I'll make sure next time on C1 meetings we'll bring the supply down for you as well. Certainly bring them down to Tongan Motor Club as well next time you're racing down there as well. So 3 hours and 10 minutes to go. We are edging towards our second hour. At the end of hour one, we had the 421 car leading the race, which was Jonathan Munday and Chris Freeman in the Trojan Motorsport car from their Oppos 319. I logged to the top 6, which I will do for the next one, and the reason I do that is we start to get a little bit of a picture. Great shot of the wear on the tyre there, and the hard work being done by the jackman just to get the tyre off. No air guns, as you could see. This is all good slow work. My son, who's learning a little bit of engineering at college now on cars, they're allowed to use the air tools, and particularly when he helps out on some of the Legends Cars teams as well. But here it's a lot of grunt, to make sure it's tightened up. There we go. Oh, there is the air gun as well, so we're using the air gun. 462 AASP Motorsport about to go out onto track. Robbie's down there near those guys as well. .308 on the clock, and I think it's time. I'll tell you what, it's probably time for a comfort break for me, but time to go down to pit lane and have a quick word with Rob once again.
Well, I'm down in the pit lane with Matthew Mandipira, who's just got out of the AASP car that pulled in from the lead. That was a great first stint.
Pushing, overtaking, just had it all out there. There was some good drivers, good battles. Yeah, I just had to put my head down and try and see if I could make up places, bump drafting, everything just to get up there.
You've had a pretty good season so far, both in C1s and doing the bit of hot hatch that you do in the Renault Clio. Has the C1s and the Clio racing kind of helped you perfect the racecraft?
Definitely. C1s, you learn your driver craft, you learn braking zones, how to carry speed through corners, you know, using other drivers to push yourself up there. So honing my skills here has helped me in other championships.
And what's the strategy now for the rest of the race? Is that your stint done complete?
We'll see.
We'll see. So you've just got to kick your feet up now and hope that the other drivers finish the job.
Definitely. Yeah, I believe in them. They're good drivers, so we'll see what happens.
Fantastic. I'll let you go and get some refreshments there and sort yourself out. Great first stint, Matthew. Right, we're back on the microphone down here, Richard, so I'm just going to wander up and down and see if I can get some more interviews.
Now it's been said to me, I'm okay, and I can probably get that. Was a good stint, wasn't it, for Matthew in the 462 car? At the moment, as we head down towards the conclusion of our second hour of 5, it's Brimstone Racing in 338, who are our race leaders. Jeremy Crook, Keith Farrance and Alec Livesey. I'm not sure who's in the car. They haven't had the pit stop yet, but I think Esther Crook's going to be jumping up and down. Rob, if you can, I'm sorry to keep firing things at you. If you can hear, great. If you don't, it doesn't really matter. But it'd be nice to see if Esther's there. Esther Crook, who's the championship coordinator for the Brscc's Formula 4 Championship, and grab a word with her, or if hubby is down there and not in the car yet, Jeremy Crook. I haven't given Jeremy Crook my customary Snetterton kiss yet. I did last time, so I'm going to delegate that to you if we fancy having a little bit of fun down there in pit lane. So we'll see if we can get a word with Esther and ask her about things Formula Ford as well. At the moment, we're looking across track at car 426, the two Seans, Bertrand Doherty and James Hazelhurst, getting stuck in and enjoying it. Sean spelt differently. That makes absolutely no difference, of course, when you're calling it as a commentator, unless you see it written down. And here we go, side by side as they come into Agostini. And this, of course, just highlights the fact that there is always racing going on. That was the 589 car, the Mellingham Boardman car, passing 375, Rob and Sid Smith. Now, who is that? Are we tempted to say Rob is slower than Sid these days? That's an argument that could be fueled in the pit lane. Generally, now the reason I say that is because, by and large, you find that the younger drivers, the Gen 2 drivers or the next gen drivers, tend to be a little bit quicker. And the first time I think that got highlighted to me was Jerry Nicosia, whose dad probably raced in Auto Italia that I was talking about earlier on, Trevor Nicosia, a terrific family, and used to meet up actually with Jerry's dad because we used to work in the same town. Never realised it until we pinged some nonsense on Facebook, and he said, "Oh, I didn't know you worked there," and we then met up for lunch, and it was great, and lots of racing talks ensued. Jerry's still involved on the technical side again with British touring cars, which is great. I haven't seen Trev for ages, but Trev, I think, does the odd little bit of work with Car Chase Heroes, which I think is Tom Roche's company. I've probably got that wrong, but another name associated with Brscc over many days, and I think Trev used to do the odd days with them. Again, sorry if I got that wrong. Barry Lee did as well back in the day. All right, boss, Barry Lee, how are you? I worked with Barry for a couple of years. Do you know what? I still learn stuff about him. I watched a video interview with him on the Stock Car channel a few weeks ago, and having worked with him and known him for ages, I was amazed in this interview to learn new stuff about him. So hats off to the interviewer on that one. Absolutely fascinating stuff. What a character. I'd love to get Barry in one of these. He's probably a bit old now, but he's 70 odd, isn't he? So, but wouldn't it have been great to have seen him? He came to the kart night as well, so I can actually say I organised a race with Barry Lee in it, but that's another matter anyway. Here's the 375 kart, still having a good go at trying to get back. Where are we looking in the order? 375. Let's have a look down, 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 deeper and down. Is there a connection with Status Quo and Racing Park from Rick Parfitt Jr.? Yes, there is. We won't bother covering that at the moment, though. BPC Motorsport and 589. This is actually a battle for position. It's 24th position. Both of these cars have had one stop apiece, so this is all on level playing field kind of stuff, and the kind of race-long battle or portion of race-long battle that you get stuck into, and you'll recall a little bit of a lock-up there going in. The 320 car being chased by the white car, not sure who that is, but we'll go back to our 375 battle here. 25th place at the moment, BBC Motorsport. 589 was 24, so they have swapped over. So down towards Hamilton corner, which they exit now. Again, a little bit of straight, and another. The great way about this, the great thing about Snetterton, is the fact that the way the speed carries out of and into a lot of corners, plus the fact that we've got lefts and rights, means that there are lots of different ways and places to overtake. And it was, I don't know who designed it. I suppose I ought to find out at some point. I think Jonathan Palmer probably had something to do with it. But it was very clever. Oh, we've got a problem there. 572. That's the one we saw locking up. That's the James Stoner, Sunil Panikar piston broke racing. Shall we say that correctly? We're not regulated, are we, on YouTube? I don't think so. Probably not too much to worry about, but a few years of fully regulated TV tends to tame my own assertions into the verbal delivery, shall we say. Still Brimstone Racing out front, Jelly Snake Racing in P2. The top car with one stop under its belt so far is the 434 Bacon Racing with Liquimolly. So they have had one stop as we look at the timing tower. Scuderia Polarosso in 4th place, so Salt Windscreen are really doing well and up into 4th position. They sort their stops out. Now I'm going to put the cat amongst the pigeons here, the proverbial ones anyway, and say we haven't had a safety car for a few minutes. 419 looking a little bit racy there. That is Team Brit making a nice quick move there. 451 getting stuck in as well. That's MLP Developments, Walsh, Brown and Hart. Brown ×2, we hasten to add. 451 car looking to the outside run at Palmer. Here they come on the exit of said corner. Looks like they run on the grass there, but the track does actually extend a little bit further over, maybe not as far as we saw the car go over there. And then we've got the two Sandown Motorsport cars together, and you can see the opposing liveries of the Sandown cars as we get Team Brit and Co going into the corner, and there we are. So we had the two pink halves together. And if they battle, we might get the two blue halves as well, swapping over. I don't think we are going to do that. Scott won't be very pleased to know I don't know which car is which from livery side to side, so he'll have to give me a lesson on that at some point. MLP Developments starting to pull away from the Team Brit car now. As we said, Team Brit not on the stop schedule so far. Last lap for Team Brit was their best of the race actually, a 2:44.378. Whatever happened to Becky Appriccio as well in Team Hard? Heard from her for ages. Hope she gets the budget together to come and race with us again. That would be good. Little sweep of the wipers there. So 513 leading this group of cars, the CSC Racing FDL packaging. There is the Red Sky Racing. Well done, well picked up by our director. The car that was rolled and in the gravel earlier on. You wouldn't know, would you, from looking at it? And they were talking about reshelling that car. Let's see how well it does with these ones, if we can follow it for a while. Oh, actually, we're at 2 hours, so probably need to do a quick top 10. First was 338, second 434. Third 558, fourth 310, 410 in 5th position, and 445 in 6th position. And Red Sky Racing, now are they closing in on this group, or are they being lost? So this is, you know, having got back out on track, and it certainly not being lost at the moment, and chasing the 445 car, which is Max Finn and Murdo McLeod, so a front-running car that they are busy chasing, plus the Golf livery 410, John Whitehouse and Steve Ruston. So good to see that Red Sky Racing. They're talking about spare wheels, and you'll note that the intention was to put new mirrors on. They've got colour-coded mirrors as spare, which I guess is indicative of the fact that there might be a fair bit of rubbing. Again, I'm not a particular fan of that word now after many years. There's the Jelly Snake car goes out, 495. James Canning, Alistair May and Chris Parks, the 4Cheese driver, makes his way back out onto circuits. That car, I think without Chris Parks, having had a good set of results over the season so far, with certainly 3 out of 4 top 10s. So always reliable, always fast as well. 567 makes its stop. Jenny Tools Racing, Peter Biles and Stephen Burles. McLeod, Max Finn getting stuck in. Let's have a quick look at the timing screen. 4:45 and 4:10. Is this for position? It is actually. This is for 5th position. However, I think the 4:45 car has had a stop. Oh, okay, it's changing now. So I think that changes as they come into. Yeah, changes as they come into pit lane. So things will alter there. As Red Sky Racing are back on still 35th. They're not going to get that back because there's something like 13 laps adrift of the next car, but significantly they are on track. 558. Silverlake Racing, the car of Greg Rose and Alan Preble, is in the pit lane. This was the one that qualified in 6th place. 558 car. Now, we haven't got that many now that haven't stopped. Brimstone Racing haven't stopped yet, so our race leaders. Scuderia Polo Rosso haven't stopped as well, and Red Sky Racing is showing as not having stopped as well, or their mandatory stop anyway. So that's slightly irrespective because of the issues that they have with the roll, and we're not expecting them to come back through. Let's see where the 558 car is. This was up the sharp end. So our sponsors, Silverlake, again, immaculate. Look at the livery on that. Look at the detail and the care that's gone into that livery. And again, it still looks great, even after over 2 hours of racing. Some exceedingly well-prepared cars. And you can see the money goes into the racing, not things like crash helmets and stuff like that. Always amazed that there's some great crash helmets, and if I was recommending a painter, Joe Tanner is your man. Renat up at Knockhill Circuit, absolute genius. I don't hesitate to use that word. He is absolutely brilliant at doing helmet painting. I'm sure other crash helmet painters are available. So if you want an intricate design, he's the man to talk to. But a lot of drivers, plain white helmet, get in, do the job, have your racing. I think that's fine. There we go with the 558 car about to rejoin. So it's Bacon Racing with Liquimolly now. I think for the first time now, because we've got the Brimstone Racing car in pit lane as well. So Brimstone Racing in pit lane, and for the first time after 2 hours and 5 minutes of this race, we have a one-stop car in the race lead. Now, whether it was a long stop or not, we don't know. I'm assuming it probably wasn't, but it's the Proiettis in the 434 car, Sandro and Oscar Proietti, quitting himself well for what I believe is their first race of the season. So they lead. The gap at the moment over Scuderia Polo Rosso is 13 seconds. However, the 310 car in second place does still need to have its first pit stop. Third position is 445 Emax Motorsport, which started 17th. Murdo McLeod and Max Finn. That's I think that was a proper stop as well. So things have fallen well for Emax Motorsport in third place, second of the one-stoppers. Silverlake 2 is a third on the one-stoppers. Brimstone Racing dropping down the order at the moment for their first stop. This is getting a little bit crowded here. This is the sort of battle that if you're embroiled in too long, it's a good idea to maybe bring a stop forward, and the team managers will be looking out for that, maybe putting a signal out, and then providing there isn't a safety car, an opportunity for the drivers to come in, effect a driver change, maybe effect a little bit of refuelling. It can't always be the work of a moment though, because obviously you've got to get kitted up to make sure the refuelling is safe, make sure everything is there. So by the time you do that, I suppose the battle could have dissipated, but you never know. Here is our view out of Williams Corner onto the Bentley Straight, and there is the Red Sky Racing 527. I'm going to have a quick look and see how they're doing. They're posting 2:43. They are far from being the slowest car on track, Red Sky Racing, despite having rolled the car. And remember, the Scuderia Polo Rosso car had a rollover as well. That hasn't had a stop yet either. So Bacon Racing from Scuderia Polo Rosso, Emax Racing in 3rd place, Silverlake 2 in 4th, DFTS is in 5th place, then Emax Motorsport 346 in 6th position. I sort of fancy Emax Motorsport for the win. Here comes Scuderia Polo Rosso, again without the... I chuckle at that every time it goes past. The only thing that differentiates itself from a circuit car is the side windows, but... right, time for a slight breather, I think, because we can go down to Rob in pit lane once again. Down to you, Rob.
We saw the Silverlake car number 558 come into the pit lane, and the driver on board of that car was Silverlake MD Alan Preble, very hot and flustered. It's quite warm out there, isn't it?
Very warm, very warm.
That first stint for you, you were fighting hard with a lot of cars up there, but you appeared to kind of slip back. Were the tyres going off?
Yeah, it was. We were pretty going quite well, just difficult. I think the tyres maybe too hard of pressure, they kept on washing out. We changed the setting before we went out, a bit less towing, and car wasn't turning as good as it was in practice. But no, we did well. We come up, I think we're in the top sort of 10, so happy with that. George doing well, just come in, I think he's in the top 3, so you know we're really pleased with the result. You know, it's a long couple of hours to go yet, so we'll keep our fingers crossed and see if we can keep it clean and get a good result.
It's a testament to the way these cars are built, the hard work that Greg Rose really put into it, isn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a lot better than we had last year. You know, we put a lot of detail, stripped them right back, put all new parts on there, and you know, along with some used parts from the yard, and you know, it's going really well. But you know, we're learning to set up, we're getting more experience with driving. Just you know, we're looking, you know, working towards doing the 24-hour race and learning the tactics, not to go too crazy, just keep it smooth, and you know, that's it really, and just hope we're there at the end in a decent position.
Just a little bit about Silverlake's involvement with the C1 series in general, and that message really about having reclaimed parts in motorsport, being a bit more green.
Yeah, it's always been a good fit for us. You know, Silverlake's always been green parts. You know, for 45 years I've been working there, my dad before that. You know, 75 years the company's been going, doing green parts. So, you know, we're proud to be sponsoring the low-cost racing that we're robbing at C1 Racing Club. It's just proud to be involved.
Fantastic. I'll let you go off and get a drink there. Now, before we head back to Richard, I just want to show you a bit while the Silverlake car number 458 is in the pit lane. You'll see the two guys at the back at the moment. So we've got Marion, who's got the fuel jug in his hand. He's putting the fuel into the car. And you'll notice the driver that's just come out, George Davis, he's got the fire extinguisher in his hand, and he's looking down the pit lane to make sure that nothing could affect both Marion with the fuel jugs. There's no oncoming cars that can maybe strafe into traffic. And that's all part of the safety requirements that the C1 series put into the regulations to protect everyone into the pit lane. As we hear cars taking off from their pit stops as well, you've also got to remember 60 kilometres an hour into this pit. It's a very, very, very small speed limit, so it's effectively about 40 mile per hour into the pit lane. Get in, come to a stop, nice 45-degree angle, no one touching the car, and then when the driver changes, about which you can see Mike Chapman is about to get into the car once the fuel stop is done, he's going to get into the car. But don't forget, there's only 4 sets of hands that could touch that car at one time, and that includes Mike. So once Mike is strapped into the car, he's only allowed 3 other people to work on the car, whether you're changing tyres, looking at wheel nuts, affecting any damage, maybe putting a bit of tape on the car, even doing the buckles up. So here goes the driver change now. Dan Rawcliffe is just going to be loosening off the belts for the co-driver Mike Chapman. George Davis is out of the car. His work is done as Mike shows off his splendour figure there. So he's ready to get into the car. Dan is going to sort his belts out, and he has 2 people each side to do his belts. While that driver change is happening, on the front, you're going to have Gareth working on the car, changing wheels.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks ever so much, Rob, for that. Absolutely fascinating. That is why we have that guy down there in pit lane, because he knows the drill precisely. Absolutely brilliant little segment there, which Rob started with us during the 24 hours last year, and you know, absolutely right in explaining why the 4 pairs of hands. I couldn't remember where that was in the regs. Tried to have a look, but wonderfully well explained. It looks like we've got safety car time again. So everybody has now had a stop, because obviously we had the Brimston car in the pits before that. That's actually had 2 stops now, so That's a little bit weird. Whether they had a problem after the first stop or not, I don't know. But we have the 375 car. Is that the 375 car? Let's think. It's Robert Sid Smith, the BPC Motorsport car, which is having a problem. Here's one of the other cars that hadn't had. Now look at the dirt that's splashed up onto the car. You can see how much the driver would have to contend with, and what the comment was about Rob saying, you know, have you bought your toothbrush for you because okay, they're going to have the visor down, but you get the idea. The visor's going to get mucky instead of the screen, and he's doing the job. Now, was that gesticulation for Jeremy there? This is the Scuderia Polo Rosso car. Mark Werrell looking like he needs a pair of bifocals in the background. I do that, Mark, all the time as well. Fully go with that, and I've got varifocals as well. Okay, so I was wondering if the little petrol flap there was going to be in the way, but as Rob described, there's more to racing than driver changes and petrol. They've got to sort out tyres as well. Whether we'll get the chance to look at the tyre, air gun on. There's a little knack to using those as well. Again, I was saying about my son learning to use this stuff with some racing teams as well. And, you know, he hadn't done it before, so there's a little knack to doing that which they get taught. Look at the dirt. Look at the close-up that Jeremy's giving us of the state of the car, the previously immaculate car. And an opportunity to sort of get in and see, you know, what it's like. The wear on the tyre. We're not even halfway through the race yet. We're very nearly halfway through the race, I have to say. Jack is pulled away, door open, door shut. Super teamwork going on here. Whether this is the quickest stop or not, absolutely brilliant stuff. You can see the tow hooks out, car pushed out. 2 pairs of hands, 3 if you count the ones of the driver, and the 310 car makes it back out on track. Is it going to stay in the top 20? Very possibly. Remember, that car has got the handicap of not having the windows. This is a recovery. You can see recovery vehicle to the right of shot, or course vehicle, looking to maybe get involved here. Where's the safety car sign? Can't find it. It's down the back. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's wang that out. Not needed so much because we've got the LEDs. And the LEDs do sort of signal what's going on to the drivers very clearly indeed. When it came in, I think it was just after COVID that it came in, the LEDs. And we were looking at, I think it was some of the Ginetta cars, and the drivers get a little LED as well in their machine, the F4 drivers. I'm not so sure that the excuse was that, or the reason was, MSUK was saying that the LED on the dash for a driver was to stop them saying, oh, I didn't see the sign. In my opinion, we didn't need it on the dash because the drivers can clearly see the LEDs on the track. And I think if you're looking at something on the dash, you're not looking at what's going on the circuit, particularly through a windscreen, and particularly if it's wet. Again, not perhaps fully thought through. The best of intention as ever was there, but to my mind, the LEDs, which I think we struggled with from some angles, they are clear as day and work. So too do waving flags. You can see when you've got both sets going, when you've got the lights and the flags going, that is the best of both worlds. Safety car taking a wet line there, even though it's not raining. That's to wave people past to try and pick up somebody towards the front of the field, so there will be advice taken from race control, the big banks of screens that we have in race control picking up various points of the circuit and slowing everybody down. Because when we were 2CV racing, when the safety car went out, the 2CVs used to speed up because the safety car was quicker than the 2CVs racing. Now that will go down well with that community, won't it? Hey ho. So, again, lost count of safety cars, 3rd or 4th, as we edge our way towards the halfway stage of our 5th race of the season. Now, once we get, now that's the lead car. So, yeah, the idea of going wide there was to pick up the lead car. So that's the Bacon Racing with Liquid Moly machine, which is still showing as, I don't think we've got the 2nd place car across the line yet in the snake of cars that are following it. Now bear in mind that 434 car is on the back straight, and the other cars have not made their way past yet. So once we've got these cars through, I think there will be an attempt at a rescue and recovery for that as the race leader, the Liqui Moly car, goes through. So here comes rescue vehicle. Is it going to be a tow back to the paddock? He's at the back of the paddock, trying to work out exactly where that is. It's the end of the straight, isn't it? It's going to be difficult to get back to the paddock from there. Probably the easiest thing is to tow it around Coram and then get it into the pit lane entry. I was totally missing the bridge there for a moment, but bridge there was indeed. Okay, so now we've got the following cars have made it past the start-finish line, so we can now ascertain how many cars are on the lead lap. And obviously leader, Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly, DFTS are in second position with one stop. That's the 426 car, driven by two Seans, Birch and Doherty, with James Hazelhurst next up. And third place, 421, Trojan Motorsport, with two stops. Again, whether that is two serious stops or it's got to be two serious stops, isn't it, for Trojan? They are sort of marking themselves out. Also, and significantly, in fourth place, showing with the cog on the timing screen, saying they're in pit lane as well, 445 Emax Motorsport on the lead lap, 2 minutes 43 their last lap. Okay, that's gone now because of the safety car lap just comes up, but they've got two stops as well, but are now dropping down the order, Emax Motorsport, but they were adjacent to Trojan Motorsport 421 on the same strategy, if we say that two stops is the same strategy at this stage without knowing what they've actually done, if that makes sense. Good line of cars. How healthy are these cars? How bonkers is the 24-hour race that the Brscc run at Silverstone each year? There's talk about opening it up to overseas entrants for next year, which will make the whole meeting more of a carnival, I've got to say. It would be wonderful to fill the grid with English cars, but equally, I've got to tell you, with inviting friends from Europe over, maybe in different classes, carnival will come to Silverstone for sure. That's going to be one mega event. I did wonder whether there's ever the opportunity. I did see the phrase Snetterton curfew mentioned. I don't know whether there is, whether 24-hour races can still run at Snetterton if they're suitably silenced or not. Obviously back in the day we had the wheel hire 24 hours. I'm guessing Anglesey is a place you can run 24 hours. Silverstone clearly you can, because we've been doing that for a while. We should probably lobby for one at Brands Hatch. That would please the oh no, Croft would be the good one, wouldn't it, to wind up the locals? 24 hours of Croft. I do jest, but yeah, 24-hour racing. If it did need another home, Silverstone's a great place to have it because it's the GP configuration, if not using the GP facilities in terms of pit lane. So heading down towards the halfway point of this race. We're only 8 minutes away from being 2 hours and 30 minutes into race. A quick rundown for you while the safety car is out of the positions. In first position, 434, Sandro and Oscar Proietti in the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car. Second position, car number 426, the two Seans, Birch and Doherty, married up with James Hazelhurst in DFTS. Third place, 421, the Trojan car of Jonathan Munday and Chris Freeman. That one having had a third, a win at Silverstone, and fifth place last time out at Donington Park. Fourth position, 331, that's Charles and Lionel Abbott in the Abbott Racing Motorsport car. Running well at the moment with one stop under their belt. Could be a first top 10 of the year for them. Fifth position, 431, which is the Ron Johnson, William Hodgson and Tom Ingram car, OPC PR. Following them in sixth position, Jelly Snake Racing with Liqui Moly. Liqui Moly are got two cars in the top six, and the 495 car, James Cannings, Alistair May and Christopher Parks, looking again to make on the shorter events the a 4th top 10 out of 4 races, so they're running well. Next up is the 318 machine. That is driven by James Poulton, Matt Mills and David Drinkwater. First time we've, I think, mentioned David during racing action, and we did mention him in the build-up, but the car well inside the top 10, and that's running in 7th place, and that's the kind of sort of stealthy position where they could well make their way back up in towards the top 3 and maybe grab a win towards the end. Everyone always asks me about David Drinkwater when I'm talking about C1s away, so very renowned driver and I think probably engineer as well. Emax Motorsport 346 are in 8th position. James and Jake Little and Stuart Ratcliffe. Again, could be stealth mode for that team. Bear in mind that they have been in the top 4 in all 4 events so far this year. Following the 346 car 513, that is the James Cunniff David Scotting CSC Racing FDL packaging car, and they're followed by a team doing really well. Top 10 for Brimston Racing 338 after 2 stops for whatever reason. Previous best this year 29th for Jeremy Crook, Keith Farrance and Alec Livesley. So those guys in 10th. 409 BPC Motorsport are 11th. That's Gareth Humphreys and Megan Purchase. So Megan, top lady driver at the moment, running well. And then we go down to 12th position, Silverlake Racing 558, the Alan Preble, Greg Rose version of entries. MLP Developments 451 is next up. Max Walsh, Darren Hart, Chris and Martin Brown are in 13th place. 14th Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport, number 410, John Whitehouse and Steve Ruston. Hardcore Model Makers 415 slipped down a little bit from their sort of top 6 in the early stages of the race. John Ardis and Mike Graham, but again could prove to be a stealth contender in the later stages of the race, as they have been before. 16th the 350 car, David Price and Connor Grady. Forgot about Connor. So many names to think about and reflect on over the course of this race in the JTR machine. And then 17th, first of the 2 Sandown Motorsport with Elite Environmental Car, 17th 444, Scott Evans, Hadley Rossiter and Darren Unwin. 18th is 589, which is Stuart Melling and Dan Boardman. Following Stuart and down in 19th place, 310 Scuderia Polo Rosso, James Matthews, Graham Wilkins and Frank Claydon, making good progress without their windscreen. And then I think we've had a changeover because they've got ahead of Melbourne Racing while I've been running through the top positions. 20th place 445 is the one that I always struggle for, and look, and that's Murdo McLeod Max Finn, and yeah, that's the top 20. I won't run anymore because we might get some changes. We probably won't while we're under safety car. But that's how they run as we head towards 2 hours 30. Right, I need to do a little bit of annotating on my sheet because I'm struggling to find certain drivers on the sheet. 445 goes down there. There we go. Let's pop that in. That will remind me to look in the correct place, and if I pop the number in, that will help even more. So that's done. And safety cars are sort of natural breather for the drivers in many respects. If there is a long stint, and I mentioned that the drivers can be in the car for a maximum of 130 minutes for one stint. So, you know, if you are in for a long stint, I'm not sure whether a break's a good idea. It'd be interesting to hear from the drivers that are maybe doing that kind of length, really. But, you know, is it a race rhythm? Does it break into that, or does it give you a little bit of a breather? As we look at our race leader down behind the safety car again, I guess it may depend on the driver concerned. You know, there are always arguments probably in both ways. Through Brundle, round into Nelson. So the 434 car qualified in 11th and has held the lead for a good time. Whether that gets past the second stop or not remains to be seen. Emax Motorsport, I haven't seen a lot of that on the black and purple stripes. Rick Potter, Tim Rowbottom and Martin Jeffs looking good. Meanwhile, the lights are out on the safety car. We are getting ready to resume our Silverlake C1 Endurance Series race here at Snetterton. One of our first safety cars ended when we were exactly on the hour. The latest safety car takes us approximately to half distance. So plenty of safety cars, a lot of breaks ensuing. Safety car is away and in. The green flags are waved. It means that the pit stops can resume, and it's a good start by the Bacon Racing with Liquid Moly car. I'll qualify that. Should be good restart rather than start. Ron Johnson, William Hodgson and Tom Ingram look like they're having a quick start as well. If you've got the pace, it's a good opportunity here to grab some clear air at the front. And that's what 434 is very much looking at doing at the moment. But bear in mind that the Ron Johnson, Hodgson and Tom Ingram car 431 will be looking to try and get up with them and try and find some clear air as well. 431 running in 5th position at the moment. Now, safety car interventions can sort of happen at the wrong time and can put people not necessarily a lap behind, but at the back of the pack, which can probably equate, if I flick over to my tracking app, essentially the pack at the moment are heading down towards turn 4, which is Agostini. You can see that everyone going through there. And the last car in the lead or the main pack that were behind the safety car is just at the moment heading down into Agostini. So if you're at the back of that pack, if you lose all that time, it's a lot to pull back. But at the moment, the 434 car still doing the business out front and looking to get away. Now, is that Tom Ingram in the 431 car who is second? At the moment, Tom Ingram is, I'm wondering if that is Ting, because he's just set the fastest lap of the race, or recently, with a 2:39.018. I can't recall whether that was before the safety car or not. If it was, then it probably is Ting, who I'd expect to be the quickest of the drivers out there. And what a role model Tom Ingram is for young racing drivers who want to come through. First met him when he was karting and chatting to his mum Annette and his dad at karting tracks, and been a pleasure to follow him through the ranks of Ginetta Juniors, Ginetta Super Cup and up into touring cars. And we wondered, you know, like many drivers, whether he would have the budget. As getting a little bit bundled there was Karen Rossiter. I've got to say, Karen handled that well. She kept to the right side of the circuit, allowing everybody through, but she probably wasn't expecting 2 cars to bundle their way through, let alone 3, but she handled that very well indeed. And these are the cars that are jostling position. The safety car pings them all together, and the 338 car gets a big sideways moment on Jeremy Crook, Keith Farrance and Alec Livesey. Not sure who's at the wheel there, but a couple of valuable places lost for that car, which was running strongly. It was the race leader after 2 hours. We're now at 2.5 hours, so I'm going to make a quick note of where we are at the halfway stage with 434, the race leader from 426. Well, in fact, that changes, doesn't it? Now we've got 426 DFTS as the race leader, so a change of race leader. 426 now the race leader. 434 were there actually on the half hour, and they're pitting. Okay, so they've dropped down. So next up was 431, then 495, and 331, and 446, 346 in 6th place. So again, it looks like we had drivers waiting for the pit changes, and at the moment it's the 421 Trojan car. Where did that come from? In 2nd position, 421 must have been might have to scrap my half-time scores, or we could put in another line actually, which is probably easier. So let's call it 426 421 434. There is the 434 car, the erstwhile leader in there. 431, 495 and 331. So now we've got our sort of half-time scores here. cross out the erroneous ones. Erstwhile race leader in. This one will be a longer stop. So again, now we're getting into the scenario where we've got a handful of cars that have had 2 stops and considerably more that have had 1, and we again won't get the picture until we get up to 3s. The 426 car right in the mix though at the moment. So 462 coming under pressure from 421. Remember, that's the second of the Trojan cars that were in qualifying but held the lead earlier on and is challenging 462 there. 462 is a little bit further back. I got excited then because I thought it might have been a battle for the lead as we look through 437. So Trojan in second place. 426 is the race leader. We'll go on to tracking and see if we can pick up where 426 is. Can't quite see him. Oh, we need to... Well, I'll be doing a bit of tracking. Let's head down pit side once again and catch up with Rob.
Down just in front of the frantic Bacon Racing pit. They're getting ready for their driver change. Sandro is getting into that car, and we've managed to grab Oscar as he's jumped out of the car. Oscar, that was a bit of squeaky bum time there for that stint at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close on the timing at the end. I'm actually not sure if I did keep within the car timing, so we'll, fingers crossed we did.
My sources tell me about 3 minutes.
3 minutes in it.
In the good, so...
Bloody hell, that is too close for comfort. Don't want to do that again. But yeah, so very, very close. And I was thinking when I saw the car on Bentley Straight, perhaps maybe come in, decided to see if I could stick it out. Let's see how it goes.
You were very marginal for fuel as well, weren't you?
No, actually, we still had 2 bars left.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know why.
All that fuel saving with the safety cars, perhaps?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, so that worked a treat, actually. And then everyone's bunched up, so hopefully everyone else is losing time, battling, and we're gaining time doing our fueling now.
Either way, it's great to see you and the family back in the Citroen C1 Series. Are you planning to do any more this year?
Yeah, looking to do Brands Hatch, hopefully Snet 2x3. Yeah, I think that's all for this year.
Can we not tempt you out for Pembury?
I think I might be helping out Jelly Snake, so it depends if Ash wants to pay me in bum time instead. Maybe I'll have fun there.
Bit of seat time. Either way, Oscar, fantastic first stint there, buddy, and good to see you. Back to Richard in the commentary box. I'm going to go and line up some more interviews.
Good man, top stuff as ever from Rob Lewis down there in pit lane, and fascinating to hear from Oscar Proietti. A really good stint from him. Sandro taking over the car now, and the 434 has on the timing screen dropped to 19th position and has 2 stops. So out of the 2 stoppers, probably about 5th or 6th at the moment. Difficult to tell from my small screen. Starting to get a little bit of eye strain on there. 426 still the leader from 421. What I didn't do was manage to pick up where they were on the tracker, which was a little bit of a pity. So I'm going to go to that now. And see if we can pick up 426, probably in a bunch of cars, to be perfectly honest, because when they're bunched together, you can't quite see where they are. Let's have a quick look. 426, 426. Oh, okay. So 426 is currently going around Coram, and 421 is right behind him. So that's probably on screen, knowing my luck, which is what we get the chance to have a look at. And if we go back to classification, yeah, 3 seconds is the gap between race leader and second position. We do need to look at third place as well, though, because on the lead lap and in third place is OPC PR with Tom Ingram possibly at the controls, and they are on the lead lap as well. So we may well have a lead battle as we now surpass the halfway point of this race. We look at the 415 car, hardcore model makers. Last time we checked it was 13, up into 12 now. Bit of pit stop action going on down there in pit lane with the 513. That is James Cunniff and David Scotting. New wheels going on again. Of course, we've got the Team Dynamics official wheels that are used in the championship. So there's a little bit of, obviously, official supplier purchases that have to be made. And that's for the right reasons. It controls the quality and the specification of the parts that go on the car, and of course it's going to bring a little bit of income into the championship as well, which is great. So control parts absolutely vital as the 421 car dives down the inside. That is for the race lead. Maybe I should get a little bit more excited about that, but we've still got 2.5 hours to go, so we've got to keep a little bit in the tank for the end. But that is Trojan Motorsport taking the lead of the race once again from DFTS, who are relegated to second. Trojan with 2 stops under their belt so far, and now closing in on the 415, which is Hardcore Model Makers, who are 1 lap down. I think might possibly be on the lead lap. We'll have to wait. No, they might be on the lead lap at the moment, but they may not be by the time we get to the end of this tour, and we won't know until TSL updates after that. But you can see here the 421 car is going to put a move on a potential winner, and certainly a past winner here. He's teeing up the inside run, so pretty easy to spot. The fluorescent livery coming down the inside of the Hardcore Model Makers machine gets that move done, and I think, yeah, 318 car is up ahead. That is the 10th place car of WRC Developments. That's going to be the next target. Already on it, in actual fact, is the race leader. So puts a lap on the 10th position car, and I think that is 1 lap rather than 2, and that will be confirmed when they come across the line now. So 2 minutes sort of 14 and less behind, but on the lead lap are Emax Motorsport, Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly, OCP PR and Trojan Motorsport. Oh, hang on, DFTS showing back in front again now. Oh, that was on the last lap, wasn't it? Because the lead change happened on this lap that went through, and we wait for the leaders to head up towards us again, as they will be closing in on the... Here we go, here comes the 421 car, which will show back in lead position. It does. DFTS in second place. So it's 421, Trojan Motorsport from 426, DFTS. And then the likes of Hardcore Model Makers are now officially a lap down. So at the moment it's between Trojan and DFTS, but Trojan have the 2 stops under their belt out of 3 mandatory, assuming that they are mandatories that have been done. There's the 410 car, that's running in 11th place. And now we see the 451 car of the MLP Developments team. Chris and Martin Brown, Max Walsh, Darren Hart back out on track. Novice Cross aboard the back, just to let the experienced drivers know that there may be someone possibly a little bit nervous, maybe a little bit inexperienced. So the expectation is that you perhaps take a little bit more care dealing with that car on track, because you don't know who's going to be in it at any particular one time. Pit stops as ever continue. The Abbott Racing Motorsport car, again, extremely well prepared. The livery design, great to look at. Looks like Lionel is the driver getting ready to take over from Charles, another of the 2 driver teams. Here is our lead car, Trojan Alpha 421. Winner of the Silverstone 24 Hours, that car. Had some mileage on it, hasn't it, for sure. And very successfully, all the TLC that is lavished on these cars after each event, clearly paying off for the Trojan Motorsport team. They put out a good car, they do a good strategy as well, and the gap on the last lap, 1.722 seconds. We need to maybe sort of gauge what's happening with the 3rd place car, because again, fastest lap of the race, the last lap was a 2:39, and a new fastest lap of the race, just as it was very lucky for me looking at the timing screen of what was going on there. I'm fairly sure that's Tingram in the car, 2:38.935. It's about 1.5 seconds quicker than the Trojan Motorsport car, but it's 2 minutes down the road from that. So any extra time is going to have to be made up for the OPC PR car in the pits. And remember, they're probably going to have not necessarily a slower driver, but a driver with slightly less pace than Tom Ingram, if we want to phrase that in the right way, in the later stages of the race. But Tom certainly making a good go and getting the car up towards the sharp end and retaining the lead lap at the moment. Also on the lead lap are 346 Emax Motorsport, who are another 10 seconds down on Tingram. Jelly Snake with Liquimolly, Silverlake Racing, BPC Motorsport. There's a gaggle of cars actually, all in that sort of group that are potentially all on the lead lap. And there is the 431 car with the novice cross on the back. Probably a little bit weird for someone like Tom Ingram to drive with that insignia on the back. Tom's always been keen to race other things. When we were covering MG Trophy, I remember the organisers saying that, you know, don't forget to mention Tom Ingram race with us, and you know, he'll get in anything and drive it quickly. He's one of these irritating people who's very quick in whatever he drives, but lovely guy. And I've got to say, always a great call if you're a, I know we get a number of budding journalists and pit lane reporters and so on and so forth looking to come into the sport, and someone like Tom Ingram, probably more so than Jason Plato, is your go-to guy to get a good interview. Jason rightly can be a little bit awkward. He's not around obviously at the moment, and Jason will talk to you if he knows you and run the questions past. But Tom Ingram, always an ace interview, and he will give you the confidence to go on and do other interviews. So that's a tip from me in terms of interviewing if you're going to be a pit lane reporter, to do that. I was actually delighted to see one of our old Cub reporters, Lewis Maundrell, and actually just he used to come when he was knee-high to a grasshopper and do interviews. Hello, my name's Lewis, when he was in short trousers, a bit like Rob actually, with his short trousers, which I don't think he's got on now. Lewis used to come and interview all the touring car drivers of the day and the Ginetta drivers and so on and so forth when he was at secondary school, and we'd not seen him for a few years. Absolutely wonderful. And I mentioned him because he's local to here at Snet. Wonderful to see on social media that he'd graduated and he's off to race with the Formula One team. Can't remember which one. I think it might have been Mercedes. But what a good... George Grant's here. Brilliant stuff. George, how are you? Love you. Do you want to go on the mic? You're welcome to join us on. Fantastic. Excellent. Probably gather that I'm pleased to see you. Is that a present? Or is that a loan? Is that... Oh, thank you very much. Oh, brilliant, mate. We have been. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. I'll give a plug. Well, you can give a plug as well. Yeah, by all means, get the cans on. I just want to check. He's shouting to Baz, who's looking after us big time here. That is lovely. Thank you so much for that. It'll be a good holiday reading if I ever get a holiday. The only thing is, George, you can't hear anything. Fine. Only me and probably Rob when we're down in pit lane. So I've been joined by George Grant, who is, as we've been saying most of the weekend, when you watch it back, if you have time to watch it back, and I don't suppose you will have, a massive supporter and sponsor of racing through Downforce Radio and Clapham North MOT. Busy driver. First of all, how's the weekend been going for you?
It's been going great, actually. Yeah, race one, unfortunately, we were in the Super Cup. We were doing pretty well. Got a problem with the rear shock absorber in the wet.
Right.
Couldn't control the car, which obviously made me about 9 seconds slower than I should.
You had a couple of Masters podium zone.
Yes. Yeah, managed to actually scrape a podium. Bizarrely.
Scrape. You're working hard with the car.
No. But earlier this morning, in the wet was fantastic.
Do you want a seat, by the way?
Yeah. So 23rd to 14th in my
good stuff
in the Mazda MX-5 Clapham North Super Cup.
Excellent.
The second one, because Will Blackwell Chambers is in the first one. So yeah, no, really good.
And enjoy it. Have you done your stint in the?
Yes.
And are you done? Are you done now?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you can get your breath back.
I can. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Just looking at your monitor here, we're lying 6th at the moment.
Yeah, good stuff. And so down here, 6th position, you've had one stop. So you're one of the top one stoppers as well. So which is pretty good.
Yeah, I think the Trojans are doing pretty well.
They're going very well, aren't they? Those to talk to you about.
Yeah.
And, so what's the strategy for the team? Because none of the others will be necessarily listening to this. You're not giving away any trade secrets. What's the?
Oh, good. Well, the strategy basically is for me to do, obviously, being the less fastest driver. To basically just get in the... Well, I've just done my stint, the rolling start, hour and 3/4, something like that.
Yeah.
And then Will Blackwell Chambers, who this is his first time in a C1.
Is it?
In a front-wheel drive, yeah. Although he won the Super Cup Championship last year, he's never driven a Citroen C1 before, so it was a real baptism of fire.
Right. So you're going to be sponsoring him in the move to front-wheel drive touring cars then?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
You're supposed to tell me to off.
No, somebody might come up with the money. You never know.
Well, you could broker it for him. That
Exactly.
be pretty cool.
Exactly. But yeah, and so but the jewel in our crown, to be fair, is David Meenan, who works at the Hybrid Tune guys.
Yep.
I've known Dave. In fact, my first Citroen C1 was with Dave and Stephen James, who obviously runs Hybrid Tune. So I've learnt a lot from those guys.
Yeah.
Dave is a master. He's a brilliant driver and a fantastic engineer and a great strategist. So I've literally just grabbed him. I said, right, you're going to be the third driver, and I've just put him in charge basically. And he's just done a cracking job. And obviously the guys at BPC have provided the car for us, which is superb. You know, no grumbles there. I personally could have done with a bit of rain because I personally, you know, from a personal selfish point of view, but obviously because I tend to be a lot quicker in the rain. But no, I mean this is just it's great. It's great. Fantastic.
I'm glad you popped over.
Yeah. Well, I just felt that normally you're over that side of the track, and I thought I'll come over and.
No, it's brilliant. I'm glad you did, and actually, so not a bit of a natural break for me because 5 hours on your own is a big call. I've managed one comfort break so far, and I've never done a 5 hour commentary. It's not akin to your Silverstone weekend when you raced in everything by any stretch of imagination. But I've never done a 5 hour race on my, and I still won't have done because you joined me. So
yeah,
and anyway, we've got Rob out there as well. But it is great, and you know, Jeremy's getting the splatters and everything else, and yeah, a little bit of change around because normally I do pit lane. Rob always does these, and I would be in here with Scott. Scott's had to go to Knockhill.
Yes.
Originally
with the TCR.
Yeah, I was asked to go and do because I've been doing the Brscc supports. Although that's changing, we've got Brscc supports being done by TCR, I think, next time. So
yep,
I'm out of a job. Which is a pity, but anyway, hopefully next year will come back. Never know. So Scott's gone up there. I've come into where Scott was, and this is actually the first time I've commentated for Brscc on live stream.
Wow!
So and it's great. I've loved it, and it'll be the last time because we're out of the.
But you are brilliant.
I wouldn't say that, but it's very kind of you to offer that. I enjoy it, and the people are great, and you know Barry that does the technical side is great.
Yes.
You guys in Paddock are welcome. I mean, you know, you can't walk anywhere quickly in the Paddock because people come up and say hello and talk to you, and it's great, and I love that.
It takes me 3 hours to walk down the Paddock.
That's what we do, isn't it?
It's crazy. Yeah.
So what's the story with the? We'll come on to racing, and if you see something
actually, no. You just, I think they just zoomed in on our car actually. But
is that a fastest lap? 2:38.914. It is.
We had.
We're speculating whether Tom Ingram was in the what is now second place car because fastest laps were pinging, and I thought that's probably
That's
Tom.
us there.
With excellent. Okay, Barry's doing a good job. So
yeah, well done, Barry.
Did they not put the Clapham North MOT stickers on?
Well,
Are they on there?
Do you know what? It's been such a. I've got them in the car. I've got them, and I thought I'll put one on each door and one on the bonnet, and I just haven't managed to get round it. But there you go.
But we know
next
it's there
time.
now, so.
Yeah. So the 409 car is fully Clapham North.
Excellent. These
Just
have to be
BPC.
MOT. So did you MOT the car?
We've MOT'd every single car that's here. No, I'm Apparently the rules say that you must bring your cars to Clapham North and have them MOT'd. I'm lying.
You could put that in.
I could do.
As an official
well,
supplier,
that could
do
be.
that.
Yeah, that's the
So
one
we
way
were
of getting
talking
my
about
money back, isn't it?
You know, the wheels are all, you know, sort of.
Ooh, Will's doing well. Oh, he's giving the Silverlake boys a bit of a run here.
It's amazing with 2 hours to go. I might have to stop in 8 minutes just to write down me 2 hours. So you very kindly bought me a gift, which is, and I hadn't actually got this yet, so that's fake because I've been meaning to get it.
Yes.
And it's the Ian Flux. Is there a story with your involvement with
my little story is that my dad used to race.
Right.
But he was always in single seaters. And at Donington, it was probably circa 1973.
Yeah.
A young boy called Ian Flux. His dad was at Donington, and he came up to my dad and he said, "Oh, Mr. Grant, is there any chance that my boy can have a go in your car?" He said, "Yeah, sure." So Ian got in it.
Yeah.
And actually couldn't get him out of it. And he so Ian has never forgotten that. And he phoned me up the other day. He said, I'm writing a book. I said, "Oh, good. Okay, well, I'll buy a few copies." So I bought a few copies, and he signed it. I mean, he is Maverick of Mavericks.
Yeah,
Flux.
yeah, great.
For anybody who knows him.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
that's very kind of you.
and it's certainly not for the squeamish. It is. Yeah,
and by Matt James as well. I mean, Matt's been talking about this for a while. Matt James from Motorsport News, the editor. Do you know Matt?
I don't actually.
Oh right, what?
No,
that's right.
I was hoping to meet him.
Yeah.
Because Fluxy was going to invite a whole bunch of people to the RAC club.
Right.
And then for some reason he had to cancel it.
Yeah,
so,
we wouldn't have allowed Matt in there. That's
no.
Probably
Yeah.
Surprised.
First of all, no swearing, no smoking, and you have to wear a tie. 3 things he's not very good at, probably.
Yeah, Matt James coming to a pub. Matt is a superb guy. I never get to talk to him as much as I should, but he's always around at touring companies occasionally. I was surprised the other day he was at I wasn't there, but he was at like the World Hot Rod Championship at Ipswich on the short ovals.
Okay.
And he said it's the one thing he's going to every year, regardless of what else is on touring cars or anything else. And he was there, but yeah, what better guy to get the stories out? And they must have spent many hours in the pub on this book.
I would have thought so. Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to reading
lots
that.
of hours.
That is very kind. Thank you so much for that. And what a great picture on the front. For those of you who can't see it, we haven't got Comcam in here, but is that the GH1 or the GH2 Formula 1 car that it's one of the Graham Hill?
Yes, it probably is the GH. It looks like the GH2 actually.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was, and that was when I was really getting into F1.
Yes. Well, my only claim to fame is I met Graham Hill in 1969 when I was 8 years old. A guy called Tim Schenkin knew my dad, if you remember.
Yeah.
And he's an Aussie, isn't he?
Yeah.
Tim Schenkin. Righto, Ronnie, come and have a chat with this guy. He wants to meet you. So he dragged me along, and I literally looked up, and there was this guy in his overalls, moustache, big sideburns. Hello, young man. It was Graham Hill.
Wow.
I mean, it was the bank holiday, one of those bank holiday races at Thruxton.
Yeah.
We're absolutely packed. And I think he was in a Formula 2 car. The Lotus.
Yeah.
Gold Leaf thing. Oh.
The old Formula 2 cars, a friend of mine was supposed to be going to Goodwood on the day it was cancelled, and he wanted a racing day out, and so he went to Brands, and he said the F2s were on. He said, do you know what? He said, I had a result. He said, nothing wrong with Goodwood, and I was disappointed to miss it. He said, but what a treat to see those historic Formula 2 cars going around. I said, I wish I'd gone. You know,
it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Just diverting to your screens, it looks like we're... Oh no, the producer's gone back to another Silverlake car. Oh, there we go. Just as thank you, Barry. 409 is chasing. He's doing well, actually. Old Will Blackwell Chambers, my teammate in the 409.
It's good. And isn't the Mazda Championship? It's fascinating, isn't it, to follow through the course of the year with Aiden sort of not ebbing and flowing, but it just has started to get a little chink at the front in the armour, and then he's come back a little bit stronger. And I think we've got to go down to pit lane. So we'll come back with George in a moment, and we'll go down to Rob in pit lane.
Right, we're down in the pit lane with Rob Welsh, and Rob, first of all, it's the Snetterton meeting. Not as many cars as you would have liked, but still a fantastic grid, great racing.
Yeah, really. You know what? It's actually quite nice. We've not had a grid this small before, and it's so relaxed. Everyone's having a great time. It's just like proper zen and chill, and but the racing's still great, right? You see how many cars still on the lead lap.
And you say we haven't really had the big grid. It's still 35.
Yeah, it's still a big grid to UK motorsport standards. But for us, we normally have 57 here every time, but soaked a lot of teams. It's the first weekend of the school holidays. And you know what? Cost of living. It's hitting a few teams, it is.
Absolutely. Now, you've got a big shiny trophy in your hand, so I think we need to go over to a garage and reward this. So this is for, what's that for?
This is a Best Prepared Car Award. So certain cars we stand out to us. I like the cars to stay a good standard, as you know. This particular team have got two super cool, really well presented cars. The paint jobs on them are brilliant, and they deserve it. They try really hard. So
I think we better go for a walk and just let them know. Let's go. So I think it's our pleasure to, as they're all out and about at the moment. Scott's unfortunately out in the car, but Sandown Motorsport are getting the Best Prepared Car Award. And they're all trying to figure out who's going to be the humble one to get the trophy. But yeah, definitely this team Best Prepared Car.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? Best Prepared Car / fun they proper bring a good feel to what C1 racing should be. They all have a good laugh, and it's what it should all be about. So, no, really well done to the team. It's good.
Right, now we know Scott that puts his heart and soul into these cars is actually out in the car at the moment, so you can say whatever you want about him. We'll go to Dad first.
Just like proving him wrong a little bit. A couple of arguments today because he doesn't listen, but yeah, he got his heart and soul into it, and you know, since he's been 12 years old and he was doing the old stock cars around the grass track, he's come a long way, and he's professional, he enjoys what he's doing. We've got a good team around us, and everybody loves it. It's really good.
Absolutely. Now, one other person I want to talk to here is Chip, who runs the cars on a weekend as well. Chip, first of all, was Rebecca out around the circuit somewhere taking photos?
Yeah, she's gone somewhere with the camera. I don't know where. She'll turn up when she turns up.
So that's the wife, Rebecca, who's great at motorsport photography.
Yeah, she's been doing it only a couple of years now, but going back for 4 or 5 years ago when she first started, her photos, well, I'll say it, they were dreadful. And now they're sort of getting noticed by quite a lot of people, so she's not doing too bad.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, the day-to-day running of these cars, certainly when they're at race circuits, is down to you.
Yeah, I do 90% of it or so, 80% of it. I don't want to blow my own horn, yeah, but Scott sort of leaves me to get on with it. Tells me roughly what he wants in the car, the other drivers tell me roughly what they want, and I give them the best I can to where they want them.
And it probably helps when he gives you the cars prepared like he does.
Yeah, they're always pristinely prepared. There's very little to do when they actually turn up to the track. I literally run through with a string line, work out where he set them, and try and keep them as close to that as I can.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, guys. So that's our winner of one of the trophies we normally give out up and down the pit lane for the best prepared car. Back to Richard.
Thanks very much, Rob. Still with George Grant. Nice for those guys to get it. I'm wondering which car, because they've got 2 with sort of mirrored liveries, or whether it's both of them that get the award, and it was fun as well, wasn't it? So
yeah, no. Yeah, fantastic. What a innovative thing to do, actually. That's a really cool thing to do.
And nice with the pace of the presentation event to do it, well, with 2 hours to go on the race, which was absolutely marvellous. So, yeah, well done to Rob and the team. Love being part of these. It was about a year and a smidgen since I did my first event with these, which was here. Hardcore Model Makers won it, which I was waxing lyrical about earlier on. But they're just good fun, and it's, you know me with the commentary, and I holler and shout and get excited now, but this is a different thing. It's like test match. You chill out a little bit.
You have to chill out, yeah.
And as I get older, that probably suits me more.
Yeah.
Become more of a, I don't know, a less excitable sort of thing. But you can still spot the stuff in it. I've just written down the 2-hour scores, actually. So Trojan Motorsport actually showing us the first team to re-emerge at the front. They were in front after an hour. They were in front after 3. As you said, that stands them in great stead, doesn't it? Oh, new fastest lap. That's got to be Tingram, isn't it? Keep saying those in.
I think that is Tingram, isn't it? Well, yeah. Certainly it's his team. Well, that's the car. But he's got a very snazzy helmet, which you could, if the producers do get a zoom in on, you'll be able to see exactly who's in the car.
Yeah. So what are the plans for you for the next few weeks? So a couple of weeks off racing or holiday, or?
No, I'm just going to probably get Rob Boston, who runs me, to knock out the dent in the last race. I got taken off big time, unfortunately, which is a shame. But it was such a difficult conditions, so I don't envy the guy that hit me. But there we go. But yeah, so we'll get that knocked out, and we're all off to Campbell Park. I think it's in about 3 weeks' time. So with the Mazda.
Okay, that'll be good.
Yeah,
it's a good race in there last year, actually, with Brscc, which I look forward to.
Yeah, it's a great circuit.
Yeah. Janetta there this weekend, haven't they? Exclusively Janetta. I'll be interested to see when we get home how that's gone.
I just spotted that we're in the pits, actually.
And 421 as well, so coming in the same time as the race leader, who's actually going out. Normally on the little screen, I think we've done it, but Scott knows that, Scott Woodward, he knows all the tricks. Yeah. Normally we have a little note of the name. I can't find the driver's name anyway. I don't know who's in the car, so I've let everybody down on that. But
oh, yes. I suppose it will flash up because of the Who tag.
Yeah. But it's not doing it on there for some reason. It's probably an ancient tablet or something, or wrong software or whatever. But yeah, so 421 in and out. So OPC PR become the leaders, and it does mean that I think that's a third stop.
That's us.
Okay, there we go.
So Dave is just about to. Dave Meaden from Hybrid Tune. He's a cracking driver. In fact, no. I'll say he's not a very good driver because everybody will want him. But no, Dave is a superb tactician, really good feedback on drivers. Obviously, his expertise is actually tyres.
Right.
He used to. I think he worked for Dunlop, but he still does do a lot of consultation.
Is that where the 4Tim thing comes from? I don't know if you know that the 4Tim on the visor, a little sticker for Tim Gibson,
Could
who
be.
lost his life, and Tim was, I know, involved in the tyre industry because the lady who looks after the F4 PR
Yes.
was in tyres, and she knew Will's dad because motorsport's such a sort of insular industry. Yeah, Tim Gibson, Will Gibson, who's the front runner in the Legends Championship, who are on with us at the touring cars next weekend.
Okay.
And Will, I think, second in the championship. He's leading the other one because there's 2 Legends Championships this year to confuse things. And Tim Gibson was a great driver and a super engineer as well. I know if his dad's watching, he'll get teary, but I always mention Tim because I only met him once, and he was a lovely, lovely man. They still race for him, and I always give Tim a shout out. He was an engineer with some of the top teams.
Yes.
And sadly lost his life. But people remember, and you still see people still put the stickers on his car. He was obviously that nice a guy.
Yeah.
That he is there.
So our strategy now is to get Will's out of the car now. And Dave will go in and literally finish it off now.
Right.
He'll do a dummy pit stop.
Right.
So
to complete the third.
Yeah,
third sort of cycle of it. Yeah.
Yeah. But he's really quick. He was doing 140s, 139. So he's top bloke.
Rob caught up with him earlier on and recognised the hybrid tune because obviously the bright yellow and black is pertinent certainly for my regular haunt in JCWs, and my goodness, they wiped up in that last year, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, I have to say that Stephen James, who runs the company and employs David, David is really hot, and he's a brilliant tactician, but also a good driver coach.
Right.
Because driving C1s, you've got to basically reboot yourself.
Okay.
They're very, very different from. Obviously, people like Ingram who drive front-wheel cars. But like me, I mean, I don't drive a front-wheel car apart from a C1, and they're just completely different.
Yeah.
It's all fingertip stuff. It's coaxing it gently, but in an aggressive manner.
Right.
And if you lose any momentum going around a corner, you've just lost seconds. You just come off. But Dave looks like he means business now. So he's going into turn 1 now.
Yeah, only down to 17th, so places to be made up. So we're getting the 2 stops done. Hello. Now, what sort of fluid is that? That's going to be fuel, isn't
petrol.
it? So,
yeah. So those boys, when they go into turn 1, got to be very, very careful. Because there'll be fluid on the tyre, which it'll come off by the time he gets into Agostini, but you've got to be really, really careful, actually. I'm sure they know about that. Because they're going to obviously reverse back over it as well.
Yeah.
It's the hazard of motorsport, really.
It's a very well run series, isn't it, this? I mean, I've been impressed with the detail that they go down to in the organisation and the way they look at all the pit stops. And
well, it's a really good combination. I think Robin, who runs it from Citroen C1, and the way in which he blends with the Brscc is just fantastic. It's a really good combination, and long may it happen. Really.
Talk about Clapham North. Tell us a bit about Downforce, how things are going with Downforce Radio.
Well, Downforce Radio going really well, actually. We don't currently. Our commercial model is still yet to be defined, but we. But I started it because Jake Sanson, who you probably know, good commentator, seems to be going onwards and upwards, has been the best part of Downforce for many years, and I took over the whole brand, if you like, of Downforce Radio, which is essentially it's an internet radio station, but it's more than that. Obviously, we report on grassroots motorsport right up to Formula One, and we've also got the Downforce Radio Awards, which the radio bit we might just drop and just call it just Downforce, the Downforce Awards, but it's going really well. We've got Rebecca Jackson, who's sort of known to people at the BBC as female journalist and motorsport journalist. And who knows, we might even have you, mate, if we can afford you.
That would be good. That would be lovely to be involved.
Yeah.
And the other thing I like is the encouragement that's been given to youngsters over the years. There's a young lad that writes for it that I've known for years through Simon Hill, Paul O'Neill, Chris Hosey, and he's writing for you.
Yep.
You know, I don't know if you've met Chris, and I said, Chris, get yourself along to a Brscc, go and introduce yourself to George. And
Absolutely.
Chris is very grateful for the opportunity he's had to be a writer for you guys. And I said, go and meet George, talk to him, you know, and he's on the spectrum.
Yep.
So he's a little bit nervous about doing stuff, so you know, Dad will sort of cajole. But he's graduating from from college, and he's such a lovely kid and a good writer and he's now learning filming and production at college, and that all that confidence is thanks to what Downforce have done.
Well, that's nice to know. I mean, there's lots of little stories like that. We seem to certainly over the last 24 months since I took over, we've really nurtured young talent, I think, and that's we just want to do that. I think it just shows that, you know, if you've got some talent, it doesn't matter what it is, you know, yeah, definitely come and speak to me. You know, it's just Google George Grant Downforce Radio, and come and introduce yourself. I'm up for anything and everything. But yeah, we're sort of we're looking at sort of upping the ante for the awards. We want to give the Autosport Awards a bit of a run for their money, but because that's like for the big and powerful, but there's a whole genre.
You guys cover everything. You guys cover the young driver, the Keir Miller Junior Award in respect of that young mini stocks driver that lost his life, the young karters, and it's the whole spectrum. So yeah, with you on that. Yeah.
So and I was having this conversation actually with Paul Levitt actually while I was in the Clerk of the Course office, talking about sort of motorsport and just generally promoting motorsport, right, at the grassroots level and right the way through, because you know it all starts with somebody putting their hand in their pocket and paying for something. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And what we tend to forget is that it is entertainment, right? And we've got to keep that entertainment. We're going to go through. I do envisage. I don't like to say it. We are going to go through a bit of a dip in terms of the economy, but and as Robin was just saying in his piece just now, there is a downturn, and people are going to look inwardly at obviously protecting themselves. And motorsport is a nice to have thing, you know, but we want to keep it going because I think it's really healthy, and like you, I've grown up with it ever since I was knee high to a grasshopper. Coming to this circuit ever since I can care to remember, when it was called the Norwich Straight,
right,
back in those days. In fact, I'll tell you a story. Wow. My dad was racing, right? He was racing at Silverstone and here once, and he actually landed the plane at the start of his race. They actually landed him on the back of the Norwich Straight, and literally his car was waiting for him. Wow. In pole position. I mean, it just wouldn't happen now. I mean, it's just a bizarre. And that was in the early 70s. Yeah. And then he took off and landed at Silverstone. He did say he was as sick as a parrot, by the way.
Oh, wow. Is he not like flying?
Well, it was like choppy, a one-prop plane. Very, very windy. And
best way to fly, surely.
Yeah. But, Downforce Radio will happen in its natural format. I'm keen on, you know, the world is all about digital. Right. And actually how you harness that, and drivers, teams, and the products and services that they provide need to be promoted. Yeah. Right. And there's still so much that one can offer. So, you know, we've got people who can help promote drivers, their products, the teams, and the series as well. So that's what we kind of really want to do at the back of the stage, if you like. And you were going to ask me about Clapham North.
That's the next
one.
Am
I talking too much?
No, go for it. It's just giving me a break. We're talking about how are you going to get a break, Richard, and then it's just by magic.
Well, I just felt I knew you were over here on your own. I thought nobody's going to come and see Richard.
No, it's great. No, it's great. And you know, my Comsport store is always open. People know that.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, look, looks like David is going to give the car number 445 a bit of a run for his money. He's got him, I think.
That is actually that's a scalp, that one, because that's Max Finn and Murdo McLeod. Don't know who's in the car at the moment, but one of the front running cars
He might well
Emacs
get him
Motorsport, yep.
coming out of Coram. This would be quite interesting to see.
Rebooted, look at that. So, there we go.
Dave has just got so much momentum, as you can see. He's going through there. And once you get into the draft, of course, which he is here, I think you'll probably get him going into Turn 1, which will be quite interesting to... they're great.
So OPC still on.
He just got it on the curb there.
OPC still on 1 stop. Emacs on 2, 3, 4, 6. So potentially our leaders in the clubhouse, the 3, 4, 6 car. You never quite know until you get into the last sort of hour, half hour of these, who's done what strategy and
exactly
whether they've got to ping another, let's just say, a quick stop in to get that last mandatory one out of the way. Because again, Trojan Motorsport are on 3. So have they got those out of the way? Were they 3 proper stops? Are they done? And are they going to work their way back up to the top?
Exactly.
Very possibly. Clapham North MOT.
So Clapham North MOT. Well, there's two anniversaries that we're going to be celebrating in about 18 months' time. The first is my father's birthday.
Right.
It's a big one. He's going to be 100.
No way.
Yeah.
No way. Oh, well, how is he?
He's really well. I just spoke to him. He said, "What do you want? I'm watching the Grand Prix." All right, sorry, Dad.
Son on the live stream.
I just wanted to say that I'm all right. And the smash. Oh, well, tell me later. And that was it. Right, so no, he is absolutely. I mean, he's just a completely unique individual. Anyway, yeah, and long may. I mean, between us, we've got we're aiming for 115. Healthy 115.
That's health is the main aim, isn't it?
I think that's that's the thing.
I agree.
Because you can live long, but you need to be healthy. Excuse me. And and the second one is that we'll be 65 years old as Clapham North.
Wow.
Which my dad started in 1960, and we've got 3 railway arches and a forecourt in Clapham. Not particularly glamorous, but just go and Google Clapham North. I'll Google reviews. I'm not being funny, but 700 and we're nearly up to 750 since we started.
Yeah.
We've got 5 stars with that amount. Now, I am really proud as the boss, right? Because it's not about me; it's about the team, and we've got a fantastic team there. You know, Ash, Tony, Marvin, Carlton, Steve, and Sarah in the office, and they are just brilliant. They all gel together, and obviously my dad comes in on Fridays.
Yeah.
Just making sure everybody's happy, and but it's fantastic. It's a brilliant business, and you know, long may it happen. Really, you know, everybody needs an MOT, but I think just doing the boring things really well.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're all about.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you'd think just doing an MOT would bring so much joy to people. You've got to read our reviews.
There's ways of doing it, aren't there? And if you're doing it the right way.
Well, it's everything from customer. It's how you treat customers. It's like how you want to be treated. Yeah. From giving them directions, you know, saying what you say and sticking to it. Treating them as you would want to be treated yourself.
Did you find out who the Richard was that blagged a free repair? Because it wasn't me.
No, same name. No, that's fine. Well, he managed to get it because I thought it was you. You see,
that's very kind.
Yeah, because he thought, oh, this is incredible.
I would never blag a free repair, by the way. I would always pay.
Well, no. And to be fair, I didn't think it was. He didn't want a free run. I said, just make sure you look after this Richard character. I thought it was you. You know.
That's very sweet of you. I appreciate that.
Anyway,
and we did that with. Do you know? You won't know Robin Webb, race caterums and legends, and he runs Vegetarian Chews.
Okay.
And he was an art student. He learned to make his own shoes, and because he was a vegetarian, wanted to make them out of non-animal products, so he used to make his own stuff.
Yep.
Started his own company. He was doing really well before Brexit. It's another matter. I'm struggling a little bit of late, but he's one of these, because he's in the shoe business, he will always look. There's still a sort of racing story. Sorry, we're going over a tangent. But when you meet him, the first thing he does is
he looks at your shoes.
See what you're wearing, because he's in, and he does that. And he looks down and he'll tell me off. He doesn't tell me off, but he'll check to see whether, if I've got his shoes on, he'll say they haven't fallen apart yet. Then, and he always says to me, "Why do you always buy them off the site? Why don't you just come and ask me?" I said, "Because I don't want a deal. I buy them because I like your product, and I won't,
Yeah, take advantage of
No,
that.
no, wouldn't never do
No,
that.
I understand that. That's but yeah. So anybody's welcome to come down to Clapham North and have a cup of tea. If they anybody that's in the paddock or anybody that's listening on live stream, just feel free to come down. I'm normally there on a Friday, so don't come on a Friday.
It's near Clapham Junction, because I can get on the train to Clapham Junction. So.
Well, it's actually not. It's actually
not?
not very close to Clapham Junction at all. People get.
Is it walkable?
It is, but it's actually better if you get on the underground and go to Clapham North Underground.
Oh, okay, right.
And literally, we are 200 metres away.
Right.
Yeah, pretty.
I'll get over one Friday. Most Fridays I'm travelling.
But of course, I mean, the real gem is obviously when you dig into the history of Clapham North. Right. So when my father started racing in '66, '67. He got quite good at single-seaters, and he raced these little Formula Vs and got a bit of notoriety, so much so that a guy called Derek Ongaro, who used to run Lolas back in the day, said, you've got an engine, we've got a chassis here, if you want it, come and pick it up. And this was for a Super V chassis. Yeah. My dad said, oh yeah, okay. And I remember going up there. We went up to Lola's, and these two young sort of engineers came down. One of them was Patrick Head, and the other one was John Barnard.
Wow.
And they both thought, who the hell is this 42-year-old who thinks he's... Well, sort of 50 years later, my father's godfather to John's kids, Patrick, obviously 50% owner of Williams Grand Prix Engineering and obviously retired. They always come in, even now. So it's got a big racing pedigree.
Yeah.
There's lots of people. There's a guy called Jerry Beryl who unfortunately perished at Rouen in '72, I think it was, or '73. But he was a good mate of my dad's. There's a whole bunch. Keke Rosberg, Jochen Mass. James Hunt used to bring his Mini in. I mean, it's if the walls could talk, you'd have a fantastic conversation. Looks like we're going to have to go to the pits.
I think so. Here comes Barry through the door. Is he going to wave? Yeah, here we go. Yep. So George, well spotted. Let's go down to Rob down in pit lane with another chat for us.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation there, gents, and hello to George Grants in the commentary box. I've got Jake Little, who's come in car number 346 after that stint. You look a bit tired. How was it?
Hot.
Just a bit.
This time last year we were in Portugal racing in the C1, and honestly I feel like it's the same temperature. Doesn't feel like outside the car, but inside the car. I don't know if someone's played a trick on us and put the heater on max or something, but it's warm.
It's very muggy, isn't it? It's a bit close.
Yeah.
Stint-wise, how did that feel for you? And more importantly, with the hot weather, how's it coping with the tyres?
Car feels a little bit understeery. Don't know if that's because I got the luck of the draw and got to run the new tyres and full fuel. So, don't know, but to be honest, car's going fine. As long as we keep ticking around, not a problem.
all going as part of the strategy.
All going as part of the strategy. It's all our pit stops done now. Any safety car obviously will bring us back up to anyone else that hasn't stopped, so see how we go.
Obviously pace-wise, those Trojan cars are a bit pesky up at the front, aren't they?
Yeah, they're a bit quick, but they were catching me. Then they pinged another car off and had a bit of an incident, ended up off track, and I never saw them again, so I don't know what happened.
The most important thing is you're up there at the sharp end, ready for a new final stint.
Exactly, and it'll be a sprint to the end, I reckon, between us and probably the 2 Trojan cars, I reckon.
Down to senior now.
Down to senior now, yeah, with his experience in case it rains.
No problem. I'll let you get a cup of tea and get your feet up there. So that's Jake Little, who's just come in. James Little has gone out in car number 3464 Emax Motorsport. So we'll see how the final stages of this race unfold.
Thanks very much, mate. 1 hour 37 to go. In terms of the 3 stoppers, we've got the 421 car, which is the Trojan Motorsport car, unsurprisingly, at the moment leading the way, with 346 in second position. That one, the James Little, Jake Little car, which we were just talking about. So that's done 3 stops, a little bit further back on the Trojan Motorsport car. And then third on the 3 stops at the moment, the 458 machine of Michael Chapman and George Davis, Silverlake 2, which was in the top, I think it was in the top, yeah, it was in the top 4 after an hour. So we've actually got 3 of the 6 cars that were in the top 6 after the hour. So that pattern kind of repeating itself with an hour and a half to go. Maybe looking for those, but there might be a few changes. That's a nice delivery as well, isn't it? George, I was saying earlier on, if people should come, I love the fact that people watch the live stream, but they should come to the track, because the only way you can get involved is to meet people, and it's not just a race day, is it? It's like coming to a motor show.
Absolutely.
Racing car show.
I mean, I think we were going to have a barbecue actually yesterday, but obviously the weather played its trick. But I would certainly encourage anybody to come and see these cars. They are awesome, you know, and it's you know, hats off to, you know, obviously Jonathan Palmer for preparing such a lovely. The grass is always green, isn't it?
It is,
Jonathan's.
Yeah.
But no, but it's a Brscc have done a cracking job, and I would encourage anybody that's watching this to get themselves down, get a packed lunch, or just come down and see it all, because it's a superb weekend actually.
It's a great day out, isn't
it?
And yeah, if you come for the day, it's great. I think there were actually probably maybe a few more spectators yesterday, because it was a little bit more sprint race focus, which was lovely. But there are still people enjoying it. Thankfully, the rain has held off. Not for you though, because you were saying you would have preferred the.
Yes, I like the water on the track, because it evens it out, and for me
sorts you guys out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm just percentagely, bizarrely, I'm quicker in the rain than I am in the dry.
Yeah.
I think it's to do with I'm not a heavy braker. I'm not the last of the late breakers.
Right.
I'm quite gentle, which is probably goes against me when I'm driving sprints. But certainly in the rain, that's what you need. You've got to be very, very careful and not over rev it and not.
Saw a few lockups in yesterday.
Well, I have to say, I was having this chat with Paul Levitt at the Brscc, because people were saying, "Oh, do you think you should have cancelled it?" I don't think so. It is what it was, or as they say. The only problem is that if you can't see the car in front and you are doing 100 miles an hour going up this straight, you haven't got anywhere to go. You know, so if somebody's not got the lights on, you will go into them. And I suppose that's. But it does say motor racing is dangerous. You know, you know, you can't have it all. You know, this is part of the whole fun of it, isn't it? But no, I love the wet. I like it if you've got wet, if your car's set up for the wet as well. When it can be like this morning, it was what I would call a hybrid type of setup, where we had semi-wet, which was better than nothing. But no, it was. It's been very interesting, the conditions, and obviously the track has been quite green as well. So in terms of setup, people were complaining that it was ungrippy in the C1s. It is what it is. You just got to.
Same for everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So what's happening now? We've got
I'm surprised some of the teams have left this too late. So I mean, so OPCPR have only had the one stop, and we've got an hour and a half to go. So giving Tom Ingram, so they've got to do 2 stops very quickly.
Okay.
The lead car and the second place Jelly Snake racing as well with Liquid Molly. And that becomes a problem if we get a safety car. We had a lot of safety cars in the first hour.
Yeah.
And then if you suddenly run out of time and you can't pit while the safety car.
Yeah, I was in the first stint. We had a safety car in, and then literally
next lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does tend to happen, doesn't it? I noticed.
Actually, while you're here, can I ask you? Sorry to cut across.
Yeah.
I was asking myself, and now I can ask a driver. Safety car in a long stint, is it a welcome break or is it a distraction to your rhythm, or both?
I think it is both, actually. It can be. It really depends on where you are. You know, obviously for us, it was. We actually lost a lap because I was picked up on the safety car, so I actually lost a lap.
Yeah.
But the bizarre thing was that straight after we had a second safety car, and they waved us through, so we managed to actually retrieve that lap back.
Yeah, oh, that's cool.
Which was good.
Yeah.
Yes, it certainly makes it interesting. You know, safety cars are a part of everyday motorsport now, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you've got to work with them, and you've got to understand. And it's a bit of a black art, actually, to understand how to deal with a safety car, and what you need to think about. And also, of course, since I got back into the C1s, there's these little black boxes that are telling you actually that there is a safety car.
Right.
So there's somebody speaking. So I guess it's the clerk of the course saying that the safety car's coming in whatever this lap, which is useful.
Yeah.
Then you can obviously prepare yourself. Yeah, it's when you look at this now and you think, oh crikey, we've got another hour and a half now. It's like it's quite.
I'm not saying I was dreading it. Dreading's the wrong word, but I was nervous about how do you feel a 5-hour race, and the answer is you don't feel it. You just let it come to you,
absorb it, yeah.
and do it and talk. And this is I remember having a conversation with Paul Massell, who was sort of instrumental in getting me into commentary. Paul does quite a lot of filming. I don't know if you've met him in the
no, I haven't
scheme
actually.
of things. Runs an internet-based coverage company called Gigabox. And they cover all sorts of different things. And he was like a mentor for me and gave me a bit of a break. And I always remember saying to him, I will never do endurance racing commentary. He said, why not? And I said, well, it's not my thing. It's short, sharp races, which are me. But I think as you get older, you appreciate it more and you come to it. And
well, I think you do. I think the whole point is that endurance, or the difference is that they are exactly what they are. They're short, sharp, get out, 20 minutes, do what you can, and then the paddock disperses, right? So what this allows you to do, that's why Le Mans and Citroën C1 24-hour races, and obviously a 5-hour race, it actually brings people together.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we've seen that with the people in it's not just the 4 pairs of hands on the car, it's everybody else, isn't it? It's the people making the tea, it's the people polishing the cars. You know, my son, who's just beginning to learn engineering, he's done a year of engineering at college, you know, he would be there tidying up bits and things like that. Everybody's involved in it, and everybody has a crucial role.
Yeah, and obviously, barring a few teams who treat it as though it is a sprint race, and I guess actually, you know, realistically, now with the reliability of these cars, generally speaking, if you can, to win, you have to probably treat it as a sprint race.
Yeah.
I know that, you know, a 24-hour race, I mean, they are sprinting. They're not mucking about. So you've got to keep the car going and try and keep it away from the rumble strips on the side, because obviously that will degrade the tyres. Yeah, it's the camaraderie aspect, and I think, you know, in this day of you know, lots of digital stuff, which I fully embrace in my work life, this is pure analog in one respect. It's about meeting people, proper social interaction, you know, as opposed to sending text messages and Instagramming. But obviously you use that as well. This is great fun.
This is good. We're just seeing one of the Trojan cars coming out of the pit. I was looking for 319 on the timing screen. I think it's way down there, so they must have encountered some problems. They've come out. They have had 4 stops, so they've gone over and above, so that indicates a problem to me. 3 mandatories gone for them, so they are very much out of it, and that was actually our pole position team car, so pole doesn't count for a huge amount. We saw and that was the other thing with the safety car. The guys had built up 18, 19 seconds, safety car, bang, gone, 18 seconds. Might have been able to carry that through to the end of the race.
I noticed the times are reasonably, they're not sort of hot laps, are they? I guess because they've probably got quite a lot of fuel on board now. A lot of the teams, they've now fueled them up. So, apart from, he says, Emacs have just done a 1:39. That's typical James Little. I mean, he is a he's a nutter.
Abbott Racing just had their best as well. Yeah, there are some crazy drivers.
He's a good guy. He's really, he and his son are pretty hot.
Brimstone are back up into 3rd place as well with 2 stops. So a lot of the 2 stoppers here have been quite interesting. OPC dropped down to 2nd. That's probably because they're in the pits, isn't it now? So there it is, the lead car. Now is that Ting out of the way with the 2nd stop? I don't know whether he's got out.
Have you spoken to Tingram yet?
I haven't seen him. No, it's been a funny weekend because a couple of the teams asked me if I was coming up Friday night and I couldn't because I was working. So I came up first thing Saturday. Last night, for various reasons, had to go home. I didn't get back till 10:30, and then came back up this morning, got up at 4:30 from Croydon. Had 3/4 of an hour in the paddock, so I haven't actually, I've spoken to half a dozen people in the paddock, so I haven't had a chance, which is a shame. It's a shame because it is nice to catch up with everyone. And if I go over after racing, everyone's gone home. So
exactly. But the weather seems to have stayed pretty dry, and the conditions out there are really muggy, actually, I have to say. I was sweltering in the car because they didn't. Sometimes you can actually put the windows down, but our car, there were no wind. You couldn't put the window down at all. It's really, really stifling.
My brother's just bought a C1 as a road car, and brother lives outside of the M25, literally just outside the M25. But he was saying it's all he needs.
I tell you,
doesn't need a big car, doesn't need a fast car, and he loves it. And then of course my son looks at it. My son's looking for his first car at the moment. He says, I might get one of them. And then he suddenly made the connection that if he gets a C1 and gets road experience on it, he'll be able to carry that over that experience onto track. I've said to him, you need to.
Yeah.
When I first mentioned C1s to my son, I'm not those things.
No.
Now he starts to see the connection and that tangible link between actually you could drive one, get the experience, and then have a go out of his own money when he gets a job.
Exactly.
And it'd be affordable for him.
Well, as we know, Tom Ingram isn't exactly a shabby driver, is he? And he comes over from British touring cars to have a go in this and enjoys it. And I think they rather like. That's very interesting.
Yeah, and that's not even for place, is it? 458, a little way down. The 434 car in 6th position, the Boyettis, who have run strongly actually today.
Pride as opposed to place.
Something a quick look at the timing screen. The gap from lead to 2nd, Jelly Snake Racing now. We've had lots of different leaders as well. Brimstone doing well in 2nd with 2 stops, and Trojan 421. Again, that 3-stopper. They've always been ahead on the stops and up towards the top. So 123, setting themselves up very well indeed. I think it was Trojan that Rob said he was his tip to win. I don't know enough about any of the teams to say, oh yeah, and when you look at what's happened this year, it could be any team anyway.
Yeah.
But Rob knows the paddock.
Yeah, this was a bit of a last minute call for me because I was doing obviously the the Clapham North Super Cup, and I thought, well, ours finishes at 11 o'clock, our last race.
Yeah.
I've made my way all the way to Snetterton.
Do you live in London as well? Do you live near the business?
Yeah, well, Wimbledon.
Right, very nice. Yeah.
So, near Wimbledon. So, yeah. And I just thought, phone up the boys at... well, in fact, I spoke to Robin and he said, yeah, BPC will probably have a car for you. Phone them up, yeah. Will Blackwell James said, yep. Dave Beale said, yep. And that was it. It was quite quick.
Yeah.
It wasn't... It was as quick as that. So... but anybody can get in these cars and drive them. I mean, drive them quick is obviously a slightly different ballgame, but...
I mean, there is that mix as well, and it struck me earlier on that we've got first-timers in it. You know, we've got novice crosses on a lot of the cars, and they all seem to fit in well. Obviously, you learn it through the odds training, and you learn what to do, and we've seen drivers doing that today. But to come out here, if you're a first-time driver, to come and race, you know, if you'd seen what you guys are up to in the Mazdas over the last 2 days, and then the likes of Tom Ingram coming in, and I was in the same race as Tom, that's a statement, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Actually, when I first... Tom actually came into... tested my Mazda a few years back at Alton Park, I remember now. Fantastic. His knowledge, you know... And he was very careful the way in which he chose his words. I think, you know, like most people say, oh, God, it's really understeering, it's really horrible. Instead of saying that, he would say, just ease off, you know, like one click here, you know, roll bar, make it slight. So he would actually give you, you know, empirical evidence about how to set the thing up as opposed to slack. You know, that's the difference between somebody like him.
Yeah, he's great. I don't know where we learnt it from, whether it was mum, dad, or, you know, I think he had spent a bit of time with Plato. I think we're going to go down to pit lane again. Rob is waiting down there, so let's have a Rob Lewis moment or two.
How are we doing, guys? You could just see the OPC car pulling out behind me now. I would say a very well-known driver, Mr. Tom Ingram, has decided to give C1s a go. Tom, you actually did Snetterton last year, found it an absolute ball, and you're back this time. How was it?
Yeah, just as enjoyable, if not more. So it's I love coming and driving in these. That you can't not drive around with a smile on your face and get out with a smile on your face. So yeah, it's always incredibly fun racing. They're so evenly matched as well. You know, you're trying to find a slipstream wherever you can. You're noticing the lap time changed, and it's just because the wind direction has suddenly dropped or changed or anything else like that. So look, I hugely enjoy doing them. I'm very lucky that Ron gets me back, keeps wanting to get me back for more. So it's yeah, always a pleasure.
How's Ron been doing over the weekend? You've been kind of coaching him and keeping him going in the car.
Well, I've used all my best coaching techniques of have you considered driving a bit faster? Please, can you drive faster? Can you now hurry up? Please just drive faster. I've tried all my sort of go-to techniques. Some of them seem to be working, so as long as he listens to them, we'll be fine.
But on top of that, you've come out with a massive smile on your face. Fastest lap of the race. You're just having a really fun weekend, aren't you?
Look, it's really, like I say, it's really enjoyable. You could have I had the little lap timer going, and you can just play with it. You're just trying to, you know, I tried to see it. You know, you're going around and you're finding half a tenth, and you're just playing with it. So it's good fun to when you're in that position where you can where you've kind of got clear road ahead. We kind of got a little bit chaos by the safety car, so I couldn't quite work it out because I was up behind the safety car. There were two cars ahead of me. Yep, P5 was on the pit board, and I can't think, maybe I've got a penalty. I couldn't really work out as to what was going on. So it wasn't until I came in then that the safety car picked up, I think, two cars, the first two who were miles away. So look, as I say, I can't not enjoy myself when I'm coming here. Hence the smile. We're just going to make sure Will keeps going. He's in good shape. I just said, just relax, go and enjoy it. Keep a smile on your face, and if you can keep doing 41s, 42s, which we know he's capable of, we'll be fine.
Absolutely, and he's out now till the end of the race, yeah?
Or is he not?
Wow, the suspense.
The suspense is going to kill us all.
Absolutely, great to see you, Tom. Will you be out for any more?
Well, I've heard there's a lovely race in December
somewhere in a nice warm climate of Europe in the Algarve. So I've said to Ron, I'm sure that's a race that we need to be taking part in. But look, I'm sure he'll come back and we'll play for some more and see if if we can do any more, and I'll be always up for it.
Fantastic, Tom. Good sport. Thanks.
Thank you, mate.
Okay, back to Richard and George in the commentary box.
Thanks very much indeed, Rob. Good to hear from Tom Ingram. I'm put in mind of the one of the stock car racing books I did was we've got Slippery Surface flag out. I'm not sure why that's down. And I had a photograph of which I'd managed to source of some hot rod drivers back in 1979. And if you lived near Wimbledon, you probably went to Wimbledon Stadium a couple of times, maybe back in the day.
I never went. Did you never go? I used to hear it.
Oh, for sure, yeah. But one of the drivers in the hot rods back then, Barry Lee. Do you know Barry?
No.
You haven't met Barry?
No.
Barry was the showman that sort of came in. He was a Ford Works rally man, came into short oval racing, cleaned it up, and was Mr. sort of brash and glittery. And he, like when he won the world championship, the world champion has a gold, paints the roof gold because you have a roof colour. And then when he won it the second year, he said, I can't paint the roof gold again because I'm already world champion. So he bought gold overalls. He made gold lame and real showman and everything else like that. But there was a photograph in one of my books that we had of him with the lineup of drivers for 1979 Irish Open Championship over at Achadui. And when you looked at it, he just stood out like a sore thumb because his overalls were, all the other drivers were clean and everything else, but his were just immaculate. Same thing come across me there looking at Tom. All the other drivers superbly well presented, but he said the way he's standing there and presenting himself, spot on.
Yeah, he's a class act, Tom. He knows how to look after customers. He knows how to look after the media. He's very approachable, and he's very nice. It's horrible, really.
It makes you sick, doesn't it?
and he's a quick little driver.
That's proved it today. No, I'm messing around with the car. Take it seriously. I'm not sure on the media handling thing. I'm not sure it's something you can learn because I do a bit of media training, and some of the young people that come through either don't want to or it will be lodged and it won't go in. A lot of it's natural and maybe you cajole it out of them, but I'm not sure it's something you can teach. And sometimes I back away from doing media training because I don't like taking money off people for something that I don't think we can achieve with them.
I'm not sure. I totally agree with that. Actually,
yeah.
No, I think it's absolutely essential that everybody. I mean, first of all, you've got to want to do it, right?
Yeah.
And it's not about navel gazing. It's about telling the story. I mean, you probably know all this. I've never been taught how to do media. Probably tell, right?
No, not at all. You're a natural person to talk to, a nice guy to talk to.
I've done one or two things, but I do a lot of public speaking and in my other businesses, and I actually interview people. But I probably have learnt it, and I've learnt by interviewing people who are better than me. You know, so you kind of pick it up by osmosis.
Yeah.
So, but I actually do think it's really, really important because, as you've just seen with Tom Ingram, that guy is a professional.
It is important. Yeah.
And he probably, I know, Tom will spend, time with a proper media person to get his point across, the way in which he uses his hands, the way he engages with the commentator or the journalist, because that's really what it's all about, and those are the differences between people who want to achieve stuff, probably people who just want to make the numbers up. But it really depends about where you want to position yourself, if it's part of your business, so if you're a team manager, for example, absolutely essential, right? And there's lots of teams here. Most of them work in their businesses, I always find. They very rarely stand back and work on their business, right? Because that is to actually see, okay, what's happening next year? What's happening the year after? Most teams, and I can tell you this for a fact, even in the British touring car paddock, I won't mention any names, they literally are working from year to year.
Yeah.
They don't actually know whether they've got sponsorship. I mean, it's just frightening. I couldn't run a business like that. That was one of the reasons why I thought actually doing something in the motorsport world to help organisations actually build a fertile business plan on who they are, what they wanted to do, and where do they want to achieve. And I think it's absolutely essential that you actually have some sort of playbook in which you can actually refer things to.
Yeah.
So I think if I'm really honest, I think you should be rushed off your feet, Richard, with media, because you do it. I know you are brilliant.
I do it, and I'll be honest with you, I've turned people down because I think actually they don't need it.
Okay.
And I can offer. And
that's a different.
Yeah. And I don't know if I can do the story actually on here. Sorry if I've gone on a tangent. We've got an hour and 12 to go. I'll get back to the race in a minute. But I had fairly well-known female driver's dad ring me up and say, "Wondered if you do a bit of media coaching," because I'd put something on Facebook that I'd got a slot. And I said, "To be honest, your daughter's okay where she is. I don't think she needs it." And he wrote back and said, "That's really honest of you. Thank you very much." I said, "I'm not going to take your money for doing something that's not necessary or that I can't improve or deliver on." And he said, "That's great. Thanks very much." Following week, I'm at a TOCA meeting, and there's a lad coming up through the ranks, and the dad comes up to me and says, "Wonder if you could talk to me about some work for the boy, some media practice." And I know the lad. I said, "Yep, that'd be a pleasure." He said, "What does he do wrong? You said to so-and-so's dad that she didn't need any training, so why does my boy need it, and why did you tell him?" So he was fishing for compliments, which was a bit of a pity, but quite a funny thing.
But it's a strange one, because I mean, because if you say media training, you actually go, what is it that you're
what
actually
is it they want?
ask? Yeah.
There's lots of different things that you can diagnose and go over, from interview technique to selling yourself, social media. What do you do race weekends? And I did the last one I did actually was just before the start of the season. A young lad from Spain that came over, and we did it at Silverstone. And his dad was actually fascinated with it, and we sort of came in and explained what I was going to do, and we're not done the first session, and we video it, and so that they've got that to play back. But then I said, well, okay, what you might want to do is take this and do this and this, and there are so many other steps. And he said, "Oh, it's like fitness, because you don't relent on the fitness." I said, "Yeah, you don't have to do media training as much, but you know, there's a good reason to refresh your skills for media for media training, media skills in different areas, because you look at how the things you do on a regular basis at race meetings, watching your footage back." So this kid was actually great on TikTok and Insta and all that sort of stuff, but never watched his stuff back. And that's the key thing that you need to do, is watch it back. And we all hate watching ourselves back.
Of course, yeah.
But if you do it, I still make phrases that I'll watch this back, say, "Oh, you said that over and over and over again, and I need to check that," and I still get that, even at my age. You have to do it, and you have to watch it back. But yeah, there's so much, and it's not as bad as fitness, but it doesn't hurt to have a refresher, I don't think, once a year. And that's not me selling my stuff. I actually tell people for the second session, go and talk to Louise Goodman. If they come to me first, go and talk to Louise or Alan Hyde or someone like that, and get a different perspective.
Yeah.
And again, that's not me.
Yeah.
Having money,
but it's part of a whole sort of grand scheme of things as well.
Yeah.
You know, media is one element. I mean, obviously to learn how to speak coherently to a journalist, like now when you're live, is actually quite nerve-wracking. You know, I'm petrified talking to you.
Nonsense.
But well, no, you have to pretend.
But you could be, and you see people.
No, I am.
You see people that are nervous.
Well, because you only get one hit at it, don't you?
We had a nice one at the 24 hours, George. I don't know if I did this story. I probably did it at when we were at Silverstone. But when we did the 24 hours last year, and that was my first 24-hour race, and I was getting bored interviewing drivers, so I thought we'll do some backroom people. And Jack Bonnet, as one of the engineers, would like to. I thought there's a little bit in there that he sort of might want to do it. And anyway, so we switched the mic off. Barry switched off the mic and went down. I said, "Would you mind doing it? Because I'd like to talk to someone a little bit different." And he was a youngster, and he was in education. And I said, "Look, come out." I said, "If you're bad, blame me for interviewing you badly, and if you're good, it's down to you." And I always tell that to the youngsters, and it's true to a certain extent. So Steve Ryder always says there are no such thing as bad answers, only bad questions. And it's absolutely right. Anyway, this youngster came out and I said, look, if you're bad, just shake your head or whatever. If you want to go away, that's fine. But I'm only going to ask you about what you're doing, how you got here. And of course, that's the thing, preparation and telling them what they can expect. So we did the interview and it was great. I'd never met the lad before, and this was for 24 hours. Went away. On the Tuesday of the week following, I got a friend request from this lad on Facebook, so we hooked up. I said, lovely to meet you, I hope everything was okay. Thank you for doing the interview. And he said, no, thank you. He said, because one of the things I mentioned was I was looking for a placement. He said, I actually got another team who were listening to the broadcast on the day, and they've offered me the chance to go and work with them. How marvellous was that? That made my weekend. That was the whole big point of the weekend,
Absolutely
which was
brilliant.
great. Yeah, I love that. And that wasn't training, that was just looking for something different to do. Red Sky Racing, did you know the story? Did you know that they had a rollover? That was one of the safety cars. I think it was the second safety car.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh right, because there was there was one in practice as well, actually.
Yeah, that's the one without the windscreen. But 527, they were the second safety car.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that went out, and they're well down the order. I think if we scroll the timing screen down, actually they've overtaken a couple of cars now. They were stone last, but the Shepherd family have got it up to 33rd. Which is great. So they got the car out, and they were saying check the car over, 4 new wheels, and they've come out with 4 new wheels, colour-coded to the car, so they had the spares all done nicely. Colour-coded wing mirrors as well. They said we need to replace those, and they've got out. I'm so pleased for them. It's great to see them. 419 out as well now, which is a little bit way down the order. To scroll the screen, 419, Team Brit. We haven't had our Team Brit segment yet. We need to do that. That's a really, really impressive story behind that team, which we were talking about earlier on. Trojan top now, four stops and top, so they're probably done. Have they got enough fuel to get to the end? We're nearly with an hour to go.
Only time will tell. I mean, that's probably the $64,000 question, whether they come in and do a splash and dash. But I guess if they've done their pit stops, they won't need to do that.
Looks like Rob's prophecy coming true at the moment. Instead of 2 Trojan cars, we've got 2 Emax cars, second and third at the moment, 445, 346. I was expecting to be higher up. Okay, they've done 2 as opposed to the 445 car having done 2 stops, so they've probably got another one to go in the next hour. How quickly do the stints go for you as a driver? Does it go, or does it depend if you're enjoying it? Or
I think this stint, hour and 40 minutes. I think it was an hour and 50 minutes, whatever it was. It seemed to go pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. As much as I mean, coming back to your question about safety cars, the only thing I don't like about safety cars is I find you get quite nauseous because you've got no wind coming into the cockpit, right? And there's a lot of petrol fumes in these cars, and it just becomes quite stifling. I don't know whether anybody else probably.
What about that weekend you did with us at 24 hours, and it was pretty much record breaking.
Yes.
In terms of the amount of time. So you were physically tired as well, but do you get fumed up in that as well? Or?
No, that was actually, believe it or not, because I've got a personal trainer, I can consider myself reasonably fit. So I did a 45-minute race, if you remember. It was at 5 o'clock. They then took me in the golf buggy to then start a 2-hour stint after I did, what was it? I did 5-6 races that day, plus the qualies.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I really was just racing all day, and then started the Citroen C1 24-hour race, which is, I think somebody said to me it's a Guinness Book of Records, but nobody's.
Nobody's come close to that either, before or after. Yeah. Who's likely to? I don't think so.
It was phenomenal. But when I got in the car, I thought, yep, I'm fine, reasonably on the pace. An hour and 10 minutes into it, I started missing apexes. It was like, okay, wake up, George. Hour and 30. I was starting to hallucinate. I managed to get to a 2-hour. Probably an hour and 50 minutes.
What was the hallucination? What do you mean by?
I think it was a combination of dehydrated and physical fatigue.
But how does that manifest in your head and what you're experiencing?
Dizziness,
okay.
Actually.
Yeah.
It was a bit aloofness, a bit brain fog. You know that feeling when you're going on the motorway and you feel tired, right? And then you can just pull in. Obviously, it's that sort of thing, but manifested 10 times. where you're really fighting for your sort of concentration. I'd never experienced anything quite like that before. Got in, got fluids, had some sleep, got up at 2 o'clock, and I was fine.
Excellent.
Next in. So that was yeah, and then went right the way through the night, obviously, which was. But we had fun and games, I think, that weekend. But you know, hey ho, that's what Citroen C1's all about.
It is really good fun. And obviously the Abbott racing car, isn't it, back in? I'm still learning the liveries as we go. That's going back out onto the apron and away.
So we're a plug for us.
Yep, top 10.
Top 10, 8, 409. We seem to be
2 stops. Got another stop to go.
Yeah, he's going to do.
Most of them have anyway.
Yeah, that'll be a sort of like a quick stop, and unless they do want me to go in there, but I'm quite happy for Dave to carry on. Actually,
is there a minimum time on these stops? That's one of the regs I haven't picked up on. I haven't had a chance to ask Rob. So is it just sort of in and out, or?
Do you know what? I should know. I don't know.
That's all right. Well, there's no reason, but there's a lot of regs to go through. Have you ever been through a championship reg?
Oh, I normally read everything single
as a commentator,
thing.
you have a look, and I look at points, and I look at, and you know, I've got the maximum stint is 2 hours 10 minutes. But I didn't clock up on what the minimum one is on the. It's not just a drive through, is it? It's going to be a stop and.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he has to get out. Does he have to get out of the car? Go back in, or does it? The car door opens and then closes. One of the two. The guys will probably know that. But.
Emacs on 3 settled in. This has got actually out of the races I've done, George. This is probably the most settled top 2 I've seen, and I've done 4 or 5 of them now with Trojan and Emacs. Oh, hello! I think we can go pit side again. So bear with us, George. So let's go down and join once again Rob Lewis in pit lane.
Well, we've just missed out on Sid Smith doing the Macarena just before he's waiting to get into the car. So I've grabbed Rob Smith for a chat. It's been a very testing day today, isn't it?
It hasn't been our best day in motorsport. Last night they changed the engine, and Jack and Josh were up until 1 o'clock changing the engine. In qualifying, we got disqualified for having too much tape on the front of the car, so we started last. Sid went out and went from 35th to 10th. Had a great drive, handed over to me, and then we blew an engine up. Another one.
Less than ideal then?
Less than ideal. So the guys at BPC said, should we park it or should we have another go? So Sid said, I'm desperate to go and do some laps. So he's now waiting to get in the car. They're just finishing the engine off, and I think another 10 minutes and he'll be out, and he's going to go for fastest lap.
Well, why not? He's certainly got a benchmark to go for in Tingram's time, so why not?
Yeah, he's loving it. Look, he's all ready to go. He's been ready for about 20 minutes. He's desperate to get in. It's been testing, but lovely people, really good team. I've had a good day racing, but testing.
Yeah, and whenever I've spoken to you this year when you've been out with the C1s, the one part of it is the fact that you've said, pure and beat, I get to go racing with Sid and pass the baton on, as it were. And it's certainly been interesting so far, hasn't it? Apart from today, it's certainly been a great run.
I've loved the Citroen C1. A lot of people that do these, they get out in the car and they can't believe how much fun they're having driving the car. You can drive all the high-level sports cars, but coming back to this, it's grassroots, proper motorsport, and everyone's here to have fun, and it's really good.
Outstanding. Well, I'll let you crack on. Thank you for talking to us, Rob Smith. We'll wait for Sid Smith to get out of the car. Now, I just want to point out, if we pan round now to Alan Willis getting ready to get back into car number 319, that's one of what was the front-running Trojan cars that hit trouble. That was an ABS issue that's come up on that, which made sure it was locking up the brakes constantly. So, unfortunately, a bit of trouble for the Trojan car there. So, even the top teams haven't been without their trouble so far in this race, but we'll wait to see how it all unlocks as everyone gets their 3 stops out of the way and we go into the final parts of this race. Back to you, Richard.
Thanks very much, Rob, and for keeping us up to speed with the stories by the top teams. I guess they're going to have 2 cars. It's spreading your bets, isn't it, across on the thing there. Be interesting to see whether Sid Smith can get the fastest lap. Rob, a big supporter, and like yourself, you tend to see, whilst we see the Downforce logo and we see Clapham North MOT logos, Rob's company help out in various areas as well. Seeing the green recycling down at the kart tracks locally, they love the motorsport like yourself. and it's wonderful to have people like you guys in the paddock.
That's a great story, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, the guys.
Too much tape on the car as well. I wonder what the. Sorry to interrupt you. I was just going to say, when you get the timing sheet, or when you look at TSL and you see at the bottom, oh, disqualification, oh, someone's been naughty, or too much tape on the front. You know, just totally quashes that, doesn't it?
Infringement of section 3, paragraph 4. Too much tape. There you go. Oh, that's actually protecting the wheel from
the fuel.
Yeah. But no, but obviously from Rob's point of view, I think that's fantastic. I mean, it's a good job that the boys at BPC have got a spare engine for them. But the fact that they're not throwing in the towel, this is it's a great story. You know, they're going to put a new engine in there just to get him out.
And we're going to beat Ingram. They're going to. It's rubbing your hands there. We're going to beat Ingram.
The fact that at least they're going to go for a fastest lap, which I think is that's a great opportunity.
I hope we get to see him go out. It'd be great to maybe watch the progress as he goes out. The gap, 42 seconds lead gap now. Trojan to Emax. It's pretty much going to be a straight race, and the second place car, George, is actually the slightly quicker car, 2:39.5 as opposed to 2:40.6. But whether we definitely haven't got 40 laps to go. So
where are they on the track in terms of distance, I wonder?
Okay, so we've got tracking on here. I was trying to dip into this earlier on, making complete pig's ear of it, to be honest. 4.21 and 3.46.
Yes.
How are your eyes?
No, they're pretty good. But I was actually in the team because we were looking at this at Quali, and it's a representation, but it's not absolutely.
No, it's not quite.
So what? So 4.21 presumably is leading.
There, yeah.
Okay, and then we've got. What's the next one down? Then it's difficult to.
Let's go back. 3.46.
Oh, there we go. 3.46 is 3.46. Yeah, they're coming down the Bentley Straight. Okay, so it's half a lap, or no, just under half a lap.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
And then 4.45. Oh yeah, they're just a tad behind. 4.95. So 4.45 are there.
Yep.
4.36. Just going into Brundle and Nelson, coming into the bomb hole. Oh, so it is on there. And then we've got 3.38. They are. Oh, there you are. They're
going down to Agostini.
Agostini, yep. Okay, so this.
So tell your old school, because you name the corners. You talk to a youngster. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Never mind Paddock Hill Bend, or Druids. It's a shame because we lose that character, don't we?
Well, I think it's actually really important, and I should be, learning all the bends actually, but it's actually really important from a driver's perspective, because what you do, instead of saying turn 1, you actually say the name, and you've then got the full picture of what you should be doing in the approach, sort of the approach, the middle, and exit of that, and that is almost like a little paragraph in its own,
right?
To put it in your brain and say, right, okay, that's how I'm going to treat that corner, and then you go to the next one.
It's more visual, isn't it? Because if you say turn 2 at Brands, for me, I've got to equate which one it is. Whereas if you say Druids, I know immediately what Druids is and what it looks like.
Exactly. That's my point. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do my positions on the 4th hour, so I better just jot these down to make sure we're pretty much lapped. 4.21 still there. Yeah, pretty much got this now in previous patterns. 3.46 seconds should hang on to that. 4.45.
4.95.
Emax, thank you. 4.95. They're going to hang on to that.
4.15.
That's it. That's all I do. Top 6.
That's all you do. Yeah.
And it's just to sort of kind of track them through. Scott Woodwitz will watch this back and tell me what I did wrong.
He'll critique you, will he?
He will tell me what I did, and rightly so, because he's the absolute master at doing these ones. He's Scott.
Yeah. I now realise how tricky it is. I mean, with a microphone, I've always wanted to be a commentator.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, but you've got to be really, you've got to really understand what's going on. I think, and make it fun. Obviously, make it entertaining, because you are entertaining at the end of the day as well.
We try.
There's factual stuff.
Yeah, we try. And
but then again,
enjoy it,
it depends, doesn't it? Because some people don't entertain us. Just give us the facts.
Yeah, I mean, it's some people like bits, some people don't. It's the way it works, isn't it?
James
can't
Hunt,
please everybody. They were absolutely superb, weren't they?
Yeah.
They used to. And James did the sort of acid side of it in a nice enough way, and it was always justified what he said.
Yeah, he was very rarely wrong, to be fair, because he was doing it from the driver's perspective. Ooh, these guys are.
I remember where I was when I found out he passed away. I was absolutely gutted. That's one of the things that affected me big time when Hunt passed away. I was sitting at work and getting that news.
I know.
No way.
I know.
Really sad.
It's a bit like Senna. That was a
yeah.
But yeah.
That was a dreadful weekend.
No, absolutely, terrible. But the weather seems to have changed the subject slightly. The weather seems to have kept away.
That's my barometer. So when I've been talking about whether it's been sort of when the Mazda races were on, it was throwing it down on that window, and a lot of the weather's been coming in from that way. Do you remember this building? When we were talking about Norwich Straight, you remember the old building, which I thought was listed. Do you remember the old hut, the old commentary hut that we used? It used to be on this side. The first time I commentated in it, it was windy and the window blew in. It frightened the missus because she was doing lap charts for me. And the window blew in. Someone from TSL came over and put a bit of sticky tape on it and put it all back together. But you used to take your life into your hands going up this rickety old ladder into it. Did you ever go into the old comms box?
It was like a wooden.
It was it was
like somebody's shed on stilts.
I think it was an airfield building.
It was probably the original one.
Yeah.
I wonder what they did with it.
I don't know. Someone told me it was listed. It was certainly listing, but you would take your life in your hands going up the ladder into it. And I remember Michelle wasn't that impressed with it, but that was good. It was a good experience.
There's a lot of history at this place, actually.
Yeah.
There's in fact, I came across a really good YouTube thing about the history of Snetterton. How it's changed. Of course, that coming onto the start-finish straight used to be Russell, which was a very, very, if you got that wrong, you always ended up. It was a bit like when you go over the mountain at Cadwell Park, and you go into the first complex series of bends. There used to be a bank. The whole complex of bends have changed there, but people used to end up in the bank. It was quite a big. But they've tweaked this circuit now. It's. If you're speaking to Martin Brundle, he says, you've got to keep it old school, or our dearly departed Sterling Moss, because he liked old school.
Yeah.
But as you were saying about Silverstone, it's possibly a bit sanitised now.
Yeah.
But it's these sorts of circuits that keep the whole spirit alive.
A lot of the overseas drivers, I ask a lot of the F4 youngsters that come over, and they're very knowledgeable about the history of the sport, and many of them I said, why are you coming to the UK when you've got the opportunity to race in Spanish F4 or German F4, Italian F4, and race on more GP circuits, which if you're going up the ladder is going to be where you're going. We learn so much more coming to Brands Hatch, going to Knock Hill, places like that, because it's confined, and that's why they come to British F4 now. There is that history with it, but they actually like the real circuits, and they learn more.
That's actually a very, very good point, because I think the history of motorsport in the UK probably could be accentuated a bit more. Like we're sitting on it. This is a brand. This is a worldwide brand. I mean, Senna cut his teeth here in Formula 3. If it wasn't for Formula 3, Senna would have not. He came here because it was the best.
Yeah.
And I think to a certain extent, I think we still maintain that, actually. I think, clubs like the Brscc are nurturing, talent right the way through the ranks.
I hope they get support from the authorities on Formula Ford, because I think it's a shame where Formula Ford has gone the last few years. And kind of, not wanting to get political, but MS UK haven't been the most helpful with Formula Ford. It's a really good, affordable...
Why is that? Or is that a very long story? Because we've only got 49 minutes.
I'm going off piste a little bit, but I mean, essentially...
I'm just looking at Dave here, having a go at...
Come on, Dave.
Oh, yes, he's...
Proietti, he's going to have a go at is that Sandro still in the car?
This is going into the fast left-hander, rather. you've really got to commit to that, and then get on the anchors before you do a sharp right into the hairpin.
So where are you at the moment?
Onto the start, onto the back.
Yeah, this is for position, isn't it, as well? 7th and 8th. It's not even lappery, George. It's 4-3-4. Priority's got in front, so yeah, we need to shout for him, don't we? We need to get your boy up, you know. So.
No.
Try and get him back. So
4,
yeah,
3, 4.
lost to
Oh
position,
right,
yeah.
yes.
Priority's been up there pretty much from the start, so they've been fairly consistent in their lappery. Again, really good loyalty with Brscc from those guys. I was talking about them earlier on, being part of Auto Italia, which Brscc ran back in the day, so one of the older formulas where you had the Fiats and Alphas and all sorts of different things. Before we had one makers, but you know, one manufacturer, championships, all sorts of cars. Alan Hawkins, who's in the Clubman's Championship, which you sponsor.
Oh yes,
was in that. That's where I first met Alan. I'd watched him racing for quite a long time.
Yeah, he's in Wimbledon.
Jason Greatrex was there. He is, isn't he? Yeah.
In fact, his workshop, because he's a fabricator, I think.
Right, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it's literally bang opposite the old stadium.
Right.
Which is now unaffordable homes. So he's sitting there.
No. They were all affordable, you know, when they put the planning in. Yeah. I personally don't think the track that was there, I don't think it had a place. It would have been nice if they'd have kept it, but in this day and age, you can't have in a city noise like that, really. That's not a thing.
No.
And I upset a lot of people in the racing fraternity by saying that, but it's true, isn't it? You can't.
I think if you're in the city, yeah. But I think if you're at Cadbury Park and you've got a house in the Cadbury Park,
yeah,
might be a bit of a, or Snetterton for that matter. It's a. But then again, I suppose it's the law of the land, isn't it? That's the.
Yeah. How do we get on to Alan Hawkins? Oh, also Italia and Prietti.
Yes.
Being sort of loyal to Brscc, and people do kind of stay with it. And did he stay in front? Yes, he is there at the moment. So did they tick off a lap since we were talking? 3:46 is still in second. So Emax 39 seconds down. Clawed it back a little bit, but that's comfort, isn't it, for Trojan at the moment? Going back to F4 and Formula Ford. F4 that we have at the moment is probably the equivalent of Formula Ford in terms of the first step on the ladder.
So is that the one that's in the British Touring Car?
Yeah, and it was administered by Brscc, but it's now done by MS UK. So Brscc lost it, which was a pity. Yeah. And Formula Ford, without wings, you have to be 16 to race, but you can be 15 to go in and race F4, which is bonkers. But they should just lower Formula Ford. It's not in competition. It's like junior championships. You've got Ginetta Junior, which is expensive. You've got Brscc Fiesta Juniors, which is the next one down, slightly more affordable, and then you've got Junior Saloons or Saxos as the cheaper option. Mm-hmm. And I'm not being disrespectful to any of those. That's the way it is. And you could have Formula Ford as a cheaper alternative to get 15-year-olds into racing, but MS UK, for whatever reason, I don't know why, don't seem to want to allow it. You've got to be a year older to go into the cheaper formula. Crazy.
Yeah.
And lobbying needs to be done to get that chat. And they won't take drivers away, because all it will do, the natural selection process will be that the drivers that don't have the budget will go into Formula Ford instead of F4 because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
It's just such a pity, and it would be a great support, wouldn't it, for TCR? Formula Ford.
I can see that, yeah, because that TCR championship, I think, is really coming into its own, isn't it?
Yeah. So 44 minutes left on the clock. Trojan Motorsport, look at that. 2 minutes 40 is the gap. Oh, sorry, 38. That was the lap time. I beg your pardon, get that wrong. The gap is 38 seconds from Emax. They've pulled another second back in the 346 car. 445 now still on 2 stops, so we might expect them to drop away a little bit further. On the 100% stoppers, I reckon you guys are 5th at the moment. Oh, you've got another stop to go, haven't you? I think we had 3. Tom Ingram's lap time is still in there. What's the other one we need to look at? Is 375. Did 375 make it on track? BBC Motorsport. Last lap 4. Okay, that's not there. 2 hours 4, so not out yet. I don't think Sid Smith's made it out yet, which is a pity. Let's refresh the screen, just make sure we're getting the correct info coming through. Sid's going to be cutting it fine, George, to get out on track and get that fastest lap. But again, great foul, always smiling. Do you know, I've never seen those guys without a big smile on their face. Well, most of the time it's podium, so you're going to be happy on the podium.
Yeah.
That's one of the silly questions we ask. You must be happy with your 3rd place. You must be happy to be on the podium. I kick myself when I do that. Silly question, but sometimes you do when you're in the heat of the moment and come up with it.
Everybody wants to win.
Yeah.
That's the you know. But if you've that was interesting. 318 is absolutely gunning for our driver here.
It's not even
but he's
for
not
position, is it?
actually in for position. But he's trying to. Hopefully, he doesn't. He is actually a tad quicker than us. Is he going to try and?
Yeah, lap down on you guys. So
he's a lap down.
Yeah.
But you see, you don't really know. That's the problem. Unless
no, you're not going to know in the.
Well, you sort of. Yeah, you're just going for it, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
There's no pit to car communications on these.
Well, that's the Rob Smith car. So we're still trying to get Sid ready. He's waiting and raring to go, but clearly some last-minute adjustments to that new engine in the car to get it in. Good stuff from Jeremy Lintos, our cameraman. He's the guy that normally helps me out in pit lane, and he's on the case. We obviously heard us talking about that and going down and sorting it out and have a word with him. He's all right, is he? He's okay. Yeah. He's all right.
He's all right, yeah.
That's not good. We've got engineer. That's a shame. So we're not going to get a lap record. It kept us on tenterhooks for a bit, didn't it? Waiting for him to come out.
It's got forward motion.
Yeah.
So
get it out there.
So I think it's probably just a bit of a glitch.
So favourite bit of the circuit for you? It's a mixture, isn't it, this one, since we changed from the old layout to this one with the infill. But any particular highlights of Snetterton circuit for you?
I certainly I like turn 1 when you get that right. Ritchie's.
I was gonna prompt you for the name then, but you beat me to it.
And I think Bombhole is pretty awesome as you literally want to floor it.
Yeah.
And I noticed actually, obviously in the Mazdas we do get on the curb, right? And you sort of not completely on the curb, but you as much as you can be. In these, you try and avoid them, so you're literally just on the cusp of where the rumble strip meets the tarmac. There's so many actually. I have to be honest with you, it's not my favourite circuit. That's the problem. I mean, it's great.
Yeah.
You know,
that's all right. There's no reason why it should be. But
one of my favourite circuits is Brands Hatch.
Yeah, Indy or GP?
Both.
Right.
Actually, without a shadow of a doubt. When we get a chance to go on the Grand Prix circuit, that's just extraordinary. Last year, I had the great privilege. I've just bought a little classic car, a little MGB, 1965. And
we're going to go hold that thought.
Okay.
Sorry, George. Yeah, MGB. We'll go down to Rob, and we'll have an MG moment in a minute.
You might recognise this character, George. Yes. I've picked up a straggler from the pit lane, Will Blackwell Chambers, out in the BPC tuning car. First time out on a C1, how's it been?
It's quite good fun, really. I must admit, I've always looked at it and been like, ooh, looks a bit slow, that. And you go out there and you realise it's absolutely out-of-control roller skate, and it is amazing. So, to be honest, absolutely loving it. It's one of the funnest things I've ever done. You know, we did our sort of full day in the MX-5, and it was like, George Grant very kindly offered me in Clapham North, gave me sort of the opportunity to come here and was like, get in this car and see what I could do. I think I did about 7 laps on Friday. So we kind of sent it out in that session, and yeah, I think we're doing all right. I think we're in P7 at the moment, so really happy with it.
Very happy, and obviously David Meaniam being out in the car at the moment, is he going to take it to the end?
He's going to take it to the end. I mean, he is the resident pro, so we'll leave him in. I think we've got one more stop to do, and then we'll get him back in and get him through to the end.
So has it kind of convinced you now that you might need to convince George to do a few more C1 outings?
Oh yeah, George, you know what you got to do. Let's go do some more of this.
Well, we've got some rounds left later on in the year, but let's talk a bit about your Mazda MX-5 exploits this weekend. Quite reasonable?
Mixed. Qualified P5 twice, and unfortunately around here it seems that in the wet, if you start P5, you get the grand total of 0 grip off the line, which means I went from 5th to 12th, 5th to 11th in the first 2 races, and then got back to 5th and 4th respective in the first 2. Race 3, awesome. In the lead by the end of lap 1, sent it off on my own because I'm so talented, and then fought back through to 2nd place. So yeah, happy with the end result of the weekend. Great again by Clapham North and Hydro Race and Prop Boston Racing, so really happy.
Fantastic, but it's all about the C1s, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's a great way to finish off the weekend. It's great, it's at the end of the timetable. Had a nice relax. I could be nearly home by now, but you know, we're here, we're having fun, and I'll get back about midnight.
If we're going motor racing, what could be worse?
Not a lot. It's pretty good. Pretty happy.
Exactly that. Thanks for chatting to us, Will. Yes. And back to you both in the commentary box.
So did he represent your brand properly there?
Yeah, the problem is I'm going to have to give him some more money. He was far too good. Yeah, all that media training.
Yeah, I'm not well. Yeah, I actually still believe a lot of people don't need it, and you know, there's coaching and stuff that you can do in terms of some of the youngsters that come through Ginetta. Work quite a lot with Ginetta, not anymore because they're not on the Toka package. There's not really a lot of point in me going and doing the scholarship because I won't be with the guys next year. But the training that you give them, and some of the people that have won the scholarship did well on the driving and the fitness, but media really struggling, you know, and not. So we had one guy who won a few years ago, and I won't name names because he's a lovely lad and the family is super as well, but went to the track, and we got around about halfway through the year. Poor lad's struggling for budget because with the scholarship you've still got to pay for a little bit of damage and testing and everything else, and really struggling. And I said, why don't you put something together, go and have a word with Chris Hartley, who's the circuit commentator, and because he was selling merchandise, and I said, just get him to say that you're looking to try and get a bit of extra budget for testing, and that you've got this opportunity where somebody who wants to get involved in racing could come down, talk to you, meet you here, and you could work with them. And he said, who's Chris Hartley? Yeah. And first thing they do, and the first thing I always do on the training is, whatever meeting they're on, I will introduce them to and make sure they know the commentator. And we had a guy, Akil Alibi, South African driver, who we trained with Ginetta. And when he got onto the paddock, because he did, we're with the Brit team now, so we might get some stuff from Brit, which will be useful. Hopefully, we'll get Rob down there in a moment. Akil, who's about 7'9" when he was 12. First thing I said to him, when you come on the programme, it was a couple of years after we first trained him. First thing I did was introduce him to Louise Goodman and Steve Ryder, because I said these people are going to be interviewing when you win, and it's not an if, it's a when. And he went, and we introduced him, and of course eventually, and he got his first win in F4 this year, reverse grid race, 7th on the grid up to Mega Drive. I think it was here actually, and he went and did it. But because he met them and spoken to them, it wasn't the first conversation that he'd ever had with them, and he didn't realise, his dad realised, you've removed that barrier, haven't you, of the, oh hello, I'm so and so. And Louise isn't going to come and find him, but you go and find Louise, and you've done. Team Brit, fantastic work from these guys. The extra, as you can see, with people living with different sorts of problems, and that causes problems in racing, and will mean that they have extra time to get in and out of the car. So that's good. People with learning disabilities in the car as well, and I absolutely take my hat off to them. Doing a really superb job on track and raising awareness of all sorts of issues. Website's a good thing to check out. I did go through some of the information that they provided to us. And I see Karcher on the car there as well, which is pretty good.
Yes, I was behind them actually in my stint. Whoever was in the car knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
I just couldn't. I couldn't make any inroads.
Trojan, Emax, Jelly Snake, and going well here. Brimstone Racing in 4th place, but 1, 2, 3, 4. He's done their three stops. So Jelly Snake in 3rd position, and the odd one out of the first 4 because they've only got 2. But Brimstone, Esther, of course, is the Esther Crook, Formula Ford coordinator. It's her husband.
Oh, is it?
In the car, yeah. So
Jeremy.
Yes.
Which one?
Brimstone, 4th place.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, I raced with Jeremy when he was. So that's Jeremy and Alec Livesley.
Yeah.
Is it just the 2 of them?
No, there's another driver in there as well. When I'm rolling 328 Brimstone, at the top of the list, it is Keith Farrens.
Okay. I'll take my hat off to them. They've done well. Yeah, Jeremy used to race in the Mazdas actually a few years back. And Esther, we all know and love.
Yeah, it was Esther's fault for getting me involved with commentary with.
Was it?
Yeah. So during COVID, this is another Richard Neal story. You don't want to know the Richard Neal story. Briefly, in COVID, we were in a little bubble with ITV. We weren't allowed in the paddock. We had to sit in the trucks. On the Saturday at Brands, the last round of the year, we had F4, and we were on live stream rather than broadcast, and a bit of time to fill. So I was talking about how F4's heritage is in Formula Ford and about festivals, which were that time of year, and saying how wonderful it was listening to Brian Jones back in the day and so on and so forth. And talking a little bit about the history of the festival, because there was one upcoming, and Esther was coordinating that, and very kindly got in touch with me on the Monday, and she said, I didn't know you knew this, so can we book you for the 50th? And that was the first
that's
thing,
where
and that was a year and a bit in advance.
Yes, I see.
So I was actually the longest I've ever been booked in advance, funny enough, for anything, because always people ring me up and say, how are you doing? And I'm fully booked till tomorrow at the moment, it's where we are. But yeah, so Esther sort of got me involved in there, and she put me as commentator, but they already had a commentator, it was Andy McEwen. I said, I'm not nicking Andy's work, so I'll step away, it's not a problem, stepped away. And then there was a catering event on, which Tiff Nadell did the Saturday, and the organisers thought he was doing the Sunday, but he couldn't, and they rang me up and said, can you come and fill on the Sunday? Well, I don't really do pit lane. I said, yeah, come down, I'll do pit lane. And she said, why don't you do this at the festival? Just perfect. So
it does bring it. To be fair, I mean, there's having somebody in the pit lane does bring it to life. There is a another bit like Ted Kravitz, isn't it? On that sort of notebooky type thing.
He's a clever guy, Ted.
Oh,
I'm not going to go off on a Ted tangent, but yeah, what a lovely guy.
No, he is. He's a class act.
We just caught a glimpse there of the Scuderia Polo Rosso car, which is the one without the windscreen, and they've done well. Where did they get to? Because I thought they were going to be a little bit further up than they are. They're outside the top 15.
Is it this one coming up?
Yeah, there it is. That I was saying,
and it's the rear windscreen as well.
Yeah, for the airflow. Otherwise, you get if the front one's gone, the rear one will blow out. So we got some good shots inside the car of that, because you can see the cage a little bit clearer through the window, but yeah, not hanging about.
Does that give you an advantage or a disadvantage?
I think the fact that it's rolled probably a disadvantage, unless it's bent the chassis out of shape, because you hear of certain championships where chassis...
Is Dave slowing down? 309?
It's possible. 409.
Was that... 409. Was that...
Possibly. That's... So Ting's car behind your guys at the moment. We'll pick up on that. There he is.
Maybe he's not. No.
No, he's okay, isn't he?
Yeah. Just looked. He must have either missed a gear or he looked a bit lethargic coming out of that last.
Scuderia Polo Rosso down in 20th place. It's been a fascinating few hours, I've got to say, and 30 minutes still on the clock. Is there a curfew here? People talking about Snetterton curfew.
I think
so
there
we
is.
can't do 24-hour racing here. We were talking about the old days of Will Hire, the Will Hire 24 hours.
Yeah.
That was funny at Thruxton the other week. I was doing podiums for truck racing, and I spotted David Oates, who won the Will Hire here, and just stuck a microphone. I didn't think about what I'd done until I saw him on the way on. He goes, "Do you stick a microphone under my nose?" I said, "Yeah, sorry, David, I should have asked, but I thought he'd be all right because he's an old friend." But he gets a lovely answer, you know. And
I suppose there are probably ways of getting around the council. I'm sure if you did some kind of work for the community or something like that.
This doesn't make a lot of noise, does it?
Not really. Not this one. But I suppose it's the drunkards in the paddock to make the noise. Joke. I take that back.
29 minutes, 10 seconds to go on the clock. Anyway, George, the boys doing good. So still in that 7th position. How far behind Emax are we? So let's have a quick look. 409 7th place, light blue stripe. So only 3.85 seconds behind. So lap times as well. 2:44 against 2:42. Your man in front's a little bit quicker. So
yeah,
that's a shame. So we might not see a place change there. Tingram's lap time is still there. Yep, dark. So he's got the fastest lap. He'll be happy with that one. And it's amazing how many touring car drivers come. And the two things why it's nice that touring car drivers, one, it raises the profile and the credibility of the racing, not that the cred needs racing, but also it's great, I think, to see the touring car drivers put their reputations on the line.
Yep.
Much the same as you were talking about Graham Hill racing F2 when he was in F1.
Yep.
They would step down, they would do that, they would go and race loads of Sportinas, saloon cars. And Tingy's old school like that. I think it's great. And like the likes of Josh Cook, Jade Edwards, they come and race these as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think it's just about variety and that old chestnut seat time.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
just really you can't getting in and out of all sorts of machinery. I think is actually it's really good.
Yeah.
Which I was going to talk about my little MGB.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it was just that you were asking me where my favourite circuit is.
Yeah.
And it's actually where the Brscc are this weekend, Portimao.
Right.
If you ever get a chance to go out there, I mean, apart from obviously the weather and the food and the beach.
Because your ears pricked up when we were talking about the C1 race in the sun.
Yes.
So is that going to be a Portimao?
I don't know.
So
I think I'll have to have a look.
Guess where George is going in December or January or whatever.
I mean, it's just fantastic. Use this word fantastic far too often, but it is the circuit is just something else. It's like Cadwell Park, but with space.
Right. That
so
sounds great. I've not
it's
been
very yeah, but there are lots of blind crests and you know, cambers, and it's like a Disneyland sort of kind of ride.
Yeah.
You know, just takes your breath away actually. So if you ever get a chance, so I've raced the MGB, which was first time. I nearly got a podium, but with all these classic cars, of course, you're contending with. Twitchy, coming out of Murray's there. Ooh,
they've done well, haven't they? Proietti, he's you know, we were up with them last time when we were watching with you guys, 409 in 7th place, and they've actually managed to get it up into 5th position now. So they've made a little bit further progress up the order.
Yeah.
They are all still on. Yeah, still all done 3 stops apart from Jelly Snake Racing in 3rd place, who were leaving it a little bit late, actually, to be perfectly honest. 318 was up in the front earlier on. He's a little bit further back down. So 434, just putting a lap on that car. And I love this shot, although we've got barriers in the way for cost-effective shooting. It's a great shot as they pan across. It's a good way of getting the speed. Yeah.
That is nice, aggressive, and keeping it clean. Possibly commentator's curse.
No, I was doing that yesterday, George. You know, with I think we had one safety car in the Super Cup race, and that was the only Mazda safety car that we had.
Yeah.
And I repeatedly now go back to touring car meetings and say, you know, I did a full weekend. Oh, here we go. And this is to unlap, I think, the 318 car. So, and you know, let's be fair, it's a front-running car, isn't it? The WRC Developments car with the likes of David Drinkwater, I think might be on the 3rd stint, unlapping himself from the Proietti liquid modded car. So that was a decent move. It's not going to make a lot of difference with 24 minutes to go, but he's happy with the move.
He looks like he was absolutely on it there. And the change of direction on that car, the ability for it didn't seem to pivot too much either. So the suspension looked absolutely perfectly set up. Looked like he was able to go into the corners and send it on the inside quite nicely. So oh no, we're still 4:09.7.
Oh, right, Jelly Snake hitting now, so Baco might be able to get up into 5th spot. So we're getting starting to get that picture. The two liquid body cars actually together on different teams, but together on the timing screen at the moment, 4th and 5th. But the Jelly Snake version will probably drop down with 23 minutes to go. Trojan's still there, and the gap we will pick out. The race leader's just gone across the line, so we'll have a look and see. For those of you following with us at home, just to pick up on what the gaps are. 4 hours 36 into the race. Okay, 30 seconds is the gap now. So it's come down. I think when we started monitoring these two, it was around about 48. But so good work from the E-Max 346 car, which did qualify second fastest, beating the third fastest car in qualifying at the moment. Sorry, not beating, being beaten by the third fastest car in qualifying. So good strategy from Trojan Motorsport. Brimstone third. This is good for Brimstone. I don't know whether they're going to get another slot in, but they've not even been in the top 6 so far this year. And there might be some celebrations in the Crook household.
Goodness me, that's brilliant. And have they done all their pit stops?
I think so. Yeah, they've certainly got 3, unless one of those was a diagnostic or just for fun one. But I think they're pretty much done. Need to have a look. They're a lap down on the leaders. Jelly Snake dropped down 1 space behind them, so that might become a battle. Now Jelly Snake are out.
Oh, I think we must be
coming for yours now.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll get a shot of that. Baz will probably be looking to see where Jeremy is in pit lane.
So this is our what you call the dummy pit stop. Where
yeah.
There's no change of driver. Dave will presumably come in. Does he have to stay in the car? I can't remember.
I don't know if we're going to see it. Depends where Jeremy is. Obviously, with the one pit lane camera around me, you can bet your bomb dollar he's at the other end. Go, Jeremy, go down the other end.
Oh no, he's come out now. I've just seen him come out.
That always happens to me when I'm in pit lane. And then you get down to the end, and then the microphone cuts out. Yep. That's what normally happens. That's a normal thing.
Dave, I've just spotted Dave.
He's come out.
Just leave the pits. So
everybody done pretty much with 21. I wonder if they get a sign saying pit stop close, because it's 20 minutes into the race that you have to. The pit window opens, and then I'm wondering if it then closes 20 minutes before the end.
Yes.
Or is it 15? It was in the endurance race we had yesterday.
Okay. Yeah.
So it will give us a straight race towards the end as things settle down. And Jelly Snake are right. Let's have a look. So 97 Brimstone Racing.
That was a quick lap. 39. Brimstone. Clocked to 139 something.
So what might have been a gap.
So is Ingram still on the fastest lap?
He is, yeah.
What was his?
In purple there, 2 minutes 38.519.
That is going some. Yeah. Seriously. That must have been literally on the dregs of the last bit of fuel, I thought.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. And because this is a series, no points for fastest lap or anything else, but there's that pride of getting that fastest lap, which was mega as our race leader makes up a position and passes the 437 car, which I think is one of your, that's Megan Purchase and Gareth Humphries, because I had the numbers the wrong way around. So I think they changed the numbers.
Yeah,
between
the car, I think we were nominated that car originally, but for some reason they changed the car.
So there's the Proetti car getting stuck in again. So this is 5th place at the moment. And again, the 318 car, which George was commenting on earlier on, making that play, hasn't really got away, has he, from these two continuing to dice?
They're definitely, they've got a tow bar between them, I think. They're just literally on it. But I suppose if you are, I mean, this is the beauty of it. If you are really competitive, and the guy behind you is, it could be a tad slower, I don't know, but he's got the draft. If he can keep within his wheel tracks, it's nearly a second and a half in terms of additional speed.
Yeah,
because you know the car in front is punching a hole, and you're able to just, especially with these cars, with the tolerance of the brake horsepower, it's it's actually easier to drive like that. I mean, the guy behind is, you know, he can actually sit quite comfortably. And then if he does want to make a move, he can. But the guy in front is the guy that is probably concerned.
Just having a look at the gap between first and second. Last time we checked in was 30 seconds. It's gone down to 23.975. So if Trojan got a problem, are they managing the idea of backing off? That's quite a big chunk to lose with 18 minutes left on the clock, to be fair.
Yeah. What do we know what times they're doing? Each car. So he's just done a 2:44 Trojan.
And the other guy did a 2:40.
Oh, crikey. He's wiping 5 seconds. Emacs are wiping 5 seconds a lap.
I still think it's going to be enough. So I'm wondering whether Trojan are just beginning to get into that stage where you want to nurse the car home.
Possibly, but I suppose it depends on what. I mean, I think you've got to go for a. You've got to go for a win, and you've just got to keep the car in front.
You haven't got to conserve the car for championship points, have you? It's
not really.
At this stage, it's the win is the thing, isn't it?
Yeah. But also keeping it off the rumble strips, because the tyres will be potentially on their last legs now. Certainly the way in which, you know, people are driving these takes a lot of rubber off.
Now things have settled down after that last pit stop, and Jelly Snake Racing find themselves 23.4 seconds down on Brimstone Racing. So Jeremy Crook and his team looking, don't want to curse of, but on for a podium here. And I don't know whether I should be saying it's a surprise, or it's certainly good to see them up there. And a really good job, and they've been really consistent in this race, because they got themselves in that 338 car up into, they were leading after 2 hours. Now granted that was because they hadn't done their stop, but they've got into the front. Once you get there, there is a sort of feeling that you can hang on to it if you manage the rest of the race correctly.
Consistency, keeping it obviously on the tarmac, but the most important thing of course is fast pit stops.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the back of that 421?
That's our leader, isn't it? Has he got a problem? What do you think?
I saw something flapping on the back of the on the rear quarter light.
So leader's gone through, and let's have a look. Pick up the Emax 346, which is this lad coming through with lights ablaze. Get out of the way. I'm in second position. I want to close up, and the gap is now down to 18 seconds. So is this going to be like the 24 hours? We're going to go grand, and 16 minutes on the clock. So this one could be.
It'll go down to the wire.
Yeah, Trojan to lose in the closing stages. Just over a quarter of an hour to go. There's Jelly Snake Racing. They're in 4th place. They've got a lot of ground to make up to get onto the podium on Brimstone Racing. If Brimstone have a spin or anything like that, it could be game over for them. Not wanting to pressurise them or panic Esther. I'm sure Esther's listening to Mark Werrow up in the main box anyway. Yep. And Tony Coles, rather than perhaps ourselves on the stream. Maybe a little bit. The stream's about half a minute behind, which is annoying sometimes when you're trying to follow things on track.
Actually, I was listening. People actually had had us booming out.
Cool.
Which was quite cool.
It's nice to get the pictures with it as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
See what's going on track. A lot of spectators use that now as well at the track. It's not just watching it at home.
Exactly.
You can watch it, particularly if you can't see the far side of the circuit. It's something we never had back in the day when we used to have the. Again, that's a new commentary box over there, and you can see a fair bit of the track, but you can see more than you used to be able to see, but you just have to wait. So you'd call the cars going down to the first corner, first time I commentated here, and then you wait. The old Anglesey was like it as well. Did you ever go to the old Anglesey circuit?
No,
no. And yeah, that basically makes something up for a couple of minutes where you wait for the cars to come round.
But isn't there another commentary box on the Bentley Straight?
I think there probably was historically, but the clubs would never fill it with get another commentator. It cost us money. We're not going to do that.
Yeah. But streaming, this is what Barry's doing. Barry Walsh, that is Barry Walsh.
Barry Welsh.
Barry Welsh. Is it Welsh?
Welsh.
Welsh. Sorry, Barry. Bloody brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really professional. I mean, you could not. you know, when you rewind these, this just looks like any. I'm not going to put him down, but it looks like any Sky TV or ITV broadcast. There is very little difference now.
Oh, it's nice to know. Yes.
Seriously.
Yeah, yeah.
High quality, high definition. This is the way it's going. You know, you've got content here, which is now available forever. This is the beauty of it. That's what I love about it. So people can historically. That's why I sort of always do a press release. You know, whether I do a good thing or a bad thing. You know, it keeps a record of what you're doing. You know, and then. When you're long gone, people can see what you've done, you know. Plus the fact you can never remember everything. So it's quite nice to actually document something.
Yeah.
You know?
So I'm an archivist for one of the oval formulas, the non-contact oval formula, and one of the things, we go back to 67 demonstration races, and we do a newsletter. It's become a little bit of an obituary thing now because a lot of the people are passing away, but the families that get the newsletter, the drivers that used to get it, love getting the newsletter, but now the families of the people that have passed on actually still like getting it and hearing how the formula's developed and how we remember that, and it's worth doing it for that. And if I find an old photograph of somebody, if someone sends me a picture from 1971 and I know the family haven't seen it, I'll send it to them, and because I know how much it would mean. If someone sent me a picture of my dad from 71, I would love it, and I know that.
Nice.
It's really important to do that. I'm looking for someone to pass the archive on to that I know will look after it when I'm gone, but I don't think anybody will do that. I haven't found anyone to do it, you know.
I bet there will be loads of people.
I hope someone will.
Yeah.
And it's all digital. You know, you're saying about the digital age. It used to be all paper. And we had this thing, this tome we used to call it, massive, great big document, and I've stuck it all on the internet. It's all on a WordPress site, which is date-driven. Anyone can go in and see. It's all in the public domain. Everyone can go in and see. It's open for everybody. It's there to.
Fantastic.
People do look at it. We look at the stats, and you know, not a huge number of viewers, but people go in and find that. And the other thing is, you get families that we've not heard from for years who have Googled their granddad who used to race, and they find it, and then they send me an email. They say, "Wow, we just found this page on." Last one was actually a guy from Colchester, you know, just down the road. Lovely to hear from them. 11 minutes to go. Oh, car in. That's not what we want to see. A 484 car. The Davis car. Brianne George and Richard Davis. Looks like a late issue for them in the BGD Motorsport car. That's a little bit of a pity. The gap now, George, is 9 seconds. Has someone written the script? Is Alan Gow doing script editing for us now or something? That's a little bit...
Somebody's tweaking the boost.
Brimstone Racing still there in third place, 22 seconds to the good. They're looking pretty good at the moment with 10 minutes. That gap has come down. You called it better than I did, actually. It is going to be an interesting thing. It's Brimstone Racing third at the moment. Esther's going to be going, go on, Jeremy. Love to see them guys on the podium. That will be a good story to take away. 9.75. That's what we've got to remember for the next lap when the race leader goes across the line.
And doing a respectable time as well.
Yeah.
41.
That's the third place car. So it's a long wait now, isn't it? So we need to pick up our race leader before too long as we get into the last 10 minutes of the race. Student Motorsport still leading it. They will rack up another lap, I think, before too long. 5 seconds now, the gap. So another 3 seconds on that last tour.
So they must be...
That's within arm's length now, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. So, I'm not being funny, but, you know, Brimstone could be in a very interesting position if Trojan and Emax have a bit of a ding-dong.
Yeah, of course.
There is that.
Absolutely,
there is that aspect where, you know, it's never over until it's over type thing.
No, for sure. That hadn't actually crossed my mind, but they're a lap down on them, so interesting to see how that goes. That's the third place car. We will, I'm sure, get a handle on the gap between first and second as we wind the clock down maybe towards the 5-minute stage, if not before. So I've got to say this is unexpected for me. I thought Trojan, with their qualifying performance, with those 2 cars up there, were going to muller this one completely and be away. And when we got to the end of the 3rd hour and they're in front, and the 4th hour in front, and
they are a very, very formidable team because they're run by BPC. I think they might have a tyre issue.
You did pick that up, didn't you, a few laps ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because for them to be, red sky.
527. So yeah, the guys that had the rollie.
That's the other. Is that the other red sky?
There's only the one. That's the one.
There's
a gentle roll. He said the dad of the team said we had a gentle roll, and David was okay, which was good. Jonathan's the dad. They used to race in Clio Cup, so one of the teams that I met a long, long time ago. Probably talking 15 years ago, and it's lovely to bump into people after that length of time. Oh, you're still racing and enjoying it.
So there's 421 coming out of Coram. So presumably
346 will be Emacs will be behind somewhere.
Coming out the
Cameraman's having a look. Where is he? 464 going back out. So
I think the boys need to zoom in on that.
Yeah, it's coming through Murray's at the moment. So here's a locked off camera giving us that nice shot of. It was quite funny yesterday. I was talking about how it is uphill.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then downhill to turn 1. And Barry said that apparently the post was over a little bit, so it accentuated a little bit.
You can see it, can't you? Actually, as they come over the crest.
You can, yeah. And then here we go. Here are the 2 cars. They're within sight of each other, and no cars in between. This is the battle for the
for the
win.
You see
here.
They're on the back.
Yeah.
That won't be aerodynamically giving him.
Are well within striking distance now. 7 minutes to go, which is going to be probably around about 3 more laps. This is going to be a lead change.
Yeah. Well, as Murray Walker used to say, catching is one thing, passing is another.
Unless I'm very much mistaken.
Unless I'm very much mistaken.
I don't know how many times he actually said that.
No, probably didn't say it at all. It's a bit like the sort of.
The Barry Norman, and why not? He never said that, did he?
And Michael Caine. Not a lot of people know that. He never actually said that either.
We just lucky enough to meet Murray. He was with a guy who knew nothing about motorsport, and Murray did a sting. You know, we had a local station, local TV station, and we had I did a motorsport slot on it, and we went along to touring car press day, and I said, "Quick, get Murray Walker to do a sting." So it was Murray Walker looking at the camera going, "After the break, Richard John Neal on Motorsport." Still got it on video. Lovely thing to have.
Oh, right.
And
it's part of your showreel.
And I've never done a showreel. Never done one. The guy, Glenn Mitchell, his name was, said, "Oh, would you mind doing that again with a little bit more feeling?" To Murray Walker, and it was great. On the story there. Where's that lead change? 1.834 seconds between the leader, Trojan Motorsport, Emacs closing up, lights ablaze still as they were around about 45 minutes ago. This has been quite a performance because there might be a tendency to sit back. They know they've smelt blood here. Don't know for how long. Probably when the lap time started going down. So, where do we reckon? Where's the change? Where's the pass going to happen?
Well, it's going to probably happen. Well, first of all, he needs to get right up his chuff, as it were. No, he's too far away here.
Yeah.
Unless he's. I think he must have tyre issues.
Yeah.
For that sort of. Realistically, it should happen coming up onto the start-finish straight, because that's where, if you can get a few mile an hour. So here. But he needs to be a little bit closer, I would have thought.
Yeah. Is it going to be?
So this is going to probably. No, he probably won't do it until he gets onto the. Because he can probably hold him up a tad.
Yeah, it's very much a question of when now, isn't it? I reckon we've got 2 more laps to go of this one, so the 346 car can by and large, bide its time and pick the appropriate moment to go past. What a thrilling end to our 5-lap race. Absolutely amazing, isn't it?
So Trojan need to really make that car as wide as possible and just stick on the racing line and basically just hold him up.
Yeah.
And it's possible to do it, of course, because Trojan are an experienced bunch of drivers. But if he gets a slingshot out here and makes a dive, sends it up the inside. But I think he's just going to bide his time, actually, Richard. I think it's Richard in the car. He needs to just be... I know, he can, as you said, he's probably smelling blood right now. But he just needs to just take it easy.
Drama would be better to do it on the last lap. That would be the
of course,
the storybook ending.
Literally,
I think on penultimate
just as he goes across the line.
Yeah.
Which one?
Emacs, of course. I mean, just looking at, I'd highlighted the previous top sixes that are with us today, and Emacs have won, you know, 2 out of the 4 races so far this year, and it looks like they're possibly about to nick another one. We're just having a quick look elsewhere. And let's hope we don't miss anything. So, well, we have. And we've got to change for the lead.
Well,
so
there we go.
He's gone through.
So he's actually dived in, going into Nelson and Brundle.
Yeah. Change for the lead then after 5 hours with 2 minutes 43 on the clock. Who could have written that? I thought it was game over early on. You never know. And as Scott would say, that's the great thing about this series. You just never, ever know until we go to the end. It's still not finished, though, because we know that the Trojan guys are fighters, and the drivers of the 421 car, Jonathan Munday and Chris Freeman, will fight back and aren't actually losing that much at the moment.
Well, the thing is, he's now got the toe, right? So the boot is on the other foot now. So if he... But the problem is if he hasn't got the power, because he can't get out of the corners because of some kind of tyre issue. So he really just, he's just got to throw caution to the wind and really just do as much as he can. And it's a lot easier, of course, to chase somebody than it is to be chased.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely agree with that. So down into Montreal. Oh! He's certainly trying.
Dear, oh dear. And look, he's got...
Game over now to the Jelly Snake car, isn't it, in 4th place?
So
he's a lap down.
He's a lap down.
Yeah.
But again, probably the Trojan guys won't know that.
No, probably not. Yeah, he might be thinking he's working for 2nd place then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really good stuff from the Emacs 346 car. What a drive.
Emacs are now just pulling away now.
That's hard for Trojan, isn't it? As a driver, to lose things on the last lap is bad enough. The lap before, even more so, you know, having done all that work, but still fighting. But what a fantastic event from all of those guys.
Yeah, I have to say though, Emacs, the little boys, father and son, are unbelievable. They're a class act actually. They're always testing here. This is their home circuit, I think.
And as you said, seat time, getting the prep in, that's what it's about, isn't it? You know, my son's been doing a little bit of karting over at Brentwood, and we can't go there very much. We've entered a couple of Sunday races in the winter, and he can't even get in the points. And he's quick enough, my boy. He's all right. He's a good lad. But he can't get in the... And one of the little ones come up to him and said, do you know why you're not here? Because you're not here 3 times a week.
Oh, yeah.
And that's exactly it. Exactly it. These guys, as I say, put the testing in, put the mileage in, and... it's been fascinating. I've never known a 5-hour race go so quickly, even more so because you joined me, which has been absolutely fantastic. And thank you for coming in, and your company has been absolutely brilliant.
I was only to pop in for 5 minutes.
I'm glad you
I hope
stayed.
I
It's really
bored
good. Not at all. No, I'm absolutely delighted.
Yeah,
that you've
I
come
found
in
it fascinating, actually.
I'd have gone, no, I'm going back to the race, George.
And the timing is just about to go to zero. So presumably, does that mean when it goes to 0, you have to? Is this the last lap? Or
this is the last lap. So it's what happens in you guys. He's having a go here, and it's all about the run to the flag. So the tyres now have done their job. So sorry, George, as we head down towards this, it is going to be a photo finish, and it looks like Emacs are going to do it on the run to the flag. They do.
My
Fantastic finish. And what about Trojan really taking it all to the magnificent effort
Absolutely.
From Trojan and Emax. Superb stuff after 5 hours of racing.
That's when you're gutted and elated at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. Now,
I mean,
Jelly Snake have finished 4th. That means that Brimstone are going to finish in 3rd place because they've done more miles. So they are there, but they haven't taken the checker yet. So
fantastic.
Good news for Jeremy Crook. Your boys 409. You've come. You've got up to 8th, so you made up a place on the last lap, which is great. Happy with that?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we started 9th, to be fair, and we finished 8th. So, you know,
good team performance.
That is a fantastic team performance. Credit to Will Blackwell Chambers and Dave Meenan for that.
And yourself. It's a team thing. It's all 3 of you.
Yeah.
It is all 3, regardless of what anyone would say.
Yeah.
It's all 3 of you.
I managed to keep it on the black stuff. That was the main thing.
Yeah. Well, that's good. You're podium driver in your class, so you can't argue at that. So the 388 cars, that past 338 car, still busy working to try and come in. Here is the winner of the Best Presented and the Team Spirit Award, the 354. This is the second of the 2 cars, just about to cross the line and finish. 2 debut drivers in that 354 car have done really well and enjoyed themselves. I'm glad the weather stayed okay. Obviously not for you because you wanted it a little bit damp, but
I did,
for the other guys, it's been nice, and for the rookies that are in here for our 5-lapper, 462 crossing the line, 354, still waiting for Brimstone Racing to cross the line and just seal that 3rd place podium. Rob's going to have a busy time on the podium for sure, and he's going to be happy. Thank you, Rob Lewis, as well, for all your excellent stuff down there in pit lane. The man for the job, for sure.
He gets better and better, that Rob Lewis, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a great lad.
Yeah.
Just got to sort out his short trousers, get rid of those, and we'll be... We were having fun with him yesterday. And the hood yesterday as well.
Yeah.
In the 338 across the line. No, still waiting for 338. Actually, wasn't that far in front of the leaders, was he? To be perfectly honest. So we
There's
keep
Dave.
looking.
Dave just goes.
Dave crossing line. Good.
Dave
Okay.
Meenan
So
in 409 just crossed the line in 8th officially. That's brilliant.
what a great weekend's racing. Great 2 days racing we've had. It's been really, really enjoyable and a super way to finish it off. Brands is it the next C1? Is that again with Mazdas? Are you guys at Brands with them, or is it a switch around?
No, I haven't even thought about the next. Yeah. We're at
the
Cadwell.
C1s.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
There's our winner, 346 Emax Racing.
Richard will be absolutely over the moon.
Super drive. James Little, Jake Little, Stuart Ratcliffe.
Yeah.
And results this year: 3rd in the first race, 4th in the second one at Alton Park, 4th at Silverstone, 24 hours, winner at Donington. So it's another double for them in terms of the wins. It's good to have a benchmark, isn't it, for this class to go through.
Yeah.
Finally, 338 confirmed in 3rd. Here's the result. Emax Motorsport, the winners. Congratulations to them, and Trojan Motorsport for putting up a great fight. And also congratulations to Brimstone Racing for getting a podium as well. Superb effort from Jeremy Crook, Keith Farrance and Alec Livesley. Jelly Snake Racing in 4th place. They were followed by Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly. Emax Motorsport 6. OPC PR in 7th from BPC Motorsport. Hardcore Model Makers, top 10 for them, 9th position. And Silverlake Racing 558 in 10th, 11th 513 CSC FDL Packaging, followed by Silverlake 2. Melbourne Racing in 13th, then DFTS. Abbott Racing Motorsport 15th from MLP Developments. Sandown Motorsport with Elite Environmental in 17th, ahead of WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. Scuderia Polo Rosso without the windscreen, 19th position. Good battling again from so many teams that had problems but carried on. That's the spirit of it. JTR 21st, Jenny Tools Racing in 22nd from Emax Motorsport, the 430 car, BBC Motorsport. I'm not going to say any more because we can go down and talk to Rob. It's more important for us to get the reaction.
Well, I've just seen you straightening out the wing mirror there. Did it get a bit tight at the end?
No, it was all very good. Very good. They obviously had a problem with tyres or fuel and they were trying to pace it. And we got lucky.
Absolutely. Well, I got to chat to Junior during the race just as you were getting into the car. How hard was that last stint?
It was really hard. I don't know why, but really, really hot. Really hot. Couldn't get the pace in the car, but yeah, good.
But another win on the card, you must be absolutely thrilled.
Oh, well and truly stoked, yeah. That was mega. Mega.
Fantastic. I'll let you get yourself some water. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to head over here and chat to his teammates Stuart Ratcliffe and Jake Little as well. I'm going to go straight for Stu actually, because that's what happens when you point out the other drivers. I'll just make a beeline for yourself. But Stu, fantastic drive.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good session. I mean, the boys carried me home as usual, but I was much nearer to their pace this time round, so really happy.
Happy to bring it home for another win.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. You guys seem to enjoy these longer races, don't you?
Well, yeah, we do. The 24-hour escapes is still one. We'd like to see that one away next year. That's a real priority for us, I think so.
So that's going to be the game plan, aim for the 24 next
Certainly.
year.
It is.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and congratulations, guys. Let's talk to Chris Freeman from Team Trojan. So, what was the issue there towards the end?
Yeah, just fuel. I had a flashing light from last time I think I saw with 2108, and it was flashing, and I was like, oh no. So I just lifted off. Then when I seen him, when it got quite close, I just thought I've got to try and go for it, and I did. In that, and it was a little bit too. I should have gone probably earlier in hindsight.
Yeah, we could see you kind of making the signal as you came over the line. So was it coughing that bad?
To be honest, I didn't get a cough, but we've had cars where we've had it flash and it runs out within 1 or 2 laps, but that lasted 21 minutes flashing. So
luck of the draw.
Yeah, it could have gone probably. It might have done another couple of laps, but I'm surprised it didn't run out just then. But, yeah,
I think the clue would be when you go to start it to take it out of park firmate, it doesn't start.
Yeah, that would be it. But yeah, it's just one of them things. I think we've been on the pit lane at an angle as well. You can't get quite. We knew you can't get a full tank, and it was. I think I did around 2 hours for the last stint, so we knew it'd be tight, but not that tight.
Absolutely. But all in all, fantastic race. You held the lead there until obviously the last few laps, but in the end you come out with a fantastic podium as well.
Yeah. No, it was good. Great race.
Good. Car was good, yeah.
About the fuel.
Yeah, just like we were on vapours. I think what done us is really, we're on pit 25, we're on a massive slope, and we done a full jog and it spewed out, and we realised we'd never even got nearly 30 litres in the car, so you know, we thought that's going to be close to do 2 hours on that amount of fuel. So it's just what it was.
108.
Yeah.
It's flashing.
Yeah, so.
Nearly there. Go get them next time.
Yes.
No problem. Thank you very much. So that's our second place team there as I duck out the way of Mark Worrell there. So that was the second place Trojan car of Jonathan Mundy and Chris Freeman. Now, third place. Where is Brimstone Racing? They're here somewhere, because I know Esther is going to be very, very happy, but it was one of the cars, black car, orange bonnet. It's trying to crawl my way through the Parc Fermé area and see if you can see a black car and orange bonnet anywhere, folks. Give us a shout. Here we are, car number 33. It's always the one right down towards the back, isn't it? Let's see if I can actually chat to a driver. Keith Farrance is in the car at the moment, and he still hasn't got his helmet off.
How good has he done?
He's done really well, hasn't he?
From 25th, I think it was. I literally had to come over and shake his hand.
Not too bad at all. I do know that his teammate is actually over here in the crowd, so let's go and have a little chat. Third place, that's not too bad, is it?
Quite happy for the first time out, isn't it? Yeah, really good.
Not too bad at all. Go for the win next time?
Yeah, got on me.
I've noticed Esther's not with you, and we're talking, of course, of Esther Crook. She's disappeared, has she?
Here, she's just literally turned up now.
Right, we must go and embarrass her on the live stream now. Brscc Safeguarding Officer, Formula 4 Coordinator, Esther Crook. Hubby's out in the car. Yes. Esther, how was that? Third place?
That's absolutely brilliant. The atmosphere in the garage was really quite tense for the last 15 or 20 minutes, but a really big thank you to Alec for coming along and putting us in first place within the first 2 hours. Jeremy carried it on with the second, and then Keith finished it with the third. It's been fab, but also credit to Emax that have run us this weekend, so it's been brilliant. The old team are back together, and it's so exciting.
So Emax getting 2 out of 3 on the podium?
Yes, yeah, so big celebration. It's when podium's announced, and there'll be a lot of noise. Yeah.
Fantastic. Let's go grab a chat with Keith. Thank you, Esther, and a big smile there. Let's see. Keith's been grabbed by the circuit commentators there, but you know, it's proof that you can get into a car like this, absolutely not a mark on it, no contact, anything, tiny little dent there, a little bit of mud on the front, and it just goes to prove that you can get a car in this C1 series, put it together with a group of friends, and go racing and get it on the podium. I'll just step out of Mark's way there. Keith, fantastic end there and a podium. You must be well chuffed.
Yeah, very chuffed indeed. It was good. The other two guys left me. Just had to drive round really at the end, so it was quite good. So no, it was good. We started 25th. We didn't have good qualifying, so between us, all three of us, come 25th to finish off third. Very happy. Very good.
Well, you must be. So you'll be coming back for some more.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a great car. It's a great series. So
absolutely. I was just commenting there. Not a mark on the car, and the fact that you've put it all together yourselves. Emax run the car for you, but it just kind of proves that you can put a team together and go racing at a fraction of the costs, and you don't have to be panel bashing or anything like that.
No, it's good. We built the car ourselves, but thanks to Emax, because they've done a good job this weekend looking after us and putting us at the right place at the right time. So thanks to Emax, we've had a great day.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fine podium there. So that rounds out our podium for the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. Some brilliant racing to round out the Brscc summer race weekend. Turns out it was summer in the end. The sun's out, the clouds are out, and the rain, it looks like, has finally disappeared. But for the final time, I'm going to hand back to Richard John Neal in the commentary box. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the pit lane action and the podium interviews this weekend. But for the final time, it's time to hand over to Richard John Neal to close off.
Top job, Rob. Thank you ever so much for all your hard work this weekend. Absolutely superb job. Brilliant stuff. And topped off with a first, as far as I'm concerned, which was an interview with Esther Crook. Esther will never talk to me on camera. Rob has got something about him which has managed to get Esther to talk, and well done. Great to see that. I've been lucky enough to be joined by George Grant, who's bought gifts, which is fantastic, and the gift of company, which was great, which we needed for the 5 hours. George, I say it a lot, I'll say it again, thank you very much for your support for the club, Brscc and the Championships, and your company today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Really good to see you.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Thank you for coming in.
Richard,
it's been an absolute joy. And it's my last Brscc one for a while, so look forward to catching up again soon. If I don't see you in a work mode, we'll see you as a spectator, because I'll be along to spectate if I'm not working. So look forward to catching up. But closing thoughts from yourself on the weekend. We've had loads of Mazdas. We had the CityCar Cup and the C1s as well. You've enjoyed it?
I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and you couldn't actually write this, could you? I mean, the last lap was just phenomenal, and it really just goes to show that the way in which this C1 championship actually culminates, everybody's got a smile on their face, even the guys come second. I mean, the fact that he had a bit of a fuel starvation problem didn't obviously prevent him from having a bit of a smile, and it's just one of those things. But all I can say is it's really interesting to be this side of the microphone, actually, this side of the fence, and seeing the great work that you do, and the rest of the production team. So I'll shut up now, and I'll go home feeling quite tired and need a shower now.
Well, thank you for talking to us and your company. That's absolutely brilliant. And thank you to, of course, the marshals, as ever. Brscc have put on a fantastic weekend event once again. So everybody involved, the team's been a great weekend. And I think the production's been good too, as well. As you say, Barry has kept us going. Thank you to the folk that have bought us drink and given us breaks and everything else. I don't like long goodbyes, so I'm just going to say thank you once again. If I've missed you off the thank you list, thank you anyway, and we'll catch up soon. So from me and the rest of the team, thank you for watching our live stream. Hit the like button, remember to watch us again, and we'll see you soon. Bye for now.